your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. Figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Bradley Beal saga has officially ended in Phoenix, at least on the basketball court. The Suns and Beal have agreed to a buyout, and Beal will reportedly be headed to LA as he and the Clippers will agree to a 2-year, $11 million deal. And here's ESPN's Tim McMahon on the Suns and the Beal decision.
They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that their all in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
The Diamondbacks will return from the All-Star break at home tomorrow as the St. Louis Cardinals will come to town, and the question still lingers if they will be buyers or sellers at the MLB trade deadline. And the 153rd Open Championship, golf's fourth and final major of the year, is off and running at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure to call Parker.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to Thursday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings live from the Arizona Sports Studios. Tim Ring continuing his tour of duty here in the mornings, Tim.
And
I'm digging the hoodie. I like that Suns hoodie.
You like the Suns hoodie?
That was like poetic.
Yeah.
Tim Ring continuing his tour of duty. I'm digging the hoodie.
Yeah.
Not bad, Eminem.
I'm glad you picked up on that. I think my lyrical genius goes unnoticed every day on this show.
Thank you.
The lyrical gangster, we call him. What's up, LG?
Bickley, more than once last week, yelled at me for how much I love pointing out things that like rhyme and like that, believe it or not. So I'm glad to have a different energy here.
That doesn't shock me because you could have really just ended the sentence at Bickley yelled at me a few times last week.
We can just assume that is.
Stop rubbing your eyes has become a phrase that people probably yell at you.
Shut up, Jarrett, also.
Yeah.
Did you watch the ESPYs last night, Vinny?
Hail to the no.
I mean, I caught some highlights. I caught Shane Gillis'
I've
monologue.
seen one clip of Shane Gillis' monologue. Where are we on Shane Gillis?
So
is he funny?
Thumbs up.
I don't like him. But the material he had last night was really, really good. He had really good jokes. People wrote really good jokes for him. I do not like his delivery. I don't like how he like sort of laughs and smiles through all his delivery. Mm-hmm. I'm much more like a deadpan, hit the punchline kind of thing. Yeah. So I thought he had great material and he didn't present the jokes that well.
The material for whoever's doing the ESPYs monologue, they get the top I mean, there's top joke writers
and
working on that
and
stuff.
because of his image, he was able to get away with a lot.
Yeah.
And it was more like a roast than it was a monologue. So I thought the material was good, edgy.
I'm very much.
It reminded me of when Norm Macdonald hosted.
Yeah, it was, and he was going for that. It was edgy. It was roasty. Like, I agree with you. I'm a Shane Gillis guy. Like him. He just doesn't care, right? And there's a lot of Norm in that as well. I agree, though. Like, the way he kind of laughs at his own jokes, or it's almost like he's like, "Is this his first time doing it?"
And I don't think it worked for that type of material. Like his normal thing where he kind of tells stories and like the energy is loose and stuff. I think it worked, but for like a monologue, I think he needed to hit the punchlines. That's just
and my not watching was not any kind of demonstration against Shane Gillis hosting. I mean, Jarrett could have been hosting, and I wouldn't have watched. I just can't stand the ESPYs.
I'm not a big ESPY guy.
I know why it exists, but I mean, do we need another night to tell people who know they're already great how great they are, and teams that have won championships to win another award?
We don't need another night, but what we do need is another morning to do that.
Yes,
so stay tuned.
Arizona was basically snubbed from the ESPYs again.
Yeah.
We've taken matters into our own hands this morning. The first ever AZs award
coming up.
Yeah.
First ever.
6:45.
I know you have a tux on underneath that sun.
Oh, I do. But the tidal wave of self-importance that pours out of the ESPYs is a bit nauseating at times.
Yeah.
A bit nauseating. And, the athletes up there trying to be too cool for school, struggling to read the prompter. It's I've never cared for it.
Can we also acknowledge the missed opportunity by ESPN? They really had an opportunity to have and feature Stephen A. Smith or Pat McAfee as the host of the ESPYs. And what are they doing?
I'm surprised that it didn't. All these sports already have their own awards.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like the winners of all like the football player of the year, basketball player, I think they just coincided with what already were the MVPs of all those sports. So it's very unnecessary.
Yeah.
I just remember the first year they had the ESPYs. Saturday Night Live did a sketch, and this is during one of the worst years of Saturday Night Live, like the Janine Garofalo, Chris Elliott year.
That was a bad year.
Chris Elliott played Chris Berman.
It's been funny since 1975.
It was the year Deion Sanders host. It was the episode Deion Sanders.
I stopped watching when they got all political.
Right. Yeah. The first episode of the first season.
People actually say that with a straight face in the year 2025. Go ahead, Jared.
Anyway, just real quick. Their concept was the ESPYs were going to be, and now the award for the stadium with the most seats. And they just announced it, the Rose Bowl, 104,000. And they're like, all right, the winner of the Rose Bowl with the one.
Well, that will conclude our breakdown of this year's ESPYs. Jared, go ahead and start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Bradley Beal's time with the Phoenix Suns is over. Shams Charania of ESPN breaking the news on Wednesday that Beal agreed to a contract buyout from the Suns and plans to join the LA Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million contract. For Beal, it means taking a $13.9 million haircut on the money the Suns owed. The Suns are expected to waive Beal and stretch the $96.1 million remaining over the next 5 years, which means over $19 million in dead money on the cap until after the 2029-30 season. Once the waive is completed, the Suns will have, and they have until August 31st to do that. The Suns will be under the luxury tax threshold and first and second aprons, allowing them to be more flexible in trades, making more draft picks tradable in the future, and opened up part of the mid-level exception to utilize. But it's finally come to this point, Tim.
And it's finally over. And we can all move on. And there's a lot of Suns fans that still disagree with this decision from a basketball team-building standpoint. Mm-hmm. They'd prefer to just kind of power through the next 2 years. But I think there's a lot that went into it. We'll get into those things coming up later in the show. But it's over. Not sure why it took this long, Vinny. We always kind of knew he was going to the Clippers.
Yeah. Beal played 106 games with the Suns over 2 seasons. He averaged 17.6 points on over 50% shooting from the floor and over 40% shooting from three-point range. Those numbers sound really good, don't they? He also missed 58 regular season games over the last 2 seasons with a collection of injuries, and was removed from the starting lineup by then head coach Mike Budenholzer for a 15-game stretch starting in early January. As Tim said, a lot on the Bradley Beal era coming to a close. Summer Suns dropped a third straight game in Las Vegas, 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves on Wednesday. Suns led by 16 at the end of the first. Minnesota chipped away. Rob Dillingham scored 13 of his 23 points in the fourth quarter as the Wolves moved to 4-0 in the Summer League. Boogie Ellis had 23 for the Suns. Oso Ighodaro, 17.6 rebounds, 4 assists. But he missed 7 of 10 free throw attempts. In fact, the Suns went 13 of 28 from the foul line and committed 21 turnovers.
Excuse me?
To get through a Summer League game, you really have to be a basketball junkie.
Boogie Ellis, is he anything? He's had a good Summer League.
I like him.
Going to make the roster, the team?
No. Training camp invite, maybe. Phoenix fell to 1-3 in the Summer League. They will end their stay in Vegas with a consolation round game on Saturday. Mercury fell in Minnesota to the Lynx, 79-66. In Minneapolis, Phoenix playing without Satu Sabali and Kalia Copper shot just 14% in the first quarter. Dug an 11-point deficit after 10 minutes. Were unable to dig out of it. Lynx took 3 of 4 meetings between the teams this season. Phoenix 15-7 overall heading into this weekend's All-Star Weekend in Indianapolis. Mercury will be back on the floor in the regular season play next Wednesday night at PHX Arena against Brittany Griner and the Atlanta Dream. Good news for the D-backs, and that's a rare thing. X-rays on the left hand of Eugenio Suarez came back negative on Wednesday. Suarez hit on the hand by a 96-mile-per-hour fastball by White Sox right-hander Shane Smith in the 8th inning of Tuesday night's All-Star game in Atlanta. Suarez was also hit by Smith with a 95-mile-per-hour fastball on the second pitch he saw from him in a game in Chicago on June 23rd. What the hell is going on?
What do you have against Gino Suarez, Shane Smith?
D-backs won that game 10-0, but Suarez was taken out of the game and missed the rest of the series against the White Sox. He is 4th in the big leagues with 31 home runs at the All-Star break. Scottsdale police are investigating what they're calling a high-dollar residential burglary at a home owned by Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte. Home was burglarized Tuesday night, the same night Marte was in Atlanta for Major League Baseball's All-Star game. Police said there were signs of forced entry and numerous personal items and jewelry stolen. Terrible story.
Well, they knew he was gone, but then again, he's gone all the time.
There's a rash of these going on in the sports world. Von Miller has another new team. He announced on social media that he's agreed to terms with the Washington Commanders. The 36-year-old has spent the last 3 seasons with the Bills, had 6 sacks. His 129.5 career sacks, 16th on the official all-time NFL list, and he needs just 3.5 sacks to pass Lawrence Taylor and Leslie O'Neal on that list. Then golf's last major of the year, the Open Championship at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland. Bickley's not here, but he's very happy. Sammy gave like a double fist pump when I mentioned the Open Championship.
Sammy gets up at 3 a.m.
And it is a literal who's who on top of the leaderboard early on.
Don't you worry.
Jacob Skov Olesen in the clubhouse after shooting a 4-under 67.
Love that guy.
Tied with Hao Tong Lee.
Love that guy, too.
1 stroke off the pace, Matthew Jordan, Matt Fitzpatrick, and several other names that I can't pronounce.
I was going to say good luck with,
Defending champ Xander Schauffele is even through 12 holes in the first round. And Phil Mickelson under par in his first round, 1 under 70. There you go. Somewhere Dan Bickley is smiling. There is your splash.
Way to go, Phil.
For Thursday, July 17th. Coming up, the Bradley Beal era is over. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Beal deal is done.
3-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns and plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message data rates may apply. Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of SiteOne, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Bradley Beal is one of the best players in the NBA. And we're thrilled to have him be a Phoenix Sun with KD and Book. We form a trio of 3 of the most prolific scorers in the game.
Super excited for this opportunity. You know, this is awesome for my family and I. A new change. Yesterday was my birthday, so I feel refreshed. I feel rejuvenated. This is an exciting moment for me. You know, this is an awesome team.
That was a little more than 2 years ago, June 29th, 2023, at the introductory press conference for Bradley Beal after the trade went down. And 2 years later, it's all done. The Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal have agreed to a buyout situation. As it turns out, and a lot of people were focused on the finances, not only on the Suns side, but on the Bradley Beal side. Bradley Beal had a lot of leverage, a lot of power in this whole scenario with the no trade clause. How much was he willing to give up? He gives up $13.9 million basically to get the Suns under the waive and stretch threshold of 25% of the cap, I believe, or is it 15%?
Yeah.
But he's going to make $11 million over 2 years with the LA Clippers, so it's basically about a $3 million haircut for Bradley Beal.
And listen, Vinny, if he plays well this upcoming season, he can opt out of that second year and sign a new deal and actually come out ahead. So good for him. It's funny to listen to that introductory press conference about how he said he felt refreshed. Then he goes out and proceeds to miss 24 of the first 30 games of his son's career, and that kind of set the tone for the entire Bradley Beal era. So there's a lot of ways to kind of peel this onion. I mean, Matt Ishbia is obviously getting under the first and second apron. That was the goal here. There's no question about that. The finances involved, the money he'll save in the luxury tax. Yeah, he's going to pay Bradley Beal basically $100 million to not play for his basketball team, but he saves money in other areas. Obviously, the flexibility that you talked about now is there with them being under the first and second apron. We'll get into the details, the minutia of that later if we want, all the things the Suns can do now. But the reality is there are other components to this, Vince, and it's Bradley Beal, by all accounts, was a nice guy and he always had a smile on his face and was not a bad guy in the
teammates seemed to like him.
Teammates seemed to like him. But this was a problem, and it goes beyond positional fit, which I think is part of it as well. This is a guy who, I'm sorry, you miss 60 games in 2 years with never, not once, as you mentioned earlier in the break, never had a serious injury.
He didn't tear his ACL.
Missed 58 games over 2 years.
With nicks and bumps and bruises.
Yeah,
so
with
it's
nagging stuff that would pop up.
So it's only fair, and I know this is a slippery slope because you're not in their shoes, but it's fair to question the toughness of the basketball player in terms of playing through stuff. A lot of fans were rubbed the wrong way, he got a big smile on his face when Curry's lighting him up from three. He's tying his shoes in the middle of a play. You question whether or not winning was important enough to him. It's important to everybody, but was it important enough to Bradley Beal? Did he have that dog in him every time he took the floor? He also shrunk in the one playoff appearance that this team had against the Wolves.
Yeah, I'm not going to pin that loss in the playoffs on Bradley Beal.
No, but he was dreadful.
Minnesota was the superior team, but if you remember that stretch, and we talked about this briefly yesterday, that 10-game stretch leading into the playoffs where the Suns looked rejuvenated and they had beat Minnesota in that stretch. Bradley Beal was arguably their best player heading into that playoff series.
They beat him twice, I think, in that stretch.
And
they were fantastic.
He did, as most players did. They did wilt. He did wilt in that playoff series. You talked about what this does for the Suns. Here's Bobby Marks from ESPN on that.
For Phoenix, welcome back to NBA reality. Welcome back out of financial purgatory. We put a chart up. It basically now unlocks a lot of things, and I know the dead money is going to be sitting there. You were $32 million over the luxury tax. You had a $176 million tax penalty. You were a repeater tax. You were over the apron. You were over the second apron. 26 and 14. Now, what has happened? Voila. You are now a little bit under the luxury tax. The likelihood is that you'll probably go over. Remember, that doesn't get calculated until after the season. You have no tax penalty for now. You are $8.6 million below the apron one and almost $21 million below the second apron. You are now have the ability to use more than 100% of your traded player exception, take back more money in a deal as long as the post-transactional salary does not exceed the cap. You now have, congratulations, you have the ability to aggregate contracts, which is something you did not have.
Yeah, so everybody that pointed at the Suns for the last two seasons said, what have they done to the roster? I mean, there was fairness in that. They did go down this road. They did get distracted by the shiny object, and that object was Bradley Beal, and it did not work out. This is not an ideal outcome at all.
Think about that.
There wasn't an ideal outcome, except if the ideal outcome would have been Bradley Beal saying, I don't want to play here anymore. I'm waiving my no-trade clause. I have no restrictions on where I want to play. Trade me wherever. And, oh, by the way, there was interest from other teams.
Right.
That was so far from being reality. This is the best-case scenario. Again, it's the Suns making the best of basically a situation they created. But having $19 million of dead money, not ideal.
That's crazy.
But it's better than being a second apron team with all of these harsh penalties that come with it.
You have to put the context of how bad things were, that paying somebody $20 million to not play on your team puts you in a better position than it would have been otherwise.
That's
It's
how
crazy.
bad things are. And I know a lot of Suns fans are concerned about being able to sign the players you want to sign as Bradley Beal. I mean, think about it. In the last 2 years, Bradley Beal and Devin Booker will be taking up almost $100 million
of the always increasing salary.
Of the always increasing salary cap. But still, it's like, it's like having a bad player on your team that you can't trade who makes $20 million a year and you're stuck there. Matt Ishbia would tell you that doesn't matter. We'll just go over. Like, I'll if you had a cheap owner who didn't want to go into the luxury tax, that's going to be a problem. Well, I'm willing to do it as long as he stays out of the first and second apron. He can go over a little bit and pay that luxury tax.
Well, that's the thing is, if the second apron rules never came into play, Matt Ishbia would gladly pay $176 million of luxury tax every year. But it's all the other superfluous stuff that comes with it that really restricts your franchise moving forward. And there's teams dealing with that now. The Phoenix Suns are no longer in that category. So there is relief. There should be an exhale there. But it also has to be a major learning experience. Now you know what second apron purgatory feels like. Don't go back there anymore. Consider roles, consider skill sets and positional overlapping. This has to be a major learning experience moving forward. They say history repeats itself. If history repeats itself on this front, the Suns have nobody to blame but themselves.
To be a second apron team and not win a title is tough. To be a second apron team and not even make the playoffs
It's
or
embarrassing.
not win a playoff game in 2 seasons is obviously embarrassing.
Yep.
So they've learned that lesson. I'm not going to lie to you though. Having Bradley Beal on the books at $20 million a year a pop, it's going to suck. It's going to be an issue, no matter how you look at it.
Yep. We'll have a lot more on the Bradley Beal situation on today's show as we get further into it. You could also join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the D-backs take on the Houston Astros. Text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to purchase lower level tickets for half off. Once again, that's half, HALF, to 620-620. Coming up next, as we approach the trade deadline in Major League Baseball, all of the sport has their eyes on Arizona and the Diamondbacks. We'll tackle that topic next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Oh, it's heating up, Acenonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Suns' quote, Big Three is now just a big one after the Suns and Bradley Beal came to a buyout agreement. Beal agreed to give back $13.9 million of his $110, and the Suns have now stretched his contract over the next 5 seasons, and they'll be paying $19.4 million in dead money each season for the next 5. Last night, Mercury legend Diana Taurasi was honored with Alex Morgan at the ESPYs with the Icon Award in recognition of their careers and the impact they had on their said sport. And the Summer Suns could not hold on yesterday. They blew a 16-point lead to the Timberwolves and Rob Dillingham in a 89-85 loss. Ex-USC guard Boogie Ellis had 23 points, and Oso Iguodaro added 17, 6, and 4. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Can the Diamondbacks play themselves back into being buyers at the trade deadline, or has that ship sailed? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
I think after the All-Star break's over, when people get back into the office, it'll be interesting to see taking the temperature of what teams are really going forward and what teams are really selling. So it's hard to say. We still have another 2 weeks. I think the overall hope is that we continue to play, we play well, and we can continue to kind of push forward towards a playoff run. But obviously, we've taken on a lot of injury, and we have a good group of players that people want, and so it's certainly want to keep pushing forward to the playoffs. But we're going to field the phone calls in the next couple weeks too.
Ami Alsade, the assistant general manager of the Diamondbacks, on with Wolf and Luke yesterday. Kind of still, sitting on the fence on whether or not the Diamondbacks are going to be buyers or sellers, which if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks, you're not going to come out on July 16th and say, yep, everything's for sale. Hey, come and get it.
Where's that white flag? We got the white flag. Get it out of the closet.
The way you announce you are sellers in Major League Baseball at the deadline is you start selling. That's it. There's not any proclamation to it. We talked about this a bit yesterday. What is the tact? What is the strategy going to be? The Diamondbacks are in this situation. They are an under 500 team right now. You heard Ami Alsade talk about it. They are riddled with injuries. They have 12 games between now and the deadline. Maybe there's a last gasp, but if for that to happen, you're asking for the moon. less asking for the moon is the starting pitching has to be better if they're going to get back into this thing. The moon part comes in when you're asking a patchwork bullpen to just be individually far greater than they've proven they can be in their careers. And that's where it kind of sounds like a pipe dream, doesn't it, Tim?
It does. And Chris Garagiola was on the air the other day, and he was kind of painting a picture that, yeah, there are still games to be played before the trade deadline. And, yeah, they could turn it around. But I think Chris's quote was, I'm not sure this team has the players to do that right now, especially in the bullpen, the unit that's been ravaged the most, of course, by injury. So we can get into the inconsistencies of the starting pitching, and that's very valid. Obviously, the offense statistically is fantastic, but they have games and nights where they are no-shows as well. So we've been pointing to series after series or homestand after homestand or road trip after road trip like this is the big one. This is where they got to turn it around. These next 7 games are critical. These next 10 games are critical. And as these games fade away, you just look back and they're basically a 500 team. I have no reason to believe that in these 12 games before the trade deadline, they will not be hovering around the 7-5, 6-6, 5-7 mark because that is who they are. As long as there are games to be played, there's always the hope that they could roll out a 10-2 start and make Mike Hazen hit the pause button on any potential deals. But I'll believe it when I see it. And that's kind of where the D-backs are right now. And you listen to Emil there, it's like they're foaming the runways for Diamondbacks fans that understand that this is a very real possibility. And right now, the way we're playing, unless something drastically changes, there will be trades at the trade deadline, and that will be the ceremonial white flag for the 2025 season.
It'd be also a thing if, like, during different stretches in the season when they had most of their lineup healthy, if they were like, oh, they're like a 10-0. They went on an 8-game winning streak during that stretch. There really has been no difference depending on this guy's in the lineup, out of the lineup, you know?
They were 500 with Corbin Burns and the bullpen relatively intact.
Yeah, and speaking of, individually at that rotation, for the most part, every start from a starting pitcher is, all right, which version of this pitcher are we going to see today? Merrill Kelly's been
the most consistent.
Absolved from that for the most part. Ryan Nelson has been really good for the most part, but there's been that feel. And if you want an indication of through 97 games just how middle of the road they are, they're right around 500, 485 winning percentage at 47-50, 4-6 in their last 10 games. Their run differential through 97 games is +5. They're 23-25 at home. They're 24-25 on the road. Against 500 teams, they're 27-31. They actually have a pretty good record against the National League West, which is the most surprising thing in all of this. But how do the Diamondbacks and what they have to offer look to the rest of Major League Baseball? Baseball Insider John Morosi was on with Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports yesterday and was asked the question, hey, of all the teams out there that could be sellers, do the D-backs have the most to offer?
I do. I think they are one of the handful of teams, at least on the potential seller side, that can really dictate the pace of all this. Now, I have one caveat to start. I checked in with one D-back source today. I said, hey, are you ready to potentially move and make some transactions? And basically I was told, we got to wait. We have to gather some more information and see how things play out in the next little while, which I respect. You look at baseballreference.com, they've got a 7% chance of making the playoffs. It's a fairly remote chance, although in the modern game with all these additional wild cards, there are certainly ways and pathways to getting in there. And I think in fairness, 2 years ago, they didn't have that great of a first half in the year in which they made it to the World Series.
Right.
So there is at least some precedent for them to let this thing play out for a little while.
And last year, the Diamondbacks did find their footing after the All-Star break. They went 40-25 in the 65 games. All things are not equal. They had much more in terms of health last year after the All-Star break than they have this year. So it's not impossible, and I think that the prudent way to go about this is maybe you don't take all 12 games, obviously, Tim, but these first 2 series, these home series against St. Louis and Houston, they're going to determine what the tact is. And I think I know what the tact is, and I think the Diamondbacks front office probably has to be convinced otherwise right now. But that's what these next 6 games indicate for me.
By the way, the year they won the World Series, they actually did have a pretty good first half. It was the brutal July and August after the All-Star break where they looked like the worst team. Actually, they were the worst team in baseball, and then they turned it around.
The year they made the World Series.
Yeah.
Is the cling to the World Series and even last year's second half of the season, is that like at all in the heads of these guys, maybe on the team or in the front office of like, all right, we've done this before the last 2 seasons, like
too long ago. I mean,
right?
I know it's I mean, I don't think that impacts them, Sammy. I think if anything, like last year's team, they were 45-47, exactly like this year's team, and they went on a run where they won 24 of their next 30 and put themselves in a really good position to make a wild card. In fact, they collapsed, and that's why they didn't make a wild card last year in 2024.
It's funny specifically if you're saying Zach Gallen, the way he's played this year kind of makes him easier to trade, but also makes him harder to trade, if that makes sense, because he's not doing well. But it's also like if he was lights out and you had any hope at all at making a run, you couldn't trade him at the deadline.
Yeah, I mean,
even
I
if you
wonder,
didn't think you were going to bring him back.
To your point, and it's an excellent point, what is the attractiveness of Zach Gallen? You know you're getting a rental, and you know you're getting a player that is going to command high dollars in free agency, but when you look at the performance, I mean, is it worth trading a Zach Gallen? I mean, you could still, if Zach Gallen leaves in free agency next year, if they don't trade him at the deadline, you're going to get some sort of compensation draft pick wise. You have to weigh what's going to be worth more.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because I have a little clip here from Steve Gilbert, friend of the show, D-backs writer for MLB.com, and Steve said, and I want to credit Steve because I'm reading what he wrote. Likely trade deadline strategy, light seller, unless something drastic changes in the week after the All-Star break. It doesn't mean they're going to offload all their. I'm kind of ripping through this now. It doesn't mean they're going to offload all their free agents to be. Could move starters Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. Probably not both because they wouldn't have enough pitching to finish out this season without one of them. Josh Naylor could be dealt, but Vinny, this is what you were saying about Gallen. Third baseman Gino Suarez will only be traded if what they get back would be of more value than the draft pick compensation they would get for him leaving via free agency.
Absolutely.
So there is that component when it comes to Gallen and Suarez. And both guys would be rentals for the team acquiring them, so they would be reluctant to give up the proverbial haul for either player.
Yeah, so if you're just ranking the teams around baseball as the most to offer, the Diamondbacks are going to be near the top of the list. But I also found it interesting this morning on The Athletic, Chad Jennings and Tim Britton put teams into tiers on what they expect to happen at the trade deadline. Tier 1 should be aggressive buyers. Tier 2, typical buyers. Tier 3, trending to the buy side. Tier 4, tailors. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Tier 5, trending to the sell side. And they've got the D-backs in that category. So not aggressive sellers. They're in there with Tampa Bay, Cleveland, and Kansas City as teams that could be trending and what was light sellers is what Steve said.
I just think, big picture, Vinny, it's tough for D-backs fans, even though if everybody deep down knows this is the best thing for the organization and this team is probably not going anywhere this year and these are the moves you have to make when you put yourself in these positions. I just think for a team that had World Series aspirations about 100 days ago, I'm going to ask Derek Hall about this too, coming up when he joins us at 7:45. The emotional component of pulling the plug and trading these guys, even if you're really happy with the return you get for a Gallen or a Suarez, again, 100 days ago, this team had World Series aspirations, and now here at the end of July, this season is basically over. And the question is, really, is 2026 over as well when you talk about the Tommy John surgeries and the recovery time for those guys, and now you lose Gallen, you lose a Suarez. Like, is this team even remotely built to win in 2026? So that's also tough to get your arms around.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app on arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, for the first time ever, we hand out awards on Mondays every week on this show. We've never done it on a Thursday morning to celebrate the last 12 months of the greatness and elsewhere of Arizona sports. Our first ever AZ's Awards. We'll kick them off next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The failed experiment of the Big Three and Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, and now it is done. There is closure on that era, and to me, it's both depressing and yet exhilarating because you know what's ahead of the Phoenix Suns right now, and you know how difficult this rebuild is going to be and the path they have to climb right now. But at least there's clarity.
Matt Ishbia will never, ever trade for a player with a no-trade clause. That will never happen again.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and sat me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Bickley and Marotta present the AZs.
Sports. He's a good guy at sport.
Oh, yes. The ESPYs, the Oscars, the Nobel Peace Prize, the Medal of Honor. As Rob Manfred would say, those are all just pieces of metal compared to the truly prestigious award, the AZ.
Oh, this is what everybody's after.
This is what the people want. This is what the people will get. We will be handing out awards for excellence.
Theoretically.
We have all different categories. We'll spread it across this segment and the 8:45 segment, so stay tuned all day. We will have different nominees. You have our listeners have voted over the last day or so, more like 12 hours because I forgot to post it after the show yesterday. But we have.
That posted like 8 o'clock last night.
Okay, all right, that's neither. But we got plenty of votes. Great turnout for the results. And I'm going to present the award category and the nominees. Tim Ring and Vince will tell us their thoughts on who should win, and then we will go to the results on who actually did win.
Who the people voted for. If you have one of these AZ awards on your resume, well, I mean, the world is your oyster, basically, is what I've heard.
That's absolutely true.
The pomp and circumstance is off the charts right now.
Well, let's begin the pomp with our very first award.
All right.
Newcomer of the Year.
Newcomer of the Year. And the nominees are... Sam Levitt.
Levitt will take the ball and run it himself, and Sam Levitt will take it in.
Josh Naylor.
Swung on, that's drilled. Deep right center field. Merrill going back, looking up, it's gone. Josh Naylor.
Ryan Dunn.
Dunn releases. Oso gives him a long outlet pass, and it's a jam time for Ryan Dunn.
Jordan Tyson.
Complete to Tyson, and Jordan Tyson's going to take it in for a touchdown.
Ooh, it's a stacked field. And just to explain the criteria for the voting, the timetable we're talking about was the most recent season for the teams involved.
Right, so it's Cardinals, ASU, Suns, most recent season.
And the Diamondbacks' current season.
And Mercury current season.
Yes. All right. The votes have been tabulated.
The votes have been. Who would you vote for in this Newcomer of the Year?
My vote is completely irrelevant, but for my vote would go to Sam Levitt, the quarterback of Arizona State.
Yeah, as would mine. Sam Levitt, only one loss in the regular season, clearly led his team to the playoffs, and comes into the upcoming season as one of the top quarterbacks in college football. To me, no disrespect to the other three. Sam Levitt is my clear-cut winner in this category.
Well, let's see what the voters had to say.
I'm all attention.
I'm here to present the first award of the evening.
Sam Levitt.
Sam Levitt did win. He actually he ran away with it.
We don't have an applause sound effect.
No, you guys could. Thank you. Yes, very well done. Thank you. You could. Sammy, all of you can just.
Did Sam prepare a speech?
Sam was unable to. I will be accepting on his behalf. We'll see who shows up for the awards.
Wait, the winners are not coming into studio.
Well, we'll see. We don't know. The first one I have to accept on his
Sam,
behalf.
get down here.
74.5% of the vote went to Sam Levitt. Josh Naylor was second with 13.4%. 7.8% for Ryan Dunn. Jordan Tyson, 4.2%. Unfortunately, his season cut short with injury at the end there. But that was the first award. All right. The next award we will go to Coach of the Year.
All right.
Coach of the Year. And the nominees are... Kenny Dillingham.
People have always said this place is a, sleeping giant. Well, you're not a sleeping giant, right? If you never wake up, you're a dead giant.
Nate Tibbetts.
It's a fun style to play. It's a great group to coach. I love every day being around them. It's just a lot of fun.
Molly Miller.
This team, whatever I ask of them in practice, they're willing and able to do.
Jonathan Gannon.
You can have all these external factors and you can listen to narratives and you can make a bunch of excuses. And I think that just softens the path to grow and learn and get better.
All right, those are your four nominees.
Gee, I wonder who's going to win.
Gee. This is going to be an ASU football clean sweep of these awards.
Look, we unfortunately live in a time in the Valley where there was only one really Good team. But those are some worthy nominees.
Actually,
GCU had a historic.
Molly Miller had a hell of a year.
The Mercury right now are one of the best teams in the WNBA, and Jonathan Gannon, we all feel good on the way the direction is going with the Cardinals. But your choice would be?
Kenny Dillingham would be my choice. Overwhelmingly.
Overwhelming. And again, all due respect, especially Molly Miller had a heck of a year at GCU. Burst onto the national scene come NCAA tournament time solely because of her ability to draw up plays. I give the nod. I give the nod to Kenny Dillingham, of course.
All right, let's see.
The actual winner is.
Let's see what happened.
And the award
You're impossible.
Suspense is killing me.
Come on.
Kenny Dillingham.
What a shocker.
Well done, Kenny. Yeah, that was perhaps the biggest blowout of the day. Kenny Dillingham with 91.5% of the vote of the listeners.
Who finished second?
Jonathan Gannon finished second, 5.1%, believe it or not, 2.5% for Molly Miller. Nate Tibbetts, no love. Still too early in the WNBA season to give him the love that he deserved. And finally, we will go with the H moment. This is a moment that made you, when it happened.
The H moment or the H moment?
What the H? This is when you saw this moment. You looked and you said, "What the H?"
See, and the field of nominees was narrowed down to 4.
Yeah,
it could have been like 30.
Yes. Not making the list. The ASU golfer who peed in the creek at the Masters. that was a late scratch, but
yes.
Not making the list. The fans storming the field twice during the BYU game.
Okay.
But here were the nominees.
All right.
What the heck moment of the year? And the nominees are Fan Rob's home run at Chase Field.
There's a swing and a high fly ball out to deep left field. Going back is Tawa to the track, to the wall. Leaping effort, and it's gone, but it might be fan interference.
D-back sign Corbin Burns.
Extremely surprised. I feel like this came out of nowhere, but it was a huge win for the D-backs.
Ref does not call targeting against Texas in Peach Bowl.
Taff unloads on Melquan Stovall, and boy, there was helmet-to-helmet contact there, and yet no flag yet for targeting.
D-back scored 10 runs in 1 inning and lose to Cubs.
Cubs lead at 12-11 as this game has been flipped upside down once again.
So some good choices there. Where would you go there?
Yeah, because there's the mix of disbelief, and then there's the mix of, hey, that's a pleasant surprise.
Right.
What the heck?
To me, it's a no-brainer, but go ahead first, Vinny.
It's between 2 for me.
Okay.
And I think I've changed my stance on it. The D-back scoring 10 runs in a baseball game in Chicago and losing to the Cubs that day had me shaking my head for the rest of the weekend. That's where my vote would go.
It's no doubt a what-the-heck moment. For me, though, I am still beside myself of the tragedy that it was the non-targeting call, which potentially cost ASU dearly in that game.
That might come up later
Texas.
for me.
All right, well, let's see.
That was undeniably, I'll say it, that was cheating at the highest level.
Let's see what the Academy had to say.
I want to tell you what happened. I opened the envelope, and it said,
Ref does not call targeting against Texas in Peach Bowl.
That's why I took such a long look at Faye and at you. I wasn't trying to be funny.
Is that something we should be applauding?
No,
that was the biggest. I'm very curious on the voting in this category.
It was a little bit closer. There was both of your choices got votes, but the no targeting was 66%.
Wow.
23% for the Diamondbacks 10-run inning and lose, 8.4% for D-back signing Corbin Burns, and only 2.9% say the fan robbing the homer. I think People are sick of us.
They didn't want to give him
any more. Yeah,
he's had his 15 minutes.
But anyway,
he doesn't deserve an award.
There is the first round of awards for the first ever AZs.
Just stole the award.
Stay tuned for 8:45 as we give out the rest of the awards.
The rest of the awards, by the way, Game of the Year, biggest disappointment, best moment of the year, and of course the pinnacle, the AZ for the Athlete of the Year.
Let's hope Sam Levitt shows up. Let's hope Kenny Dillingham shows up later this show, and then let's hope the replay official in the booth from the Peach Bowl shows up to claim his award, and we'll punch him right in the face.
Coming up next, turns out Bradley Beal was not the real deal in Arizona. What it all means moving forward, we'll get into it straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
Walk-off homer!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Bradley Beal saga has officially ended in Phoenix, at least on the basketball floor. The Suns and Beal have agreed to a buyout, and Beal will reportedly be headed to LA as he'll join the Clippers and will agree to a 2-year, $11 million deal. And here's ESPN's Tim McMahon on the Suns and the Beal decision.
They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that their all in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
The Diamondbacks will return from the All-Star break at home tomorrow as the St. Louis Cardinals will come to town, and the question still lingers if they will be buyers or sellers at the MLB trade deadline. And the 153rd Open Championship, golf's fourth and final major of the year, is off and running at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland this morning. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports.
When they entered the offseason, they knew they wanted to make sure their franchise player was locked up, especially as they were preparing to trade Kevin Durant. Booker decided he was going to take it at that time, and I know this because he's been involved with the major decision-making in the franchise in the offseason.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Malika, I'm told Bradley Beal gave up almost $14 million to buy out of the Phoenix Suns and join the Los Angeles Clippers. 2 years, $11 million. His deal will have a player option next summer, so he's slated to be one of the top free agents next offseason. But this is someone that had $110 million left on his contract over the next 2 years. Obviously, did not work out in Phoenix. It was a failed 2-year experiment with Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker. And so over the last few weeks, Bradley Beal, his representative Mark Bartelstein, they've been talking and meeting with several teams around the league. Aside from the Clippers, we've seen the Bucks, the Lakers, Warriors, Timberwolves, Heat, all were involved here in this process. But Bradley Beal this morning decided to sign with the Clippers and team up with Kawhi Leonard and James Harden.
That is Shams Charania from NBA Today on ESPN yesterday with more details on the Bradley Beal buyout, which had been rumored. And a lot of people were looking at their watches saying, when is this actually going to happen? I went on a vacation for 10 days, expected it to be resolved. It wasn't. Finally, it came down yesterday after we got off the air at 10 o'clock, Tim. And Sham's given a lot of the details right now that there was a concession made by Bradley Beal finally, but all the reports of him wanting to have his next move in place before he agreed to that buyout, those were accurate as well. He's going to end up in the Los Angeles Clippers, with the Los Angeles Clippers. And I don't know if you saw this graphic that's floating around on social media this morning. And I think Law Murray, who covers the Clippers for The Athletic, is behind this. You go from playing for the Wizards to getting traded to a Western Conference team to getting a contract buyout and then ending up with the Clippers. This is not only the Bradley Beal path, it also happened with John Wall and Russell Westbrook.
I saw that today. It was hilarious.
The Clippers love them some big money buyout players.
What an indictment, by the way, on Wall and Beal. Once thought of as one of the best backcourts in the NBA, and then getting paid a ton of money to not play for teams.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's the thing that's tough to take. Not only the emotional component about how this didn't work, and Bradley Beal takes a lot of heat from Suns fans. Some of that is probably warranted. I know a lot of people that cover the team and people that work in the NBA kind of want to rush to defend Bradley Beal. Good guy, good locker room guy, not a bad person. I understand that. That's all valid. I think the same thing. But at the same time, this didn't work, and Beal can wear a lot of it, just as Durant and Booker and Vogel and Budenholzer and everybody else involved. I mean, there's just no question about it. Bradley Beal, during his time here, missed a ton of basketball. And as I mentioned earlier, Vinny, you never got the sense that he had. Let me go back a little bit, and I'll get your thoughts on this too, because you said something before Beal even played one game in Phoenix. We were off the air in this very studio. You said, we don't know yet if Bradley Beal's a winning player. And boy, did that turn out to be, unfortunately, quite correct. Any basketball coach will tell you that be careful of guys who score a lot on losing teams. Somebody's got to score. Ask yourself why he's not helping them win more basketball games if you think he's all that. And boy, we got a harsh dose of reality in that department when Beal came here and couldn't adjust to his role, didn't play, and they didn't win.
But go further than that. Yes, you average 30 points or more in 2 consecutive seasons. You are in very rare air in NBA history. But dig further about the winning player thing. Why was Bradley Beal so satisfied in putting up those numbers in Washington? And it was the Washington Wizards that gave him that contract with the no-trade clause attached. It wasn't the Phoenix Suns. Was the security of being there enough to satisfy Bradley Beal, putting up big numbers for a bad basketball team? You go deeper and you start, and a lot of this is hindsight, I'll admit it, but I did have that thought at the time. I was hoping against hope that, yeah, he is a winning basketball player and does burn hot. And I know he wants to win, but you said something earlier in the show that I think everybody who plays professional sports wants to win, but the true dogs, those are the ones that are making $100 million and still are killing themselves between the lines, regardless of the sport, to come out on top. And I don't think you can confidently check that box for Bradley Beal.
I don't think he had that dog in him. At least his 2-year resume here would lend one to believe that. He missed a lot of games with a lot of nagging injuries. So you question whether or not did he play through pain? Did he play through injury? I think it's just a fair question to ask. You don't want to accuse him and say he didn't do it, but I think it's a fair question to ask in retrospect in his career. And I think great players tend to rise to the occasion in the postseason. He's not totally to blame for the T-Wolves series, but there's no question about it. He was dreadful in the 4 most important games of his son's career. He did not help the team win basketball games. And then I think the biggest thing in terms of what the Suns organization felt about Bradley Beal is he pissed him off. Not only the unavailability of games, but I know that they desperately try to get him to waive that no-trade clause at the trade deadline to potentially find a suitor for Beal to bring Jimmy Butler here and bring Butler in to join Booker and Durant, and maybe they would have had the same success that the Warriors did in the second half of last season. We'll never know, obviously. But when Beal refused to do that, I think the Suns, they tried to bench him. But I think at that point, the Suns were wiping their hands of the Bradley Beal experience. And you know what? We're going to get under the aprons. We're going to wave and stretch. We're going to let him find a new team. But this is done. This is over. And that's why Gamble months ago said Bradley Beal will never play another game in a Suns uniform, because I know the Suns organization at that point felt that way as well.
Yeah, and
there's a 0% chance that Bradley Beal is back on this team next year. 0.
0.
Going back to the no-trade clause thing, he wouldn't waive it. And he's going to get heat for years. Because the reality of the situation, too, and I said this isn't ideal, this was the best of a bad situation. Instead of feeling the crunch of Bradley Beal for 3 years, which the Suns thought they were going to do, and when you take on a contract like that, it's a crunch. Make no mistake about it, especially when it puts you into second apron. But instead of dealing with it for 3 years, he will have an effect on this team for 7 years, because now you've got 5 more years of $19+ million on the books. He's going to get heat and hatred and vitriol from Suns fans moving forward for the next 5 years. I don't think it's that deserved based on the no-trade clause. He shouldn't have waived the no-trade clause. Why should he have? Something he earned. And people say, oh, he should give some of that money back. Why should he? He earned that contract. It was ill-conceived and turned out to be a mistake that the Wizards were able to wiggle out from underneath.
Yeah, but now he's gone anyway.
Yes, he is.
So I know some people are listening probably like, hey, who was going to trade for Bradley Beal anyway for that kind of money and that kind of performance?
Nobody was.
But he did not even allow the Suns to go down the road to try. That hey, maybe you find a team like the Pistons who's desperately in need of a two guard that can score 23 points a game.
Yeah, but
he didn't even give them the opportunity to try to find a third team to bring Butler.
In my life, you know how many times I've been told you only have leverage in your life so many times. Bradley Beal had a leverage that only one other player in the NBA had, and that was a no trade clause. That enables him to dictate where he wants to go. I'm not bending over backwards to help out a team that wanted to get rid of me either.
And he didn't. And I'm sure Mark Bartelstein told the Suns front office, including his very own son, you knew he had this when you traded for him. So, no, don't ask us to waive it now in the middle of the season. So he's got to pack his bags and move to Detroit.
Yeah, we'll have a lot more on Bradley Beal as the show goes on today. Coming up this season, one of the Cardinals' top priorities has to be protecting Kyler Murray. So who's going to do it? You, Lieutenant Weinberg? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and having and maintaining a grass lawn can be very hard to do in Arizona and very costly. I tried it once and it was an unmitigated disaster, and this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters can give you a great alternative. Turf Monsters is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, the mess, the hassles, and the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. They look fantastic. And Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance, making sure the turf is always looking great, smelling great, and free of debris. Remember, Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, and their customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and their finished products. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and $0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone, available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com, or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Wolf. What is next for the Phoenix Suns now that Bradley Beal is reportedly headed to the Los Angeles Clippers? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The issue with Tyler for me is that he does some extraordinary things on the football field. And when you get a taste of that, when you see that, and not just extraordinary play or two, he'll put together a game where you're like, oh, yeah, there's a reason why he's a two-time Pro Bowler, former Offensive Rookie of the Year, the #1 overall pick, and everybody has so much hype for him. And then there's other games, other plays where you scratch your head and you're like, what the heck was that? And so you're kind of fascinated with the potential there. But obviously, as we're getting deeper into his career, as the roster has been built around him, I think there is pressure on Kyler this year and to produce at a higher and more consistent level.
It's Omar Ruiz from NFL Network. He joined us yesterday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring sitting in, talking about what's on tap for Kyler Murray. And look, if you want to talk about deep, burning questions about the Arizona Cardinals in 2025 going into this season, and you just pointed out to me that we're about a week away from training camp, which is amazing.
Exactly a week. They actually report on the 22nd, I believe.
Wow. The questions start with Kyler Murray. As Kyler Murray goes, the Cardinals offense will go. Now, there's sub-questions to that. One of the questions that has been put in, it's been existent since Kyler Murray's been in the league, and it exists for every quarterback. Who's going to protect Kyler Murray? I think 4 of the 5 spots are basically locked up on the offensive line. Paris Johnson Jr., left tackle. Feel pretty good about that. He can be a guy that's plugged in for the next decade at that position. You agree?
Agree.
Evan Brown last year at left guard, kind of an unsung signing, but pretty consistent performer on the offensive line. Feel pretty good there.
Feel pretty good. I wouldn't put that one in Sharpie, but I would put it in. I put it in pen.
I think that's fair. Yelda Froholt at center. He's developed into a very important part of the Cardinals' offensive line. He's been rewarded with a contract extension.
Sharpie him.
Right tackle, maybe pencil here as well, but Jonah Williams was a free agent acquisition a year ago, had an injury-riddled 2024 season, but I feel fairly confident that he'll be the opening day right tackle starter. Do you?
If healthy, 100%.
At right guard, that's where the questions exist. Isaiah Adams was part of the 2024 draft class, got some run last year. He looks like he is the favorite to be the right guard when the season opens up, and Isaiah Adams spoke to the media yesterday out at the Cardinals facility in Tempe, and one of the questions that he was asked was, hey, going into training camp, do you feel like this right guard position is yours to lose?
I just say just take it one day at a time, continue to, build trust among the guys, give Kyler some confidence. Same with James, same with, the whole offense. I think it's just kind of just trying to give them, the feeling that Isaiah's here, and I can trust Isaiah. Jonah, Yelda, both those guys, I want them to know that, they can count on me.
Yep. Here's also Isaiah Adams explaining what he's been working on in the offseason going into his second year in the league.
I think, obviously physically, kind of things, that I have on my list but I think it was more so from a mental aspect, just kind of trying to slow the game down, trying to look at the game, going into this offseason from not really just kind of with blinders on, but maybe just kind of broaden my vision and kind of understand what's happening out there and why things are happening. More defensive coverages could influence a D-line game. So just not trying to look at it just from a 1v1, but more from an 11v11.
Yeah, and I talked about it. He got some run last year, played in 15 games, started 5, played in 47% of the offensive snaps last year for the Arizona Cardinals. Everybody, you always hear this at this time of the year, especially for second-year players, the biggest jump a player is going to make in the NFL is from year 1 to year 2. If that's the case, maybe the Cardinals do have their guy in Isaiah Adams.
I think it's an open competition, but at the same time, the big Canadian, I mean, he's 6'4", 315, so you like the size. I do believe that in a perfect world, when you draft a guy in the 3rd round, the ceiling on that is you're going to be a starter for us at some point. I also believe that the Cardinals believe in Isaiah Adams solely because they haven't made any attempt to go out there in free agency or high in the draft, or Will Hernandez coming back.
Yeah, which was when the offseason started, that was a name that people had little star by.
Sure, keep an eye on that.
If they feel like they have that need at the position or they're uncomfortable with what they have, that's a guy you could maybe lean on, and he has not been leaned on yet.
And also, but in terms of, you mentioned you started the 5 games last year. He started the final 5 games, which to me is a better sign than starting the first 5 games and then losing your spot. So by the time the season evolved, injuries played a part in this, of course, but the Cardinals trusted him, a rookie at the time, to go out there and start on an offensive line. And remember, the Cardinals' offensive line, Vince, that he was a part of for 5 games as a starter, certainly, that was an offensive line that had that spearheaded one of the best rushing attacks in the history of the franchise last year. I think only 2 teams rushed for more yards in Cardinals team history. They also didn't give up a ton of sacks. I think top 5 in the league in that department. So this is a guy that when he was out there certainly showed signs that he could be the long-term answer at right guard. And I think by the Cardinals' lack of activity in terms of trying to find somebody to Sharpie in that position, if you will, that they believe that he's ready to ascend and be that guy for 17 games.
Here's one more from Isaiah Adams, speaking yesterday as being part of the offensive line and that unit as a whole.
We do things the right way. I think, Paris is a great example of a first-round pick, but, we have guys that are undrafted, late-round guys that, have played in the NFL for a long time. So they do things the right way. They show you no matter where you're picked, no matter how it starts, about kind of where you're finishing. And, we have guys on the O-line who exemplify that every single day. So
yeah, and you mentioned him, Adams, being a 3rd-round pick and making a contribution last year. This is an opportunity for him to really step up and justify that 3rd-round selection. I'd like to see both of the draft picks from 2024 from Illinois step up, because they also got Tip Ryman, the tight end from Illinois, in that 3rd round last year. And, we knew what Tip Ryman's strengths were coming in and what the Cardinals were looking for when they drafted him. I'd like to see his contribution grow in year 2.
Catch a few more balls. I know it's tough with the All-Pro out there. With
Absolutely.
Them too,
how many balls are going to be going to tight ends not named Trey McBride? I think is a fair question, but for him to be a little bit more consistent, maybe cut out some of the penalties in run blocking, and when that's what he's counted on to do. But maybe be a little bit more of an offensive threat.
Oh, there you get into the big jump between rookie year and second year. And the Cardinals' offensive line, they got a new offensive line coach, remember? So we'll see how that all comes together. But I'm not sure how many position battles there are going into camp. Coaches will always say, hey, every job's open, guys. But in terms of true position battles, that right guard to me is the one to keep the eye on.
Yeah. And on the Tip Ryman thing, if he becomes just a little bit of a threat, it doesn't become so obvious that when he's on the field, it's going to be a run play.
That is true. And you see less and less of that. The true run blocking only tight ends, they're fewer and further in between than they used to be in the NFL. That's something to look for. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the D-backs take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to purchase lower-level tickets for half off. That's right, half to 620-620. Coming up next, Sammy Sabalka will take us through the big stories on this Thursday in the Rush Hour reboot. Tim Ring sitting in for Bick all week long here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Gino Suarez, there he was minding his own business, having the time of his life, right? Here I am at the All-Star game, living my best life. Life is good, and then BAM!
I don't know if they know if they're going to move him or not. Just the fact the option could have been taken away from him and the Diamondbacks because he gets hit in the hand in the All-Star game and breaks something in the All-Star game. Thank goodness, Basinonians. The x-rays were negative.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Your mortgage is killing you financially. In fact, most Americans are paying on mortgages well into their 70s and beyond. The Life Changer loan breaks this vicious cycle and allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, where you can pay your home off in just a matter of years without changing your spending habit and keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Pay down, pay off, borrow back at your leisure. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns' quote, Big Three is now just a big one after the Suns and Bradley Beal came to a buyout agreement. Beal agreed to give back $13.9 million of his $110, and the Suns will now stretch his contract over the next 5 years. They'll be paying $19.4 million in dead money each season for the next 5. Last night, Phoenix Mercury legend Diana Taurasi was honored with Alex Morgan at the ESPYs with the Icon Award in recognition of their careers and the impact they had on their said sport. And the Summer Suns could not hold on yesterday. They blew a 16-point lead to the Timberwolves and Rob Dillingham in an 89-87 loss. Ex-USC guard Boogie Ellis had 23 points, and Oso Ighodaro added 17, 6, and 4. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Happy Thursday. It's 7:30, and it's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Guys, did you get your coffee and wake up to some golf this morning?
I got my coffee.
That's what they call it in the Open. It's called coffee golf for the first couple days.
Yeah.
You wake up, the stars are just starting to tee off. You enjoy your coffee before work and watch a couple of golf shots. But
I have to ask you.
Yeah.
Because they teed off at 10:30
last night.
Arizona time. Were you up trying to monitor and inject golf into your veins at 10:30?
I watched the first tee shot, and then I was like, what am I doing? Because it was Patrick Harrington. He's kind of an all-timer, and I had talked myself into maybe watching the first couple holes, but there was no chance.
I gotcha.
But I do enjoy it in the morning. But what I enjoy a little more is that the Suns are now under the first and second aprons. Bradley Beal is headed to maybe the best situation for him in the league to play with two All-Stars. We've heard that before.
What?
Yeah, that's right. You guessed it. He's headed to the LA Clippers. I personally can't wait to see what that looks like with Kawhi, Harden, Beal, just guys you know that are going to play every single night.
What is he doing, the kebab over there, Jared?
Sorry, I was writing and I was feeling on a roll. But specifically to Bradley Beal in Phoenix, what will you remember maybe first off the court, and then what are some few things you might remember from him on the floor?
I'll remember Bradley Beal off the court far too often.
Yeah, we saw him in street clothes way too often. That got frustrating for a lot of Suns fans. I'm not going to hold any ill will towards Bradley Beal, and I fully recognize that I will be in the minority on that. I think he's a good dude. I think everything that became a negative or a difficulty with Bradley Beal was very well chronicled by the time the Suns made that deal.
Yep.
His affable on-court behavior, which people will always point to that game late last season when he was yucking it up with Steph Curry when Curry hit a three and the Suns were getting rolled. That's who he is. That's why people like him, is because he is he's got a positive attitude. So the no trade clause, the injury history, the questions of whether or not he could go from being a 1 on a bad team to being a 3 on a good team, those were all heavy things going into it. The Suns signed up for it, and here we are.
Yeah.
The only difference is there's maybe a little bit more of a positional fit with the Clippers.
There is.
So even if he's a number 3, he still has his role.
Yeah, with Norman Powell gone, I mean, Bradley Beal is going to be counted on to play substantial minutes for a team that has NBA title aspirations. We were saying that a year ago.
Yep.
Here, so I'm like Sammy. I'm very curious on how this works out. I don't think it's going to go well.
No. My biggest memory from him on the floor, and this is just my naive fanness, I think, is when he dominated the Lakers in that game. I think he had 30 plus, and I was like, wow, we look great. But that's the only real thing that stands out to me.
And that was like in January.
Yeah, it was. It was early,
year,
and I was like, oh, we're clicking. On the flip side, the finances of it all, here was Bobby Marks kind of explaining how the Suns were able to get out of the misery that they were in.
For Phoenix, welcome back to NBA reality. Welcome back out of financial purgatory. We put a chart up. It basically now unlocks a lot of things, and I know the dead money is going to be sitting there. You were $32 million over the luxury tax. You had a $176 million tax penalty. You were repeater tax. You were over the apron. You were over the second apron, 26 and 14. Now, what has happened? Voila. You are now a little bit under the luxury tax.
So he goes into the real details of it, but essentially is the Suns are out of the aprons, under the luxury tax for now. How important and essential is that from a franchise standpoint? For those that are curious of why the buyout, why the stretch, it's to get under those things. Why is that important?
It prolongs the hurt you feel from the Bradley Beal experience, but it allows you to go underneath the aprons, to be under the luxury tax threshold, which gives you so much more. With a new general manager and Brian Gregory, so much more flexibility on the correct way to build a roster moving forward. Whether or not that happens remains to be seen. Yes, it's going to hurt for a while, and it's going to linger for a long time in Phoenix, this contract. But keeping him on the roster, sending him home at $54+ million a year or whatever that figure was, would have been more painful. And it would have had a lot more ramifications with the aprons to cripple you for a longer time.
There are no good options here. The Suns believe this is the best of their bad options, so that's what they've gone ahead and done. They're out of the first and second apron. There's flexibility, obviously. Matt Ishbia is going to save a ton of money that you hope he would reinvest in the team, which I have zero doubt that he will.
Right.
Of course, so that's a good thing. You can aggregate salaries in trades. If Brian Gregory can put something together for a Royce O'Neal, a Grayson Allen, a Nick Richards, perhaps now a combination of both players. So that's what the Suns are thinking, and that's what they've decided to do. Plus, again, I can't stress this enough. They didn't want Bradley Beal around anymore.
Right.
And they were willing to bite the bullet for the next 5 years just to get him out of the locker room and wipe that slate clean and begin building anew.
And not a lot of people are thinking about it, but we briefly mentioned it. The salary cap in the NBA is going to continue to rise. The Bradley Beal buyout and the money that we owe him is remaining the same. So it's going to depreciate a little each year. I know it's still $19 million, but the $19 million next year is going to be different by the time his buyout is up. So
the percentages for the first few years are going to remain the same. It's going to be about $15 million in dead money for the three stretch players in Beal, Liddell, and Little, and 35% for Devin Booker. So that's half your salary cap right there.
Yeah.
For most of the time. So are you handcuffed? Yes, but are you handcuffed to the same degree you were? No.
No. The last question real quick is, so the Diamondbacks return to the Diamond tomorrow, and we have Derek Hall up on the next segment. We'll touch on it more, but if we do decide to trade Gallen and or Eugenio, guys that have brought energy, been here, and had a great impact in their time here, do you guys think at all that can affect the clubhouse moving forward? And if so, like, who needs to step up and be kind of like a leader in that regard?
I would argue that if they don't make any moves,
it hurts.
Somebody has to step up and be and more of a leader for this team. But yeah, I mean, we tend, for those of us not on the in that locker room, you tend to think, "Oh, get over it. It's baseball. Guy got traded. Do your job." But I mean, everybody can relate to losing a coworker during and these. Major League Baseball players spend a lot more time together than regular coworkers spend together. So, yeah, it can have an effect.
If they trade,
and it also sends a message of failure to the rest of that locker room.
Those were also two
expectations.
Gino and Gallen are also two of the locker room leaders.
Well, let's be honest. It sends a message of surrender. The white flag has been waved, and now. If that happens, everybody in that clubhouse publicly will say all the right things. That we still have 65 or how many games? It's our job to go out there and play hard every day and win baseball games, and we're going to try to do that even without our guys now.
On that,
but we all know what the trade means if they send those guys packing.
And I think what you just brought up, Tim. Also, the effect there is more psychological. Nobody's going to make the conscious decision. Okay, they traded some of our best guys. I'm not trying anymore. They're still going to compete, but psychologically, it's those things. It's the white flag. It's, hey, we're not competing anymore.
And we'll have more on the D-backs front after the break with Derek Hall. But for now, you guys have been rebooted.
Thanks, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. As he said, Derek Hall in for his weekly visit, the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks. That is next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring sitting in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just getting Bradley Beal out of the room. I mean, forget about the financial benefits to it. Is there a benefit to just getting Bradley Beal out of the Phoenix Suns room? I think that's a question a lot of Suns fans are asking themselves.
How much of just being freed of not only Brad, but everything that went wrong with Kevin as well, being freed of that is going to help this team next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
If you could buy a custom-designed Porsche for half the price of any dealer, would you? If the best custom home builder in the world with 4 decades of experience behind him offered to build your dream home for less than a spec home, you'd say yes, right? So let me ask you this. If you could work directly with the diamond importer and the actual designer of your ring and pay wholesale, why wouldn't you? I'm Diamond Dave. I don't rent showcases. I don't sell hype. I custom design, source, and deliver the diamonds people dream about for thousands less than you'd expect. Lab grown or mined, engagement or upgrade, you're not just buying jewelry. You're joining a tradition built on trust, taste, and the inside connection. You've done retail. Now it's time for real. Diamond Dave's Desert Wholesale Diamond. Direct, custom, legendary pricing.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata.
Every Thursday, we get to talk Diamondbacks baseball with the president and CEO of the ball club, Derek Hall, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. How are you, Vinny? Good morning, Tim. And by the way,
Derek.
happy belated, Vince.
Oh, thank you, Derek. Appreciate that. Going back to Tuesday night, and we've talked to you so much every week about frustrating up and down roller coaster season, whatever term you want to use. Tuesday night was a really good night for the Arizona Diamondbacks to have so much in terms of representation in the All-Star game. Not only representation, but production with Ketel chipping in, Corbin Carroll hitting a home run, Gino making great plays in the field. How good did that feel for you to watch your guys perform on that stage?
Oh, it was fantastic. I mean, especially, the global stage, as you mentioned, when all eyes are on it. There's not much going on sports-wise, so everybody's watching the Midsummer Classic, and they all performed. They represented us so well, and I could not have been more thrilled. I actually thought that Ketel had a chance at being the MVP. When you're sitting there as a D-back homer and you're saying, okay, leave the score as it is. I want this guy to get the MVP. And then for Corbin to just smash and mash that ball, it was great. The only point of concern was when Gino got hit, and we all held our collective breaths.
Derek, one more about the All-Star game. The swing off. I just thought that was a swing and a hit. I mean, that was. I don't know if Major League Baseball had any idea how that would work, but in terms of excitement for not only the fans, but to see the players all out of the dugout jumping around like they were little kids, that right there told me that this thing worked, and I thought it was a really fun way to end the All-Star game. Your thoughts?
Tim, I totally agree, and I believe that MLB still has the best formula when it comes to an All-Star game, and we did have our lulls and our down points and down parts when of course you guys talked about it this week, but in the past where we had, okay, we're going to play for home field advantage, and when we ran out of players and we had to forfeit a game or stop a game, all of that those were bad spots in our history. But now I think there's a lot of excitement for this game. There's some great new stars in the game. We were wearing our uniforms again, which was awesome too. You guys mentioned it, the Hank Aaron celebration in the game was wonderful. I think some of the miking up really worked well. But to me, the swing off was the home run, no pun intended. I think that was a great way to end the game. It was extremely exciting, and I don't think I've heard anything negative about that. It was just a really fun way to end it.
Last All-Star related question from me, Derek. Gino Suarez came out and said, yeah, if they asked me, I'd love to be in the home run derby. Guy's got 31 home runs at the break. His phone never even rings. And then I even looked into it further that in the history of the Arizona Diamondbacks, this team has had 2 home run derby representatives. I mean, that's a real chance for marketing and for a team to kind of puff out its chest. How come the D-backs get no love in home run derby?
Yeah, and one of our 2 actually won the event, right, in Gonzo.
Yes.
I was hoping once Gino got selected, he was going to be in the home run hitting contest. He would have done it for sure, and I think he would have been really good in it. But I feel bad for him. I'm not sure why. I think they already had their selections made, because he was a late ad. But I do feel bad for him. I feel bad for us. I think our fans would have loved seeing him there. But nonetheless, he's not the kind of guy to complain, as you heard. He was just happy to be there. He represented us well. What a play he made in the field. The fact that every one of our guys got on base, that's all he cares about. And when you saw him at the end of the game, to Tim's point, after the swing off, jumping up and down when Schwarber hit that third, it was a point of pride for me again, just seeing Gino like a 10-year-old kid, like we all were, playing Little League baseball and enjoying being there in Atlanta.
All right, Derek, let's get to the not-so-fun stuff. What can you tell fans right now about where the organization is at in regards to the looming trade deadline, the current record of the team, obviously the expiring contracts? Are you still hoping for a Hail Mary in terms of wins and losses between now and that deadline? What can you share in terms of the thought process right now in those offices behind closed doors?
More about the All-Star game, Tim. I thought it was great. Yeah, it's so weird. Like we talked about last week. To be in this position, still waiting to see. Are you a buyer? Are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy. But we have to be realistic. Our record doesn't scream for it. Where we are standing wise doesn't scream for it. We got to softer parts of the schedule that we always circled, and we didn't perform. I mean, we under 500 is not admirable. It's been a disappointment. I don't think anybody's had as high of expectations as myself, and so I've been really disappointed and underwhelmed. So I don't know. I think it changes. To be honest, Tim, it changes day after day. I mean, Mike and Ken and I talk about this every day, and especially Mike and I. We're on the phone each and every day talking about what we need to do, and we'll go from one day saying, yeah, we it makes sense for us to be sellers, and the next day we say we've got good players, and the bullpen's now performing. The good thing about having over 30 pitchers in a first half, which tells you something's really gone wrong. Mm-hmm. But the good thing is we've had to go dig deep and find arms, and they've started to perform, and we see bright spots there. We do have some good pitchers in the system, and they've come up here and they've in very difficult times, and they've performed for us. So I think we still owe it to ourselves to look and see how this next week or two goes. But if it continues to go like it has all season and we perform the way we have, because as you guys have said, are we showing you who we really are? Probably. So if it continues that way, then we're irresponsible not to do something with some expiring contracts and make sure that we can better our position for next year and the year after and hopefully several years after.
President and CEO of the Diamondbacks, Derek Hall, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. In those talks that you're having daily, and I think this is interesting because I don't think a lot of teams deal with this necessarily to this degree at the deadline. How much is next year when you look through the lens of injury reality, when you've got a top flight starting pitcher and two of your top relievers basically out for a good portion of next year, how much does that influence those talks on a daily basis on what path to take, Derek?
Well, it's definitely a factor for sure. We still think, Vince, the core is there. When you have that core that we've been building around and the young players that are, knock on wood, still healthy right now, and the young pitchers that are healthy and continue to develop, we should be very competitive. So we could make a case that we can improve for next year and have a chance to compete next year and not have to wait just for 27. But we do have some significant pieces on the shelf, and that is concerning. So it does factor in. However, we're always going to try and improve the team for not only, the end of the regular season this year, but also for next year. We're not just thinking 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road. But let's face it, we have not been in a position to sell for quite a few years. And in the years that we have, you think back to the 2021 seasons, even in those seasons, Mike always did a great job, and his staff did, of buying and selling. So we're always going to look that direction. And if you are trying to buy while you sell, you are looking at next year, and you are looking at the year after that. So I think we have a great core. We're still adding to that core. We want to complement it, and I think we're always going to look to win. We're never just going to lay down and say, well, with injuries, we're not going to try and compete next year. We still want to get there. So whether it's this year, next year, 27, we're always going to try and build this team to be a winner.
Derek, speaking of injuries, I'd love to get your thoughts on this because it's a topic that was brought up last week on the radio. I'm sure your answer will be, Tim, we evaluate everything in the offseason. We evaluate during the season. But with the rash of the injuries, especially to the pitchers, will there be an extra magnifying glass perhaps on the strength and conditioning, the training staff, what we're doing, how we're doing it? As some of these injuries to the position players, I mean, it's bad luck. But when you look at a rash of Tommy John injuries, is it fair to say that there'll be an extra audit perhaps on how you guys do that in terms of trying to keep guys healthy?
Well, I think it's a really fair question, Tim, and it's a head scratcher what has happened this year. It's happened to teams in the past. We have not been one of those teams. We've been very lucky. We've been very healthy, and for the most part with the same staff, the same medical staff. So we do ask questions like I think any team would with the experiences we've had this year, negative experiences and the health issues. But we don't think we're doing anything much differently. We're looking in the mirror, but I can't blame our medical staff. I can't blame anything that we're doing differently this year than any other year. It's just strange that we've been able to avoid so many of these injuries in the past, and this year they all hit us all at once. But there's been years, last year I can think of other teams that got crushed, and we got away with it. We skated. The last couple of years we've stayed healthy. This year there's teams like us, like the Dodgers. There's several teams that have had even more significant and bigger numbers than we have when it comes to injuries. So, of course, you're always going to look in the mirror. You're always going to ask, is there something we should be doing differently? it's the state of the game, unfortunately, right now. We've talked about it being a problem throughout the game. We've got to figure that out as an industry, not just as an organization, but we're always trying to keep our guys healthy. I think our staff is one of the best in all of baseball, if not in all of sports. I have a lot of faith in them, and I would not second-guess what they're doing.
Derek, good luck on the homestand, and as always, thank you for the conversation. We will talk to you next Thursday.
You got it. Look forward to it.
Thanks, Derek.
Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest every Thursday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, which continues a look back at the Bradley Beal era. And does Brad fit in L.A. better than he did in Phoenix? All that straight ahead. Tim Ring sitting in for Bick today here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, the age of your house, and then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that proved my windows are shot, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, Arizona's premier window replacement company, where they treat customers like friendships, where they offer the most affordable, high-quality, custom windows in the state. That's because there's no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it specifically for our climate, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently offering a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you get a $2,500 discount. $2,500 off. So do what I did. Call today, beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
A summer
It can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Bradley Beal saga has officially ended, in Phoenix at least. On the basketball floor, the Suns and Beal have agreed to a buyout, and Beal will reportedly be headed to L.A., as he will join the Clippers, as they've agreed to a 2-year, $11 million deal. And here was ESPN's Tim McMahon on the Beal decision and the Phoenix Suns.
They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that they're all in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
The Diamondbacks will return from the All-Star break at home tomorrow, as the St. Louis Cardinals will come to town, and the question still lingers as will they be buyers or sellers at the MLB trade deadline. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
The KD trade was a bust for them. They took back, I'll say nickels on the dollar. I won't say pennies on the dollar. They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that they're all in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
It's Tim McMahon from NBA Today on ESPN about the Suns and their reality after the news broke yesterday. It's finally come to an end. The buyout agreed upon between the Suns and Bradley Beal's side. The Suns will be saddled with about $19+ million of dead cap salary on the salary cap for the next 5 years. But they are free and clear of Bradley Beal. And most importantly, they are under the luxury tax threshold. As we sit, they are under the first apron. They are under the second apron, which a lot of people thought once they dug that hole that Tim McMahon talked about, Tim, that they were going to be unable to dig out of it. This is, again, I'm not going to sit here and hold a parade saying that
what a great job.
What a great win by the Phoenix Suns. As we've said several times on today's show, this was the best solution out of a litany of bad solutions, because the ideal solution was a fairy tale. It was never going to happen for a number of different reasons.
You're talking about actually trading him?
Actually,
getting
Bradley Beal waiving a no-trade clause, having no restrictions on where he wanted to go.
And then actually find a team willing to do it.
Yes. That was never,
and not having to include like a draft pick or Ryan Dunn in that trade.
That was never going to happen, because I'm sure that's where all the conversation started at the trade deadline.
It doesn't matter. I'm surprised, or I'm curious as to why this took a week and a half. Suns thought this would be done a week ago Monday. The Clippers clearly were always the team. they could only pay him so much money. I've read some people. I can't believe Bradley Beal took that little money.
It's a portion of the mid-level exception.
That's all they could offer him.
Yeah.
And what Beal's done, and maybe this was the holdup, is Mark Bartelstein tried to negotiate this, was the player option after 1 year, which essentially, and Shams talked about this as well. I totally agree. Bradley Beal's going to opt out, and if he does have a great year and stay healthy, okay, just hear me out. He's going to be a free agent on the market, and as Shams says, he'll be one of the most coveted free agents on the market. He's going to end up cashing in even more.
Yeah.
Because he's still going to get his son's money, and then he's going to sign a bigger contract either with the Clippers or some other team in the summer of 2026.
Mm-hmm.
So now that Beal's gone and we're under the second apron, we can now move Grayson and Royce, do 2-for-1s. What's a move that, do you think there's another move coming with the Suns?
Well, they're going to sign a guard.
You'd hope, right?
Yeah, they're going to sign a guard, point guard, combo guard. I don't know who. It's not going to be Malcolm Brogdon. It's not going to be Chris Paul. But that's the organizational goals in the immediate. By the time we kick off training camp, will Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen and Nick Richards be on this team? I think Richards will, after watching Malawatch in Las Vegas. I think they're going to come out of the gates with Richards and Williams. I don't know about O'Neal and Allen. Those are the interesting ones to me.
I think I don't think they have interest in trading both of those players. I think one of them will remain on the roster ideally. I think Nick Richards, with the more time as passing, and now that we've seen 3 games of Common Malawatch and the work that he needs to do to be a productive NBA center at his young age, I think it makes more sense for Nick Richards to be on the roster. Mm-hmm. This was just included today in the Jake Fisher newsletter in terms of moves that could happen, and I'm reading it verbatim. Just came across my computer here. Sources say Phoenix, meanwhile, is the latest team to express exploratory interest in a Kuminga sign-and-trade, which the Suns now have flexibility to do sign-and-trades. Challenging as it would be for the Suns to make such a deal happen. Fresh off completing a buyout of Bradley Beal this week, enabling the Suns to waive and stretch the hefty contract possessed by the 3-time NBA All-Star guard, they have contacted both Kuminga's representation and the Warriors to make their fondness for the bouncy swingman known. The Suns, to be clear, do not appear to possess the sort of draft capital or players that Golden State is believed to be seeking in exchange for Kuminga.
Yeah, but aside from that,
well, that would be
should
a
be
problem,
an easy trade.
Right? I mean, come on.
Now, if you remember, the proposed...
They would like to get him, but they don't have any picks or players that the Golden State Warriors
Right, the reported...
Jarrett, we might have to send you to Golden State.
Well, that's fine. The reported trade that was sort of in the works at the trade deadline involved Jonathan Kuminga coming back to the Suns, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
The one that had Kevin Durant.
That was after they pivoted off of Beal and included Durant in the pursuit, yes.
So the Suns have had interest, reportedly, in him for a while. Is that someone they need? Kuminga? Does he play power forward?
He's not a prototypical power forward, but he does add a little bit of size. He certainly would add athleticism. I am certain of this. The Golden State Warriors don't want to be in the Jonathan Kuminga business anymore.
And ask yourself why. But from a basketball skill set standpoint, Jared, yeah, I think he fits a certain need that the Suns have on that front line. He's still a relatively young player.
And that's the next thing.
I don't know.
Is what do they do now? Okay.
But if they don't have the capital to get him, why are we even talking about this?
All there's 3-way deals and stuff like that, I guess. Because look, the reason they made this Beal move, like aside from saving money for the owner, which he apparently doesn't care that much about, the actual basketball reasons was to then make another move. Like they made the Beal move rather than just, buying him out completely or sending him home or whatever.
But this is a team, like now with this new flexibility, this is something to monitor. This is a team that does not want to tear it down. They do not want to rebuild.
And that's
they want
scary.
to remain competitive.
That's like often a path towards competing for that 7th or 8th seed every year for the next several years, and that's not always the best path.
NBA purgatory. It's a very not bad enough for the lottery, not good enough to compete for a championship. Yeah.
Earlier today, I played some stuff from the Bradley Beal introductory press conference going back to June of 2023. And I could have played you a bunch of sound we have in the library, too, of NBA experts saying, I love this fit of Bradley Beal in Phoenix. I think this is a bold move. This is going to work. They're a championship contender. We know how it worked out. Those people are now saying, "Oh, it never worked. It never had a chance to work." There's a lot of people that are high on this fit for Bradley Beal in L.A. with the Clippers. Udonis Haslem.
Understanding that you're coming to play with James Harden, understanding how we're going to space this floor, how am I going to help him at the end of games when I feel like the indecisiveness comes in, the 3 minutes of no scoring happening, not being able to get certain mismatches on the other end. So now you're going to have to be able to step up and guard somebody you weren't normally going to guard. Like, those are the things that you have to come and do alongside of James Harden and a Kawhi Leonard. When Kawhi Leonard can't go out there and guard the head of the snake, can you come out there and guard the head of the snake? I want him to be able to insert himself in a different way. And it's not a bad pressure at all.
Yeah.
This could be a great pressure for Bradley Beal. This could be a great spot for him.
Others like Q Myers from ESPN Radio said this works on paper only. To Haslam's point, if Kawhi Leonard can't guard the best player on the other team in the last 3 minutes, you're going to rely on Bradley Beal to do that?
Bradley Beal step up and do that. Plus
This is a very old, very injury-prone roster that the Clippers have put together. Might be the oldest roster in the league.
Kawhi Leonard and Bradley Beal are known for not playing.
Yeah.
As much as Kawhi is known for his championship and his greatness.
How many games are they going to be on the floor together?
What
This is on the heels of the
for?
Paul George, Kawhi Leonard pairing, which they couldn't get on the floor together. Now, James Harden to this point in his career has been pretty durable, but it takes more than that.
Let's see what Bradley Beal does in L.A. Yeah. I am not going to sit here and declare that, okay, this is a great fit and he's gonna shine and he's out of the shadow of the big three. I don't buy any of that. Yeah. I think Bradley Beal. How many playoff series has Bradley Beal won in the last 8 years? How much money has he made?
Not many.
How many
he's
games?
made a lot there. He hasn't played in many playoff series.
Exactly. And how much money has he made? How many games has he played? Yeah. And how much has he actually won?
Now that it's over, the Bradley Beal era in Phoenix, we're going to open up the phone lines, get your thoughts on how the Suns were able to wiggle out of it, what you think about the position that they're in, and maybe even some reflection on the Beal era itself. 602-260-9870 is the phone number. Some time for open phones. Your thoughts on the Bradley Beal era next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring sitting in on Arizona Sports.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by YREFI. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Summer League takeaways. Kaman Malawach flashes without the big production. Police are investigating a high-dollar burglary at the house owned by Ketel Marte. And is the right guard job Isaiah Adams' to lose for the Cardinals? Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by YREFI.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know all about game changers, and all over the valley, that's what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing. They are changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find, and you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. New Life Dental Implant Center uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile is digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. So heads up to all denture wearers, veterans, anyone tired of dealing with dental issues, listen up. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller, Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Arizona sports.
The KD trade was a bust for them. They took back, I'll say nickels on the dollar. I won't say pennies on the dollar. They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that their all-in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Instagram today from Brad Beal 3 on Instagram. Just a picture of him running down court in a purple Suns uniform with a giant smile on his face. And all it has is the peace emoji. And a response from Easy Money Sniper that's just the laughing, crying emoji.
All right, the two of you, go ahead. I mean, just hit the road then. You guys want to make fun of everything? That's great.
He tweeted out the same thing, too.
Did he?
With 4 pictures, though, but just the peace emoji.
There were rumblings, and I don't know if it's true or not because it was deleted, that Devin Booker had a celebratory emoji on his Instagram story after the Beal news, and then it was quickly deleted.
I saw that, too.
That was the report. That's what the Twitter streets were saying.
One unbothered.
One unbothered.
Open up the phone lines at 602-260-9870. The Bradley Beal era is over. The KD era is over. It's been an eventful offseason for the Phoenix Suns, and they had to do some heavy lifting to make this work. How you feel about things? Let's go out to the phones. We'll talk to Robert in Phoenix up first here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What's going on, Robert?
What's up, fellas? I was telling Jared, I think it's a big addition by subtraction move. I'm a firm believer at this point. The Clippers, quite frankly, and the Rockets got worse. So happy to see these guys go. I think they were culture killers. I think they were coach killers in a way, too, quite frankly. And even if you look back on the switching over to KD just for 1 second, if you look back on the podcast he just did with LeBron and Nash the other day, you can see kind of like how defiant he was with the coaches, because he's talking about an instance where they're saying, hey, we need you to shoot more threes. We need you to shoot more threes. And then he's talking about when he's pushing back on it and saying, no, all these guys around me need to shoot more threes. So kind of talking about how tough he was a player to deal with and just delivering empty stats and, only 50 or 60 game seasons a year. So appreciate the time and open to your thoughts. So.
Thanks, Robert. I was unaware of that little clip from the podcast. Now I want to go back and watch that podcast. But you remember in both years of Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal here in Phoenix, under different head coaches, there were stretches early in the season where the number of three-pointers, which had been talked about ad nauseum, Tim, actually increased, and you were starting to see results from it. And then it dropped off magically. Why? Why would they do that?
The Brian Windhorst.
The Windhorst.
Why? Why would they do that?
And it continued to be talked about, but never followed through.
Devin Booker last year couldn't make a three, so that was a problem. That was a problem there. It's interesting. Mike Budenholzer and Frank Vogel are not without blame, especially Budenholzer. But clearly there was a disconnect there. And at some point, to Robert's point, is Durant coachable at this point in his career? I mean, can any coach get through to him? Is it always somebody else's fault?
Well, we're going to find out because there's a connection between he and
Udoka. You know what? He's messing with the wrong guy down there. You push back on Udoka, he's going to push right back on you.
602-260-9870, the phone number. George and Tempe up next here on Arizona Sports. George, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Vinny. I'm sorry I didn't run into you at the Padres game last Thursday. I would have happily bought you a couple of adult beverages, but missed the opportunity. I like what Robert said about the culture killers, but you know what? I just don't. I feel like Bradley Beal was, in the last month or two, it was kind of like that stalker girlfriend you couldn't get rid of. I'm finally glad she's out of our lives. But the next step, and I understand we can't do it right now, and it's never going to happen, but I'm going to be this broken record. We have to trade Book. And we have to do this with a cold, calculated, unemotional approach. If you trade Book, you can get so much back for him, and we have so much positional overlap. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Kobe Bray is the new Book so we can get rid of him, but Jalen Green is a more aggressive player. He's going to provide almost the same scoring that Book did, and I think we can afford to get rid of Book at this point, and we can get a great power forward back for him and some great picks. And I think that's the way we have to move on and get out of this. I know it's never going to happen, but I'm never going to stop harping about it.
No, I know you've been beating that drum, George, and appreciate the thoughts. And it's been a very divisive topic since the end of the season. Vic and I brought it up pretty early when the season ended about the direction that should happen and what will happen. And the mere thought of trading Devin Booker to some Suns fans is triggering emotions. With what we just saw this offseason, Tim, and I'm not gonna shoot down what George said. Again, I believe from a rebuilding roster construction standpoint, that's the most prudent, responsible thing to do. You swung big and you missed. Can you remain competitive building around Devin Booker? We're gonna find out. But I think that's gonna get louder next year. But all of what we saw this offseason was nothing but a love fest between Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns. When there are reports that Devin Booker and Robert Sarver addressed the team in Matt Ishbia.
Oh my God!
Addressed the team in Las Vegas about the direction of the franchise. He's not going anywhere.
And especially now that he's signed the new contract and the extension.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it earlier. So, okay.
Yep. Eli in Sun City's up next here on Arizona Sports. What's going on, Eli?
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning. Tim Ring, otra vez.
Good morning,
I was a little worried when I didn't hear George on first, so I was kind of like, where's George at? But anyway, hey, guys, I tweeted out yesterday and this morning, ding dong, Beal's gone. I'm just happy. I really liked what George said. It's like the ex-girlfriend that, wasn't going away. So I really appreciate those words. And, just time to start a whole new era of Suns basketball and I'm trying to watch Suns Summer League like Kellen does, but I'm not quite there yet. But, guys, I'm just really looking forward to this next year. I'm glad I kept my season tickets. And thanks, as always, for having me on the show.
Thanks.
Love the show, guys.
Thanks, Eli. I appreciate it.
People who are saying they are excited and looking forward to this coming season, keep that energy during the season when they're mediocre or worse.
Check back with us in February to see how it's going. And I don't know how it's going to go. Vinny and I talk about this all the time off the air because we're fans as well. Like, what is this going to look like in terms of a win-loss standpoint next year? And there are too many unknown variables right now for me to be confident in saying anything. But I don't believe there'll be a playoff team next year. I don't believe that. Could they sneak into the play-in? Maybe. We'll see. A lot that has to go right.
I don't believe that either. And again, very early. We haven't seen even what the finalized roster looks like.
Also that.
But the people that are saying that they're going to be one of the worst teams in the NBA, or you're going to fall short of even 36 wins they put up last year, I'm not convinced of that either. I think there is going to be some real benefit to addition by subtraction.
I'm not convinced of that. But I will say they could very well finish with fewer than 36.
They could.
I mean, it's like that's on the like if the Green Booker backcourt busts out like the Beal Booker backcourt did. Mark Williams plays 42 games.
Mm-hmm.
These are the things that could happen, and you could be in in a tough position from a total win standpoint.
Let's squeeze in Danny and Chandler here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Hey, Danny.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
Good to talk to Ringer. I've never been on the show when Ringer was in, so I enjoy listening to you, Ringer. I was actually wondering when you would be back on the other day, and then you were on this week, so that was cool.
Now we can't get rid of him. He's been here all week. We can't get rid of the guy, Danny.
Well, yeah, now, but it had been a while since I heard him until this week. So anyway. I remember when Beal got here, I liked the idea of it in a fantasy world, but I also knew that it was not going to work out because with KD here, with D-Book and Bradley Beal, I thought it was just a little bit too top heavy. And then not only that, but you're trying to, if you want to call them superstars, depending on what you think of, particularly Beal, you were trying to get two superstars on the court that play together and played the same position. And I didn't think that it was going to work out because Book is some people don't mind him as much as a point guard, but he's the bottom line is he's a shooting guard, and so is Bradley Beal. So I'm glad this whole thing is over because with thinking about it that way, I never thought it was going to work in the first place.
Yeah. Thanks, Danny. Appreciate the phone call. Appreciate all the thoughts today on the phone lines. We'll continue on this subject, the Bradley Beal era, the offseason for the Phoenix Suns. Maybe even sprinkle in a little summer league talk with the play-by-play television voice of the Phoenix Suns, Kevin Ray. He will join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some great advice for sports fans. If you are looking to upgrade your viewing experience, stay away from the big box stores and head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance. And here's why. Waltz will give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and all the major name brands you are looking for, and you will not pay a premium for all that because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. To prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
It isn't just any Ford dealer, it is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns' quote Big Three is now just a big one after the Suns and Bradley Beal came to a buyout agreement. Beal agreed to give back $13.9 million of his $110, and the Suns have now stretched his contract over the next 5 seasons, though they will be paying $19.4 million in dead money each season for the next 5. Last night, Mercury legend Diana Taurasi was honored with Alex Morgan at the ESPYs with the Icon Award in recognition for their great careers and the impact they had on their said sport. Yesterday, the Summer Suns could not hold on. They blew a 16-point lead to the Timberwolves and Rob Dillingham in an 89-85 loss. Ex-USC guard Boogie Ellis had 23 points, and Oso Ighodaro added 17, 6, and 4. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona sports.
I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say that we're going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, definitely a new horizon. New general manager, new head coach, an influx of young talent through the draft, and a couple of veterans no longer with the team. Bradley Beal's era with the Phoenix Suns now over, with the buyout happening and him landing with the Clippers. Here to talk about the offseason and all the activity, the television play-by-play voice of the Phoenix Suns. Not just a voice today, a face too, as we can see K-Ray via video. He joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. K-Ray, good to have you on the show. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. You know, it was a kind of a scramble here. I got the text from Jared about, can you join us via video instead of just a phone? Luckily, my hair and makeup people live relatively close, and so I gave him the thumbs up. So hopefully this is good for you guys.
You TV types,
well, you look
the K-Rays and the
K-Ray.
Tim Rings of the world, you're all the same, K-Ray.
I was complaining about the lighting and the camera quality in here earlier, K-Ray, on the old YouTube. Can we get some studio lights and cameras in here?
Anyway, the Bradley Beal situation comes to a close, and Tim and I have been talking about it all morning. There really seemed to be no other way to go with all that had been said and all that had been done leading up to this. But now that it is over, how do you reflect on the Bradley Beal experiment with the Phoenix Suns, K-Ray?
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't think there's any way around it. I mean, just greatly disappointing. And I think that if you ask anybody in that organization, the people intimately involved in the decision, it just did not materialize and provide the kind of, outcome that I think everybody had certainly hoped and imagined would. And it's, I don't think it's any one person's fault. I know that human nature, guys, and you know this, being in this industry, human nature, especially when the outcome is as poor as it was, fans always want to blame somebody, right? It's usually one person they want to blame. And I know that a lot of vitriol has been thrown Brad's way, but there was a lot of responsibility for why this didn't work, and it just didn't fall squarely on the shoulders of Brad. He played a role, but he was not the only individual.
Totally agree.
And Matt Ishbia now is trying to fix this thing. And one of the benefits of getting Beal off of this roster is obviously, K-Ray, you're under that first and second apron. He's going to save a lot of money in the luxury tax, but also the flexibility that it provides now in terms of future team building. But at the same time, a lot of fans have a problem with paying Bradley Beal $20 million a year for the next 5 years. How do you look at that as they weighed both options and decided this is the best of maybe the bad options?
Yeah, and you said it. It's bad option A or bad option B. There's no good options here. But I think both organizationally and really more importantly, because I know some people have suggested, well, why don't you just keep him and send him home? I mean, okay, but at the end of the day, he was going to get really anxious about playing at some point. Because he is still a competitor. But I think more than anything, it was really about giving this current both coaching staff and executive staff like a completely clean break and saying, okay, this is the landscape that we are now operating in, so let's move forward. So you hit it right on the head. There is no great or even good option, but you take the best of the worst case scenarios and you swallow that pill. And I know it's a pill that they're going to be swallowing for a few years, but it at least gives you kind of a clean slate, a new horizon to look at.
Yeah, and we have recent experience, K-Ray, with the whole send him home philosophy. Just a few years ago, the Suns sent Jay Crowder home at a fraction of the salary, and the energy around that team was not the same with largely the same group. The Jay Crowder absence was always a cloud. I was never on board with the just send Bradley Beal home and let him rot on the couch at $50 million. I can only imagine how big and how dark that cloud would be over this team next year.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point, Vinny, because what you have in that scenario is, let's say that's what they did. And let's say that there's unfortunately a couple of injuries that occur and it comes in the backcourt. And here you've got this high priced guard sitting there at home that you're paying a king's ransom to. And so then you're going to create that faction of fans who go, you've got a guy right here, bring him in, get him to, get him on the floor, get him on your roster. That's not fair to Jordan Ott, first and foremost. It's certainly not fair to the rest of that locker room. Again, I want to make it clear, Brad was not a bad guy.
No.
He was always great in my dealings with him, so I want to give him props. It just didn't work out. And sometimes it happens. It's unfortunate that it had happened, with this current Sun situation. But no, you could not afford to do that. You have to give Jordan Ott, this coaching staff, and this current roster every favorable chance to start moving kind of the chains forward.
Well, let's talk about that then. Let's move forward. So they're kind of in the same situation where you're going to have two guards in the starting backcourt. Kevin, I know you don't have a crystal ball. I know none of us know how it's going to work, but give me your best theory on why a Booker Green backcourt would have success, whereas a lot of times, and I'm sure health has something to do with this, but in terms of on the court, wins and losses, production, why would a Booker Green backcourt potentially work better than a Booker Beal backcourt did?
Yeah, I think, and again, I don't have any intimate knowledge of the offense that Jordan is going to run, but I just know based on some of his comments, I think that you can look at what Cleveland ran under Kenny Atkinson as a pretty good framework. And what you saw there is, while, yeah, Donovan Mitchell controlled the basketball a lot, the biggest takeaway that I got from Jordan is the amount of ball movement and player movement. And so with that, I don't think that you're going to see, again, the same guy bringing the ball up the floor every single time. The one thing that you're getting with Jalen Green that we've not had in, I can't even remember how long, is just the absolute dynamic playmaker because of his age, because of his athleticism, because of his speed. And so he can get downhill pretty quickly on somebody, which puts pressure on the defense. And now you've got guys who are sucking in and you create kick out opportunities. Having said that, I would, I think we'd be naive to say that considering what we've seen in recent history makes us feel comfortable. But I think until we know what that offense is going to look like, I can't give you a definite, thumbs up. This is why it's going to work. But I will trust Jordan Knott, this system. And the one thing we've seen with Book is this guy is so adaptable, so amenable to doing like whatever it is he needs to do. And I will say also that he's gotten much better as a ball handler and a facilitator. We saw that last year. And I think what got him and the team in trouble was just the overall stagnation of the offense. And I think so if you've got a more motion offense, the ball, player movement, I think that lends itself to both Book and Jalen being better point guards.
K-Ray, great stuff, man. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. We'll talk again soon.
You got it, boy. Hey, it's just great to see you. Normally I get to see the back of Vinny's head for an entire game.
Sorry about that.
And Ring I catch up with at halftime as we're racing to the coffee table. So good to see you boys face to face.
That's right.
Good to see you, Kevin.
By the way, admit it. You're in California right now, aren't you?
Oh, I wish I was in California.
All right, brother. That's television play-by-play, a voice of the Suns, Kevin Ray, joining us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Coming up next, we've already handed out a couple of the very prestigious AZs Awards. We're going to hand out a couple more next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and we all know what summer means in Arizona. Triple-digit temperatures, hours and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, help prevent breakdowns, and it'll give you the peace of mind you need, because the last thing you want is to find your AC isn't working during the heat of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their techs are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindow.depot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone, available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com, or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen, and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Rates are Berkelot. Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta present the AZs.
Sports. He's a good guy at sport.
We now return to the majestic Grand Ballroom here at the Arizona Sports 98.7 Studios, where we continue to hand out the AZs, our prestigious awards that recognize the best and most memorable in Arizona sports.
Prestigious awards that were created earlier this week.
There was a first ever Oscars.
I have so many people to thank.
There was a first person that ever got a Nobel Prize. So this is where it's going. If you missed our first segment of giving out these awards, you could go to arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app after the show and download that.
Or I could just tell you what our voters actually voted
Catch you up,
for.
yes.
Yeah. Real quickly. We still encourage you to do what Jared just said, but the newcomer of the year was taken by Sam Levitt, quarterback of the Arizona State Sun Devils, and the Coach of the Year award in a landslide, Kenny Dillingham.
Landslide.
Named the Coach of the Year. And the what the H moment of
what
the
the
year
H?
was the no targeting call in the Peach Bowl.
Very ASU heavy awards so far.
Very ASU heavy.
It may continue to trend that way. You don't know. But keep in mind, as we continue the awards here, I don't want anyone to get out of line, or Will Smith is on hand to smack you in the face if you say anything out of line. Okay.
So no hacky G.I. Jane kind of jokes is the warning, Tim.
That is correct. Yeah. All right. The first award this time around is the Game of the Year.
Ooh.
And this is, we're going the most recent seasons from the Suns, Cardinals, ASU, and the current seasons of Mercury and D-backs. So Game of the Year.
Game of the Year. And the nominees are Texas beats ASU and OT in the Peach Bowl.
Texas has won the Peach Bowl, and Arizona State's season comes to a gut-wrenching conclusion.
D-backs score 5 runs in bottom of the ninth to walk off Padres.
Naylor swings, slow ground ball to first. Arise has it, comes home. Save!
ASU football beats BYU in Tempe.
The ball is caught, but at the 2-yard line, and now the fans can storm the field legitimately.
Cardinals come back to beat Dolphins on walk-off field goal in Miami.
Chad Ryland, with ice water in his veins, steps up and drills the kick, knocks it through the uprights.
So those were the finalists. Those were
Chad Ryland.
Of those, who would you pick?
My pick, again, we're kind of highlighting the fact that this is very ASU heavy. And even though, in Tim Healy's words, it was gut-wrenching, that's one of the best football games of last year. The Peach Bowl would be my pick.
That's one of the best games nationally of the year in any sport.
Certainly that was the best playoff game in college football.
So to think it wouldn't be the best game of the year locally would be kooky talk.
What say the voters, Jarrett?
Well, let's find out.
And the winner is... Well, the time has come.
Texas beats ASU in OT in the Peach Bowl.
Yeah.
Well done. It was
landslide.
63.3% of the vote on social media here. 25% said ASU beating BYU. So most memorable games, according to our listeners, were from ASU this year.
You know what's weird about those two games especially, and congratulations to the Peach Bowl for winning this award.
The Peach Bowl was unable to be here to accept the award.
ASU won the game against BYU, and I was pissed. And ASU lost the game against Texas, and I felt okay about it. I wasn't pissed. I was disappointed for a bit. Does that make any sense?
You were fulfilled with the way they competed. You had a good feeling in the pit of
But
your
am I
stomach.
wrong for having the reaction about the BYU game?
No, the BYU game was maddening. I was ready to kill Kenny.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, they killed Kenny. I think Kenny, after the game, was probably ready to kill Kenny.
Yeah, he kind of admitted it the next week
Go
on
to
this
kill
very
Kenny
show.
All right. Our last award for this segment before we conclude at 9:15. And this is not, we try to stay positive with these awards, but this is the biggest disappointment because unfortunately the last year of Arizona sports has been filled with lots of disappointment. And we strayed away from going at specific individuals for broader concepts. And here are the nominees.
Wait, but still, how did we narrow this down to 4?
All right, well, let's see
There
what...
should be like 90
Yeah, there's a lot to leave out.
here.
But here we go.
All right.
Biggest disappointment of the year. And the nominees are... D-backs injuries.
And right after he threw that pitch, Corbin looked in the dugout. That's not a good sign.
Nope, that is not a good sign.
The 2024-25 Suns.
Suns fall to 36-46 for the season. They lose 9 of their last 10 games to wrap it up.
Having to watch the Utah Hockey Club.
It make us feel home already. It feel like we already want to fight for Utah.
Ref does not call targeting against Texas in Peach Bowl.
In terms of the targeting, I mean, I want to be honest, I don't know what targeting is.
So some tough ones there.
Hey, it's what exactly happened on the field that day.
Different.
That's targeting.
Lots of frustration in those 4 awards.
Yes.
Of those 4, which did you find most disappointing?
Well, with all due respect to the Utah Hockey Club, I didn't have to watch them, so I didn't.
Right.
Still, there is a level of disappointment. I've already covered the no targeting call in the Peach Bowl.
Right.
The D-backs injuries have been maddening, but the 2024-25 Phoenix Suns might appear in a dictionary. Do they still print dictionaries? Next to the word disappointment, there might be a team photo there. That's my pick, is the 24-25 Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, the only reason you could maybe lean D-backs injuries or the D-backs season overall is that the Suns really have we kind of thought maybe Mike Budenholzer would make a big enough difference that they could win a championship. But deep down, I think we all knew that wasn't going to happen. The D-backs, let's be honest, they had World Series aspirations about 100 days ago. And we are where we are now, about to have a fire sale. So I'll just to differentiate myself from Vinny, I'll go the Diamondback season.
Ooh.
Okay, let's see who the winner is.
You guys are just standing up because you feel bad that I fell, and that's really embarrassing, but thank you. Goes to... Seal that up.
The 2024-25 Suns.
The first
clapping for this disappointment.
The first non-ASU award of the AZs goes to the Suns. Congratulations. Almost none of you will be on the team next year anyway.
Yeah,
so.
they were unable to attend because they're all playing
for different teams
or celebrating their unemployment on a beach somewhere.
Right.
How did the voting shake down, Jared?
Well, the voting, this was a little bit closer. 53% did say the Suns, but 20% said no targeting in the Peach Bowl. 15% said Utah instead of the Coyotes being in the NHL, and only 12.3% said they're disappointed by the D-backs injuries.
Wow, that's kind of surprising.
That was a bit surprising right now, nearly 500 votes there. 2 more awards to go. Stay tuned for 9:15, where we will give out Moment of the Year and Athlete of the Year.
The
two
coveted
biggies.
Athlete of the Year.
Absolutely.
All right. The AZs will continue in the 9 o'clock hour. But I want to remind you, you could take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. 9 o'clock hour starts with some social studies with Sammy Sabolka. Straight ahead, Bickley and Marotta Mornings with Tim Ring on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon said multiple times coming out of the OTAs, friction. There's going to be more friction in camp. What does that mean? Is there going to be more fights? Is it going to be more physical?
Yeah.
Is it going to be more intense? Is he going to dial it up? Is he going to ask them to dial it up? If we're talking specifically what we're looking forward to watching at a camp, it's that. What does friction look like in a training camp for Jonathan Gannon?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Today at Burke Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on the road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now. Presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Bradley Beal saga has officially ended in Phoenix, at least on the basketball floor. The Suns and Beal have agreed to a buyout, and Beal will reportedly be headed to L.A. as he and the Clippers have agreed to a 2-year, $11 million deal. And here's ESPN's Tim McMahon on the Suns and the Beal decision.
They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that their all in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
The Diamondbacks will return from the All-Star break at home tomorrow as the St. Louis Cardinals will come to town, and the question still lingers if they will be buyers or sellers at the MLB trade deadline. And the 153rd Open Championship, golf's fourth and final major of the year, is off and running in Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock upon us already here on this Thursday edition. Time for some social studies. It has been jam-packed. And in a period of time where there's literally nothing going on.
Who said
and I know there's nothing going on because the last 3 mornings when I come in, one of the TVs in the studio has been showing a replay of the celebrity softball game from the All-Star game.
So
you know that there's nothing happening. But we made stuff happen today. But it's time for some social studies with Sammy.
Speaking of fun.
Yeah, that we did. We're on X at Bickley_Murata. We've been posting a lot there recently, given the AZs, which we have one left coming up at 9:15. We're at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. And shout out to those watching and engaging on YouTube at Arizona Sports. But we're going to start with some honesty here in social studies. So we asked Suns fans, be honest. What was your first reaction when the team traded for Kevin Durant? And then what was your honest first reaction when the team traded for Bradley Beal?
I was against both moves. I was adamant. I said it. I said as much on the air.
This will never work.
They're not going to play together. They're going to be
He
hurt.
won't waive his no-trade clause when it goes south in a year and a half.
To be honest, when the Kevin Durant trade happened, my thought was, when Kevin Durant says he wants to play for the Phoenix Suns, you do whatever it takes to get Kevin Durant in that uniform. And the regime at the time did that. I was on board. The Bradley Beal, I saw what was happening with the Chris Paul situation. It wasn't just the playoff injuries. Chris Paul, the reports on him, he'll wear you out after a while because he's very demanding on his teammates. He's hard on the coaches at times because he is a coach himself. You couple that with the injuries and the contract and his age, and it made sense. I was on board with both of them. I'm not going to moonwalk away from that. I was wrong. It was a massive failure.
I agree with everything Vinny just said. I don't even need to repeat it. You cannot have revisionist history. I thought teams to win a title need a player like Kevin Durant. I thought the Suns had the ability to go get that player. In retrospect, I'm still not against bringing Kevin Durant here. In retrospect, gave up too much. Should have been the players in one pick, or maybe just the picks and not the players. But the actual acquisition of Durant, unlike Beal, was still in my mind the right move at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the two things on the Beal thing quickly is that Chris Paul, if you thought that he was going to be able to play and start 82 games the year following, you were just lying to yourself.
That was 2 years after,
following.
yeah.
Like, if you thought that was in his future, you're lying to yourself.
He wasn't an all-NBA player
No.
anymore, and the big reason why they were a championship caliber team is when he was an all-NBA player.
Yes.
And I can't say this enough. I take umbrage with the people that come in and say, well, Matt Ishbia broke up a finals team. But when that Durant trade was made, that team was nowhere close to a finals team. Nowhere close, period, full stop.
Well, they didn't need to. They could have got rid of Chris Paul and not got Bradley Beal. I mean, there wasn't
a lot they could have done.
There wasn't a lot they could have done in terms of adding, an all-star caliber player to the roster, and that's why they, even though it wasn't a great positional fit, they took advantage of Beal's, actually, ironically, no trade clause that he could force his way to Phoenix, and that's exactly what happened. And they got him for a guy in Chris Paul that they were ready to waive.
Yeah, curious to see what some of the reactions are.
Yeah, so my favorite response against Stephen Ruiz, when we got Kevin Durant, he said, guys, we're definitely going to win a title. And then when we got Bradley Beal, all caps, dudes, we might win 80 games this season. Embarrassing and unprecedented failure is literally not a possibility. Like, so true.
There are people, and they're being honest too, like Darryl Lee said, hated both. I'm sure my social studies responses could be tracked over the years to verify this. KD is great, but doesn't win. Golden State was winning without him. Beal had the worst contract in the league. Everyone knew it. You don't knowingly take that on. Also, positional overlap.
Yeah. JW Covert said on the Beal regards, he was like, I guess so, but he would have liked to see a full year with CP3, Book, and Durant, but he understands why the Suns did it. And I'm in that camp. Like, would I've loved to see maybe Chris Paul turn it back again with Book and Durant for a full season? Sure, but you have a chance to get Bradley Beal, and they did it for borderline free at the time.
And here's an interesting one from Rhett Reese, our friend, who had a mixed response. I spit tax when they traded for Durant, just seethed, but I was happy when I heard about the Beal deal. I thought it was worth a shot because we were already so screwed.
By the way, meantime, the DeAndre Ayton trade is over in the corner going, all right, great, nobody's talking about us. Nobody's talking about us.
Exactly.
Maybe we're going to skate by. That sucked.
Yeah, that hurt them too.
That one was brutal. Kind of on a more fun note, kind of poking the little fun. What movie or TV quote best represents the Bradley Beal era in Phoenix? If you can think of one.
Ooh, I didn't have anything ready to go for this. I'm going to think about this.
Yeah, I got to think about it.
You have one ready to go, Tim?
No, I did not.
Right to the responses,
There's some
Sammy.
good one. Chris just
right to the response.
Chris just with the GIF of bye Felicia. Seabacker 44 he said, show me the money, which we showed him a lot of.
Yes.
TJ said, last season of Game of Thrones, hype was there, money they put into was insane, and it sucked. Respectfully, TJ, I think the last season of Game of Thrones was quite something.
It was something. Our very own Anthony Dunlap, promotions king, said, you suck, you jackass.
That's a gift from Happy Gilmore.
Yep.
By the way, 8 days till Happy Gilmore 2 on Netflix.
Yeah, are you excited about that?
I am. I'm getting together with both my kids. We're gonna watch it together.
Nice. Speaking of, did you guys think of one, by the way?
I mean, there's a classic.
I want to read Seth's. This made me laugh. It's the gif of Joe Exotic from Tiger King. I am never going to financially recover from this.
So true.
There's the classic tombstone. Well, bye.
Absolutely. Keep those coming. There's some good ones. But did want to get to the last question. We started the show talking about the ESPYs. Comedian Shane Gillis hosted, whether you like him or not.
One of the hottest comedians right now in Hollywood.
I'm a big fan. So we just plain and simple asked, who is the best stand-up comedian of all time and why?
Oh.
Ooh, that's such a loaded question.
Loaded.
For my money, Eddie Murphy. I don't think the younger generation realizes that when it was like a comet. It was short.
Yeah.
But
first of all, he was like 19, 20 years old.
Yes. But
it was a comet, and the two stand-up specials are legendary. I was a big fan of Eddie Murphy from the Saturday Night Live stuff. I never really gravitated towards the stand-up stuff, and I've watched it recently, and
I think he like commands an audience so much. Like he's so just charismatic and in control at that young an age.
Sorry, Jared. Vinny, I was popping in cassette tapes of Raw and Delirious into the Walkman and listening to it over and over again. I've never done that I've never even bought an album or a cassette tape or a DVD of another comedian.
There's certainly an argument to be made for him. Even my personal taste aside. Chris Rock, there's an argument for. Richard Pryor, there's an argument for.
Carlin.
George
Thank
Carlin,
you. Oh.
Jerry Seinfeld.
Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle.
Those are
all those
all
guys.
times.
Jarrett.
Jarrett. Carlin.
Both Carlins.
Dale, Jarrett, Allen.
I'm younger, and so I don't remember. I never really saw until recently, like young Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, all those guys. But I have to say, this kind of new wave of comedians I love personally. Like, I'm a big Tom Segura fan. I think he's the funniest guy that I've ever watched. But that shows, again, this shows my age.
You know what? I've seen Tom Segura live, I think, twice.
I saw him live too, yeah.
Very funny. I thought he was the opposite of funny during the Tom Brady roast.
Yeah.
And I haven't paid him much attention since.
He's not a great roast comedian.
Yeah, that was a terrible bit.
Norm Macdonald is my all-time favorite. Chris Rock, I think, is the best writer performer. Nate Bargatze is my favorite current stand-up comedian, and John Mulaney.
John Mulaney's
Mulaney's fantastic.
Where are you guys at on Rodney Dangerfield real quick?
Oh, I tell you.
Old school, old style
Old school,
comedian.
right?
Funny, looked funny, sounded funny.
I joined Alcoholics Anonymous. I mean, I still drink. I just changed my name.
But keep them coming. We wanna see and hear who your favorite stand-ups are of all time. But that is social studies at Bickley_Murata.
All right. Thanks, Sammy. Also, want to remind you can take us with you wherever you go if you can't catch us live. Find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We've got two more, the prestigious AZ Awards to hand out, including Athlete of the Year. We'll do it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The failed experiment of the big three and Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. And now it is done. There is closure on that era. And to me, it's both depressing and yet exhilarating because you know what's ahead of the Phoenix Suns right now. And you know how difficult this rebuild is going to be and the path they have to climb right now. But at least there's clarity.
Matt Ishbia will never, ever trade for a player with a no-trade clause. That will never happen again.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Oh, it's heating up, Aceronians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The St. Louis Cardinals return to Chase Field for a 3-game series starting July 18th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta present the AZs.
Sports, 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 sports. He's a good guy at sports.
Yes, we will now conclude the very prestigious, the award everyone's talking about in the Valley. The AZs, our first ever edition, but not our last. This will be a yearly tradition now, calling it, on this All-Star Game week. We will be handing out awards to the best, worst, and most memorable from the previous calendar year or so of teams. We've already handed out 5 awards today, and we are now going to the 2 most prestigious of all the prestige. We'll start with Moment of the Year. Now, you got to think about all the memorable things that happened from the Suns, the Diamondbacks, the Cardinals, the Mercury, ASU, and more.
And more.
I forgot which ones I had mentioned already, so. And we will go to
so many moments to choose from.
So many moments.
Because our lives are made up of moments.
Yes, all of life is made up of moments. And this is quite a moment right here when I will reveal the nominees for Best Moment of the Year.
Best Moment of the Year. And the nominees are... Kyler points to end zone on TD run versus 49ers.
Running to the right, he's got room at the 45-40. He points to the sky as he takes off at the 30. Touchdown!
Kenny Dillingham disappears into crowd on field versus Utah.
When you look around and you see this moment, what's it like for you?
It's kind of crazy. I was one of these guys. I was doing this.
Eugenio Suarez's 4-home run game.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left. That's 4.
ASU wins Big 12 championship.
And the Arizona State Sun Devils picked to finish dead last in the Big 12 Conference in 2024. Instead, flipped the script.
Some good choices there.
There's a fifth nominee that I would like to add right now.
Go for it.
The moment when the big voice guy called him Eugenio.
No, next time, Jarrett, when you leave the script for the big voice guy, just put Gino.
Erod.
We all of us, believe me, I never feel confident pronouncing his name myself. Eugenio.
Eugenio.
See? That's why I don't do it. Gino.
Gino, it's just easier.
We know it's Gino. Okay, of those moments, which one stood out the most to you?
The one that made me laugh the most, and I think went the most viral, was Kenny Dillingham being engulfed by the crowd on the field after beating Utah on that big Friday night win. The moment of the year, well, the other one, when Gino Suarez hit 4 home runs, I had that on my list of the what the H moments of the year because they lost that game. But my moment of the year is ASU winning the Big 12 championship in convincing fashion, a beatdown of the Iowa State Cyclones.
Yeah, that's fair. You can't go wrong with that. It's certainly the biggest accomplishment, and that moment was something that ASU fans will never forget. I'll just go a different way on it because I think moments are like literally like just an absolute snapshot of time. So I'm going to go with what Vinny talked about right out of the gate, and that was Kenny Dillingham in the student mob, in the mosh pit, if you will.
We didn't know if we'd ever see him again.
Jumping around, getting lost in there. To me, like, just for a singular moment, 10, 15 seconds, to me, that was the moment of the year.
All right, well, let's see what our listeners and social media followers had to say.
And the winner is...
Jeez. That's just perfect.
ASU wins Big 12 championship.
ASU with a near clean sweep of these awards so far, sort of showing you the state of Valley sports over the last year. That, one, there hasn't been a lot of success, but two, when you do have success, the fans will get behind you.
Are you calling this a front-runner town, Jarrett?
No, I'm just saying they support a winner.
Well, I mean, the improbable nature of winning that championship, too. A team picked to finish dead last in a 16-team conference in its first year of competition in that conference, winning it in the fashion that they did. Fantastic. That's storybook stuff.
And then to take it into a playoff game like that against them, the whole run. And to have one of the most epic games of the season in college football and really it's sports, period.
Yeah, well, that congratulations to ASU on winning the prestigious AZ. We've got one more to hand out.
One final award.
This is the Landmark Award.
This is the Athlete of the Year and honorable mentions who did not make the Final Four. Kevin Durant and Devin Booker from the Suns. Budda Baker from the Cardinals. Sam Levitt from ASU. So who were the nominees for Arizona Athlete of the Year?
Athlete of the Year. And the nominees are Eugenio Suarez.
And now he swings. High drive. Left field. Way back and gone. We know it's Gino.
Cam Scatteraboo.
Hands to Scatteraboo. Scatteraboo drives for the goal line, and he's in there. Touchdown, Devils.
Cattell Marte.
And now here is Cattell. Table set. Swung on. That is hit out towards deep left field. Slicing towards the corner. Towards the pin. Gone!
Trey McBride.
The third catch of the year for Trey McBride means he has more catches through his first 3 seasons than any other tight end in NFL history.
It's a tough field.
Pretty good.
Do you disagree with any of those 4? Should any of the honorable mentions have been made in there? I just found it was hard to put the 2 Suns players.
No, you can't do
kind
that.
of split the vote.
They've already won the award for the most disappointing.
Right. Budda had all those tackles, but
no, I think those are the 4 most deserving nominees.
And the winner to me is simple. I mean, do we even have to say it? We're talking about, for my money, the best player in college football, period. Last year.
You would have.
Yeah, I thought so.
For Tim Ring to say that about somebody who doesn't wear a Notre Dame uniform is something else. Cam Scatteraboo's the winner.
All right. Well,
at least on this side of the glass.
Let's see what the social media people said.
Only one
will take the award, and I have to go to the envelope for that.
Hoo-ah!
And my eyes see
Cam Scatterboo.
Cam Scatterboo with appropriately a runaway victory. 80.8% of the vote. Second place was Ketel Marte, who had 10.5%. And then Trey McBride and Suarez were both behind that. But congratulations to Cam. So the ASU Sun Devils won 6 of the 7 awards. Wow. The only one they didn't win was most disappointing.
Essentially a clean sweep.
Kenny Dillingham, Sam Levitt, Cam Scatterboo, the championship. Everybody, congratulations.
It could have been a clean sweep.
I know.
I gave you a full list of nominees, and from my viewpoint, top of my head, and I had ASU men's basketball as one of the biggest disappointments of the past year, but it didn't make the finals. It could have been an ASU clean sweep.
Could have been. Well, there you go. There is the first edition of the AZs. Congratulations to all the winners. Please do not try to. Yes.
We'll see you all at the after party. It's going to get wild.
Yes. Please do not try to pawn any of your AZ trophies. That's not real gold.
And I like the birth of this, and I always think about end of year awards, like toward the end, like the end of December. Never works out because it's too busy a time in sports to do it, and everybody's off for the holidays. This is a new tradition.
This is it. This is the week to do it. This is our thing to do.
Who would have ever long to figure this out?
Who would have ever thought to have an awards show during the All-Star break?
I mean,
this is pioneering stuff.
Mock My World is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports.
The Beal deal is done.
This is it. We've all been waiting for this.
He's on his way to the Clippers. The fact that he signed for a paltry 2 years, $11 million. Yes, he wanted to go to LA, reportedly.
Yeah.
That's where his family was before then eventually moved him here to the PHX, but now they're going back to LA, so I'm guessing that was his first, second, and third choice all along.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees. No fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat?
Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul.
That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep. When America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Suns' quote, big three is now just a big one after the Suns and Bradley Beal came to a buyout agreement. Beal agreed to give back $13.9 million of his $110 owed by the Suns, and they will stretch and waive that contract over the next 5 years. They'll be paying $19.4 million in dead money each season for the next 5. Last night, Phoenix Mercury legend Diana Taurasi was honored with Alex Morgan at the ESPYs with the Icon Award in recognition of their careers and the impact they had on their said sport. And the Summer Suns could not hold on yesterday. They blew a 16-point lead to the Minnesota Timberwolves and Rob Dillingham in an 89-85 loss. Ex-USC guard Boogie Ellis had 23 points, and Oso Ighodaro added 17, 6, and 4. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford, and I find it a particularly funny question. Which ex-Sun deserves the most blame for the Phoenix failed era? Beal, Durant, or Budenholzer?
I read this question this morning, and my biggest issue with it is that it didn't include the person who decided to make the trade. So I'm abstaining. I'm not voting.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I think all three of those parties mentioned deserve blame.
Everybody deserves blame.
Except I don't think they feel that they deserve blame, judging from social media today. But
it took a village.
What are the results?
The results are, I mean, it's pretty much a split pie chart. 39, 34, 27. Beal received the most vote, then Durant right behind him, and Mike Budenholzer 27% of the vote. So a little bit of maybe recency bias.
I blame the PA announcer. He stinks.
He does. That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com. What an attack.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it. You just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
All right, Mock My World is back. I'm back in the fold after being out for last week, and it was a Dan Bickley victory. He's not even here to defend his title.
3 weeks in a row he's won.
Wow.
What was last week's?
Last week, Super Things. You were not here either, Sammy.
I was not.
So all things super.
In honor of Superman and the Super Max that Devin Booker got.
Gotcha. Dan Bickley's team got 30.7% of the vote, drafting from the 3-hole. He took supermodels in the first round, and he got superheroes in the second round.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Those are value picks.
The rest of his team, Super Freak and Champagne Supernova. But he won. Jarrett finished second. Luke Lipinski was sitting in last week on Mock My World. He was third. Kellen finished fourth. Different cast of characters, so a different draft order, and a different topic this week. Tim pointed out to me off the air earlier this week that it is the 20-year anniversary of the movie Wedding Crashers, which, again, great movie. But the overwhelming reaction was, holy crap, we're old. So, we're going down the road of comedy movies this week. Best comedy movies since the year 2000. So, in the first quarter century
of the century.
Of the century, right. The best comedy movies.
Before we draft, just from compiling my list, something I've noticed, there's not a lot of movies from the last 10 years.
No, they've stopped making comedy.
For whatever reason, the first 15 years, very fruitful. Like, some of these are like some of my favorite movies.
Yes, and in a time where in this country, we need laughter more than ever, they've stopped making comedy.
Now, I don't know if it's the rise of streaming or something like that, but it is weird.
You don't want to offend anybody anymore.
No, that's what I was going to say.
No, it's not. Dude, I'm going to smack both of you in the face.
It is that.
There's more
It is
offensive
not
comedy
that.
now
Stop
than there's
it
ever
with that
been.
crap. Did you watch the ESPYs last night?
It was great.
Tim has the first pick. Jarrett second. Sammy will pick third. I will.
It's because people can watch anything from their house. So to go to the theater, you need to be like a big blockbuster, like Superman kind of movie, or Jurassic.
Let's just
make comedies for streaming.
Let's just make superhero
right,
movies.
but I'm saying that's why. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So Tim, you have the first pick. This is quite the lofty honor.
I am going to go. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can go, obviously, with the first pick, but I'm going to go with The Hangover.
Oh, that's a great one.
Damn it.
Hangover is taken.
Off the board.
Favorite line from Hangover is when Ken Jeong's character steps on Alan's satchel and Zach Galifianakis says, "There are Skittles in there."
That's so good.
Jarrett, you got the second pick.
All right. I'm going to go with the movie, one of the only times I could ever actually remember truly laughing out loud while watching a movie, Borat.
Oh, you took my pick. I'm not going to put
the naked fight scene was one of those. I can't believe this is happening, and it was.
The second one was pretty fantastic too.
The second one was also very good. Yeah. Well, it's still on the board.
Yeah.
All right, my first pick. I'm a huge Will Ferrell fan, and that may reign true in my picks. I'm going with Step Brothers.
Oh, another one. You took another one I had high on my list.
Pick.
Will Ferrell's never been funny.
Well, do people say that actually?
Oh yes.
No way.
I know a ton of people who don't think Will Ferrell is funny.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, he hasn't done. It's been a while since he's done a good movie, but
I just read about a new movie he's got coming out with. Is it Ryan Gosling? I don't know.
Okay.
I get the first pick.
You got two picks.
I'm going down the Will Ferrell road as well, because for a long time I laughed and laughed after seeing Anchorman in the theater for the first time.
Pick.
And for the second pick, I'm going to go with the one that kind of spawned this whole discussion, Wedding Crashers.
Yeah, nice. All right. I vividly remember the first time I saw this movie, and it's still, I think, one of the best comedy movies ever. I'm going to take 21 Jump Street, my second pick.
21 Jump Street. Did not have that on my list.
Really?
I've seen it.
Oh,
it's a good movie.
It had its moments.
It was a good. They found out a good way to make it that TV show into a movie.
Yes.
I think it's so funny.
All right, I am going to go with the movie that made Melissa McCarthy a star and made Kristen Wiig a movie star, Bridesmaids.
Very funny.
Bridesmaids. All right, so I have a couple.
You got two picks
two
here.
in a row.
These are the best
comedy movies of the last 25 years. Sorry, Jared.
I am going to go with Old School.
Another great Will Ferrell. All over the lists here, Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go away from the Will Ferrell
oeuvre
dominance. And I'm going to go one of my personal. We're the Millers.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a great one.
Jason Sudeikis.
Yeah.
Jennifer Aniston.
That
Interesting
weird-looking
picks. Can I make an admission on Old School? And I'm not trying to diminish your pick because it is. I mean, I do like the movie. Ultimately, I was underwhelmed by it.
You were less than satisfied?
Well, when I look at a movie, subject matter when it comes to comedy plus the cast, normally I'm like, I'm going to love this movie, and I went in thinking I'm going to love this movie. I didn't love it. I thought it was good, but not great.
There are a lot of moments.
There are.
All right, I'm going to be the first person to delve into the Apatow-verse, and I'm drafting The 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Very, very good movie. Very
funny movie and a good movie.
Yeah. But in true Apatow fashion, a little bit too long.
Less so than some of the other ones.
I agree.
I'm going to take The Other Guys.
How did I leave that on the board?
That's such a great movie.
I was so surprised it's still on the board. I had to run to the draft stand.
Wow, it's a tremendous value third round pick.
It is. It really is.
Might be one of the most underrated movies.
Another another Will Ferrell.
Eddie Murray was great in the other.
Wahlberg is like more funny in that movie.
Hey, it's The Other Guys.
I'm going with my pick, and people laugh at me when I say this. I think it's one of the funniest movies ever made. Hot Tub Time Machine.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yes. And, wow, I got a lot to pick from. There's so much left on the board. Do I go with a personal favorite? I'm going to go... I'm making commentary now. Okay. Another underrated movie.
Yeah.
Game Night. I'm picking Game Night.
Oh, interesting. That's a fairly recent one.
Yes, Jason Bateman. Oh, it's a hilarious movie.
All right, so I have one pick left.
This is it. You have to complete your team.
Oh, man. All right.
Top comedy movies of the last 25 years.
I think it's maybe just because
I can't believe I just saw one that I missed, and I can't believe I left it on the board. Oh my God.
Yeah, there's so many good ones.
I don't want to do another Will Ferrell one.
So, I mean, he is, why I almost said Eddie Murphy, because I was thinking what Eddie Murphy kind of was in the 80s, Will Ferrell was in the 2000s.
Yes. Yeah. But I think it's because I watched it recently. I'm going to take Ted.
Oh.
That's an excellent choice.
It's so funny.
The sequel, not so great.
No,
I haven't watched the TV show.
Nobody said Starbucks.
Her name is
all right, my last pick, I'm going to a sort of different genre of comedy, but I love all of his movies. From Christopher Guest, Best in Show.
Was that after 2000?
It was.
Yeah, 2000 exactly. I haven't seen it.
Hilarious movie. All right, Tim, you got the last word.
I got the last pick. I've got two choices. It's which do I kind of like? Which do I like, or which is going to get maybe the better?
Which do you like?
Voting total. I'm going to go back. It just makes it. It was made in 2000, so it meets the criteria. Meet the Parents.
That's a good one.
Can you milk me, Greg? All right. There's 16 movies off the board. I can't believe we left Super Bad.
Super Troopers and Super Bad, both supers.
Super Bad and Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Oh, that's a great,
perfect movie.
I just watched
Tropic Thunder also.
Tropic Thunder.
Talladega Nights.
Team Ring has got The Hangover, Old School, Where the Millers and Meet the Parents. Team Carlin, Borat, Bridesmaids, 40-Year-Old Virgin, Best in Show. Sammy went with Step Brothers, 21 Jump Street, The Other Guys, and Ted. And I've got Anchorman, Wedding Crashers, Hot Tub Time Machine, and Game Night. That would be a quality 8 hours of entertainment.
Dodgeball also left on the table.
We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner. It's Mock My World. Final thoughts and some more insight on the end of the Bradley Beal era in Phoenix coming up next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring. Sitting in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too." With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability. Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Girl, you know we belong together. I don't have no time for you to be playing with my heart like this. You'll be mine forever, baby. You just
sing it, Tim.
We belong together.
You don't want that action.
And you know
action or smoke?
You know what? That's smoke.
Why do you play?
A little classic Boys to Men for you today.
Was this from the soundtrack of Hot Tub Time Machine?
It was not. This is going out to Brad in LA. We've come to the end of the road. Not only on the Bradley Beal experiment, the Kevin Durant experience is now also in the rear view. It's a good cleanser, a palate cleanser, musically.
The two of them appear to be giddy about it. Downright giddy.
Almost. We're going to get into this in just a second, but let's let the boys just wail for a second.
Well, I did want to say, the listeners are wondering, how could you not pick an Adam Sandler movie? So I actually did the research. His last really good comedy was Big Daddy in 1999.
I mean, there's movies that I have liked from Sandler, but I wouldn't put them.
No, but Wedding Singer, Big Daddy, Happy Gilmore,
Yeah,
that's
his
all.
early stuff, it was just hit. Now it's
Something like hit.
Very much looking forward to Happy Gilmore, too, though. End of the road, Boys to Men, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, Bradley Beal, we talked a lot about it today. The buyout is done. It's happening. He's moving on. He's going to the L.A. Clippers on a 2-year deal, $11 million, and includes a player option for the second year. So the Suns can wash their hands as much as they can wash their hands of the Bradley Beal situation. The Bradley Beal aura will be lingering because of the buyout for 5 years and the waive and stretch provision.
There's dirt on the hands for the next 5 years.
Let's put some extra soap on it.
Yes.
They try to wash their hands, yes.
Brian Windhorst has a piece today. How Bradley Beal and the Phoenix Suns finalized their contentious divorce. I'll say this first. We had Kevin Ray on earlier, and he put it very plainly. He said, look, Brad's not a bad guy. This just didn't work out. And I wrote the word divorce down on a piece of paper, and I told you off the air, we've all known couples before that they get married. You might have your doubts. It might last 18 months to 2 years. They go their separate ways, but it's very agreeable,
amicable.
Yeah. We shouldn't have got married. The Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal should have never got married. One side looked at the other side in a slinky dress and said, oof, I want to marry that.
They should have
it didn't work.
Unfortunately, he's getting all the alimony.
They should have just hung out at a Coldplay concert.
Yes. I'm so glad you brought this.
Brian Windhorst has a piece on this today. I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing. Some of the early highlights. It's very in-depth. It gives the timeline. The timeline indicates there was... It wasn't a foregone conclusion when the season ended that Bradley Beal was never going to play for the Suns. There were some, maneuverings, especially a rumored deal with Minnesota that would have had Bradley Beal not only back with the Suns, but leaned on rather heavily this season. Kevin Durant kiboshed that, didn't want to go to Minnesota. And let's remember, Kevin Durant didn't have a no-trade clause, just had preferences. But what people are going to talk about is a quote from Mark Bartelstein, father of Josh Bartelstein, and agent of Bradley Beal. Jordan Ott, when he got the job, met with Bradley Beal, went over some scenarios, said, hey, we're interested in bringing you back. Here's the role. It was a reduced role. Mark Bartelstein's quote, we couldn't take the chance of another lost year. This decision was about basketball. Bradley wants to play in big games and in big moments, end quote. So the decision came to Bradley Beal. Do you want to accept what we have to offer you, or do you want to move on? And Bradley Beal came to the determination it's time to get out of Dodge, and they did. That quote is going to reverberate for a long time. When you hear the agent of Bradley Beal say he wants to play in big games and in big moments, he had that opportunity here.
We all wanted that, Brad.
We all wanted that.
He should have done it. You should have played better. You should have played more. You should have played through pain. You had an opportunity.
Should have showed up in the playoffs?
You had an opportunity to play 4 playoff games, and you were dreadful. I don't want to hear that.
This quote, the Bradley Beal quote from a few months ago about, hey, I've still got a smile on my face. I've still got my no-trade clause. Life is good. Paraphrasing. And the reaction today. And I don't think Brad Beal was trolling when he put up the pictures on social media of 4 photos of him in a Suns uniform and the peace emoji. That's not the way I would have handled my exit here if I was him, because he said all the right things usually. But the reaction of Kevin Durant with the laughing, crying emoji on top of that has sparked a reaction from Suns fans like, wow, these guys think this was funny. Their failures in Phoenix are funny to them, and they move on, and now they get to point and laugh at us. And that's going to be the reaction.
Like the two of them have been rescued from a terrible situation that had nothing to do with them.
Yes.
Really?
That's going to be the reaction.
That is the reality. They are now both in better situations.
We don't know that for a fact.
That's true.
We'll see.
We don't. I mean, Kevin Durant was supposedly in a better situation in Phoenix than he was in Brooklyn.
He won 36 games last year.
Yep. That is going to do it for us. Congratulations to all our AZ's winners. Thanks to Derek Hall and Kevin Ray for joining us. We are back tomorrow morning at 6 for the Friday edition. Wolf and Luke up next. Have a great day, everybody.
There's a 0% chance that Bradley Beal is back on this team next year. 0%.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and $0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Bradley Beal saga has officially ended in Phoenix, at least on the basketball floor. The Suns and Beal have agreed to a buyout, and Beal will reportedly be headed to LA as he and the Clippers will agree to a 2-year, $11 million deal. And here's ESPN's Tim McMahon on the Suns and Beal.
They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that their all in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
The Diamondbacks will return from the All-Star break at home tomorrow as the St. Louis Cardinals will come to town, and the question still lingers if they will be buyers or sellers at the MLB trade deadline. And the 153rd Open Championship in Royal Portrush is underway, golf's fourth and final major in Northern Ireland. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke! Wolf! Hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys. Welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Thursday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. And sitting to my right is not Wolf. It's Max Starks. What's up, Max?
I'm doing good.
Oh, you got to turn your mic. Maybe you are Wolf. Here, hold on. That's
I am now.
bottom. Hold on. Just no, it's over there on the bottom left. Over here, this way.
That one?
Yay.
Is it that one?
Yes.
Oh my God! It says on and off. I hit the on switch.
Well, yeah, we mislabeled the stuff. Just
yeah,
to,
exactly.
You know.
I'm like, come on! I'm trying to do this.
Just trying to throw off the guests.
You know what? Everything's as normal. It was just back in the day when we used to do the shows in this time of year. So
it's always this week too.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, it's no wonder I didn't miss the on switch again.
You know what's different though is this week there's actually a lot of stuff going on.
There is a lot of stuff. We're not making anything up. There's no hot dog contest.
No,
there's none of that. We actually have sports.
Yeah, no, and this is. I was just talking to somebody in the newsroom too. Like this is the 1 week typically, not this year, but this is usually the week where you get to the All-Star break in baseball, and it just ramps up every week from there, all the way through football, and it never really calms back down until like next June. But
exactly.
This year it didn't even calm down.
No, it didn't. It just kept steady the entire time. Like you said, we have so many different things to talk about across the landscape of sports, and there's a lot of exciting things too. Some not so exciting things, but there's a lot of exciting things, and there's always news. You know, the worst thing is not having any content to talk about.
True. How did we catch you when you're in Phoenix? I feel like usually you're like traveling the world in July.
Yeah, I know, which is funny. My flight leaves at 11 tonight, so
we got you at just the right time.
Yeah, exactly. Caught me right at that day, and then and then we blink and training camp starting. I mean, everybody's reporting next week. I mean, we have a couple of the early teams that have reported. But yeah, you have football now, and of course, now that makes baseball more interesting because you have a buffer. You know, from
you have a break. You can walk away in the ninth inning and just be like, I'm just going to watch some football.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to go hear football news. Like, hey, who didn't show up to training camp? You know, you can do that. But yeah, no, I mean, it's fun, man, and I love this, and I'm glad I got a chance because I tried with Jesse for the last 2 days to try and get on for a segment with Wolf in here when you were on vacation.
Yeah.
Didn't work out, and then look.
And then here you are.
We got a whole show.
Here you are.
Yes.
And I was going to have 30 hot dogs stacked up when you walked in just to see if you would walk in and turn around and walk right back out.
Yeah, pull the Grandpa Simpson move. Yeah, I definitely.
I tell people that story, and they're like, man, okay, so was Max a big fan of that when you did the hot dog eating contest here, like, I don't know, 5-6 years ago now?
5-6 years, yeah, God.
And you did better than I would have thought, and you did it like a pro. Like you dunked the hot dog bun in the water and everything. And
yeah,
I think you
decarb it.
Yeah, I don't know. You looked like you knew what you were doing.
But then I remember, I always tell people this. I saw you at a Cardinals game in the press box like 4 months later.
Yeah.
And I was like, and this was totally, I wasn't trying to like rub it in your face. I was like, hey, they got hot dogs. And you were like, shut up. And you just walked away.
Exactly. I couldn't eat a hot dog for a year after that. It was just because once you start dunking a bun in water, like
all the fun
you
goes
start
out.
questioning all your life choices at that point. Like, what led me to this moment that I'm like competitively eating hot dogs? You know,
and nobody else was competing with you either.
Yeah, I was just by myself, and everybody's watching me. You know,
you remember how many people lined up outside that window?
Oh gosh, yeah. I see what the zoo animals feel like at times. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just watching. Everybody's got their cameras out, and it's a good time. I'm like, oh.
All these people I'd never seen before that moment, and I haven't seen since that moment, just lined up outside the window to watch.
And everybody was happy in the newsroom afterwards because they got all the leftover hot dogs, free hot dogs for lunch.
That's
so
all they were. That's all they cared about. It's radio. They were just
they
waiting
were probably
for leftovers.
mad everyone that I was eating because it was one less one that they could have.
That explains why they were cheering against you. Well, this has happened since the last time I was here, which was only a couple days ago, and obviously since the last time you were here, Max, doing a full show. Bradley Beal is not a member of the Phoenix Suns anymore.
Woefully.
Yes. Deep breath. Everybody can relax. Bradley Beal can relax.
Yes.
He's going to go play for the Clippers, which is the team I think we all thought he was going to end up on, because that's the team you end up on when stuff like this happens. You go play for the Clippers.
Yeah, you just get you shipped out far west.
Yeah.
And it's like, we were already west, but you went to the far west.
Is anybody further west? Yes,
exactly.
There's the Clippers.
Hawaii still does not have a team. Okay, got it.
I think the Clippers are even further west than the Lakers, aren't they, arena-wise? I think it's like just a little bit further.
It's just a little bit further west. Yeah, because it's close to LAX, right? Yeah, because I passed the Intuit Dome, which is crazy to call an arena a dome.
You know everything by airports.
I
at
do.
This point in your
I do, especially in LA.
Yeah,
because SoFi's right there.
Yep.
Intuit Dome, Coliseum's not far from there. I've not done a game in Pasadena yet, so I haven't done a UCLA game.
Okay.
So that's on my. I've called UCLA games, but they've always
not.
been playing USC at USC.
Oh, okay.
So I haven't been there. I've passed by it. Beautiful looking historic stadium, but
Looks
just
nice.
never been in it.
Yeah.
So
well, probably this year.
I've been
for
in the
you.
Forum more than I've been in the Rose Bowl, if that makes sense.
Wow.
Exactly.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's random.
That's a sentence nobody's ever said.
No.
Here's Shams Charania from NBA Today, yesterday, just kind of explaining what happens.
Malika, I'm told Bradley Beal gave up almost $14 million to buy out of the Phoenix Suns and join the Los Angeles Clippers. 2 years, $11 million. His deal will have a player option next summer, so he's slated to be one of the top free agents next offseason. But this is someone that had $110 million left on his contract over the next 2 years. Obviously, did not work out in Phoenix. It was a failed 2-year experiment with Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker. And so over the last few weeks, Bradley Beal, his representative Mark Bartelstein, they've been talking and meeting with several teams around the league. Aside from the Clippers, we've seen the Bucks, the Lakers, Warriors, Timberwolves, Heat, all were involved here in this process. But Bradley Beal this morning decided to sign with the Clippers and team up with Kawhi Leonard and James Harden.
Max, you know it's not a good situation when one side is willing to pay you $99 million to never play for them again, and the other side is willing to give up $14 million to not have to stay there. You want to talk about a breakup that needed to happen, obviously, because both sides. Now, Bradley Beal's going to make a lot of that back, and he's already set to make, I think, probably 11-ish of it back if he stays with the Clippers for 2 years. And I think the plan is really to go there this year. I think he gets 5.4 and then try to get yourself a bigger deal. You're kind of betting on yourself. Either way, it's a lot easier to bet on yourself when you have $99 million you can just set aside. Like that's already locked in.
It's still coming, guys. Don't worry about it. It's coming in increments, like a Bobby Bonilla deal. You know, it's like 5 years down the road. Don't worry, we'll make it all up. But I mean, it's a sad situation, right? That you get to that point again.
It's not good
because you know you only had two options here.
Yeah,
it was figure out where you could move him that he wanted to go, and then or just sit him at home and have him just rot away.
Yeah,
which we've seen that project before, and it didn't work out well. No. And we're not going to ask my daughter, who's in the other room here, about that one because that was one of her favorite players. Yeah, that was one of her favorite players.
You had to get a Jay Crowder jersey, didn't you?
Yeah, I had to get a jersey, and then we wore the T-shirt to the finals, and we had to get custom T-shirts. So you know, I don't want to see that happen. I think it's best for both parties. I mean, it's a crappy situation, And I'm pretty sure nobody ever wants to hear about no trade clauses again here in the Valley.
No.
But at the same time, it needed to happen so that you could move on to a new era here.
Yeah, there's a good story up on ESPN. We got good stories up on ArizonaSports.com kind of detailing it. If you're in that camp of like, this is stupid. Now we're paying a guy to not play here $19 million a year, basically 19 and change over the next 5 years. It's going to hurt. You're still going to be paying Bradley Beal almost $20 million at the end of this decade. It's not good. I think everybody, when this happened, was like, okay, let's celebrate. And then it was like, maybe not celebrate. We can just kind of breathe a sigh of relief that it's over. Yeah. But you're going to be paying for it for 5 years now.
But you think about it, at least you were able to stretch it out over 5 years, right? Instead of having just that 110 come out in 2 years and possibly dealing with injuries or a guy just sitting moping, a guy that wants to play but you're not playing him, and then what that leads to. So I think, like I said, there's no good situation.
No.
It's only, hey, what's the least sucky situation?
Welcome to Arizona Sports in 2025. No, I kind of feel like the Suns were like the league's guinea pigs on this too, because you couldn't just keep him around, or you were going to start to have draft picks frozen in the future for being in the second apron. And we've talked about this before, but it's frustrating that the Suns finally get an owner that's willing to spend a ton of money, and the league's like, we're going to penalize you if you spend money. And not just like with the hard cap you can't go over. We'll start taking away draft picks in the future if you spend money. So they almost had to move him. Otherwise, they were just going to be stuck for like the next 5 or 6 years. So in that sense, it's good news, but it's not great news.
No, it's not. Like I said, less sucky.
Yes, less sucky. That's the theme. All right, when we come back, we got Max Starks here, and training camp is starting next week. So what is our confidence level in the Arizona Cardinals offensive line as it stands right now heading into camp? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The one word I would use to describe the last 2 years of our lives following the Suns basketball team is wasteful. An incredible waste of resources to get to where we are right now. And not just what you gave up in the Kevin Durant trade, and not even so much the Bradley Beal trade necessarily, but just all of the money, all of the cap space, all of the apron stuff, all of the things you couldn't do. Every single way you took resources and wasted them. I don't know if there's ever been a more wasteful period of time in the history of the Phoenix Suns than the 2 years that we just experienced right now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A summer It can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com. Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Can the Diamondbacks play themselves back into being buyers at the trade deadline, or has that ship sailed? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning. Max Starks is in for Wolf, and Max, a week from now, well, you'll be like... you could be anywhere a week from now.
Well, I know where I'll be a week from now.
Okay.
Steelers training camp.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah,
all
so
right.
I'll be showing up just like everybody else will.
So that's
basically
what I was.
Ready.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Wolf and I will be at Cardinals camp out in Glendale.
I was about to say, you guys will be there, and like I said, we'll all be in football mode.
Doesn't it feel great?
It is. It is to be on the precipice. I mean, just think right now that we actually have football going on.
I know.
Now, granted, it's for teams that we don't really care
Doesn't
about
matter.
right
It's
now.
still football.
But it's still football.
Who's actually? It's the Chargers and somebody else.
Chargers and
we should all just take a road trip out to Orange
Who's
County
playing
to
the Hall
watch
of
the
Fame?
Chargers.
Who's playing the Hall of Fame game?
I could look that up. I mean, I'm not
But
ready
anyways,
for that.
yeah. Because I was on air last Friday when they were reporting Saturday.
Yeah.
So it was the Chargers
and Detroit Lions.
There we go,
you go.
Lions.
All right.
There we go, Lions.
Extend the Lions season just a little bit longer. I'm sure they'll
Even more so. Yeah, they love that. They love that. I'm sure.
That's what they want after the way last year played out for them.
Yeah, especially in the first round. But they do have Hutchinson coming back.
That's
eventually.
Yeah, boy, Wolf and I were talking about this off the air. I think on Monday. It's like once football starts, you don't ease into it really. I mean, I understand it's like camp, but like once it starts, if you don't like football, if you're not into it, that's cool. I don't really understand. We'll all talk to you in late February.
Exactly.
Like after next week, we'll all talk to you in late February.
Yeah, because we'll still, even after the Super Bowl, have a conversation about what the Combine kids are going to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? You know,
that's true. We'll all talk to you next June.
How's exactly. Because then March, February is the Combine.
Yeah.
And then you get into the visits.
The free agency.
And free agency starts up, and then the draft's in April. So it's like, yeah, I'll talk to you. Yeah, June.
Maybe we won't talk to you. How's that? Like, you should just football.
Give you an IOU, kind of like Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a good IOU. You want to keep this one? Ferrari.
That's better than cash, right?
Yeah, exactly. Better than cash.
Here's
Never go broke.
Isaiah, just a suitcase full of IOUs. Isaiah Adams spoke yesterday on the offensive line for the Cardinals.
You know, we do things the right way. I think, Paris is a great example of a first-round pick, but, we have guys that are undrafted, late-round guys that, have played in the NFL for a long time. So they do things the right way. They show you no matter where you're picked, no matter how it starts, about kind of where you're finishing. And, we have guys on the O-line who exemplify that every single day. So,
all right, Max, let's just go big here because you obviously played offensive line in the NFL to some pretty good success. A couple Super Bowl rings I'm surprised you're not wearing right now. I'd be wearing them everywhere I went.
Vacation mode, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're in vacation mode. What do you think of the Cardinals' offensive line? Because it's not something they really addressed this offseason.
Yeah, I look at the line. I love center and left side, right?
Okay.
I love Froholt, Evan Brown, and Parrish Johnson. I think that's a great three-man combo right there. Like you said, we just heard Isaiah Williams, who's slated to kind of take Will Hernandez's spot and become the right guard. Drafted last year in the 3rd round, so there's a lot of potential. I saw him at Illinois. I had him last 2 years. So I had him in 23 and 24. No, 23, 22, 23 because he's drafted in 24.
You're in vacation mode. Don't try and think about time.
Exactly. I know. So numbers, gosh. So, I had a game, and I watched him play against Chop Robinson at Illinois. I mean, I feel like he's better suited here at the guard position than at tackle.
Okay.
But his length, I think he's going to fit into that. Obviously Jonah Williams being over there and, healthy, you hope that'll help him because he's so young because you want to put the borders on him. But, I mean, the biggest thing is going to be his identification of, like, twists and stunts. And what does the NFC West do? All they do is twist and stunt, right?
They got some good pass rushers in the NFC
They have
West.
some good pass rushers, and they love stunning them, especially when you think of the Rams and you think of San Francisco, right? I mean, those are the two teams I go off of immediately. When you tell me, hey, there's a new starter, I'm like, okay, what's the competition? Like, who are you going to see the most? And your division, you're going to see those two games initially.
So let me ask you this, because there always seems to be this like conventional, I don't want to say wisdom because I don't know if it is wisdom, but like this thought of you can't hide on the offensive line, but if you're going to hide somebody, you could hide them at guard more than tackle or center.
Yeah.
But I mean, doesn't that, if you don't have strong guard play, open you up to facing a pass rush right through the interior, which is what we know Kyler Murray hates more than pretty much anything?
Yeah, well, every quarterback.
Yeah,
it hurts Kyler even more because Kyler has to be able to see in the center of the field because you're not going to see the edges that well.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like in his face, he can take lateral pressure from the sides, but when it comes right in your face, I mean, what was the one thing that killed Tom Brady when he didn't have success? It was because it was interior pressure. Yeah. And I don't want to sit there and say it's negative, but Isaiah Adams is great. If it's if you're 3 technique, you're playing 3 technique, or you're slanting in to the chest, which we would call a 2 technique, right? Those are the head-up positions or even numbers. Edges have odd numbers and eyes next to them. Don't ask me why we got eyes. But
no, I need the history.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's inside. It's saying like they're a one eye.
You actually had the answer ready to go.
Yeah. Once again, I'm a nerd. I'm not in full vacation mode yet. Remember the hat. Remember the hat.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah. So I think he's good when it comes to that solid
Hold on,
stuff.
nobody can see the hat unless they're watching on YouTube.
Yeah, if they're watching on YouTube, you see the hat.
It says, I think and I know things.
No,
Oh,
you can't even read it, and you're right there.
First of all, you're 7 feet tall, and you were looking up.
But I'm looking down at the microphone.
Fine, whatever. There's bad lighting.
I drink it, I know things. If you know, you know. Game of Thrones. Anyways, but he's going to be fine, I think. And if you adjust for it, I think the biggest thing that he does, he takes in information, and as a starter, he's going to get more information than he cares to know. And if you know the relationship and you know how Froholt, how when he snaps, how does he set if he knows we're turning to the left, right? Or we're turning to the right? Like, how's his efficiency? And I think that's what's going to really help Isaiah Adams grow in this league because it's just about a lack of experience. And he's going to get that experience playing. But it's going to be a little tough early, but I think he's going to be fine. He has enough power. He has enough strength. He has great lower body strength. He's going to root guys out. And if you go to the run attack, like Petzing wants to go.
Yeah, they like to do that anyway.
Then he's going to be fine, and you can wear that guy down to where they're not slanting as much. Now, the Rams is one because they're just as young.
Yeah.
That's where it's going to be a little bit.
You don't play them till late in the season, at least.
And so you'll have your kind of druthers together with you against that. But I think he's going to fit in fine. And I like the rest of the offensive line. Like I said, they didn't really address the right side. I mean, yes, you brought over Royce Newman, but Royce is a backup. I mean, he can get you out of a game. He's not a guy that I'm thinking immediately, oh, I need him to start for like 3 or 4 games if there's a serious injury. I would rather lean on, Kelvin Beachum. I'd rather put Beach out there.
Well, they will. They always end up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Beach always ends up playing, even though like, oh no, you're just going to sit and you're just take it easy this year in year 14.
But we need you to play every game.
Yeah, we need you to play every game. And by the way, you're going to have to go back and tackle. So, having those quality backups now, I don't know much about Hayden Connor, who we took in the 6th round.
Yeah, I mean,
but once again, that's a developmental thing, right? Even if he makes the squad, he probably will be a P squad type of guy that you'll have. But I think having Royce, having Kelvin as your kind of your top 2 off the bench, right? Your top 7, because usually you dress 7 or 8 guys.
Yeah.
I think having them, you feel okay about the rotation.
The Cardinals were more aggressive this offseason than they've been in a while.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. I mean, the timing wise, at least since Monty Ossenfort got here, I'm just kind of looking at that era, not previous eras right now. It makes sense that they would be more aggressive this offseason. For them to not address the offensive line while they were being aggressive leads me to believe that they have a lot of confidence in Isaiah Adams. Like, it looked like he got better as the season went on last year. Did you feel that way too?
Yeah, I felt like he got better, but like you said, there was still like some small issues that I feel like you can clean up. And I think that's why I said with time, he's going to be even better because now he knows it's his position, right? He wasn't just a placeholder.
Yeah.
And, you're kind of looking over your shoulder about, well, when am I not going to play? When's this guy going to be healthy?
Second I make one mistake, I'm out.
Yeah, exactly. So now coming in, knowing you have a spot to compete for, I think it's going to be a lot better for him. And I think because you did so much other stuff, where else was the room going to be to address the offensive line? You address wide receiver, you address the backup quarterback, you got a lot of defensive linemen, and you brought in a lot of guys to come help you on the defense. I felt like you have to take one portion every offseason. And I think next offseason, they'll probably address the offensive line more.
And they addressed it 2 years ago and 3 years ago. Obviously, they drafted Paris Johnson Jr. and Isaiah Adams, so they probably are like, we are addressing it. We just can't do it every offseason. Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, is there still time for the Arizona Diamondbacks to salvage this season, or has the decision already been made? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Beal deal is done.
3-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns and plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information, 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth, they help me and the Warrior Queen understand the importance of growth through tactical investments and having insights tailored to our risk tolerance. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. That is so important right there, Basinonians. They are not trying to sell you one product. They have the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. It's one of the reasons why you need to pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have a neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Do the Arizona Cardinals, even with roster upgrades, have enough to compete in the NFC West? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Max Starks is in for Wolf today. Max, as you referenced earlier, and obviously always stream us live on YouTube.
Yes.
Inspector Todd says, oh, snap, it's Max.
Yeah.
And Graymantle said he can see the hat. So I guess.
Okay, good. See, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
See?
Right.
I told you the hat's legible.
It is.
Very legible.
Well, people are probably thrown off because you're not Wolf wearing a beanie. And
that is true.
115-degree heat.
Yeah.
Skull cap. Yeah, skull cap.
Would never do. I would never wear a skull cap.
All right. The All-Star break is almost over in baseball, and
they could tell Marte bobblehead night's coming up. Right?
That's true. Saturday.
I think Saturday.
I'll be there on Saturday.
Yeah, I'll miss that. My daughter was like, "Dad, can I get the bobblehead?" Because we've been driving up the 17 last couple of days. Yeah. Girl's been at volleyball camp. And there's a big poster with the Cattell Marte bobblehead night. She's like, "Can we go?" I'm like, "I'm not here, sweetie. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
So I was like,
that's out of my jurisdiction.
Yes, I can't help you there.
I have to leave."
And she's a softball player, so she loves baseball and softball. So she's.
You're Max Starks. I feel like you could have some sort of poll somewhere.
I mean, here I'm at the station, right? Yeah. I mean, we have all these other bobbleheads sitting behind you.
We've got a nice Bradley Beal bobblehead you can give her that we were trying to move last week.
A nice one missing an arm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I thought Mitch fixed the arm. Maybe not.
No, he didn't. It's still out there. And Jamal was supposed to take it to Prescott last week and just leave it there, and he didn't.
Hey, it all worked. We realized all that has to happen if there's news that we're waiting to happen.
Yeah.
If I just take the day off, it always breaks that day. And the second I took a day off, Bradley Beal got moved.
Yeah, exactly. After watching a one-armed Bradley Beal bobblehead just sit there forever.
Yeah, Jamal was like, I don't want this in my car. You guys figure it out yourself. And now Jamal's not even here because he didn't want it.
He'll be here at noon.
Okay.
So, Max, I don't know what to read into this. I was just over doing a quick sports hit on Mike Broomhead's show, and he brought this up. I think it's a good question. Here we go. We're through the All-Star break almost. The Diamondbacks have not traded anybody away yet. There's all this talk that they're going to be sellers. They don't have to sell today. I mean, the trade deadline is 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, exactly.
Are they definitely going to be sellers was the question. And I can't help but look at the schedule and see the St. Louis Cardinals on it starting tomorrow, and that being one of the teams you're trying to run down. It's the last team you play before the deadline where every game is basically worth 2 games, because then you play Houston for 3, they're over in the American League, the Pirates for 3, and Detroit for 3. If I'm Mike Hazen, I'm waiting through this weekend. Just on the off chance that you swept the Cardinals, then you would still be in it. Because I don't think teams are going to be like, well, we really want Gino, but if you don't give him to us by Saturday, we're not going to make the trade. Like, you have the leverage in these trades because you have what everybody wants.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're sitting in a position where, you're in the bird's nest, right? Because, relatively, let's say they sweep the Cardinals, and now you're at 500, right? You're at 50-50 through 100 games. You still get to dictate how you want that to look as far as what you're looking for compensation-wise. Now, granted, a couple of those guys expiring contracts, they're not going to be as – but they're still appealing if you're a contender this season.
There's enough contenders that are going to want these guys.
Yeah, that are going to want those guys because they're like, okay, this can give me a 2 or 3 game edge, right, easily in my division pennant race, or whether it's about creating depth because we know we're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't be hasty to move. I mean, I could see if it was like, hey, we got to get this because we need all of this in, and we're trying to also make a move ourselves, right? So we make these moves to also make ourselves better. The Diamondbacks at this point is just simply to work on the future, right? I think you kind of resign the fact that we're not going to be able to this playoff push team. We're not going to make it deep in the playoffs.
I haven't given up yet, but I'm the only one.
I mean, yeah, Hey, hope springs eternal. Yeah. You got optimism there on your side.
I keep wondering if there's a way where even if you're going to trade some of these guys, if you could keep Josh Naylor, because you're going to need a first baseman past this year anyway.
You are, yeah.
And then if you're trading Gallen and I mean, if you trade these guys, you're basically out this year. You might already be out this year anyway, but if you're
guaranteeing you're out.
Yeah.
If you trade either one,
pretty much.
Yeah.
I think the second you trade Eugenio Suarez, I know you score a bunch of runs as a team, but he's the reason. He's one of the main reasons you score a bunch of runs.
Yeah, he keeps the numbers ticking in your direction.
Yeah. I'm wondering if there's a way where you could trade, if you're going to trade these guys, if you trade Gallen and you get young pitching back, which is by all indications what they want. If one of those young pitchers you get back is ready to pitch now, if you could still hang around. But look, as far as them not selling, I think the only chance of that now is you sweep the Cardinals. You just come out of the break firing, and then you win 3 in a row, and you took one going into the break, so that'd be 4 in a row. You at least make it a conversation again. But them going 6-12 in their last 18 really kind of skewed the conversation towards this.
Well, and say you do, because I don't even know what do we have the pitching lineup yet for this weekend for the Cardinals?
Not officially. I would assume they'll run Gallen out there tomorrow.
I would imagine so. You run Gallen out probably tomorrow, and then and then if anything does happen, say you lose Saturday, then maybe you're like, okay, we're going to do that. But if you lose one of the first 2, yeah, just go ahead and say, all right, we're gonna make some moves.
Yeah, and they may already be in that mode internally. They may already be like, look, even if we could go on a run, maybe this isn't our year. And the other side of this is teams are going to offer so much for Gino and for Gallen and for Naylor certainly. And I would think,
Naylor's going to command a haul. He's young.
Yeah,
good.
I would think whatever team trades for him would try to just sign him. That's what I was kind of hoping the Diamondbacks would do when they traded for him. But so we had Amiel Sadeh on yesterday and asked, okay, our team's calling now. I would assume they are.
Yeah, it's funny because I think Mike has talked about this. I can't remember if it was last week or whenever. And we've been getting phone calls, both buying and selling, for the last couple of weeks. And it's not that, we're trying to sell or we're trying to buy necessarily. I think there are a lot of teams that are just in it. And, they want to make baseball trades. So it's not necessarily just trading one of your players for a bunch of prospects. A lot of times it's trading one of your players for something else that might be a need on your major league team that maybe you can control for the next few years. So, we've been fielding those calls for a while.
The really fine line they have to walk here, Max, is your window to contend for a World Series is now. I mean, you're not.
Yeah.
Obviously, right now it doesn't feel like it, but I'm just saying, is 2025, is 2026, and however long you can extend it. You have a young core, so their window is not like, hey, it's open and it's wide open, and you've got a year or two to jump through it. Otherwise, you're never gonna. It's not that. It's more just like, hey, that window's open, and it could be open for many years if you do this right. They never, I'm sure, in a million years, expected to have to be sellers this season.
Absolutely.
If it comes to that. So is there a way where you can make trades where you don't go into 2026 as a team on the outside looking in? Because you're not going to have Corbin Burns at the start of the year. Probably going to have Justin Martinez at the start of the year. Is there a way you can make trades where maybe you hang around this year because you have this really good offense, but either way you go into next year as a contender again? That's the real challenge here, I think.
And I think that's why it's more prudent to wait. Right? If you've been feeling these calls for the last 2 weeks or so,
they're not going away.
They're not going away. In fact, it's only going to intensify because they're going to be playing games as well.
Yeah.
And they're going to go up and down, their standings as well. So they're going to they're probably going to be more itchy to push it, but it doesn't mean they're going to go away. Right.
Yeah.
And when you can add a Zach Gallen to your lineup immediately for whatever team's looking for him, it's not all of a sudden that they we found the magical solution. We found him down him in the lowers. We brought him up from the minors. He's this wonder kid, right?
Yeah.
You didn't get a Rick Vaughn out of penitentiary, right?
They are, whoever trades for Gallen too, if it comes to that, they're probably not looking for him to be their ace. They're probably like, we got a number 3 starter with ace upside, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
As a rental, but no, I mean the other teams they're not going anywhere. It would be nice if teams did not throw at Gino in the All-Star game. We don't need to see that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, cool, he's not going to be tradable now either because teams are throwing at him in the All-Star game.
Yeah, because they're trying to hit him. Yeah, no.
All right, when we come back, what is next for the Phoenix Suns now that they have moved on from Bradley Beal? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is your toilet clogged or no hot water? No worry. Spending too much on bottled water? No worry. Did your AC break down overnight or on a scorching weekend? No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is here to keep you cool, comfortable, and stress-free, especially in this Arizona heat. We handle all your AC heating, plumbing, and water treatment needs with expert care. And everything we do is backed by our no-worry guarantee. Quality craftsmanship done right the first time. We take that so seriously, we put it in our phone number, 480-NO-WORRY. Collins Comfort Masters offers industry-leading warranties with parts and compressor coverage for at least 10 years, some up to 15, and even lifetime options. As an official Lennox dealer, we'll help you beat the heat with great pricing on top-tier cooling systems. Schedule an appointment today by calling 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Systems, your no-worry solution for all things AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by YREFI. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Summer League takeaways. Kaman Malawach flashes without the big production. Police are investigating a high-dollar burglary at the house owned by Ketel Marte. And is the right guard job Isaiah Adams's to lose for the Cardinals? Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by YREFI.
It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks is in for Wolf today. Todd Walsh is going to join us next hour. Get a sense of what's on tap here for the Diamondbacks coming out of the All-Star break and what that experience was like for Gino and Corbin Carroll, who homered in the All-Star game, first Diamondback to ever homer in the All-Star game. Ketel Marte with a couple RBIs as well. Obviously was the starter for the National League at second base. Kellen Olson's going to join us in the 12 o'clock hour, Max, and I think one of the things we're going to probably get into with Kellen is where we're going to go right here. Now that Beal it would appear on his way to the Clippers, what's next for the Suns? You know, you get this flexibility. It's not a ton of flexibility, but they had zero wiggle room before. Now they at least have a little bit of room to make trades, and in theory they'll start to get their draft picks that could have been frozen. I think it was 2031 will be unfrozen over time. All these great things. They're going to be punished less, basically, is where this is going. Oh, you've pulled a wolf again.
I did. I pulled the wolf because it's on the left.
You're method acting.
In a corner, and it's not in the top right corner where it says on and off, which makes the most sense.
As I told you, they labeled things in a way to confuse any guest hosts.
Yeah, or just put like a little mic, like little button here.
Your hat says you know things.
I do.
Okay.
I know a lot of things.
Okay.
But I don't know why this isn't labeled that way.
Well, now I don't know what you were going to say. You had this really brilliant point.
Yeah, exactly. And it went into the ether. No, I was saying this is something that when you look at it, I mean, getting under those aprons, because that was the worry, right?
Yeah.
You know, because you don't want to get frozen picks. You don't want to lose out when you're trying to gain. You're trying to create addition by subtraction, which is essentially what they did with the Bradley Beal deal. But yeah, and you make a solid trade. in the Kevin Durant trade to the Rockets, right? I mean, you get Jalen Green.
You at least got some pieces.
You got some pieces back, and you have an opening, and you utilize your draft picks for young talent that's going to contribute immediately. I think that was the biggest thing. Was we were so top heavy with the big three. We think about what we had to deplete and get rid of just to get them here.
This summer was basically one long trip to the dentist's office, and at least for Durant, they gave you like a free toothbrush.
Yeah.
But with Beal, they were like, we're going to drill and you don't get any Novocaine.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
basically. You knew
and
what
guess
that
what?
trade
We're going to
was,
hit the nerve root, and we're going to stay on the nerve root.
And we're going to ask you questions as we just continue to drill.
And you're going to feel it for 5 years.
Yeah. That's true. And we're going to bill you for 5 years.
Yeah, we keep billing you for 5 years, and you're not going to really solve the problem.
Yeah.
But, you'll figure it out. Ambisol.
Yeah,
that's great.
That's great. And then at the end, they're going to be like, would you like to schedule another appointment? And you're like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think that this was avoidable, honestly. There's a story that I'm trying to pull up that I have since lost. Jake Fisher had this, talking about how the Suns are a team that could be interested in Jonathan Kuminga. And they are interested in Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah. But it also says in the story, they don't really have the trade assets or the draft assets to pull off a trade. I mean, let's be clear. If they can unfreeze the draft picks way in the future by getting out of the apron, it doesn't suddenly give them a bunch of picks. They have picks over the next few years. People act like they don't have any first-round picks.
Yeah.
The league doesn't allow you to not have first-round picks in continuous years like that. You can't trade them away. They're just not good first-round picks because they've pick-swapped them so much.
Yeah.
So would Jonathan Kuminga be interesting? Yeah. I'm guessing if they're in a position where if any other team likes a player that they like, they're going to get outbid.
They're not going to get him. Yeah. They have no leverage. I mean, they have to go after the guy that nobody else is looking at.
Yeah.
Or their positions are stacked already. They don't need it.
Yeah, that's about it.
Because I mean, you look at the roster as it stands right now, right? Let's just go through the exercise.
Okay.
Point guard, right? D-Book, right? That's your number one. Then Gillespie's kind of your backup guy right now.
Yeah.
And then you go to guard. Obviously, Jalen Green is there. You're at your two.
You're set at shooting guard.
Yeah, you're set. I mean, Kobe Bree is your two-way guy. And then you got Dylan Brooks. Yay. Grayson Allen. Love it. So you don't really need, that small forward. And then you still got two more guys, Isaiah Livers and Rasheer Fleming, right?
Yeah, there's some clear potential holes on this roster. You're really banking on Oso being able to play the four and play it really well and
beat out Royce and Dunn.
I mean,
and that's viable. That's realistic.
It's realistic to put a roster together, but it's not a realistic roster that's going to win very many games in the Western Conference.
No, you're not winning 50 games.
So hopefully I'm hoping you can win 30. I think the over/under is 30.5.
Oh God!
And
okay,
it's like
I didn't even looked at the most.
Well, we all hear that, and we're like, "Oh, that's it." And then you're like, "No, I mean, if I had to pick, 30.5 is a pretty good number right now to be like, okay, that's a tough. I mean, that's Vegas's job, right? Find a number that you don't feel comfortable on either side, really, and that's There's enough unknown about this team that it is clear they need to go out and add pieces, and they couldn't do that when they had Bradley Beal's contract here. But the problem now is most of the guys you would have liked to have added, you either don't have the pieces to trade for, or if they're free agents, they've already signed.
Exactly. And I think that's the tough part. So you're going to have to go kind of poach a roster or hope that somebody doesn't make a team or is that fringe guy.
Yeah.
So you can trade for him.
Great.
I mean, that's about where you're at. Yeah. Just because of, like I said, 2 years ago when you shot out to do this moonshot opportunity, this is what the potential fallout was, right? When Cam Johnson had to leave, when Mikel had to leave, right? You had to give up quality young guys who are going to be fixtures for you to make Kevin Durant work, to make a Bradley Beal trade work in the first place. And so you sacrifice some of that, what I call young to middle tier talent.
Yep.
That would normally grow in this moment.
The exact pieces you need right now.
Yeah, exactly. The two pieces you need, you had to let them go because you were going for that moonshot, right? You made it to the finals. You're trying to get that one guy over the top, to a Giannis killer, so to speak, and it didn't work out. So now you kind of have to pick up the pieces. Now you're not starting from ground zero, but, if you're building a 3-story house and you only got one story, don't start thinking about the third floor yet.
Yeah, but good point.
Yeah.
But at least moving Beal you now can put a roof on your house again. Because up until a couple of days ago, you just had like a house with no roof, and you weren't allowed to put a roof on it. Now you can at least try to do stuff. Here's Bobby Marks yesterday talking about what the wave and stretch does for the Suns.
For Phoenix, welcome back to NBA reality. Welcome back out of financial purgatory. We put a chart up. It basically now unlocks a lot of things, and I know the dead money is going to be sitting there. You were $32 million over the luxury tax. You had a $176 million tax penalty. You were repeater tax. You were over the apron. You were over the second apron. 26 and 14. Now, what has happened? Voila. You are now a little bit under the luxury tax. The likelihood is that you'll probably go over. Remember, that doesn't get calculated until after the season. You have no tax penalty for now. You are $8.6 million below the apron one, and almost $21 million below the second apron. You are now have the ability to use more than 100% of your traded player exception, take back more money in a deal, as long as the post-transactional salary does not exceed the cap. You now have, congratulations, you have the ability to aggregate contracts, which is something you did not have.
It's almost like we just got an expansion team. It's kind of what it feels like. Okay, I mean, it's essentially Bobby Marks in the most Bobby Marks way, going into all the details of the CBA and everything, which, I mean, I appreciate him doing, so I don't have to. Essentially, though, at the beginning said what you need to know. Welcome back to the NBA.
Yeah.
You basically are allowed to start making moves again. But you're limited because, and I've said this, I've tried to be consistent with this. It went horribly, but I'll still stay consistent with this, Max. I'm never going to fault a team for going for it.
Yeah.
Now, there are ways to go for it where you're, maybe a little less reckless or a little more strategic about
measured,
it.
Right?
But I'm never going to fault an owner for going for it, because at the end of all of this, and they're in a messy situation right now, and there was Bill Simmons' podcast the other day that was like, there's no team in, I think he said, pro sports in a more bleak situation than the Suns right now. I understand there's you can debate that, but I understand that's the path they're on. But Matt Ishbia is trying to win.
Yeah.
There are plenty of owners out there that aren't trying to win.
And we've seen it across many professional sports leagues, right? And so you can't fault him for it, but like you said, you have to be more calculating, you have to be more measured, because it can get reckless real quick. Just because you have the money doesn't mean you need to throw the money around.
And now they need Brian Gregory to be a really good GM, because he's still operating with his hands kind of tied behind his back. Not as much as they were, but it's not like
it's not one hand tied behind his back.
Yeah,
not
there
both.
you go.
Yeah,
that's the analogy I was looking for. All right, when we come back, what has to happen for the Diamondbacks in this series against St. Louis that starts tomorrow? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team? We can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes. Teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
How did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick
quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is a listening learner, so he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to be
Precio.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix Suns first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, this is Jared, and the Diamondbacks finally return to action tomorrow night. And during the break, have any of their players got socked in the bean or beamed in their sock? Hopefully they stayed healthy, and we'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Arizona Sports Studios. Max Starks in for Wolf today. Diamondbacks off for one more day, and then starts the stretch run tomorrow at home. Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. I think, Max, we have to approach this right now as if these are extremely meaningful games still, because they have not waved the white flag. They have not traded a bunch of players away. That was interesting. A little remix.
I know exactly. I was like, wait a second, do we have breaking news? That sounded like the beginning of the breaking news sounder.
So it is still it's still in play, and if you're still in play to go for it this year, there is not a team probably bigger that you could be playing right now, other than maybe San Diego or San Francisco, than the Cardinals. They're right there. They're a couple games ahead of the Diamondbacks in the playoffs.
And you have to think about your division, right?
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing. I mean, and we always talk about this. I mean, it's an axiom I think that applies across all sports landscapes. Like your divisional dominance precedes anything else.
Yeah,
and when you're not there, you got to look. How can I climb the ladder, right? And that's the biggest thing that they're going to be coming up against is. How do I climb that ladder, right? Because you're sitting there only above Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go by the division, it's depressing.
Yeah, exactly. But like you said,
they
San
played
Diego,
well
San
against
Francisco,
San Diego and San Francisco,
but they're still in front of you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at what 5 and 4.5 respectively. That you're behind those guys and trying to leapfrog them. Your best bet is this series coming up against St. Louis. It's your best shot
because they've played well against San Diego and San Francisco. They have a 4-3 record against both of them. It's not like they've been dominant, but they've got a winning record, and they've actually played pretty well against the Dodgers, all things considered. They're 3-4 against them. But the problem is, like those other two series we saw heading towards the All-Star break, if you're going to break even with San Diego and San Francisco, fine, but then, make up some ground when you're playing the Kansas Cities and the Miamis of the world.
Yeah.
And instead they went 1-2 against the Royals and got swept by Miami, and they go 1-2 against the Angels too, who are just kind of an average team. Yeah. So that's where they've been losing ground. They haven't been losing ground because of San Diego and San Francisco or even the Dodgers. It's been these other lesser teams where they've been losing games. Now, they did get swept by St. Louis in May, and this is their last 3 games against St. Louis. And as it stands right now, they still have all their players, all the ones that the baseball universe has allowed to stay healthy this season.
I was about to say, if you're talking about injuries, let's not even get to the DL list.
All their remaining players. Yeah. So these are suddenly potentially season-defining games starting tomorrow.
Well, and that's what you want to see, right? That's why I think you can't be in the rush. I know, everybody's been talking about they're on the trending to sell, but they're not absolute sellers. And also, there's no rush to sell.
Yeah.
For them. Like, you have 2 weeks, utilize your 2 weeks to your advantage. But these next 3 games are really going to matter, and I think it's going to push the needle for the organization either way. Because like you said, then you can't gain any more ground for – till after the break because everybody else is an AL team, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you're I guess the Pirates, but they're not. You're not competing with them for.
You're not competing with them now.
Hopefully, but you also right now I think still have. I don't think the Diamondbacks are using this as leverage. I think they honestly are still wrestling with this. But right now, if a team calls and makes you an offer for Gino, and it's like it's okay, but we're not looking to sell. We still believe we're in this because they are. I mean, if you look in the wild card race. They are still in it. To me, they're the cutoff, but they're at the very bottom of the list. When you talk about going up the ladder, they would have to climb past Cincinnati and St. Louis and the Giants and the Padres to get in. Now, it's 5.5 games you got to make up, and you still have 65 games left, so you can.
Realistically.
But you need to actually do it. I mean, anybody can do anything, right?
I mean, listen, like I said, hope springs eternal. As long as we got games, I got a shot, right? You know what I'm saying? But the problem is when you look at it and you already haven't had a great series against St. Louis. Not like you say, hey, 2-1 in the 3rd game was kind of close and, lost it in the 9th. No, they weren't close. They weren't close.
Just got swept.
And that's a team you got to climb at least 2 games, 5 games ahead of.
Yeah.
And if you don't dominate them and go all 3 games in a sweep, then it's like that's tough. And then the Reds are up and down, right? I mean, they have an inverse record of you, and
it just matters when
what
you
you're
catch
get.
them.
Yeah,
it feels like
it's a very streaky team. San Francisco, like you said, you split with them, so you have a shot, but you got to clear through the minutia to even get to that shot. And who's to say that San Francisco doesn't catch fire?
Yeah, I mean, if you I shouldn't say keep. If you start winning and you go on a run, some of these teams will just naturally drop. But also some of these teams are naturally just, 1 or 2 of them at least is going to get hot too. So, yeah, you have 65 games, but you only have 12 before the trade deadline. And that's where a major decision is going to be made. And you really probably only have a couple before other teams that call you are going to look and say, you're not kidding anybody. If you go out and lose the series to St. Louis, they're going to be like, dude, you can't make the playoffs. You have to trade some of these guys. So It's going to cut into your leverage a little bit, too, if you go out there and can't take care of business against the Cardinals. Here's Chris Garagiola. He was on with us yesterday and was asked what the Diamondbacks need to do to avoid being sellers because time is right on the verge of running out now.
I just think with this group right now, I mean, I think they'd have to go realistically like 15, 16 games over 500 from now to the rest of the season in order to grab one of those wild card spots. And I'm just not sure right now they have the manpower to be able to do that, especially in the bullpen. And so the only way to get there is you'd have to mortgage some of your future to potentially add. And again, is that value worth more than trading some very attractive expirings? I mean, the Diamondbacks have two of the biggest needs teams want at their disposal. And I just think you look at the sample size right now, they're 3 games under 500. Of course, they could get off to a roaring start to begin the second half, and maybe that would change the direction of what this group is going to do. But I think we've seen enough to know right now that the injuries have decimated this group, and it's hard to envision that they're going to be able to finish that strongly when you're just missing so many key pieces. You know you're not going to get back before season's end.
You know, he hit it right there, Max. Like there has been an element of underachieving with certain guys this season too. Yeah. I mean, we can all point to a few guys that have not delivered the way you need them to. But the injuries have made it so if you're serious about contending, you would have to make trades and buy because you've lost 3 closers right now. You've lost your number 1 starting pitcher. So you would have you can't. You're not in a position where it's like, yeah, but they should turn this around, so let's just roll with it. Like, if you believe that, you're going to have to go trade for bullpen help. And the way they were playing going into the All-Star break, it's tough to justify doing that.
Yeah, well, and I think, like you just noted, you know, it's not just bullpen; it's starting pitching. Like, you need a lineup changer.
Yeah.
In that trade, and as it stands right now, even if you're going to make the postseason, you still don't have anything that's going to be defining in that postseason, but you have pieces to trade to get those pieces. So, but the problem is you're giving up offense. You're giving up some offensive prowess to try and get some quote unquote defense. I mean, that's how I think of a pitcher. A pitcher is the key defender. For your team. So you're trading offense for defense, essentially, and that's where it's going to be, I think, really tough. And then when you look at the field, I think that's what makes it even more tough because who are you trying to climb out of? You're trying to climb in front of St. Louis, San Francisco, San Diego, and try and catch up to the Mets and the Brewers, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where it becomes like too daunting of a task because you haven't hit 50 wins yet. All these teams are starting the second half with 50 wins in their belt, and it can only add to it. So you're praying that, you know, at least 3 of those teams drop the first series.
This is not making me feel any better.
I know. But you know, sometimes that reality pill is bitter.
I feel like we've had to take the reality pill a lot here in this city.
We have
over the last
for a
couple
lot
of years.
Teams. You know, we didn't have to take it for ASU last year.
That's true,
right?
I'm hoping ASU is just kind of separate from all this. It's college, so it's its own thing, right?
It's like you're not professional, even though you are making money now.
You're making more than some professionals.
Some professional, yeah. I mean, they're probably making more than some Diamondbacks players, anyways. But I think that's the tough part about it, especially when you think about where the trend was going. But freak accidents are freak accidents, and that's what this team's been hit with.
I don't at least look at these teams directly in front of them and say, oh man, there's no way you could catch Cincinnati or St. Louis or San Francisco. San Diego's, I think, a good team.
It's a tough one, yeah.
But the problem is you don't have to catch one of them; you've got to catch 4 of them, and that's so it's almost the quantity over quality that's daunting. Because last year, we just played that cut from Chris Garagiola, and he's like, they probably would need to go like 15 games above 500 in the second half. That's exactly what they did last year. They were 49-48 at the All-Star break, and they went 40-25 after that. This year, you're 2 games behind that pace.
Yeah.
But last year, like Gino flipped in the second half. Corbin Carroll flipped in the second half.
What?
You're not getting, that's the thing. It's not like Corbin Burns is coming back tomorrow to where you could look and say, okay, this maybe will flip. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. That'll be interesting. We'll be out there for that. Just text half to 620-620 and we'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Text half to 620-620. Again, that's half to 620-620. All right, we come back. What's the next step for Kyler Murray, and have the Arizona Cardinals put him in a position to take that next step? We'll talk about it next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Empire of the Suns with Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Breaking down NBA draft picks and what the Suns got from the Rockets in the KD trade. Get it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or your usual spot for podcasts. The Empire of the Suns podcast is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting around to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom when you're trying to switch houses? Well, it's the best way to do it, really. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles with everything going on. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home. They're going to make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. Get your free home valuation. That way you can figure out exactly what you have to work with. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning to the Arizona Cardinals, even with roster upgrades, have enough to compete in the NFC West. That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Welcome back to the show. It is Wolf and Luke. Max Starks is in for Wolf today. Max, I'm looking at a story on NFL.com.
Yes.
And they're going through one potential NFL MVP candidate from every team. Okay. Now, I'm not going to...
I'm going to spoil it, but yeah.
Well, I'm not going to go through like, oh, is this guy, could he really be an MVP? I don't think Kyler Murray's going to win MVP this year. If he does, that'd be great. But the question, and that's who they have for the Cardinals, the question I have for you, because you and I haven't really got to talk about this much on the air, is as he heads into year 7 and he heads into year 3 or 2.5 or whatever people want to call it with Drew Petzing and Jonathan Gannon and just this whole new regime, what is the next step that he has to take? Because so much now the conversation is just, well, you better lead him to the playoffs. And maybe it's that simple. But when you watch him play, like, where do you think he can still evolve?
I think the biggest thing is just going to be a little bit more on being conscious about the run threat, but not dependent upon the run threat.
Okay.
When you're talking about the quarterback evolving, like, yes, he needs to have legs. And yes, he needs to, be able to get out of trouble when nobody's available because you don't have targets. Well, you have quality targets, right? You've got Zay Jones, you got Marvin Harrison, you got
Trey
Michael
McBride.
Wilson, you got Trey McBride, and then you also got Tip Ryman, right?
Yeah.
So, you have those pieces. And in the backfield, James Conner, right? James is a quality guy. Trey Benson probably needs to come up a couple of steps to be that true 1-2 punch. But you have all these pieces, and we need to see it correlate. You've astounded at moments where you've outperformed and you've gone against, something that was supposed to be a near, just embarrassing defeat. You've pulled out a victory in those
like
moments.
That Raiders game?
You had those surprises, but now it needs to be a consistency. And I think that's where I struggle with, is that there's no like true consistency with Kyler. And if he can make that jump, right, to where they're a competent and competitive team game in and game out, I think that's what it is, and that should lead to a playoff appearance.
It should.
Now, granted, last year NFC North was ridiculous, so
yeah,
that was crazy. But Seattle should have been the next team, and not you.
Yeah, that's
right?
the problem, is you weren't even in position to get screwed over by a tiebreaker or something.
Yeah.
So I got two very specific questions for you. One, the numbers don't necessarily back this up. I'm looking at the numbers.
Yeah.
But when you talk about Kyler being a threat to run, but not running too much, but like finding that balance where, part of the reason you were the number 1 overall pick a few years ago, and I know it wasn't Monty Ossenforth that made the pick, but still, part of the reason you were number 1 overall pick is because you can run.
Dual threat, yeah.
Yeah, so it feels like he maybe early in his career was running too much, and then lately isn't running enough. That's kind of what it feels like. Do you feel that too?
I do. I feel like, it's just like a rubber band, right? You pull and you stretch it so far, it's gonna bounce back in the other direction. I think that's what has happened. Now you need to find the happy medium point, because you need that threat to be real so that you get the defense to suck up so that you can't throw it over the top. And I think the other thing that he has to unlock is his relationship with Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, that's what we saw last year, where it just looked like they were on different playing surfaces, not even in the same area. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was almost like one guy was in a turf dome and the other one was outside in winter. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just that polarizing of how their connection just wasn't there. If you can unlock that connection, I think that cures a lot of these ills. Because if you can suck a defense up and throw it over the top to Marvin, boom. Now it's like, oh, we're going to play back on Marvin. Now, boom, I can run. You need to be able to create that. They didn't really fear Marvin.
No, and it's so it sounds so simple. Because in theory it is.
Yeah.
I mean, there are other teams that have a lot more complicated path to being good than the Cardinals do.
Yes.
A lot of other teams have a lot easier path too. But I'm saying just in terms of like the simplicity, I think you just nailed it right there. Like, this is what you need to be able to do. It sounds so simple that makes me nervous.
Yeah, because
you should
like
just be able to snap your fingers and make it happen now.
Because it's not that easy, right? I think that's where people kind of think, well, if I put good players on a team, the team should be good.
Yeah.
And there's a thing called chemistry, that has to happen. I can go find the 5 best offensive linemen and throw them together. It's not guaranteed they're not going to give up a sack.
Yeah.
And I think the same thing happens with a quarterback-wide receiver relationship. Like, you have to come to that common place where you meet guys where they're at, whether it's how their study habits are or how they work on personal communication skills, because that's the other thing, the nuance of it is you start having nonverbal communication with those guys, and you can start playing with defenses mentally, because like, hey, we're doing this, and I don't need to worry about my wide receivers going, I don't even know what this is. What are you doing? Ball snapped, and they're confused, and they run the wrong route, and it's a pick six.
Yeah.
So I think, I'm not saying y'all have to go live together and be best friends and play video games together all day, right, and go get ice cream. But at the same time, it needs to look competent. And I felt like last year it didn't look competent at times.
There were moments like the Rams game the first time where it was like, oh, these guys are unstoppable. But then there were other moments where it was like, Marv's still out here? Like, where? Is he still on the team?
Like,
where is he?
I mean, think about the Chicago Bears game.
Yeah.
Right? It was like, you should have destroyed them.
Yeah.
And they were coming off of that terrible Washington play at the end of the game, right? So I would have been attacking their DBs all day, but it was a run game, right? It was James Conner fest. And then it was Kyler running as well. And then you had moments of him, and then Trey McBride took over. So it was like, and Kyler's going to go to what he feels comfortable with, right? Trey is an easy receiver to throw to.
I don't blame him. If I had Trey McBride and I couldn't, nobody else is getting open, I would just throw it to Trey.
Hey, look at the Raiders, right?
Yeah.
They didn't know who they were having it throw at quarterback from week to week.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, but hey, Brock Bowers found the ball every time.
Snap the ball to somebody who can get the ball to Brock Bowers. That was pretty much the Raiders.
And we don't care if he's triple team. Just throw it in his area.
So here's my other question to you. Why, when you look at this, when you see it on tape, when you see Kyler now, because we have the argument, I get it, it's there. He hasn't had the chance in this offense with Drew Petzing. That hasn't been 6 years. That's only been a little bit of time. But
really a year and a half.
Yeah, a year and a half.
Yeah.
He's going into basically his second half of his second year with that.
Yes.
Why, though, has he struggled in the second half, or why has his team struggled in the second half so much? Because early in his career, everybody just wrote it off as, well, Cliff struggled at Texas Tech too. And I'm sure Cliff was part of the problem as well.
Yeah.
But Cliff's gone, and you're struggling in the second half. And as every story that involves an Arizona sports team has to have the extra slap in the face, Cliff's new team isn't struggling in the second half.
Jane Daniels and the Washington Commanders. Jesse, stop it. I see you behind the glass.
Don't ever look at Jesse if you mention a team from Washington.
Exactly. But I think it comes down to its maturity and nuance, right? Because in the first half, you kind of catch people off guard. But then everybody has all of that tape, and they can now plan against it. And if you don't evolve as well, and I think that was the reason why the Marvin Harrison relationship never evolved, right?
Yeah.
And that was a huge one. When that's your number one receiver, you need that guy to evolve with you. And since there wasn't that evolution, they had to kind of, like you said, turn back to Trey McBride, turn back to a run game primary. And then you had a lot of injuries on your offensive line. You didn't have that growth and nuance. And that's what they're going to have to get through is health and relationships to be able to contend in second halves of seasons, because you can't do the same thing week 1 and week 18.
No, and that's a good point, because it almost feels like a hitter coming up in baseball. It's like a high-end prospect.
Yeah.
And the pitchers haven't seen him before, and he gets a ton of hits, and then the pitchers adjust. And that seems to be where every season ends for the Cardinals. Like, Kyler comes out, the offense looks good. Okay, here we go. Not that it looked perfect last year, but it looked good. He was getting MVP buzz even at the bye week. There was a couple years ago, he was getting like heavy MVP buzz. But then in the second half, it feels like the league adjusts. That's the pitcher adjusting to the hitter. And that's kind of it.
Yeah. Can't hit the sinker. He can hit the curve and the fastball, but can't hit the sinker.
Figured out what he can't do.
Yeah, exactly. And then you just throw it at him.
Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, Todd Walsh will join us for his expectations from the Arizona Diamondbacks in the second half of the season. D-backs broadcaster will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Beal deal is done.
This is it. We've all been waiting for this.
He's on his way to the Clippers. The fact that he signed for a paltry 2 years, $11 million. Yes, he wanted to go to L.A. reportedly.
Yeah.
That's where his family was before then eventually moved him here to the PHX, but now they're going back to L.A., so I'm guessing that was his first, second, and third choice all along.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello Blue Sky. Goodbye scorpions.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Can the Diamondbacks play themselves back into being buyers at the trade deadline, or has that ship sailed? Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, well, if you're hearing Pearl Jam, that means one of 2 things. Either we're just playing Pearl Jam because it's Pearl Jam, or Todd Walsh is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. And in this case, it is option B. Todd Walsh is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Todd, what's going on, man?
I'm all over the map listening to you guys. You have me twisting and turning, and I don't even know what to think anymore. But then you roll out a little Eddie Vedder and a little rearview mirror, and I'm okay. Finally, the shades are raised. So it's good to be with you.
That's basically the hallmark of this show. Just confuse everybody and then play Pearl
Smoke
Jam.
and mirrors, Todd. Smoke and mirrors.
Well, Todd, I guess let's start here the conversation that Max and I have been wrestling with, and Wolf and I were wrestling with it for a while. And everybody who follows the Diamondbacks has been wrestling with it. They have not made any trades yet, so I'm going to assume they're not fully in sell mode yet. how much longer can they push this? Like, what has to happen in the next few games for them to be able to hang on to this season?
Well, this is what scares me, because yesterday I was listening to Ron and Paul Calvisi and Ron Wolfley, and I say this with all due profound respect. You know I love this man, but he had me convinced, like he's given up. And I was like, yeah, you know what? If Wolf's there, I guess I'm there. And then I'm pumping gas at Circle K an hour ago, and you guys are talking about the Cardinals series. I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? They're right. And then I remember Bob Nightingale on the station earlier in the week, and I'm thinking, okay, he's an objective. I got, it has to be the right. Yeah, okay. But I wake up today, and I still say to myself, all hope springs eternal. But can I answer this way? There's something missing from this team, and it's not just the injuries. There's something missing, something not right. And it started in the first week of the season when I watched them play defense, and that has been a problem all year long. And I don't see that ever flipping over this year. There's an issue with this team. Something is amiss. Then you pile on the injuries. You talk about the closers, and that just evaporates hope. And that could happen at any point in the game or a series. And then you lose your number one starter, the guy that you've invested a Brinks truck in. And now here we sit. But I know this. I keep waiting for, like, that team to storm the Bastille, and it's never happened. Ken Kendrick came on the radio, I think, on this station and said about a month ago, I'm willing to wait to see what the landscape is near the trade deadline. I believe in this group. I think we can be a band of brothers, his words, like they were in 2023. And what happened after that? They flatlined. Mike Hazen has talked to multiple outlets about not wanting to get his butt kicked, his words, in September and October. It's not fun. He's going to try and do whatever he can to hold on and do this and do that. Flatline. Torey Lovullo, we know who he is. They know who he is, how he acts around them, how he supports them, how he takes all the bullets for them. But just the other day, he went in and closed the door and let them have it. The word unacceptable appeared multiple times in that one-way conversation. And then what happened? Flatline. So I just look at this and I say the sample size is telling me that this is just going to fall short. And I believe now in my heart that, as hard as it is for me to say this, that I just think it's the fiscally responsible thing to do, to look at this and look at the pieces that they have that are unbelievable high-end commodities, as I heard Chris Garagiola just say, and do the right thing. And I think the right thing is trying to get as much back as you can and just try to let as many people play and find their way the rest of the way and see where the chips fall moving forward. The one thing that bugs me, and it'll never escape me, is that this was a group that suffered the indignity of going out and practicing the day after the season ended and had their bags packed, and the indignity of walking away knowing they had no control of their playoff fate. And they know how they played that last week leading up. It's a long answer to a very difficult question, but that's how I'm finding my way through this. Something's missing.
Yeah.
So you've got these pawns that you never had before in this franchise's history. Make the best of all of that. And I say that, and it breaks my heart to see Gino Suarez walk out the door.
So that's going to be my question for you, Todd. I mean, when do you pull the trigger, right? You have the St. Louis series coming up tomorrow and through the weekend, and then you go right into Houston as well. So you got 6 games right here, and then Pittsburgh's right at the tail end of right before the trade deadline is. When is the right time to pull that trigger? Do you try and see what St. Louis looks like? Do you try and see how Houston starts out before you seriously entertain, or is this something where you kind of just take it, sooner rather than later?
Well, I've seen Mike Hazen. I've seen him do that. I've seen him get a jump on the trade market. I really don't know what the answer to that is. I don't even believe in the whole theory of the trade deadline being black and white. I think it's a completely gray area where I've spent most of my life in, by the way. So I don't know. I guess you hold on and play the high stakes poker. But I believe everything they were saying all along, which was we're going to do everything we can to try and massage this and do maybe a little bit of both. But I think that changed in Anaheim. Just judging by the tone of the postgame conversations and that Torey Lovullo said to his group, we need to win all 3 of these games. I don't think I've ever heard a manager say that before going into a series before the All-Star break. Yeah. That felt like yet another message to these guys. and what happened? They flatlined. So I really don't have an answer to that, Max. I don't. But that's what general managers do, right? And they, when do you hold your cards? When you fold them? And wasn't the JD Martinez trade, was that early? I can't remember. There was a trade that he pulled that I went,
yeah,
okay, get him now and let's see. And we all know how that played out. But I have faith in Mike Hazen and then that front office to do the right thing and get as much as they possibly can. I mean, but it just hurts to think that this was the core group that was in a World Series 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was that, and then ownership invested in adding to it, and it's a huge point of frustration, obviously, for everybody. We're talking to Todd Walsh. I guess, Todd, then my next question on that, and then we're going to have to see how this plays out. You just said it. I think everybody has confidence and faith in Mike Hazen to pull this off. Like if he's going to have to make trades to get a great return for them, and they've got great assets. But is there a way to do this where you're going into next year, you're not going to have Corbin Burns at the start of the year, you've got injuries to carry into next year, where this frustration can be contained to this year, even if they do trade a Geno Suarez and a Zach Gallen away, can they get back to being contenders going into next year?
Well, I think so, because I just watched the All-Star game, and I saw two guys that I know are going to be back. And they're pretty good, Geraldo Perdomo and obviously Corbin Carroll. And I think this team, someone asked me why Corbin Carroll got picked to be on the All-Stars. I was like, what? And I thought to myself, and then my answer to that person was, because everybody in the league knows how damn good this guy is.
Yeah.
So there's talent all over this diamond. And this isn't, it's not a hopeless scenario moving forward. But it's an opportunity to really start to reload and massage things and bring up some younger arms. And I know, I keep hearing people talking about, do they want to have a wiffle ball tournament at the end of All-Star games? And that's like the talk of the town in Major League Baseball. But to me, Major League Baseball has a bigger problem. They need to, figure out a collective bargaining agreement and get cracking at that. But they also have to figure out a way to stop this epidemic of injuries and Tommy John surgeries. So I'd rather not talk about wiffle ball games or playing 500 with All-Stars. Let's figure out a way to not lose arms like Corbin Burns, AJ Puck, Martinez, maybe even Shelby. I mean, I lost count how many guys we were getting information that was, second opinions, and you're just going, oh my God, there's a problem. It's a real problem.
Yeah.
And it's struck here in Arizona, and that's kind of how there's so many things moving around in my head about that, but I don't think there's any absolute answers to all this. And for people that are chasing this story and making proclamations 2 weeks ago, they're selling. I don't get it. I don't understand that. It's so nuanced, and every team is so unique in terms of their payroll and where they're going and where they've been. I have a hard time with this whole concept of buy and sell and then this hard out. I just think there's so much more to it.
Todd, it's always great to talk to you, even today with all this going on. Thank you, man.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Max, it's good to talk to you.
I know. Pleasure as well, Todd. Hope we get to do it again soon.
I enjoy your work, man.
Right,
Luke,
thanks,
you know how I feel about you, so I'm just not going to go there.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Thanks, Todd. Take care. That's Todd Walsh joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. The one thing he said that is definitive, I know he said there's not a whole lot of definitives right now, but what he said there about Major League Baseball at the end, that's where all of their focus should be, because it is more a Diamondbacks problem this year than anybody else, but everybody has that problem in baseball. They got to fix it.
And I think in a lot of professional sports, right, you never can't, like when an injury bug hits a team, it's bad when it's one specific type of injury, right?
Yeah.
Just like in baseball and football, it's worry about knee injuries and ACLs and Achilles, and then you look at basketball and you've got all kinds of hamstrings and Achilles as well. And it's how do you properly rest it? I know we try and add sports analytics in it, and we bring in sleep therapists.
That doesn't seem to be helping.
It's not helping.
No,
it's not helping. With all the data that we have, it's like we've become dumber with it.
Yeah, and you talking about with the Diamondbacks, talking about injuries that are going into next year.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can't even pencil them in for 26.
No.
It's like, no, they're TBD.
Let's thanks to Todd for joining us. That was
Thanks, Todd, for adding these points.
Yeah, I don't know if that made me feel better. I don't know that anything's gonna make me feel better unless Diamondbacks go out there and rattle off 9 straight wins coming out of the All-Star break. We come back over to basketball. Now that the dust is settling, do the Suns see Jalen Green as a long-term answer to their problems? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Yeah, we are the Woo Fan Clan. We like to say, I am Santan Ford. This isn't just any Ford dealership, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tim Hovik, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and 0 down. Yeah, I'm talking about 0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. Think about that, man. $399 a month and 0 down on the 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even the Ford Bronco Sport. It's just a sign and drive with a payment real folks can actually afford. Listen, Tim Hovik, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee, but you got that covered. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Bear down for U of A night at Chase Field on July 22nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower level ticket and a co-branded U of A cap. Visit dbacks.com/U of A.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell half gallons, $7.99 each at your local Bash's supermarket now through July 22nd.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A summer
It can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Now that Bradley Beal is gone, what lessons can the Phoenix Suns learn from eating big in their past off seasons? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
As Wolf and Luke, Max Starks is in for Wolf. Looking at the YouTube chat to see if it'll make me feel any better about the state of a couple of these teams.
It's not going to.
No, Robert wrote in, we just put our future on layaway. I'm assuming that's about the Suns.
Yeah.
Always Real wrote, Bradley Beal laughing all the way to the bank. Maybe that is Bradley Beal.
Yeah, maybe it is his troll account.
Let's see. Mark wrote in, I'm so glad to see Beal gone. I hope that it's Zach Gallen if anyone leaves over anyone else with the D-backs. Yeah,
well, of course. I mean, yeah, if you can get Naylor, you can get Suarez. I mean, yeah, if Gallen's the one piece that can get you what you need, but that's going to be tough. I mean, it's going to have to be, I feel like 2 out of the 3.
It feels like once you move one, you just start moving them to get everything. But I just don't want to move Naylor. But you got to get him signed if you're not moving him.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there has to be a future plan in place.
Yeah.
For him, and I mean, and Suarez, God, he's your home run and RBI leader.
Yeah,
that's a lot of offense.
One of the most
most
prolific hitters in all of baseball over the last 12 months. It's like him and Shohei and Aaron Judge and like 2 other guys.
And then it's like other field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So as far as the Suns, Jalen Green spoke over the last few days about his future now that he has left the Rockets and that he's in Phoenix.
I'm super excited. A great organization, great people. It's gonna be fun, and the position we're in, I think, if it surprise a lot of people and make a lot of noise. So
they when they first made the trade for Jalen Green, the initial reaction for a lot of people is, okay, good, you got the number 10 pick, and you now have this piece that you can move with Jalen Green. Yeah. And, you know, this is a guy who led the Rockets in scoring last year.
Yeah.
He's been wildly inconsistent, but he's also in his early 20s. You're talking about number 2 overall pick just a couple years ago. Like, there is a possibility that you have a building block for your future with the Suns, but when they made the trade, there was also the possibility that this is a guy you're trading away very quickly. Like, you're just going to get him and then flip him. It has become pretty evident over the last couple of weeks that the Suns see this guy as a piece going forward. And, Max, I would say this. It's imperative that he does take the next step or the next couple steps, whatever that looks like for Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Because, A, they don't have a lot of other ways to get, like, an all-star to develop on this team. And, B, I think your reputation around the league with other players right now, like really good players, is it took a hit. I don't think it's, like, irreparable or that it's terrible or whatever, but, I mean, you kind of left on not great terms with KD and Bradley Beal.
Wow, especially the way that KD found out, right?
Yeah.
He was doing an interview.
Yeah, so I just – and, I mean, you know, you could even go back to when Chris Paul left a couple years ago. Like, so I think on some – it's not the top priority, but you do need to kind of repair that maybe image just as far as players around the league. And I think a great way to do that would be to take Jalen Green and develop him into a guy that is a borderline all-star in a couple of years.
And I think and you have a good base to work with. You talk about the wild inconsistency, but – let's also think last 3 years, I mean, this dude's been averaging 21 points a game.
Yeah, he can score.
He can score Now, we could argue about defensive capabilities and other things.
Not super efficient with the scoring either.
No, he's not efficient. He's a high volume scorer, right? He's a 40% shooter.
He's going to shoot, and eventually it's going to go in. That's basically what it is.
But I think with a Devin Booker, right, as your distributor, puts him in better positions, right? Where I felt like he had to create a lot with Houston.
Yeah.
So that's what led to it. But he's a guy that when he finds the goal, he does not miss it that often once he knows where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be games this season where he's going to go off, where Jalen Green's going to go off, and we're all gonna be like, this is awesome. Like, this dude is like, you can see. And that's the biggest thing for me this upcoming season. Are we going to see multiple players that you're watching them and you're like, that guy is going to be on the Suns the next time they make the playoffs. He's going to be a part of this. And, I feel like a guy like Ryan Dunn, if he just continues on the path he's on, it's going to be like, he's going to be on the next Suns playoff team. But with Ryan Dunn and maybe some of these other guys, they're not going to be like the guys driving it or the tip of the spear, as Wolf would say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no. I mean, they're not. They're going to be the supporting role characters.
Yeah.
That you hope for a Cam Johnson, Mikal Bridges, right?
Yeah.
To kind of be that role guy that could come in and develops into it. I mean, I kind of look at like a Mark Williams, right? Can you be a steady force in the paint? And can you continue to grow in those moments? And then, like you said, then now you pair Williams with Dunn. You're like, okay, all right, I can see this. I can see this, becoming something. But like you said, you still need those wing guys. You got to have those wing. I mean, Dillon Brooks is not that guy for me.
No.
But where are you going to get that? Grayson Allen, maybe he takes another step and becomes that guy. And
Mikal Bridges is a free agent in 11 and a half months. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for that in the trade. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, well, how can we get Mikal back here? But obviously that didn't work out.
Obviously the Knicks were like, no.
No, we're
How
not
about we don't
go.
trade you?
Listen, we got rid of the coach. It wasn't the player. It was the coach.
Here's more from Jalen Green talking about his former team.
I mean, it hurts. Houston is home to me and forever will be home to me. I started, my NBA career there, and I've, built a lot in that situation. So, obviously, it's sad to leave. Obviously, but it's a business though. You gotta understand that when you're coming into the NBA, and I'm just thankful that I have the opportunity to play basketball again. For another team that has been in the playoffs, been to the finals, and winning basketball in general. So yeah.
I'm reading this Brian Windhorst story on ESPN that's going through. It's Shams reporting, and then Brian Windhorst, chipping in and writing it too, and looking at the next steps with Beal now moving out, and also just the how we got to this point where Beal got moved. But there's a quote in there from Brian Gregory talking about Jalen Green, where he says, quote, "We brought in one of the rising stars in the NBA in Jalen," unquote. And then he goes off about why he likes him, but that was one of those things that was just unclear when they got him. And it's becoming more clear. When they made the trade, it was like, did you guys really like Jalen Green, or was Jalen Green the only bigger name that Houston was willing to part with? Because it kind of felt like the second part, honestly, because every time there was like a trade it was always like, well, Houston will trade Green, but they're not trading this or this or this. But if he is somebody the Suns identified that they wanted separately from all that, I would say that bodes not well, but how about better?
Yeah,
bodes better.
I would say bodes better. And if he's a guy that like Devin Booker likes, and they get along, then he can grow, right? We talked about the inefficiency. He can become more efficient when you have a proper ball handler who's going to put you in position to be successful.
Yeah.
So that you're not a volume shooter, but you're an efficient shooter, and that's what Devin Booker's job is at the point guard position.
That's a good point. Houston has a much better team than the Suns right now, but they did not have a Devin Booker in Houston.
No, they didn't.
All right, when we come back, we'll take you through all the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Bradley Beal had a lot of leverage. He gives up $13.9 million basically to get the Suns under the waive and stretch threshold. This was the best of a bad situation. Instead of feeling the crunch of Bradley Beal for 3 years, he will have an effect on this team for 7 years. He's going to get heat and hatred and vitriol from Suns fans moving forward for the next 5 years. I don't think it's that deserved. He shouldn't have waived the no-trade clause. Why should he have? Something he earned. I'm not bending over backwards to and help out a team that wanted to get rid of me either.
Bickley and Murata. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted number one by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit, because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's noon on a Thursday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick and the music are here. Rick, what's up?
What's up, guys? So
Rick is rocking out.
Yes, he is.
The Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal went their separate ways yesterday. What is Bradley Beal's legacy in Phoenix?
Leg. Let's see. That's funny.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, see what I did there.
Man, I don't even know that there is one. I mean,
Grant Hill?
His legacy is going to be felt more in 4 years when you're still paying him $19 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, his legacy is he made a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's about it. Didn't give you a lot of production. Yeah, it wasn't points per million.
No.
But
and also, like, don't you expect him to go be productive with the Clippers now?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's usually what happens.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think his legacy is that, yeah, he stopped by, robbed a bank, and then went on to his rest of his life.
Pretty much.
I'll give one silver lining. I will say the stretch toward the end of the 23-24 season and then a little bit into the playoffs, he played really good basketball. So that's the one part of his son's legacy that was a positive.
But
so I'm going to give him his flowers
The problem
for that.
is when you said stretch, I immediately thought you were going to say stretch and wave.
Yeah, stretch and wave.
So that maybe that's the legacy.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that. But like you said, but it's also finding such a small sample size within 2 years, and then now you're not even going to see the last 2 years, and he's on your books for 5.
I still think he's a good basketball player. It's just he's going to go play for the Clippers, make 10% of what he was making here, and be a lot better.
Ball up, because he'll be making 90% back.
He'll play 58 games. Come on, guys.
Yeah, well, that's fine. But they're only paying him $5.4 million or whatever, so they're fine with that.
Yeah.
Sticking with the Suns, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, which ex-Sun deserves the most blame for Phoenix's failed era? Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, or Mike Budenholzer?
Okay. I don't think it's Durant.
No, I don't think it's KD.
Everybody has to take blame. I get that.
You get a piece.
But when it was just Durant and Booker and Chris Paul, that team looked pretty good at the end of that first year. So I'm going to take Durant out of this conversation. I think
likely.
The one that's going to hurt them the most going forward is Beal because they're still paying. I would say last year, though, I never once heard anything positive about Budenholzer. So I know it was only 1 year of that era, but I'm actually going to vote Budenholzer.
Yeah, I would go with Coach Bud, too. I think because at the end of the day, you're the guy who manages the team. You create the lineups. You create when the subs come in. You have control over flow and chemistry.
Yeah.
And I think that's where you ultimately, if there's a bigger piece, because I think all three will get some of it, but I think the biggest slice or the biggest portion goes to Bud.
And I understand, like, I'm guessing Beal's going to win this. I get why people.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
But I guess with him, I still look at it as like the Suns knew what They knew about the no trade clause. They knew about his contract. So like with
and
Beal,
you still went with it.
yeah.
Right?
So I don't. I mean, this is the worst case scenario with Beal. Obviously, like the very worst case played out, but it was like not a
second
shock.
worst. Second worst, not the worst.
What was the worst?
Because the worst would have been just keeping him here and just keeping him at
Well,
home.
yes,
that
that's
was the worst. So this is the second worst possible.
The worst case scenario from when you traded for him of like it's possible he's just hurt and we were paying a bunch of money to. That's exactly what happened. So maybe the answer is Beal. I don't know, but I don't think it's Durant.
But Basinonians, players win games, coaches lose them.
Well, so how did the audience vote?
I will vote Coach Bud because of you guys. Bradley Beal 37%.
Okay.
KD 36%,
Ooh,
which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
And then Coach Bud down at 26%.
I totally
flip Bud and KD.
Yeah,
if anything.
Yeah.
I don't know what more realistically KD could have done. Again, I'm not absolving anybody. I mean, you got to.
Yeah, like I said, he still gets a piece, right? But I don't think he gets that large of a share of the piece because he tried.
Last season, he played 75 games like he was playing, too.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, whereas Beal didn't, and you didn't get any return on the investment, and it's going to hurt in the future financially, but the team chemistry never came together to even allow this to be effective.
And the worst part about this question is, especially with Beal, it's still going to hurt them.
It's going to linger. Yeah, it's going to linger for 5 years. There's a financial impact to Beal. So I get why that could be emotional. But there's a lot of structure that goes into that. So,
All right. We have the two-time Super Bowl champion offensive lineman in here with us, Max Starks. So, going to ask an offensive line question. But first, we got to listen to Isaiah Adams. Arizona Cardinals offensive guard Isaiah Adams spoke to the media yesterday, and he discussed the state of the offensive line.
We do things the right way. I think, Paris is a great example of a first-round pick, but, we have guys that are undrafted, guys, late-round guys that, have played in the NFL for a long time. So they do things the right way. They show you no matter where you're picked, no matter how it starts, about kind of where you're finishing. And, we have guys on the O-line who exemplify that every single day. So,
are you guys confident in this O-line room as it stands today?
Oh, I'll field these questions, Max.
Okay, you got it. There we go.
I'm going to pass this one over to Max.
I think it can be effective, but like you said, we talked about this earlier in the show. Like nothing was paid to the right side, like attention-wise, outside of Isaiah getting the opportunity to play at the guard position. I think it's going to be a challenge, but I think they'll be okay. It's not the worst scenario. The biggest thing that hurt them a year ago, health, right? I mean, we talk about it with the D-backs right now. I mean, we talked about it with the Suns. I mean, it's a nature of where we're at, kind of in the basin right now, with just health. If that group can stay together, they can form a bond, and they can play well. So, I mean, if I look at it right now and say, okay, if everybody stays healthy all 17 games, then yes, it's not a weakness. Yes, it's going to help you. But if guys are getting injured, you're shuffling the lineup from week to week, trying to figure out who's healthy, who's not, then it's going to be a problem because you don't have any depth.
They don't have a ton of depth, yeah.
They don't have a ton of depth. We already talked about who the top two would be. It'd be Royce Newman and Kelvin Beachum would be your first two off the bench. I trust Beach because Beach has done it.
He does it every year.
And he does it every single year. But can Jonah Williams stay healthy an entire season? Is Isaiah Adams going to gel with Jonah and Hjalti? Like, that's the thing that I worry about. The left side I don't worry about, but it's going to be that right side. Can they mature and can they stay healthy and the whole line stay healthy?
All right, one last one for you guys real quick before we go to break. The college football season begins in just over a month, actually a month and 6 days. And since you guys both enjoy football of the collegiate variety, I want your answers to some general college football questions. And you can go full homer and answer Florida players or ASU players. Who will win this year's national championship and who will win the Heisman Trophy?
I mean, I think for Heisman, I'm sure Arch Manning is the favorite. I'm sure he is.
But yeah, I have my reservations. Anyways,
I mean, I could.
Drew Aller's another one up there for Penn State.
Do you like him? Like Heisman level? I like Klubnik more than Drew Aller.
I mean, but Aller has more experience. And when Aller's hot, he's good.
Yeah.
Like I've had a couple of his games. And when he's hot, he's good. But when he's bad, he's bad. It's almost like Drake May.
I don't think that's
like in college when he was at UNC. Like you get a great half and then you get a crappy half from him.
You get half a Heisman then.
Yeah, you get half a Heisman. But if he lives up to the height that's expected, right? I think very easily that Heisman Trophy winner can come from the Big Ten. How about that?
Okay.
I'll say a Big Ten Heisman winner.
Since we're up against it, I'll just take Sam Levitt and ASU. Is that the answer?
Yeah, that's Homer. Who's going to win the championship?
ASU. That's why I threw them in there.
Oh, gosh.
No,
okay.
I think realistically, I do think Levitt could win. But if you're pressing me to pick, I guess I'll go with Klubnik. And then
Klubnik, okay.
For the national championship, I don't want to pick Ohio State because Jamal's right there and he wants us to pick Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm going to go crazy. I'm going to say Clemson. How about that?
Wow.
Go Tigers.
Okay.
Go Tigres.
Wow, look at that. Even did the tiger hand motion.
Yeah,
all right.
Pause. Yeah, pause.
All right, we're going to go to break. Thank you, Rick. That was wolfing down your lunch. The All-Star break is over, and contenders keep calling the Diamondbacks, hoping for a fire sale. So how did we ever get to this point, Max? This is not where we were supposed to be in the middle of July. It's Wolf and Luke.
Supposed to be in the top of the division.
Max Starks in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Waltz?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
They call us Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. We call them our why.
My parents help me when I'm learning something new.
They always practice forgiveness. That support system makes me feel safe in expressing my true thoughts and feelings about what I need and what I'm struggling with.
They've been watching, learning, and counting on you every step of the way, from crayons to campus. They've always needed you.
Even though I'm in high school, I still need my parents' help to clarify things.
When I'm scared, they help me feel brave.
Because they love me and care about me.
I do think my parents have a plan in place if something were to ever happen to them. them. I am confident that they've prepared for that.
That kind of confidence comes from more than love. It comes from planning ahead. At Morris Hall, we've guided families through estate planning for generations, starting with our own children. From crayons to campus to confidence. Give your family the peace of mind that comes with an estate plan. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com. Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th for their next two-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
All I ever wanted was a black Grand National. Being rational, give them what they ask for. It's not enough.
Hey, this is Jared, and the Diamondbacks finally return to action tomorrow night. And during the break, have any of their players got socked in the bean or beamed in their sock? Hopefully they stayed healthy, and we'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Nothing like the Jarrett Carlin, Kendrick Lamar remix.
I mean, would I ever thought that he would do a bed over Kendrick Lamar? Definitely not on my 2025 bingo list.
That would actually, they would change the song to Radio Off instead of TV
exactly.
Off.
Turn the radio off. Yeah, you can't because it has an O in it.
Yeah.
Turn the radio off.
Radio off?
Sound right. Yeah, I mean that's what because you can't say radio off.
No, that's an extra syllable too.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really get lazy with the word radio.
No, you can't. Did we make our national championship picks? Did you took Clemson? I didn't really take one.
Yes, Well, you said ASU. You were just being quick to get off the air. Let's. Can we get rational?
Well, he just said
rationaler.
Stop being rational. He didn't say stop. He got bleeped out.
Yeah, exactly.
Give me. I'm gonna give you two. Okay. Give me Georgia or Oregon. One of those two.
Wow, sucking up to your boss. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You don't think Oregon's good? They were undefeated last year.
No, I think they're very good. I just think it's. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I don't know. I just don't know about Dante Moore. Like I don't know. That's otherwise I would go with them. Georgia's always there.
Yeah, I mean,
and I trust teams with defense.
You can't fight Kirby in defense, right?
Yeah, I feel like those.
And I think they're better without Carson Beck.
Yeah, I do too. That's the thing. I don't know what Gunnar Stockton looks like over the course of a full year, but I'm 100% with you. Carson Beck was not good last year. Yeah. Every year when we ask this question, I always go Georgia or Oregon because I know they're always at least going to be in it towards the end.
Yeah, and I think but just my struggle is that I feel like the Big Ten's going to be a lot stronger this year, so it's going to be tougher to get Oregon as a top team. And now, granted, if they lose a game, because we saw what happens when they go undefeated, and you get 22 days off. Earlier. But I mean, I think that. But here's the bigger question: is will teams try not to get the bye because of the year one sample of every team that got a bye and was a conference champion got ousted in the second round? Because you saw the teams that either didn't play in the championship game, went in the first round, they got momentum.
They ramped it up a little bit.
They ramped it up, and they were ready to go. Think about Notre Dame, right? Texas.
I think that trend will break this year, though.
I'm hoping it does, because you don't want to see teams like purposely not trying to be in the top in their division just so they can get to the playoff. Like, I don't need a conference championship if I'm going to get the national championship.
I just don't want to pick Ohio State because they just won, and I think.
Yeah, I don't know what they got. They lost a lot.
I don't think. Well, they still have Jeremiah Smith. I just don't think that the rest of the Big Ten, I don't think, has the speed yet to play with Oregon. But it's hard to pick them over Ohio State after what Ohio State did to them. So
yeah, I mean,
I guess give me Georgia.
And then you think about what Michigan did too. Yeah. I mean, that's why I like Clemson. I think look at the field that Clemson's going to have to play to get there.
See,
and what they did a year ago.
That's why I went with Klubnik for Heisman. So look at us. We're on the Clemson train.
You went Heisman, and I went playoff champion. You know, hey, okay, so we do both like something in South Carolina.
I guess so. All right, with baseball. And where we are right now, we just had the conversation with Todd Walsh last hour, and anybody that knows Todd Walsh and hears him on the show, or you hear him on, the many broadcasts that he is on, he's not one to quickly just say, just tear it down and build it back up next year. But I thought his answers were pretty honest, and I think what a lot of us are kind of feeling it's ridiculous the injuries the Diamondbacks have suffered, and it makes it a lot harder to evaluate what you really have. But something seems to be missing with this team this season. To me, and I don't, so now going forward, these are not Todd's words; these are my words, Max. But to me, when spring training started, I looked at it. I was like, okay, the Dodgers are the obvious favorites to win the World Series. Let's not be ridiculous.
Yeah.
But there are certain teams that maybe could take them out, and the Diamondbacks were one of those teams. The injuries to me take them to the point where I don't know that you can win the World Series when you have these injuries. But
especially all the really one position group.
Yeah, I mean, let's just take all the pitchers and see what you do.
Exactly.
But they should still be able to find a way into the postseason. And the fact that they're 5.5 games back at the All-Star break, to me, is kind of what Todd was talking about. Something else is also missing, too. You may just bad baseball luck. This was not your year to challenge for the World Series because the injuries are absurd. But the fact that they're not even really knocking on the door of a playoff spot, to me, means something else is missing, too.
Well, I think you kind of alluded to it, right? The defense has been the issue, right? When you talk about you have a 10-run inning and you still can't pull out a victory.
Yeah.
I mean,
or you score 11 runs in a game 3 times and lose.
Yeah.
They've scored 11 runs in a game more than 3 times, but they've lost 3 times with it this year.
And I think that's where it talks about the defensive prowess. So it's not just about the pitching in and of itself. It's how you're fielding.
Yeah.
It's that communication in the gaps. Like, those are the things that you kind of, when you're a team that's vibing and in rhythm, like the offense, the defense gets lit up.
Yeah.
Mentally, like, man, if we could do it on this side when we're sitting in the duck, why can't we go out on the field and then back up what we're doing when we get into the batter's box?
Especially when you're built for that to be your strength. I mean, you were built for pitching and defense to be your strength.
Yeah, and yes, one of your segments did get hit with a tsunami of injuries.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do there.
But it's like, okay, now as a team, that's why you have to play a team sport. It's not an individual sport, right? So that's where the other guys have to say, you know what? Okay, it's not the best. We don't have the best mound presence right now, but you know what? We need to be locked in, right? We need to be locked in around the diamond. Need to be locked in the outfield, and we need to work together. It shouldn't look like a fire drill every time,
Yeah.
in emergency purposes. Like, it should still be orderly. I think that's what he's talking about, because the bats aren't missing. The bats are there.
The bats are
hot.
Elite level. I mean, you're talking about top 5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you just think of it, like you said, what Suarez has done,
They lost a game where he hit 4 home runs. I mean, and so what? They've only scored 11 runs and lost twice this season. They've done it 3 times ever, and twice were this season. But then they also lost the game where Gino had the 4 home runs. This is something else Todd said when we were going to break, so he didn't really dive into it. But the way last season ended, and the fact that most of these guys, when you're talking about, set aside the injuries, when you're just talking about what was missing or whatever, he said this towards the end of the interview of, this is a team that had to practice last year after their season was over because you were in a tiebreaker scenario and the Mets were playing the Braves and you just needed one team to win both those games in that doubleheader that day after the season.
Yeah.
So if you're the Diamondbacks, you had to be ready to go. Like, you were still, and then you practiced and then never got to play again because it was out of your hands, and it was such a weird scenario to be in a tiebreaker like that where, and I mean, they put themselves in that position, granted, obviously, by not finishing the season strong, but you would think in a moment like that, with most of those guys coming back this year, it'd be like, we're not putting ourselves in this position again.
Exactly.
Like, we will control enough to be in the playoffs. And they haven't up to this point.
Well, they haven't done. And like you said, to come out and say, hey, you need to win these next. I mean, and we want to see, can you win these next 3 games, right? Against a team that if you can get these 3 games on them, you've now got an advantage and you're now climbing that ladder. So that's why I think the next 3 games are going to be really important to see what they're made of and if they can come together. But if they can't, it's going to come unglued.
Yeah.
And I think that's where, it's you have to look to every man in the room and say, hey, do we want to keep this together? I like where you're at in the locker room. I like in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
I like being able to talk to you. I like you as a person. let's go here, let's do this. Let's
I don't
put it
want
together.
to text you in New York.
Yeah, I don't want to text you if you're you're with freaking Yankees or something. I don't know, or the Mets.
Yeah,
you're fueling the team that's in front of you.
Yeah, we're just helping. We're just a feeder system for contenders now. All of a sudden this year. Real quick, John Morosi was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and they asked him which of those 4 players that are rumored to be moving could give the Diamondbacks the best return if they only moved, say, one of them.
That's a great question. The answer is Gallen for me. Now, and this is where it's interesting. I'll mention this for a couple different reasons. Number one, he really got going again in a good way the last couple starts before the break. And Zach being Zach and just being such a cerebral guy, I think if he's able to bottle what was happening before the deadline and come out and sustain that for 2 more starts, his value is only going to go up higher. I think that's number one. So his value is peaking in the sense that he's a pending free agent who's been at times one of the better guys in the league, and it looks like he figured something out at exactly the right time. That's good news all the way around.
I think the way he said it, we get back into this in a little bit, Max, is how a lot of contenders are going to view it. Because Zach Gallen's last start before the deadline was not good. He gave up 6 earned runs in 5 innings. But I think contenders are going to look at it the way John Morosi was just talking. Man, he was great against San Diego. Man, he was great against San Francisco. He was great against the Yankees earlier. He was great against the Mets twice. Like, we will bring that out of him. The Diamondbacks can't for whatever reason. But his last outing before the All-Star break was not one that would drive up your trade value.
No, not at all.
We come back now that Bradley Beal is on his way to L.A. What kind of players can the Suns still bring in this summer? We're going to ask Arizona Sports Suns guru Kellen Olson. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Card scan. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
What do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? Oh, yeah, Macedonians, we all know it's hot outside. I'm talking frying egg on the sidewalk hot. But inside the Wolfley compound, it's cool, real cool. And that's all thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud that's been chilling in the fridge, bruh. And here's the deal. You don't have to suffer through sweaty nights. Right now, during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online now through July 29th. That's mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary. They've got 12 locations across the basin. So there's one close by you, Basinonians. Go check them out. And you know what? Tell them Wolf sent you. Don't sleep on this deal unless you're sleeping on a Brooklyn bedding mattress. Then by all means, have at it for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale going on now. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road, inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller, Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick, Kaman Malawach, performed in Summer League, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the D-backs season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
I like how Max immediately jumped on that as a way to make it about him and his ability to turn on.
Just say
his mic. Kellen can't
First
turn
of
his
all,
mic on.
Kellen and I have a good relationship, and I think he is another higher-minded. If it's confusing to him and the other people,
another higher-minded.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, you have to put that. I mean, we love you, Luke.
Okay, thanks.
You drive the bus. You keep us.
All of us tall folks have secrets that you guys will never know.
Max just drove a wedge between the show. Did you just call me short?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Not you. You're short. It's just Max and I are tall.
I guess compared to you two,
everyone else is shorter on me and Max. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, who's the third tallest in this room? It's you.
One of us did great things with their height. One of us,
Fair enough. All right, that's good.
Can see at concerts, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, listen, we never have to be in the front row by necessity.
Yeah, you never want to stand behind Max at a concert if you want to see the concert. So, Kellen, let's start Summer League first of all, since that has now happened. And I know we talked to you about this earlier in the week, what stood out. But just overall, in general, did you see what you wanted to see from the new guys?
Yeah, for sure. The new guys, I think, that was his best game yesterday, just in terms of the defensive presence. Speaking of tall people, he's 7'2" with a 7'7" wingspan, and guys that big can command the paint with the way that they protect the rim. And there were just like a handful of possessions each game where someone would dribble towards the key, Kaman was there, and then they would choose not to go at Kaman. Like we've seen that kind of thing with Rudy Gobert before. Yeah, and it's a really good decision not to go there because he's just going to swat the ball into the fourth row if they try and challenge him in that kind of way. So that was really good to see from him. Obviously, Kobe Bryant in those first 2 games was really electric, and I thought also yesterday, Rasheer Fleming had his best game. That's sort of what to expect from him if you watched yesterday's game. 7 points, 7 rebounds, 2 steals, just energy kind of all over the floor, not really dominating any specific part of it, but just energy everywhere.
Let's go with the Bradley Beal move now that it has finally happened. And I think a lot of people look at it like, oh, this is great. And then there's like, I mean, you see him in your mentions more than anybody probably on X. There's the people that are freaking out that they stretched and waived him. Let's just look at it this way. What does it allow them to do this summer?
Yeah, I think that is really the key in all of this, is that the reason to do it this year is to take advantage of the flexibility this year. Now, the biggest benefit right now for the time being, and again, we'll see, are getting off the tax, which like $176 million. You can sit there and say like, well, Matt Ishbia like has all this money in the world. And it's like, it's $176 million.
It's a lot of money.
He has proven time after time that he will pay when he needs to for contending teams or teams trying to ascend. The team is in a certain state right now where you don't have to pay $176 million. It's understandable. It gets them out of the repeater, which is this thing that makes the luxury tax payments even more and more expensive the more times you spend in there. So it gets them out of that as well. And then there's escaping the second apron, the frozen draft picks, like not being able to have one go to the end of the first round, that kind of stuff. But the bigger move and just really getting all of that money off is like opening up free agency possibilities with some of the money that you could use there. And then, of course, all of the trades that you will be able to do. Those are the two parts specifically where if they use those in the next coming weeks, or even if we go like all the way to the deadline and they use it in a trade that we all agree on and think is great, it's like, okay, that's part of using this to your advantage. But for now, and it's been 24 hours, we haven't seen anything yet. So we need to wait and see if they take advantage of all this flexibility, because if they do, great. If not, that 10% of the cap is going to catch up to them. I understand it's very easy to write off the $19 million and say, well, it's more like just 10% of the cap. Do you trust the Suns to operate at 90% of the capabilities while every other team gets to operate at 100%? I don't trust them to be able to do that. So it's going to come back to bite them at some point. It's just a limited amount of wiggle room that you give yourself in that kind of situation. So we'll see what comes over the next coming weeks and months and if they take advantage of it or not.
Now, Kellen, I do want to ask you, because obviously I haven't had the opportunity. I'm not sure if the guys have or not. But when you look at just the Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks acquisitions to the team, the trade to get Kevin Durant to another place, do you see after all of this, is Jalen Green still like a trade target for this team, or do you see him actually being a foundational piece for the Suns moving forward?
It's a really good question, because I think that the first reaction when you saw that trade was you probably want to reroute Jalen Green somewhere else because of the duplicative skill set that you have alongside Devin Booker. And we've seen a version of this the last 2 years that has not worked. And with all due respect to Jalen Green, Bradley Beal is a better player. The difference is Jalen Green's missed 6 games in 3 years. So that's going to help a lot more than with how often Brad was in and out of the lineup. What I will say is I think Brooks brings exactly what they want, and that is going to be valuable for them within the next year. Like, I think that Brooks is someone who adds another guy that is a similar size to a Royce O'Neal, to a Grayson Allen, to Brooks, to Green. So it's another guy, or Booker, excuse me. It's another guy to find minutes of that size. But what he brings, like culture, identity, the things that they want to establish, he's a 10 out of 10 match for what they want to do. Green, it's this classic thing that happens, Max, where like Jonathan Kuminga is a name that's popped up today, where the team that drafted them now has to pay them their second contract, and they're not like a surefire max guy like a Devin Booker or something. Yeah. So they don't know if they want to commit that much to him. And then it goes to this process where someone like Jalen Green gets 3 years, $100 million, or Jonathan Kuminga is going to get whatever he gets, and they're trepidatious to keep him around. And it's on that second team or that third team to figure out, okay, can this guy reach his upside? Can this guy reach his ceiling? I like Jalen Green. I think he has a chance to find that upside. I just don't like the fit here for him in Phoenix specifically. So to answer your question, after rambling through all of that, I do think that he is someone that they will be open to hearing from with other teams. But the question is how many teams are interested in him. I don't really think there are that many, and I think it was just a salary match more than anything.
Talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, just to kind of clear this up too with Beal's contract and what it's going to do to this team now still going forward for 5 years. How much of that in your mind is at least partially mitigated by the fact that you do have an owner willing to spend money? So it's not going to hurt you as much as if you had an owner that wasn't willing to spend money. I mean, he can only do so much, obviously, because there's the luxury tax and the aprons. But how much of the 19 and change $1 million every year can you mitigate because you have Matt Ishbia? And do you think there will be any hesitation for Ishbia to spend as much in the future? I don't mean into the second apron, but like, will he be hesitant to spend in the future?
I don't think so. I don't believe that from him. As far as the $20 million and how much it can add up over time, a really good example right now is I believe they're somewhere around like $20 million from the second apron right now. Mm-hmm. They should be 40. That's a really good example of how in like a year or two when we're talking about, okay, how close or far away are you from the luxury tax or the aprons? That's where Beal his number can factor in. There is one really weird CBA wrinkle here, where if the Suns operate as an over-the-cap team, dead money won't apply. This is such boring stuff that I can't wait to stop talking about, but I'm going to have to keep bringing it up every couple of years. I really apologize to the people who do not want to hear about this stuff, but it's important. If you operate as an over-the-cap team, that dead money doesn't actually apply to the things that I was talking about. So how close you are to the apron, how close you are to the tax, it doesn't apply there. So that's like a little wrinkle that they can take advantage of. And as far as like Ishbia's spending, I think that it's the right type of owner to have for that situation, because if this would have happened while Sarver was here, it would have been even more of a burden because they never wanted to pay the luxury tax in the first place. So it would be so difficult for them to spend money really anywhere. It's not going to be a serious obstacle for them, but to act like it's not an obstacle is just ignorant, I think.
Yeah. Kellen, always great to talk to you, man. And I also want to get you out of here with your last words being ignorant. So that's a great way to just kind of send you out. With
Luke is ignorant.
There we go. Yeah. Perfect. Kellen, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
That's Kellen Olson stopping by to call me
always good to have another tall guy there in defense against you.
I figured I'm typically fine, like 6'1"-ish, 6'1" and a little change. Yeah. But then Max walks
skates,
in at
7
like
6'3",
yeah,
right?
Yeah, sure.
Skates.
If I was wearing skates, but Kellen and Max are both. I don't even
Twin
know how
towers,
tall you
baby.
guys are. It's ridiculous. All right, that was Kellen Olson joining us right there. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros by texting half to 620-620. That way we can send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Again, text half to 620-620. Half to 620-620. When we come back, are the Arizona Cardinals set along the offensive line, specifically at right guard? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just getting Bradley Beal out of the room. I mean, forget about the financial benefits to it. Is there a benefit to just getting Bradley Beal out of the Phoenix Suns room? I think that's a question a lot of Suns fans are asking themselves.
How much of just being freed of not only Brad, but everything that went wrong with Kevin as well, being freed of that is going to help this team next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com. Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Do the Arizona Cardinals, even with roster upgrades, have enough to compete in the NFC West? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Well, Max starts in for Wolf today. Baby Stewie in the chat said, glad to see Max in today. With a big, happy face.
There we go.
And I'm glad to see Max with his mic on today.
Yeah, I can't stand you. You know, it's payback for the last segment.
I didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, you didn't have to do anything. Yeah, no, appreciate it, Baby Stewie. You know, it's good to be back. I mean, because it felt like it's been forever since we talked, since the season ended.
It really feels like forever since you and I have done a show together, even though it might have just, maybe it was last year. I don't know.
I think maybe we did one.
Maybe. We used to do like 2-3 weeks together.
Yeah, 2 weeks in a row, and we'd come in here. I mean, we go back like to the early days where we were filling in for Doug and Wolf.
Yeah, and it was 3 in the morning.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Like, how did you get here?
And then like it looks like a bat cave in here because we don't turn any lights on. But now that we have cameras, we have to keep lights on.
We don't even have a choice anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, I forgot we used to do the show like it was still bright because the lights out there in the newsroom were bright. But Alec wrote in, we need Jalen Green to play like Kelly Oubre did with the Suns, and he's. Yeah, I don't disagree. Like we need kind of a culture
yes, I'll take
recharge. That. And Pure Zero 21, not to be confused with Pure Zero 20, brought up Garrett Williams. Said, "What do you guys think about Garrett Williams being ranked number 1 in zone coverage?" And then also said they think the Cardinals defense will be top 5 this season. Before we get into the offensive line, Max, because you're only here for one day.
Yeah.
What do you think about this defense? Because I will tell you. And I'm trying to manage expectations after what happened with the Suns, but my expectations were a lot higher for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
What's happened? So my expectations with the Cardinals, I'm just focusing on the defense.
Just rein it in.
I think this defense is gonna be really good, man. I don't know about the team, but I think the defense is gonna be good.
I mean, it was good a year ago, right? And they played like a band of brothers. I mean, this is the thing. Like, we kind of look at the other teams that have the pedigree, and we expected them, they kind of let us down. But the team that didn't have the pedigree ended up overachieving and creating an identity. And I think this defense can be really top notch. And I know, hey, how much does Calais Campbell have left? I don't know how much Calais has left, but I'll tell you what, the leadership, the accountability, and having that voice there, that veteran voice on defense, is going to help a Walter Nolan, right?
Yeah,
you know, a guy
and how much
grooming.
are they really asking of Calais? They're not asking him to play 100% of the snaps.
Exactly.
Either.
He's not going to go out there and be 80% of your snap share, right? He's a situational guy, but a guy that you're going to need in key situations. You want him out there on the field because also you can't hide 6'8". Right? I mean,
no, you cannot.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you need that physical presence. And I think when you think about going after like a Dalvin Tomlinson to fortify the middle, you draft a Walter Nolan as well. And then you go and you bring Gaither Davis over, or Davis Gaither. I can't. It's one of those two.
Davis Gaither.
Yeah. Davis Gaither. There we go. Davis Gaither. When you bring him in, like, you're doing things on the front line that are going to be fundamental challenges to rush and get after the quarterback, and that's what I love. And then you have your back end, right? And you only made it better. I love. Buda's going to control that group, but I think adding a Will Johnson in the second round was a great pickup to go opposite, Max Melton and a year that he had last year, right? So you're going and you're putting these pieces in place that your defense, when you're thinking about what the Rams are, right, with all the pieces they have, because, bringing over Devontae Adams to pair with a Puka Nacua, right? I mean, no more Cooper Kupp, but Cooper wasn't what he was last year. Anyways, you need those corners. You need that secondary there, and you need to get after Matt Stafford, right? And that offensive line's a little shaky. Seattle, we don't know what Sam Darnold's going to be, right?
No.
But you also don't want to push in a Jalen Milroe too soon, and you have that Jalen Milroe-like player in Kyler Murray, so you should be well equipped to handle that type of dude as well. And I think when you think about that, and then San Francisco, they've blown up, but they look like they got better, with all of the losses that they had, and they're going to have a stockpile of picks next year. So you want to make sure that you're competing with the rest of that division, right? Because they're not getting any worse. And Brock Purdy now has a contract, so you know who the quarterback's going to be for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
in it. So I think going after the defense to go against the caliber of quarterbacks you're going against was a really good step for the Cardinals.
I was looking at, I think it was NFL.com. They had their top 10 defenses going into this upcoming season, and the only NFC West team they had on there was Seattle. And it's not like I don't think Seattle's defense is good, but it's not. I mean. The Rams defense.
I was like, Jared versus those guys. Like, come on, man. I'm like, how do you not have – did you not watch the playoff game against the Vikings?
I mean, I think Sam Darnold would probably vote for the Rams defense.
Yeah, exactly. He's not looking forward to playing the Rams twice.
And the Niners defense is always good. The Cardinals defense, I think, is going to be really good. And the Rams defense already is really good.
I'm like this division defensively is going to be hell for everybody else in the league. Because if you draw this division – it's like, oh my God! It's like there's no off time. You in the past
there is no break.
You can find one. There's no off time. You have to be pedal to the metal if you play anybody in the NFC West this year.
How much did you ever get to play against Calais?
He was a rookie.
I know 1 year. Yeah.
I'm just saying he was a rookie at that, and he played opposite side, right?
Okay, so you never.
So I didn't get to see him personally. I saw him physically.
Yeah.
And then when we played him again. He was interior opposite side again. So I was on the left side. He was primarily on defensive left, offensive right.
Okay.
So I didn't get as much Calais. But I mean, he was always a problem when he looped.
Yeah.
I mean, because it was like watching a brontosaurus come around.
I get to tackle that or block
It's like,
that.
wait a second. Here he comes. Here he still comes. Here he's still coming.
You can hear it before you see
exactly.
it. Oh no.
Yeah. But I think that's the thing when you look at, kind of what he did in Jacksonville, right? You look at what he did in Baltimore. Like, he is a physical and he knows what to do. That's the other thing. Like, he's a savvy vet. So it's not like I don't need to get 4 yards up the field anymore. As long as I get 2 and I can move laterally into the pocket area where the quarterback's throwing, I can swat the ball down. And that's just as effective as getting a pressure or getting a sack at times because they didn't gain any offensive yardage. That's the biggest thing that you're trying to do. If you can create 0 to negative yardage, you've done your job. And what's the difference of batting a ball down versus a sack? 5 yards?
A couple yards. Either way, it's still a down.
It's still a down that they've lost and they did not advance.
Yeah.
So I think when you think about that, and he understands that, and I think that's what makes Calais so valuable as a leader, and he's been here. He cares about here. He was drafted here. So there's more personal pride in it than most free agents you would have brought in.
We didn't get to this a ton, and I did tease it. So just real quick, Isaiah Adams and what that jump is like from year 1 to year 2 as an offensive lineman in the NFL.
Well, I think one of the biggest things, and he accomplished that last season, you understand the speed and the strength, right? I mean, those are the two biggest things that really catch a rookie off guard in the pros. Like, I don't know how fast they are and then how strong they are. And he got to see that, and I think he's adjusted appropriately. Now the thing's going to be, it's my job versus I'm just filling a spot.
Yeah.
And he has to go in and determine, this is my job, I'm going to take it, and it's mine, nobody else is here. And I think that mentality is the biggest shift you make from year 1 to year 2. And I dealt with it because I was a swing tackle my first year, and I played behind Marvell Smith, and I played behind Oliver Ross. And it was like, okay, I'm just trying to get my feet wet, get my opportunities. I had to earn my shot to get to dress, and then I got to play. Now in year 2, there's an opening, That's my job.
Yeah.
And that's what you have to do. And that's what I had to go once Oliver Ross actually, funny enough, came to the Cardinals in free agency. That freed up the right tackle job. And I had to go win that job and take that job. That's where it's going to have to be. It's the mentality of these guys are my teammates after the final cut. Once we have the 53, that's when they become my teammates.
Yeah.
Up until then, it's 95 guys trying to fill 53 slots. And you have to make sure that you're going to be accounted, and you want to be in those top 22 to 25 spots if we're really counting long snapper, punter, and kicker, right? Those are the three. But I need to be in the top 25 at the end of it, and it's my job and it's my opportunity here.
We need you to talk to Isaiah Adams. Maybe we don't. Maybe he's already locked in. I don't know.
I would say he mentioned without saying Kelvin Beachum, but that's the guy to talk to right there. That's the perfect guy in the locker room to be in your ear to help you.
All right, we come back. Final hour of the show. We'll start it with basketball. How are we going to remember the Big Three era with the Phoenix Suns? Because it is now officially over. Yes, they're still paying some money, but it's officially over.
Monetarily, it's still there.
Maybe. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and an Arizona sports legend received an award. Phoenix Mercury legend Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed in the Summer League, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Now that Bradley Beal is gone, what lessons can the Phoenix Suns learn from aiming big in their past off seasons? We'll talk about it on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, the Big Three era. It's officially over. One of the big three is still here, Devin Booker, and he's really here. Like $72.5 million roughly a year still here in a couple years. Kevin Durant's in Houston. Bradley Beal's going to the Clippers. We know KD's going to be in the playoffs. I mean, Houston's making the playoffs, obviously, with KD. They might, who knows? They could. I don't know that they would beat Oklahoma City. I don't know. That's a team that has, like, championship upside, I guess. You've got Beal to the Clippers probably is at least a playoff team. I don't know, but Max, from the Suns' perspective, that era officially ends the second Bradley Beal's leaving for another team.
Yes.
So how do you remember that era collectively? Because Rick had the question earlier, like, how are you going to remember the Bradley Beal era? And I don't know that we really will. You know?
Yeah, I don't think there was nothing tangible. I know, I know he brought up the end of the season, early playoff run. But I think when we look at this, it'll just be another failed experiment, right? Mm-hmm. I think that's the way we look at that. We're going to look and say that it was nice to have Kevin Durant, but we didn't achieve more with him than we did without him before.
No. Which is going to be the great mystery to me. Because it's going to be the whole what could have been, right? I mean, just like we thought, because, we thought our first big three with Chris Paul was going to be that, and they proved to be okay, and they were good even, but they were never great, right? Because you still got to the finals before those guys were added to the team. And then you subtract to Chris Paul because, like, hey, aging, health, now we need to go get somebody else, and you go and supplement with a Bradley Beal, but then you end up getting a guy who played even less, it feels like, than Chris Paul. So I feel like it's a failed experiment. If you go back to what was that summer of 23 when they got Beal? It must have been summer 23.
Had to have been summer 23, yeah.
the conversation was like, man, Chris Paul just can't keep his hand healthy in the playoffs.
Yeah.
For that to be our only problem.
Yeah, only for that to be the issue, right?
Well, we could hang with the best team in the NBA in the playoffs. It's just Chris Paul's not typically healthy in April, as opposed to now, where it's like, well, what's your biggest problem? I don't know, all of them. Everything
get to the playoffs.
What are the playoffs?
Yeah. What does this you mean? You mean they actually play after the regular season ends?
Oh, there's still games going. Okay.
But I think that's really what it is. It's the conundrum, right? It's like you needed the piece, and then you thought you had it, with Chris Paul, and then you ended up paying a lot more money after Chris Paul, and you had even less of an impact. And I think that's where it's going to be kind of the frustration with it. And ultimately what led to the demise of James Jones, right?
Yeah.
Was you went after a guy with a no-trade clause, and it bit you in the butt, and he wasn't healthy, and you owe him a lot of money. And you didn't see that production necessarily correlate on the field. Like, I get it. He might have been a great locker room guy, really good at warm-ups and practice and shoot-around and everything. But if you don't get it on in the field when it's effective, what's the use of it, right?
I don't even know what would it have looked like if Bradley Beal played up to his contract? I mean, that the biggest problem's always been his contract. Like, it didn't help. He got here and he couldn't stay on the court. I get that. And yes, I understand that was an issue with Washington the last couple of years too. But what would for him to play to his contract for how much they knew they were taking on? This is why a lot of this falls on the Suns too. Everybody could just be mad at Beal, but it's like he had already signed this contract with a different team years earlier.
And you absorbed it, and you couldn't renegotiate it.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, they basically did renegotiate. He did take a little bit of a hit here at the end.
Well, now,
yeah,
but it was leave out the door. It wasn't to come in.
No, it was not.
Yeah, exactly. It was to get out of here. So that's a difference.
He would have had to have been an MVP candidate to truly. He didn't have to be. Let me make sure I phrase this right. He didn't have to play like an MVP candidate for the deal to
make sense.
Yeah, like if he pushed them over the top and they were winning playoff games and he was a difference maker and he was on the floor consistently and they could rely on him. But I'm just saying, in a vacuum, for him to play to the potential of that contract, he would have had to have been like on the short list of like 8 or 9 MVP candidates in the league, because when you factor in the no trade clause, that's insane that there was a no trade clause.
Exactly. And I mean, and even then, I mean, to be that consistent all-star as well, right? I mean, even if you're not the MVP candidate, at minimum, you got to be an all-star.
Yeah.
Like you, D-Book, and KD need to be going to the all-star game every year.
The story I was referencing earlier, with that Brian Windhorst wrote, it's a good one. It's on ESPN. It's pretty lengthy, but one of the things he talks about, like, was it 3 points that basically signaled the end of Bradley Beal's time in Phoenix. I think he calls it the 3 acts. The first one that he notes is that Jordan Ott, once Jordan Ott got the job, did sit down with him and was like, okay, here's how we can use you, basically. Which, as Brian Windhorst says in the story, makes a lot of sense because they didn't have all the control to be able to get rid of him. So if you're the new head coach, you are trying to figure out a way to use him. So it was interesting that was even still part of the conversation, though, because that you're just talking about a couple weeks ago. They were still potentially trying to figure out how to use Bradley Beal, and Jordan Ott sat down with them, and the role that was carved out for Beal really wasn't what he was looking for. This kind of seems like it played out the way I was maybe wondering if it would. If at a certain point Bradley Beal's like, if I can make the money match up closely, I don't really want to be here anymore either.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a sad situation, and that's where I think we also talked about, like, Coach Budenholzer and with the sports poll, right, about who is to blame for this. He has to take that because at the end of the day, you're the managerial person of the squad, right?
They got undeniably worse last year.
Yeah, they did, and there was zero chemistry. The unity wasn't there, and you saw it. And I think that's more of the kind of damning type of clause in that was that it's different if it's just health, right?
Yeah.
But when it's dysfunction on top of health, that's when it gets – and then it looks so bad with the caliber of guys that you had.
It looked like – I'm not saying it was this. Maybe somebody in the locker room would say, no, it wasn't like that. But like you watch Oklahoma City, and I'm just going to use the extreme example. Like those guys, every game, it's like, man, we want to be here. This is great. If we didn't have a game tonight, we'd still be playing basketball pickup somewhere together.
Young guns, yeah.
Yeah, the Suns looked like a bunch of guys that not that they necessarily disliked each other. I don't know what the relationship was between players and coach. I don't know if that was necessarily great. But just the players on the team, it looked like guys that had to go to work and work with people. That it's like, I don't dislike that guy, but we're not like friends. I mean, that's what it looked like.
I'm not calling him in the evening if I have a question or there's something in life related. Like, it was like, we go to work, we show up, we work together, and we punch out.
Yeah.
And afterwards, we're not going to dinner. We're not going to happy hour. It's like, hey, I'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, when the old team, the team from, 21, 22, and obviously you go back and you could point a lot of these problems to that Game 7 against the Mavericks in 2022. That's when everything started to fall apart. So there obviously were issues behind the scenes with that team that were internal, in Monty Williams' words, that he never really explained. But that team, like when they went to the NBA Finals in 21, even before they got to the finals, they looked like a team that fit like they would want to be. They'd be playing pickup basketball together if they didn't have, like, even when DeAndre Ayton was here. That year. And obviously Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson did a lot to sort of build up that chemistry.
Yeah, be the wedge, well, not the wedge, but the glue, I should say. And that's what you need. You just need some more glue.
Thank you to all wedge busters out there.
Thank you, wedge busters.
I guess I got to applaud the wedge busters. All right, when we come back, we'll go around the NFL because there's a few big names that have not signed contract extensions with their respective teams. And Max, I'm guessing you're going to have some insight on one of them at least. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Suns wanted to be hardcore about it and said, look, we're knocking it down. Book, we appreciate you. You got to go. We have to cash in on you while we can. That is such a tenuous tightrope that this ownership group would be walking because they're not exactly exuding goodwill from their pores right now among the Suns fan base because of the way this experiment went. Devin Booker represents goodwill and an olive branch to the fans. Like, you love him, we love him. He's going to be here forever.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, Aria is led by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is super cool, man. Has a wide hawk. I call it the wide hawk. He shaves the sides of his head right there down to a point. This is what I had earlier, but with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-On-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-On-4. I've got the wide hawk also and the All-On-4. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Mike Freeland from Turf Monsters, the one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. In fact, Mike, some people say you are the turf monster.
I agree with that 100%. That's because we're the leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. We have the highest quality turfs. We have the best installers. We can make it happen without the mowing, the seeding, the water bills. And again, the highest quality installers and the highest quality turfs.
One of the things that stands out about Turf Monsters, Mike, is you have hundreds and hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp. Your customer service is outstanding. Tell us about that.
We definitely pride ourselves in that. That's what sets us apart from the competition. We've been in business longer. We do the right thing. We want your business. We're going to take great care of you the first time. We definitely want you happy. Our guys look at the yard just like it's their own, and we make those decisions as we go.
Schedule your free estimate at turfmonsters.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-323-3900 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Do the Arizona Cardinals, even with roster upgrades, have enough to compete in the NFC West? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, we got to get these down officially because, Max, I don't know when we'll do a show together before the start of the season. We might. Who knows? But so
we'll hit. I think I don't think we'll do during training camp. It would be right at the beginning of the season. So,
but I don't know that we'll do like a full show together where we can do like college.
We won't.
So so national champion you had
Clemson,
and Heisman you had.
I just picked Drew Aller.
Okay, and then I will go, since I was shamed for picking Oregon because we know somebody who went there.
No, you can still pick them. You can still pick them.
I know. I mean, I always take them or Georgia. So give me Georgia.
Okay, you'll take Georgia with Klubnik,
and then give me Cade Klubnik. So we're both on Club Klubnik.
Yeah, we are. We are. I mean, we're both squarely on the East Coast, at least.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And then I just refused. I don't want to pick ASU because I'd just rather be wrong and ASU wins.
Yeah.
Jamal's going to give his picks in a little bit. And then, Rick, before you make your picks, can I try and guess your picks?
Yes.
I think Rick is going to go Avery Johnson for Heisman because he's
absolutely
a big
not.
Avery Johnson guy. In fact, I'll write down Avery Johnson.
Yeah. Absolutely not.
And I guess
guy plays like a fish flopping out of water.
And I guess since you're such a big Avery Johnson fan, you're going to take Kansas State to win the whole thing. Okay, so who do you have?
Absolutely not either of those picks. So I'm going to start with my national championship pick.
Okay.
I think they're hungry after last season. I know they lost their quarterback, but I didn't necessarily think he was a strength of the team. They've got Jeremiah Love coming back. So I'm going to go with the Notre Dame Fighting Irish to win this year. They proved to me this past year that they finally aren't frauds.
I thought you were applauding your own pick. You were just
I was just making I'm making a statement.
Good answer. Exactly.
No, I was just emphasizing my point.
Yeah.
No, but yes, I will go with Notre Dame for my national championship pick. And then, you know what? I'm going to be a homer here. I think Sam Leavitt wins the Heisman.
Okay.
All right.
I really thought you were going to go with Avery Johnson, but I guess I had you wrong. Okay. All right. We'll get Jamal's in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll get his. Yeah.
Max, let's go around the NFL here. And
let's do it.
We're going to start with a story that you're pretty close to, I would assume.
Yeah. Might have knowledge about it.
This is Adam.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Not Adam Schefter. What do you got for breaking news?
Well, what I have is, according to Adam Schefter, ESPN sources, Steelers star TJ Watt has become the highest paid non-QB in NFL history for the second time in his illustrious career, reaching agreement today on a 3-year, $123 million extension that includes $108 million fully guaranteed at signing. The $41 million per year average is the highest of any non-quarterback in NFL history.
So, Max, that leads into my question. Do you think the Steelers will get a deal done with TJ? Oh, wait. Why? They couldn't have timed that any better if they tried.
It couldn't have come down any quicker in this moment.
Wow. All right. Well, what do you think of that?
I think our team just got even better having this, dark cloud, because I knew a deal was going to get done.
You can't let a guy like that walk.
No, you're never going to let him walk, and he's going to be a one helmet guy, as we call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's only going to play for one team alongside his other compatriot there, Cam Hayward. Like they're not going anywhere.
Who called
else.
him a one helmet? That was the quote from yesterday. He was like, TJ Watt needs to be a one helmet guy.
He doesn't need to go, and like you said, he's earned enough cachet. Now, did I think it was going to be that? Definitely not. I thought they were going to get close. But, once again, the Steelers, I think when you look at just how they've structured themselves, because remember, Aaron Rodgers is not commanding, the biggest percentage of your team is going to be your quarterback, right?
You're not really paying your quarterback anything.
And there's a second year in a row we haven't really had to pay a quarterback. Because remember, we got Russell Wilson for $1 million because the bill was in Denver.
Denver was paying it,
kind of like the Bradley Beal deal.
Yeah,
right?
We all made the connection. You have to point it out.
Yeah, I'll just
celebrate it, Max.
While we're, it's been our topic for like 3.5 hours.
Hours? Try months.
But this makes perfect sense, and now you have a team that's going into camp, no issues, and TJ Watt is one of those unequivocal leaders on this team. I know we talk about Aaron Rodgers coming in, but TJ and Cam have been the faces that have been carrying the Steelers, since they were both drafted here. They've been guys who've been of note for the last 9 years, and I think that only goes to help and bolster. And then it also presents a more attractive thing for the Steelers, right? It shows a team that's not willing to go, is willing to go and pay top premium for their guys, whether it's resume or anything else. So I think that makes it attractive to free agents moving forward.
It is. It's a uniquely constructed roster, and I don't know that they necessarily set out to do it this way. It's just kind of the way it has evolved because they knew they had to pay TJ Watt, and they, like you said, haven't paid a quarterback basically in 2 years. But generally, that's the opposite. Generally, you've spent so much money on your quarterback, you got to get really creative everywhere else. They probably looked around. They're like, we're not paying a quarterback. And even if they draft one next year, or what they get Will Howard in the draft if he somehow is the guy.
If he becomes the guy,
you're not paying him next year either. So, so they
not
could
paying Mason Rudolph either as a backup.
No, you're not. So they could, if anybody could afford to do this, they could afford to do it. So it's interesting. You said in there, you got a team now with no issues, and you're bringing in Aaron Rodgers. And my first thought was, so you're bringing issues in, but he really hasn't been an issue yet. I mean, I know nothing has started, but maybe this is different than it was in New York.
Yeah, I think and also you have to take stock into your own mortality, right? This is closer to the end than it is the beginning.
Yeah, does you really want to burn through a year?
And this is your third team in 4 years, so it's like, how much more do you want to do this? How much, you got to acquiesce at some point. You have to comply with the group if you want to get to your ultimate goal, which I know his ultimate goal is what? Get another Super Bowl before you retire. And so I think this goes to keeping those pieces together. Now you have, you add in the draft pick. There's 4 pass rushers now. You didn't have that a year ago. You trade for DK Metcalf to be a true number 1 for you. So now he has a built-in guy that's a go-to guy for him. Now, question about the rest of the receiving core is going to be one of those questions. But I think getting the TJ Watt narrative out of the way, now it's like, look elsewhere. Well, hey, now ball's in your court, Trey Hendrickson, another guy in the AFC North that's dealing with a contract dispute. And for a team in Cincinnati that really needs it, they really need pass rush. And then they're still dealing with Shamar Stewart, their first rounder, who's supposed to compliment him, not wanting to sign his first round deal. So now you've shifted the AFC North problems.
Him. He's not signing his deal either.
Exactly. And he referenced that many times in his interviews. So now you shift the cloud over west, over to Cincinnati.
Which Cincinnati, I look, I get it. They're paying Burrow. They're paying Jamar Chase. They are paying T. Higgins even this year. But they have a history of not paying guys. And
you've already lost to Sam Hubbard to retirement. And you already gave away DJ Reader a year ago, so your defensive line's kind of decimated. So he was the one bright spot. Like, he's led this league in sacks the last 2 years. 35 sacks in 2 years.
And spread out perfectly.
17 and a half each year. It's like almost like you can guarantee it.
By the way, TJ Watt, and look, we all know he's a great player. 73 and a half sacks over the last 5 years. Did I read that right? 73 and a half. Yeah, right. Schefter just put that 73 and a half sacks over the last 5 seasons. Nobody in the NFL obviously has more than that. That's
he's got 100 career, so
ridiculous.
Yeah, so I mean, you paid for the resume, and you still get that production. Hopefully you get a good rotation to where you can maximize that. And we're not even talking about the forced fumbles, the TFLs,
yeah,
like the other things
the
he does.
intangibles.
He's not just a sack guy, and I think that's the other thing where you're paying for. He's a complete defender.
Here, since you brought up Trey Hendrickson, this is Adam Schefter, unless there's breaking news in the next 2 seconds.
Yeah,
okay, no breaking news.
Okay,
here he is with an update on that.
I think that the issue there right now would seem to be the length of the years in the contract. Again, Trey Hendrickson and TJ Watt, they want more years. The teams want to give them fewer years. Both players are in their 30s. So for the players, it's about getting as much guaranteed money as you can over a longer period of time. And for the teams, they want to keep the players, although obviously it feels like Pittsburgh is more intent upon keeping T.J. Watt than Cincinnati is with Trey Hendrickson. But nobody's been able to get a deal done. And I think the bigger issue right now is the length of the contract, which equals guaranteed money, right? Like that's the issue on both. I think Pittsburgh and T.J. Watt somehow will figure out a way. Best I could tell, they haven't gotten close recently, but we'll see if they can figure out a way to get that done by the time camp begins.
All right, now obviously that cut was from a day ago, and the Steelers got their deal done. The Bengals have not.
Literally 5 minutes ago.
It's just, I love it when they time it out right. We're already going to talk about this segment anyway. It's just they worked out.
Like, hey, what time is Max and Luke talking about this? Okay, we're gonna
TJ, we're gonna sign this deal, but we got to wait till 1:14 Pacific time. Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You will never miss any of the show. It's the Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, all right, how about some storylines? We're going to be out at camp in a week. So, Max, we're going to come back with our top 3 storylines entering this Arizona Cardinals camp and season. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Beal deal is done.
3-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns and plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and an Arizona sports legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on the Mercury Legends Award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the D-backs season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Promptu.
Oh, you're so clever.
Power poll.
All right. Yeah, I looked in the chat and somebody said their national champs was U of A. That just hurt me.
For basketball.
I don't know. Did they say basketball?
They put a little basketball emoji.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, hey.
All right, that's fine.
That's okay. We're cool.
I'll allow that. I mean, I won't be happy if it happens, but
it's something that's not what we really care about.
Basketball's just too far away. All I can think about is football right now.
Exactly.
With that in mind, Max, I was looking. ESPN had their top 20 storylines for the NFL collectively heading into training camp. I was like, all right, how many of these are about the Cardinals? And none of them were about the Cardinals. So we decided, why don't we just make our own list?
Exactly. 21 through 23. How about that?
So the top 3 storylines heading into Cardinals camp that you're going to watch this year. Questions, whatever. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to start number 3. Okay,
number 3. Let's do it.
Number 3.
All right, I have mine. What do you have?
I have defense wins championships. Can this defense build on what they did a year ago with the additions that they've made in the offseason? You know, you bring in a Josh Sweat, you bring in Akeem Davis-Gaither, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, you draft Walter Nolan in the first round, Will Johnson in the second round. Can this defense meet or exceed what last year did?
All right, I like that. Number 3 for me, it's probably number 1 on a lot of people's lists, but I'm just kind of over speculating on it until I actually see it.
Yeah.
Just the Kyler Marv connection. Does that take a jump in year 2? It should. Just simply Marvin Harrison Jr. going from year 1 to year 2. We saw it with Garrett Williams going from year 1 to year 2. We saw it with Paris Johnson Jr. You see it with a lot of players across the league that aren't Cardinals, but we've seen it with the Cardinals as well since Monty Austin-Fort got here. So I think that alone should be a jump just from Marv from year 1 to year 2. But you were talking about it earlier. Can they get on the same page? Because at times last year it didn't look like they were on the same page. Yeah. How much better can that get? So that is my number 3 storyline heading into the season. On to number 2.
Number 2.
Healthy cows produce more milk, meaning the offensive line. Can this offensive line stay healthy? And can they produce by staying healthy for Kyler Murray, for the backfield, for James Conner, and provide the protection necessary and the holes necessary to be an elite offense? That's what my thing is. But they have to stay healthy first and foremost because it's a very thin line, as we've talked about throughout the show. There's not a lot of depth there, so you need your front line to stay intact as much as possible.
I didn't know we were going to have titles for each of these.
Well, you said top 3 storylines, so I'm creating.
You have like
titles.
a headline too.
Yeah, I'm creating the headline for the story.
So you had defense wins championships question mark, and you have healthy cows produce more milk. I don't have any milk titles. I can't come up with one that quickly.
Yeah.
All right, number 2 for me. Let's see, how can I tie milk into defense? I can't. Number 2 for me is the defense, and honestly, I'm probably lying. It's probably my number 1 storyline.
Yeah.
It's definitely the thing I'm most excited to see this season because I do think the defense was solid last year. It's not like they cleaned house. A lot of key pieces are back, but they added to it. And look, Budda Baker is a key piece. Jalen Thompson's a key piece. Mac Wilson Sr. is a key. Nick Rallis was a key piece.
Yeah.
And now he's got some actual, hopefully consistent.
Dogs.
He's got a room full of dogs to work with. I feel like the defense is going to be the fun part of this team this season. My bold prediction, Max, which doesn't seem as bold the more I say it, but 50-plus sacks for the Cardinals. And I don't know when the last time – I didn't think it was bold when I said it, and I started looking through. I was like, they haven't done that in 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 years. All right, on to number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno. Unbelievable.
Turn the headphones way up for that one.
Yeah, you did.
All right, what do you got for number 1?
Will the real Mr. Harrison Jr. please stand up?
Oh, you have songs for yours, too.
I mean, I'm just – we're supposed to create storylines and headlines. Like, you want to read that story, right?
I do.
Yeah,
I'm like, is he going to stand up or not?
Exactly. So I think that's what it is. To play on your number 3 story, right? Marvin Harrison, make the jump, because I feel like we talk about all these things that the defense can do, and they have the depth and multiplicity. If you unlock the code between him and Kyler Murray, it is going to make the offense just as fun to watch as the defense. And now you're talking about contender status. A true number 1 receiver with a franchise quarterback, on top of all the other pieces, the Trey McBrides, the James Connors, right? Tip Rymans, Michael Wilson. You have all these other pieces around, but the one you have to unlock, the genie that has to come out of the bottle, is Marvin Harrison. And if you can unlock that, that's going to lead to a whole other world for the Cardinals.
How many early 2000 songs did you kind of reference right there in that?
I mean, I also put in a late 90s, the Aladdin, Whole New World. Peebo Bryson edition, of course. We don't talk about the cartoon edition.
Let me answer your headline with a question, okay? This is going to get existential or philosophical or something. Your headline was, will the real Marvin Harrison Jr. please stand up?
Yes.
He's going to, right? One way or the other, whether it's a good thing or not. Like, we're going to know by the end of this year, maybe not exactly, but we're going to know, like, this guy is somebody who's still getting better, or this is what he is after year 2.
No, I think you're absolutely right. We're going to have a good case study. I mean, I'm not trying to do this to take away from this segment, but I've also dealt with that with a receiver, like watching it up close and personal. And that receiver is now a Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah.
Right, and George Pickens.
Yeah.
So you can either accept the challenge, step up, and take the mantle and be the guy, that was supposed to take the place of DeAndre Hopkins, or it's going to prove it's just futile, and maybe we do have to consider moving on. Maybe we have to go draft another receiver, because the one we thought was a 1 is really a 2 or a 3 in this, and he's not going to live up to that potential. So you're going to know who he is by the end of this season. I'm banking on and hoping for, because playing against his dad and watching his dad operate, that's going to kick in for him, and he has all the natural tools to be successful, that he's going to assume that mantle.
Yeah, I'm personally am pretty confident in Marv, at least in him specifically taking another step this year. I don't know what the Marv-Kyler chemistry is going to look like, and obviously that's going to play a huge role in what that next step really truly looks like. That, I think, is just, we got to wait and see. But everything you just said about him specifically, and his pedigree and his talent and the work he puts in, I don't think he's going to, plateau or trail off. It's just a matter of, will that connection with Kyler be as good as it needs to be? All right, my number 1 storyline and this is not going to be answered until November and December. Is this team built for the long haul? Are they gonna step up in the second half of the season? Because they just have not done it over the last forever, it feels like. In some years it hasn't been as pronounced because they never really got going in the first half, and so the second half was just kind of whatever. But the years where they've had a good start, that would put last year in there, 6-4, and they had a tough schedule at the start of the year, and they just trail off, like right off. And so that is the question that's going to define a lot of things for the Cardinals moving forward is can they play well in November and December this year?
Yeah, and you realize a bulk of your division plays in November, December. Yeah. So you've got to really dominate the non-con and the non-divisional games early in your schedule so that you can weather that storm if there is. Because, I mean, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when injuries happen on a team. And can you sustain that and get through it and make sure that they're not the catastrophic type of injuries. And, I mean, the Cardinals, like I said, if you can unlock that offensively, offense helps defense just as much as defense helps offense, right? If you keep a defense on the sidelines, the faster and healthier they're going to be.
Yeah.
As well as an offense, you're going to wear down the opposing defense. And I think that's where, if they can get the balance, that would be key for them.
It is good. There's every year we're excited for football this time of year, but what you just said, that balance of how they could play off each other, you could see it happening with this team. Doesn't guarantee that it will, but the pieces are in place where it could happen. Whereas some years you kind of know, like, okay, it's fun, it's football.
We need to lean here, and that's all we can lean on. Like you said, 50 sacks, right? You get that 50 sack plateau, that makes life a lot easier.
50 sacks is like, was that ridiculous for that to be a number? Because I think only like 3 teams cleared that last year.
Yeah, but I think with the talent that's on here, you have a right to demand it because it was a top 10 defense a year ago, and you're adding to it, so it should add those extra. What was it, like 7 or 8? I think they were 42 or 43 last year.
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
I'll double check that.
I can't remember the stat off the top of my head, but it's not unrealistic to ask for 8 more.
Yeah, last year teams that cracked 50, there were 3. Denver had 63. Wow, Denver had 63 sacks last year.
50 is not that crazy.
Yeah, come on, we can do 50. Baltimore had 54. And Dallas had 52. The Cardinals last year with all the injuries had 41.
Okay, so you're
getting 9 more. That's done. Given.
Lock it.
Yeah. There we go for 60.
All right. Let's not get crazy.
When we come back, who is the Arizona Diamondbacks closer? Do they have one heading into the second part of the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Max Starks in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon said multiple times coming out of the OTAs, friction. There's going to be more friction in camp. What does that mean? Is there going to be more fights? Is it going to be more physical?
Yeah.
Is it going to be more intense? Is he going to dial it up? Is he going to ask them to dial it up? If we're talking specifically what we're looking forward to watching at a camp, it's that. What does friction look like in a training camp for Jonathan Gannon?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Walt's.
I want to know who my representing here tonight. Hold on.
Hey, this is Jared, and the Diamondbacks finally return to action tomorrow night. And during the break, have any of their players got socked in the bean or beamed in their sock? Hopefully they stayed healthy, and we'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
All right, final segment of the show here. Wolf and Luke. Max starts in for Wolf. Max, before we solve all of the Diamondbacks pitching problems, which we're going to do in the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, we got 8 minutes to solve all of the Diamondbacks issues.
We have to get
before the deadline.
Yeah. So hopefully they're all listening so we can fix this.
Yeah, exactly.
We have to get the final picks in here. These are the official picks for the upcoming college football season. So Max took Clemson to win the whole thing, Drew Aller for the Heisman.
Yep.
I took Georgia to win the whole thing. I have Cade Klubnik for the Heisman. I refused to pick anybody from ASU because I want it to actually happen, so I'm not going to pick it.
Exactly. No Jordan Tyson or Sam Levitt.
No, even though they're both going to win somehow. It's going to be amazing. And Rick took Notre Dame. And then, even though he has an Avery Johnson tattoo, he went with Sam Levitt.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
So you're getting the Avery Johnson tattoo. Nobody likes Avery Johnson, the Kansas State quarterback, more than Rick. That's what I've got.
Lies.
So
I prefer the Avery Johnson from the NBA.
Yeah, correct. I agree. That guy, he's a good player.
Yeah.
And a decent coach.
We still got to get Jamal's picks. I think I know where these are going, but Jamal, I need a Heisman winner and a national champion. Which Ohio State player are you going to take for Heisman?
Yeah, exactly.
As much as I would like to say Jeremiah Smith is going to win it and their Buckeyes are going to go back-to-back, I think there's just too many questions. I'm around the Buckeyes. I'm going to go with DJ Lagway.
Oh,
from a Heisman.
Look at that. Look at that. I appreciate that, Jay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jay.
Same odds as Levitt. I saw that this morning, actually.
I think he definitely showed some flashes last year. And then I'm going to go Clemson.
Okay, there we go. I'm just saying, he's keeping it in the Southeast. I love it. There we go. Appreciate that.
On YouTube, all you can see in the back, you can't see me, but you can see a reflection of me in the picture behind me doing the chomp.
Yes, there we go.
I thought there was
Converted
some
all
sort
of
of new break sign I didn't know about. Or something.
No, it is the chomp.
Yes, it's a gator chomp.
I
Get it
understand
right.
what the gator chomp is. I know who I'm doing a show with. Remember, we used to do the FAMU thing every time we would do the show.
Oh my
at like
God!
6 in the
Yeah.
morning? We were both so delirious.
So delirious. It's like snake bite.
All right, so we got our picks in here, and I guess I'll put Wolf down for. I don't even know. Wolf will take West Virginia and
WVU and just insert name here for Heisman.
Jaheim White, I think, is their running back. All right, so let's figure out what the Diamondbacks have coming out of the All-Star break. I just double-checked, and we know one of the pitchers in tomorrow's game, but it's not the Diamondbacks pitcher. It's Andre Palante is pitching for the Palante's pitching for the Cardinals. 5-5, a 4.49 ERA. Diamondbacks, I would guess are going to go with Gallen. I would assume.
Yeah, I mean him or Kelly. I mean,
yeah,
day one, day two, however you want to put it, right?
Yeah, I mean
that's who your guys are.
You still have to operate as if Gallen's your number one guy.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, now if you do put Merrill up first, is that a signal? Right.
Even if it's not, everybody's going to react to it.
Yeah,
right?
we're going to react to it. So you know what? Never mind. Just put Zach Gallen up there, so there's less to talk about.
Yeah, just go out there, have a great performance.
Come on, media availability. We've actually traded Zach Gallen before the game.
Oh, jeez. They have media availability today, by the way. The
they do?
Diamondbacks. So I mean, nothing is happening. I said this earlier. I would assume you at least give yourself the Cardinals series. Because you've already navigated through the All-Star break without making a trade, so why not just see if you could pull off a sweep?
I mean, I don't even know. I mean, why not go 6? Get through the Houston series.
Well, yeah. I mean, it depends.
Exactly. I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah, but like you said, if you sweep Cardinals, I would expect. Hey, let's get through Houston, and then we'll talk about right before the deadline. Be a last-second deadline thing.
Trying to figure out who the last team the Diamondbacks swept was. It's been a little while. Seattle. June 9th through the 11th, they swept the Mariners. So,
that's not saying much.
Well,
but they did sweep.
They did
most
sweep.
Importantly, they did sweep.
Yeah, it's not bad now. Here's Torey Lovello. This is before one of the final games, one of the games in the Angels series, giving an update on Shelby Miller, who, in case you have lost track, is the Diamondbacks' third closer they've gone to this season.
He's going to get the second opinion from Meister. I think that's still in the process of happening. They're going to give him the information and then let him figure out what the next course of action is. What those decisions are and what information they're going to feed to him, I don't know. But it's probably, in my guess, it's probably anywhere from coming back and pitching to being shut down and having a procedure. So I think they're going to try and figure out exactly what's going on and have not figured that out yet.
I understand Torey's not like messing around with us, but is that not the full range of anything? He's going to come back or he's not?
Yeah, he's yay or nay. You're right.
I think we'll either see him pitch again or we won't.
Yeah, exactly. And that'll be it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, thank you, Coach.
You can't argue with it. I mean,
yeah, he technically gave you both scenarios. There's only two. There's no third.
That's true. The gray area is literally every game in between.
Yes.
I don't know, Max. I mean, believe it or not, I'm not a doctor, although I feel like one by the end of this season.
Yeah.
But
You've researched Tommy John way too much than you like.
All in the last 2 or 3 months. Every time they've had to go to somebody for a second opinion, it's never been because the first opinion was so good they just wanted to hear it from another guy too.
Yeah.
So either way, they don't have Shelby Miller right now.
No.
I guess Kevin Ginkel's the closer right now.
I mean, he's your only other option. I mean, unless you're going to pull down, I don't know, Curtis or Graverman. I mean, really, that's all you have, right? And they're more your middle guys.
Yeah.
So, but you're down now 3 pitchers, right?
This is really the essence of the problem. Like if you, what the injuries have done, they've taken it from you have 3 options at the deadline. You can buy or sell or stand pat. I don't think standing pat's really an option because if you're going to. If you're not going to sell, that's great, and I hope they don't. I hope they just go on a run here and don't have to. But then you almost have to buy because you have nobody left in the bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to find something, whether it's trade to get something for your bullpen, or you go and get someone for your bullpen because you know these other guys aren't coming back, so you don't have to free up a roster spot, right? Like it's literally a true gap in the roster that you're trying to fill, and you either fill it by trading one and getting a couple of things back, or you go and you just buy it to say we have a full roster. It's none of them are awesome, and like when you look at it, I mean, just pulling up their depth chart, like all the ILs. I mean, Vargas and Pavin Smith, obviously.
If you read off all the ILs, we're going to bleed into Burns and Gambo's show tomorrow.
Exactly. So it's like man, and I think that's the other thing is that these are 10-day ILs that have gone and will go longer than 10. You just keep extending it. So
right. I broke this pen and there's ink everywhere, so we're going to get out of here.
We should. Right. Quinny, you good? Kevin Ginkel closer?
We should point out you're asking your daughter who.
I'm asking my daughter. She's actually in the studio. Okay. You can't see her, but she just froze on me.
Well, that was the answer I had when you asked who the closer was too. So, all right. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. For Max, thanks for stepping in, buddy.
No, my pleasure, man. Hey, as always, we have to do our annual due.
Our annual July show.
Yes, exactly.
All right. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch. So I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can. And you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck. Power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, the final day of him filling in, at least on this show. Kellen Olson, everybody. Hi, Kellen.
What's up, buddy?
Hi, Kellen.
I'm filling in with Luke tomorrow.
Yes.
Both of us, after Friday, that will be our last show before vacation. So you and I have agreed that when I walk out and you walk in the studio, we will not say any words to each other, but merely exchange a fist bump, as in, have a great vacation, and specifically to you, saying, 4 more hours, you got this, buddy, and then you're home free to Maine. You're home free.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, first of all, like, Maine is not home, but yes, I'm home free on vacation to Maine, a place I've never been before, which I'm very excited about. Arizona is very much home, born and raised, but let's not, we will exchange no words. Well, you're off to Pittsburgh, actually, to go check out beautiful PNC Ballpark, where the Diamondbacks are next week, which I'm very jealous about because I've always wanted to see that ballpark. I haven't gotten there. There will be a fist bump exchange. There'll be no words exchange, just kind of a silent sort of, okay, yeah, we're there. But don't misinterpret that if you're listening to the Burns and Gambo Show as if we're not going to give you everything we've got full throttle, warp speed, warp factor number 9 for the rest of today or tomorrow, right? Like,
you guys have plenty to talk about tomorrow. Gambo coming back tomorrow.
This is a money show sheet we got right here.
Yeah,
we're loaded.
This is fantastic.
And
you and I are very excited to talk sports today and very excited to talk tomorrow. We're also very excited to go on vacation that we've been looking forward to for a while now, after a very long and tiring and laborious Suns off season that is finally going to wave goodbye. We are going to wave goodbye to it, at least.
As you like to say, and I like to mimic you saying, both things can be true. And both of these things can be true. We'll go warp factor 9 for today and tomorrow. And then when tomorrow is done, we'll just go off into that sweet little sunset and take a week's vacation. Not together, but separately. You know what I mean. But we get you everything we got today. That includes, by the way, a visit from Gambo. He'll join us today. Tyler Drake will join us. Ramona Shelburne will join us to talk NBA. Gambo will be back with me tomorrow.
one show together before I go off on vacation. So with that in mind, now that we've got all that out of the way, let's weigh in on our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Well, the elephant in the room today, and we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about it. Bradley Beal said goodbye on Twitter.
More appropriately, deuces.
Deuces. That's right.
You chucked up the deuces. That's it. That's all you get.
Peace out. See you later. Just the deuces emoji. And
I'm sure he sent messages certain ways to members of the Suns organization who he was going to miss and beyond farewell. But in terms of a heartfelt goodbye to the organization and the fan base publicly, which will often happen when a teammate leaves, Brad just chucked up the deuces. That's it. And a lot of people thought it was funny.
Kevin Durant thought it was funny. Former members of the organization thought it was funny. It has sparked a Twitter battle. I don't even know if that's the right word to use.
Ish Wainwright and Damian Lee having to tweet now that, like, I didn't mean that I was laughing at the organization. I was just laughing at Brad posting that. Everyone calm down and stop yelling at me.
Okay, for people who might not, and I just want to make sure, I know what you meant, but just want to make sure that we're not leaving anything vague or ambiguous here.
Well, it is vague and ambiguous because they're just posting emojis to communicate, to be clear. So they have no one else to blame but themselves, like if they're getting mad at people getting mad at them.
Explain what you think the deuces emoji might potentially mean for, like, instead of words, instead of some flowing, glowing, hey, thank you for my time, I loved it here, I appreciate the fans even though it didn't work out. The deuces emoji is just kind of like a peace out, see you later sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a cute way to do the goodbye message thing. That's really all it was, and it was like a playful way to sort of do it. Of course, this is not like the type of thing where being playful like this will be well received by the fans. They were already pretty pissed at Brad in the first place, and now they're going to be even more pissed. Like we were talking about the odds of him getting booed yesterday. They just skyrocketed after that. He's going to get booed every time he touches the ball.
The odds makers have just moved it from a plus 200 to a minus 350. I mean, just like right across the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, so players are responding.
Bam
Former players are
Adebayo's in there.
responding.
Trae Young's in there laughing at Brad doing that. Everyone knows what he is doing when he is posting something like that.
Yeah. So like I say, it's the elephant in the room. We're addressing it. We're not trying to ignore it. We're not going to talk for 5 hours about it either because it's not worthy of that kind of conversation.
What does it mean?
Well, we know what it means.
Remember when Kyler unfollowed the Cardinals or whatever? What does it mean? No, thank you.
You know what? I've tried so hard through years of denial and just emotion burying to try to forget about all that Kyler stuff. Thank you for regurgitating all of that. Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'm really reciprocating to you in a really great way to start the show.
You really are. Now, there was a story today on ESPN.com, and Brian Windhorst went there, the deep dive into kind of what happened between Bradley Beal and the Phoenix Suns and how it all went down. And it was a fascinating read, and there's a lot of takeaways from it in terms of, and the title of the article is How Bradley Beal and the Phoenix Suns Finalized Their Contentious Divorce. We're going to talk about this two different ways over the course of two different segments on the show. Hopefully you're with us for all of it. The way that we're going to start talking about this is off of the top. According to Brian Windhorst, Jordan Ott, after getting the job, met with Bradley Beal and presented a plan for how he could be used next season. According to Brian Windhorst reporting, Beal decided it was time to move on if the opportunity presented itself. 20 different teams showed interest. He met with about a half dozen via Zoom. The other interesting part was, in addition to this, hey, here's this plan for keeping you, and more on that in a minute, had the Suns traded Kevin Durant to Minnesota instead of the Rockets, based on the package coming back from Minnesota, there might have been a path to the Suns being more amenable to keeping Bradley Beal on the roster because of the roster itself and where the holes would have been and where they might have needed Bradley Beal. It was kind of a fascinating reveal in that regard.
Yeah, and I totally understand. And we assumed that something like this would have happened by now with whether it was Ott, whether it was Ishbia, whether it was Gregory, whether it was Josh Bartelstein in this case, that was speaking with Brad and like talking about the possibilities of him coming back next year, because you never know if what you're trying to get done is ultimately going to get done. You want to leave all options available, and this was one of them, was him coming back next year. But it states Windhorst writes in the article that Beal appreciated Ott's efforts, but after postseason meetings with Bartelstein assessing the situation, he had already decided that he needed to move on from Phoenix if the opportunity presented itself. And yeah, you can't help but look, and we'll talk later about like how this is like another like what if scenario where like we kind of have like an official look now at like what the package could have been from Minnesota, and it sure is. It doesn't explicitly say in the story that KD shut it down, but KD
shut it down.
KD shut it down. Like it's fine. It's okay to say.
It's okay to say. It's okay.
Now, did KD go there and say this trade shall not commence? No, but did he make it known that he probably wouldn't re-sign him in Minnesota, or at the very least wasn't like super open to re-signing right away or signing the extension? Yeah. And what does that do? It shuts it down.
It shuts it down.
It shuts it down. So for all of that to come together and for the Houston offer to come in and to include Jalen Green, apparently that was like the point of no return from a roster balance perspective. You can have 7 6'5" guys, but when you add the 8th, that's just way too many, Burnsy. That's where the house of cards truly collapses.
You know what? The show's not going to get any better than that for the day. Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening to the Burns and Gambo show. That's the peak right there.
Did you read this in the way that I did as well, where it was yet another leverage situation where I'm reading? And we are, to be clear, Brian Windhorst is reading this with several quotes from Mark Bartelstein, who is Bradley Beal's agent. There isn't so much as many quotes from the Suns side of this, so we are reading it from one side, to be clear. But did you read this as like another situation where someone had leverage over the Suns yet again? It kind of read like Brad had a bit of control over the situation, which we knew he did.
Because he did have control over the situation. He knew that in order for the wave and stretch to work, he had to give money back. He knew that he wasn't required to do so. I mean, it would have made an awkward situation, like really, really awkward. Not quite like Coldplay concert in Foxborough awkward, but it could have been very, very. Did you get that reference? Did you see that video? I'm sorry, I made that reference. That thing was making it. Did you see that video today?
I didn't see the video.
Oh boy. So I'm sorry, totally off the rails here.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, the
video, the Coldplay video of
the most viral thing in the world.
It is everywhere. That was awkward. Maybe it wasn't quite that awkward. So I'll get off the Coldplay video for a second.
You just hate to see it,
You just think, whoa,
everyone coming together and just admitting that this is great to see like tea like this together and just not being those people. It's fantastic.
Mess. Just such a mess. Anyway, that's not the point. Yes, it did come across as a leverage play, and what I wanted to bring up was I remember, Gamba and I were doing the show together before all the vacations and everything during the coaching selection. He had said that some of the coaches being interviewed were being asked, how would you deal with Brad? How would you rehab Brad? How would you fix, for lack of a better word, Brad? How would you use Bradley Beal? So that part of it wasn't a surprise to me at all, to kind of going to Bradley and saying, okay, if we keep you, what do you think? And Bradley saying, yeah, no, I don't really want to be here anymore, whatever. It would be fascinating to know, had Kevin Durant wanted to go to Minnesota, or had Minnesota said, you know what, to hell with it, we'll take you anyway, even though we know you might not want to be here, we'll sell you on us over the course of the year, go ahead and trade him here. It would have been fascinating to see if the Suns would have truly gone down the road of keeping Bradley Beal, or if Bradley Beal would have made it so, no, you cannot keep me. I am going to get out of here. You're going to let me go. I wonder what would have happened if we had gotten to kind of that DEFCON 1 situation between two. Don't know the answer to that.
And it included that the buyout negotiations, quote, talks went back and forth and got heated, sources said. That is between father and son, you would presume, in the negotiations.
Yeah, father and son who are getting together for a family wedding this weekend and a family birthday party this weekend.
Not bringing it up because it's irrelevant. It was like the twist of really the pull of Wendy's story in the first place. It was complicated. It was messy. It was sloppy. And boy, am I sure glad to be stopped talking about it.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but
in a couple of days.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to be talking about it a little more later in the show. But when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, 12 games left until the trade deadline. Have the Diamondbacks' minds already been made up? That is next. Kellen's in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
The Beal deal is done.
This is it. We've all been waiting for this.
He's on his way to the Clippers. The fact that he signed for a paltry 2 years, $11 million. Yes, he wanted to go to L.A. reportedly.
Yeah.
That's where his family was before then eventually moved him here to the PHX, but now they're going back to L.A., so I'm guessing that was his first, second, and third choice all along.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes. Teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
How did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is a listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to be
Precio.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Celebrate Faith and Family Night at Chase Field on Friday, August 8th. Stick around for a free post-game concert with Torrin Wells, presented by Chick-fil-A. Visit dbacks.com/faith.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next two-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle, and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Join us Friday morning to the Arizona Cardinals, even with roster upgrades, have enough to compete in the NFC West. That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, tip jar Franz Ferdinand for me, please, if you would. Thank you very much. Derek Hall was a guest on the morning show for his weekly segments today and was asked about The Diamondbacks and the deadline, of course. What else would you ask the president and CEO of the Diamondbacks about?
To be in this position, still waiting to see, are you a buyer? Are you a seller? And we can't really proclaim what we are yet. I think going through the end of the first half, we didn't give ourselves much of a reason to say we are definitely buyers as much as we want to be. I mean, we still want to buy, but we have to be realistic. Our record doesn't scream for it. Where we are standing wise doesn't scream for it. We got to softer parts of the schedule that we always circled, and we didn't perform. I mean, we under 500 is not admirable. It's been a disappointment. I don't think anybody's had as high of expectations as myself. And so I've been really disappointed and underwhelmed. So I don't know. I think it changes, to be honest, Tim, it changes day after day. I mean, Mike and Ken and I talk about this every day.
And they have a chance to change the narrative, albeit as much of a Hail Mary as you want to define it as such. They have a chance to change the narrative starting tomorrow. They've got 12 games before the deadline, albeit in all reality, probably closer to 9 of those games before they really have to start to act and figure out what they're going to want to do. The window here is tight. It's narrow. There's not a lot of wiggle room. They've put themselves in that position. And I guess the question, Kellen, that we're kind of asking ourselves is it too late? Is there anything they can do in these 9 games? And I admit this is fully a Hail Mary kind of conversation. But is there anything they can do at this point, in your opinion, to avoid the inevitable when it comes to this?
I don't think so, because it has just as much to do with the form that they're in as the form of the rest of the National League. Like, we've talked about it a lot this week, how a team like Milwaukee jumping to 16 games over 500 with the month plus that they've had right now since the start of June, really. And then the Padres and the Giants. I think the Giants specifically were that story like 4 or 6 weeks ago. We're like, oh, that's cute. The Giants are off to a good start. And then we're here in mid-July, and they are still hanging around fighting for a wild card spot.
It's not cute anymore. It's not cute.
The Cardinals were a similar story like 2 months ago where it's like, oh, cute, you guys play defense. That's awesome. Whatever. Like, we'll see if you – and they're still hanging around. The Reds, who were a mild disappointment, I would probably put them as about 2 months ago, have started to play much better baseball. So the Diamondbacks are in a position where – how many games? 12?
12 before the deadline.
Let's
12.
say they go 9-3, right? Like they go off one of their best. That would be their best stretch of the year, actually. If they were to go 9-3 over this, that would be their best stretch of the season so far. They're not even going to be in a wild card spot yet with that type of run. They would not even be holding a wild card spot yet. They would need a team like the Padres or the Giants or the Cardinals to like lose pretty much every game at that point for them to catch. They're 5.5 out right now. So it's just like, what can you really see? I don't really know what you can see to avoid being sellers at this point.
Yeah, it's okay. And that's actually without even intending, which is, my favorite phrase, accidental brilliance. Without even intending, that's kind of the direction I wanted to take this conversation a little bit, because like, let's say they go 9-3, but they don't really jump any teams in the standings. Couldn't I at least argue, and I think I would argue a little bit, that would be the kind of sign Mike Hazen would need to say, okay, maybe I'm not going to aggressively buy, but I'm not going to strip this thing down to the studs either. I'm going to let it ride and take my chances that if it doesn't work out, then I'll get draft compensation for these free agents when they leave, and I'll just roll the dice and take my chance. I'm trying to workshop this idea of, okay, like for some people, it's just black and white. You're either a buyer or a seller. You're a buyer or a seller. Is there a path here to neither? Is there a path here to Mike Hazen saying, you know what, that you showed me a little juice right before the deadline and I decided not to do anything at all? Or does this team, and I think I know my answer to this, does this team have to be one or the other given their circumstance? Can they just ride it out, not do anything at all?
No, they have to do something.
I agree. They have to do something.
I think they have to do something, and something we are going to be talking about later on is that if you look at the 3-year payroll cycle for what the Arizona Diamondbacks were on in terms of the payroll that they had, it was $119 million the year that they made the World Series. That was, of course, before they made the World Series. Then once they did, it jumped to $178 last year, and currently it's $189 million. So you look at all these unrestricted free agents, and you wonder, okay, where are you going to land next year? I would be very surprised if they're in this 180 to 190 range again. I would be surprised if they were there. What I'm expecting is for them to duck down to maybe the 160s, maybe the 150s, maybe even lower than that after the year that they have had. Now, they are still in the mindset, very much so, of trying to contend next year and resetting this, but just how possible is that with the restraints that they are going to have, the amount of guys that they have to re-sign, some of the money that's going up as well. I don't know. So I'm bringing that up right now just to say they're in a position where they have to act in some sort of way, because if you don't trade, I think the one thing I think we really don't want to see is more than one of these guys leave for nothing. Does that make sense? So you look at the main four.
Yeah.
It's Naylor, Suarez, Gallen, and Kelly. If you keep Kelly and then he leaves because he gets a monster offer somewhere else, that's okay. But if you do that with another guy like Gallen or like Naylor or like Suarez when you could have traded them at the deadline, that really hurts. Now, Gallen is the one specifically, and so is Naylor, where the qualifying offer and compensatory pick stuff does come into play. But if you get nothing for more than one of these guys, that's where it has to hurt. So, yeah, I think you have to do something.
Yeah, but I trust me when I say this, I'm not predicting the Arizona Diamondbacks to be buyers at the deadline. But by argument for my devil's advocate question about can they be neither? Can they just kind of ride it out and see what happens? There's no way this bullpen, the way it's currently constructed, is going to win a championship or even win a playoff series. I mean, if you're gonna let it ride, so to speak, you have to add a bullpen arm. You do not have enough down there to do this, and so can they be neither? No, I don't think they can be neither. I think they either, if there's a belief in this team that they're good enough to make a run, and if they can show them something over this next 12 games. To validate that belief for Mike Hazen, then I think you almost have to add at least one arm just to kind of, pardon the pun, arm yourself for the postseason. If you don't get that push, you have to. You have to weigh, and this is where Mike Hazen is going to do a really good job. I have a lot of faith in Mike. Is going to weigh, will the value of the offers we're getting for Zach Gallen, are they better if we just keep him and we get the comp pick like we did with Christian Walker, or is it just such an overwhelming offer to let him go? And truly, to your point, how many of these four do we want to re-sign? Can we? I agree with you. The payroll is going down. There's a lot of money coming off the books, and there's going to be within that. There's going to be an opportunity to, do we want to re-sign this one? Do we want to re-sign that one? Can you afford to? That's another question and another conversation. But you're going to have to decide that too about, are we going to make a legitimate push to bring any of these four back so we can load up and go again next year? That's a payroll question. That's a Ken question more than it is anything else.
And there's the motivation we've seen a lot over the last couple of weeks of where they still want to be in a position where they're just not putting out the Reno Aces the rest of the year. They want to have a competitive team this year. That matters to them. Do I think it should matter? Not necessarily, but they do.
It matters to them. It matters to them. But if they go 8-4, I know I'm dreaming here. If they go 8-4 or 9-3, they're going to give, Mike, how competitive he is. He's going to be like, oh, wait, okay, hold on. I can't break it up now. We're just starting to, you know what I mean? Like, we're just starting to do the thing. I don't know if they could break it up if that happened. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen Olson filling in the, what are we doing here? Right there. Sorry about that. Do the Phoenix Suns have one more big swing left in them? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Card scan. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Dr. Jay Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's where I went for my LASIK procedure about 15 years ago. I'm so glad that I did. Here I am 15 years later, 58 years old. No glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. You can have that too. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures, including mine. And my good buddy Vince Marotta had his LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz is a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call right now for a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in a vision correction procedure. I highly recommend LASIK surgery. You can call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com. And don't forget to ask about 2 years of interest-free financing.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together.
When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he's like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body, that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Luke. How can Marvin Harrison Jr. be a top 10 receiver in the NFL by the end of the 2025 season? We'll discuss it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
We'll turn on the microphone there. Kellen Olson filling in for Gambo today, but fret not. Gambo will be joining the show as a guest coming up at 3, so he can chime in on what we're about to talk about and kind of all things Bradley Beal. And then Gambo will be back tomorrow with me for a full 4-hour edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. It'll be good to be back with him off of his long vacation. I'm sure he's got lots to say, lots to tell you about, but we'll give a little quick sneak preview of that coming up at 3. And that includes what he has to say about this Jonathan Kuminga story, Kel, which we didn't, I don't want to be like duplicitous here. We didn't allude to this yesterday, but we kind of alluded to the idea of this yesterday. The idea of, okay, you just sort of reset everything financially. You've got your books back down to a kind of a normal level. what's going to be the next bright, shiny thing that's going to catch Matt Ishbia's attention and make him want to plunge again? Enter Jonathan Kuminga, who, according to a report from Jake L. Fisher, the Warriors are trying to figure out what to do with them, what kind of sign and trade options there are. And they report that the Phoenix Suns have expressed interest in a sign and trade for Jonathan Kuminga.
It's interesting because it's not necessarily that. And what I mean by that, Bernsey, is this is not a move that would move them back into the second apron or whatever. This would be a sign and trade where you would include some other salaries to get this done. Some of the reporting, which is very much indicated that the league circles talk, the person who ordered Starbucks one time for Joe Cronin, the GM and whatever, who told this guy that and then was exchanging boxes. He got the info that Kuminga is someone who has a price tag that the Suns are not necessarily in a position to meet. I believe that RealGM.com, who does an excellent job with this unbelievable resource of keeping track of all the future draft picks and stuff, they've updated all their stuff after the draft and after some of the trades in the offseason. I believe the Suns only have 1 second-round pick left. That's really all that they have left now after all of that movement on day 2 of the draft, after all of the second-rounders that moved hands in other trades, like the Mark Williams trade, like the Kevin Durant trade. I believe they're at 1. If someone from the Suns is listening and wants to correct me on that, that'd be awesome, because then I'd know and everyone else would know as well. Otherwise, I'll just assume that I am correct and Real GM is correct, as they always have been. They don't have any...
Is that your fine print voice? I'm just asking for everybody listening.
I think so.
Is that what you sound like when you read the fine print or something, or your disclaimer voice?
Do you hear your own voice in your head? Is that a thing for you?
Well, no, it's just like when you're hearing a radio commercial and you hear terms may apply. Please check the website for details. Blah, 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 blah. Like that's kind of your disclaimer asterisk kind of voice. No,
I can get behind it.
Okay, well, that's what it sounded like to me. So
I didn't think about it.
So I mean, I just say it with your chest. If somebody from the Suns is listening and you want to let us know how many draft picks you've got, shoot us a text. Let us know. But we think it's just 1 second rounder and that's it. And I think what you're getting at is that ain't going to be enough to get it done with the Golden State Warriors in a sign and trade with Jonathan Kuminga. They're going to need a little more than that.
I don't totally understand. I like getting Kuminga for a nice swing to see if a guy in a new situation could turn out well for you. But if you're giving up legitimate assets to get him, I don't really see the point in that. It's not the best basketball fit in the world. Now, everyone would be very excited by the pushback here, which would be, wait a second, we're talking about a guy who's taller than 6'5" and is an athletic, strong wing. What do you mean he's not a great fit? He's a score-first wing, and so you would be adding him next to Jalen Green, and those two would be your aggressive, shot-seeking guys on the perimeter when you have Devin Booker on your team.
Feels traffic jammy to me,
It's
feels a little bit of the 51 on a Thursday afternoon, a little jammed up,
a lot when you looked at it and you're like, oh yeah, it's Friday. That's right. That's why we're all jammed up.
I chose the wrong freeway. The 10 westbound on a Friday, right? I chose the wrong freeway.
You triggered Jamal.
I just triggered Jamal on the other side of the glass. The 10 westbound on a Friday.
You thought the Suns made you mad?
The whole reason why the Coyotes in Glendale didn't work was traffic on the I-10 westbound on any given afternoon, right?
Oh, so I live in the west side.
Every day.
Every day I take it. Every day. And every day I just get more and more mad.
And for all the questions about Jalen Green and what he has to prove, Jonathan Kuminga has 3 times as much to prove, because he's coming off a year where Steve Kerr wasn't playing him some games. He had pulled him out of the rotation completely, didn't see the buy-in for the role that he wanted him to be in. And meanwhile, Jonathan Kuminga would put forth these explosive performances. If you look at when the injuries started to pile up for the Warriors and they were dealing in games without Jimmy Butler, he ended his postseason with 26, 23, and 30. Kuminga did. He can really score the basketball and has a lot of potential left to go. But again, like Jalen Green, do the Suns have the right ecosystem, the right fit to see it out? I do not believe they do. So I think this would be, again, new talented guy that we could be, again, what are you trying to achieve? You're trying to build your team for the next 3 to 5 years here, more like 5 to 7 if we're being honest. And I don't see how that helps.
But you're telling me in terms of the financial implications of doing this, that this is not akin to okay, I just paid off the credit card, now I'm going to go max it out again. I mean, that's not what this would be financially.
It would not be. No.
Okay.
It would not be now. Zion Williamson, for example, that would be one of those situations where you're talking about a guy who makes $40-50 million. But I'm under the assumption that Jonathan Kuminga is going to sign for 20, 25, maybe
See
30. So that's where you throw in Grayson Allen, you throw in Royce O'Neal, you throw in a pick or whatever, and then you get this thing done.
That automatically makes me a little bit more interested in it. Just knowing that regard of it, that it's not like this going to be crippling financial. Again, I just said it, but I'll say it again. Hey, we just paid off the credit card. Now let's go max it out again. I'm not in a hot rush to do that right now. Certainly not for Jonathan Kuminga. Well, this is exactly what the report read, by the way, from Jake Fisher. Sources say Phoenix, meanwhile, is the latest team to express exploratory interest in a Kuminga sign and trade.
Wait, read that again?
Sources say Phoenix, meanwhile, is the latest team to express exploratory interest in a Kuminga sign and trade.
Express exploratory. What does that mean? Seriously, what does that mean?
They're expressing, hey, we're thinking of maybe giving you a call and making you an offer for Jonathan Kuminga. We're kind of kicking it around. Would that be a good idea on our part to make that call to you or not? What do you think?
Okay.
That's
no. I translate the emojis for you. You translate the word salad for me, brother. That's awesome. We've got a nice system.
That's how I translate that. Hey, we're thinking about it. Should we call you about this? We're thinking about calling you about this. Should we call you about this? It goes on to say, fresh off completing a buyout of Bradley Beal, blah blah blah, enabling the Suns to wave and stretch, blah blah blah. They have contacted both Kuminga's representation and the Warriors to make their fondness. Okay, here's a word salad for you. Man, does this come with Caesar dressing? The Warriors to make their fondness for the bouncy swing man known. They have contacted both Kuminga's representation and the Warriors to make their fondness for the bouncy swing man known. The Suns, to be clear, do not appear to possess the sort of draft capital or players that Golden State is believed to be seeking in exchange for Kuminga. For what it's worth, our guy Gambo didn't shoot it down today. We're going to ask him about it in 20 minutes. He didn't shoot it down. He said, I don't think it's likely, but I'm not going to say no. Like, he's not asking for Blue Oyster Cult on this one.
And when there was the Jimmy Butler trade that Kevin Durant shut down, I'm sorry, Kevin Durant didn't make it known he would want to go to Golden State, so he essentially therefore shut it down. Okay, there we go. Got it.
Again, there's your little disclaimer voice. You just did it again. You kind of drop down an octave and you start talking really fast.
48 hours, I'm going to completely be free of a news cycle and no longer talking about these types of things.
Dig deep, Kellen. Dig deep.
Wait till we talk about pick swaps at 4:45.
Come on, Kellen.
Toledo.
Dig deep.
What we're getting at here is the Jimmy Butler trade. That included Jonathan Kuminga. So we know the Suns were fans of Jonathan Kuminga because he was in that trade construction previously, that structure that seemed like it was agreed upon. We'll ask Gambo for more clarification on that. But you want to talk about getting to the rim. You want to talk about athleticism. Again, bouncy. They are fond of his bouncy swingman attributes.
Bouncy.
He can bounce.
He can bounce.
He can bounce.
He
can jump a bit. He can jump a bit. But it would be another Jalen Green-esque, like, okay, here's a guy on his second team. Don't really know how good he is, but he has potential. Here you go. Figure it out.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, you can find our show on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. Listen to us in the podcast form anytime, anywhere, anyhow you want. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. An odd reunion in the NBA. Does it have any impact in the Western Conference as we know it? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, back here for V's Barbershop, brand new location, V's Barbershop, Cadence East Market. It's right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth in Mesa, big booming part of town. V's Barbershop's got a location right in the middle of it. V's Barbershop has a lot of locations across the valley. You've got an opportunity to check out what makes them special and what makes them great. Year after year, voted best in Phoenix. I've been a loyal customer of V's Barbershop for the 25 years they've been around, the 25 and a half years now they've been around. I've got an appointment to go tomorrow, as a matter of fact, to get the haircut before the big vacation. Look, it's an experience unlike any other. And the barbers are great. and the experience is first class, grade A, throwback, old school kind of vibes. If you've never had the hot lather shave at V's Barbershop, you're denying yourself some real enjoyment. It is fantastic. They're great at it. It's 30 minutes of just pure relaxation waiting for you at V's. Everything is waiting for you at V's, and that includes a really, really great haircut. So walk in today or book online by going to vbarbershop.com for your haircut at V's.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Jamal's here, but he's not busy complaining about the traffic on the I-10 westbound.
We're going to be here for a while if I start to do that.
I am very grateful I don't have to sit in that every single day. Yeah. Very grateful.
It's rough.
It's hard. it's really like Monday night football games out at State Farm Stadium. I live out in Gilbert, and seriously, it's like I leave my house at 10 o'clock in the morning just to be sure. Yeah. Just like I'll get out there and I'll go see a movie. I mean, just anything to be on the west side and in the general vicinity of that stadium on a Monday night game or a Thursday night game, so I'm not stuck in I-10 traffic. I don't care if I'm wasting 6 hours of my time out there. Just, ugh.
It's funny because I live as North Phoenix as North can go, and it's like your guys' traffic from this area is slowly moving its way north. Like the drives that I've been taking for my entire life up to this part of the town used to be just no traffic, 20, 30 minutes, easy breezy, and now there's just a little more every year, and it keeps creeping up. Like that zombie apocalypse we've been talking about all week. Like it's just... The infection keeps spreading further north to us. We have it good out there, though. Not a ton of traffic, but rush hour you'll catch us, but nothing like the 10. You guys live nightmares.
Yeah, and I live on the east side. So, and by the way, being on the east side, that new Broadway curve, whew. Okay, it's chef's kiss. Mwah. Que bella.
You know when you haven't
Fantastic.
seen a movie, but you act like you've seen a movie? That's me talking about that. I'm like, yeah, I love that curve. I don't know.
The Broadway curve is, man, it's fantastic. It's like this. It's sad when you get to that point where expanding a road can be like a life-changing moment. Seriously, isn't that like a pathetic station in life where you've just reached this point where, oh man, you gave me an extra lane. God, my life is so much better now. Thank you. But it is. It's like you dramatically increase the value of my life by adding that lane. Thank you.
I'm kind of with you on that because I'm in Tolleson, so like I come this way.
Shoot.
Oh,
you
yeah.
poor. Oh,
yeah.
man. Yeah.
I don't go anywhere.
Nothing
without
against
traffic.
Tolleson. It's just that's a lot of traffic that you have to deal with on your way home.
Rough.
All right. So which Valley Freeway is the worst? Is that the poll question today?
I wish. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay, good. Okay, good. What do you got for us today?
We are asking, now that the significant moves are done this offseason for the Suns, do you feel better, worse, or the same about this year's Phoenix Suns?
I think you and I are both mentally trying to remember what our expectations were back in like May, right? Or like late April, like going into the offseason and looking at what to expect.
In a way, that's what I'm kind of doing. Like
I'm leaning same because if I feel it's just a little bit better or a little bit worse, like there isn't like a sizable change for me either way with how I felt coming into the offseason. I think about the same.
I knew I wasn't gonna love what they did because there was really no way to love what they, like at least I know some people loved it, but from my perspective, I knew it was going to be a rough offseason as they were divesting themselves of all of this. I don't think they did dramatically worse than my low expectations, so I'll say same. Yeah, same.
I agree. I'm going to hit same. And the leader is better at 54.7%. The second is same with 30%. And last is worse at 15.4.
There was, thank you, Jamal. There was speaking of poll questions, I heard this one driving in on the afternoon show, and I was very surprised by this. The Sanderson Ford poll question on the main website, ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. Which ex-Sun deserves the most blame for Phoenix's failed era? We're not going to have a discourse on this. It was Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, or Mike Budenholzer were the options. I was amazed at how it was like a pie split into almost 3 perfect slices.
Wow.
I was very surprised that it wasn't. Now maybe it's changed. I'll just click on it and see where it's at.
Oh yeah.
40, 35%, 25%.
Wow.
I was a little surprised by that.
Me too.
Damian Lillard. It was said he was going to be coveted in the NBA when he got waived and stretched by Milwaukee. The idea was that he was going to be coveted by contenders. The Celtics or the Lakers or the Warriors. Hey, we know he's going to miss all next year. Let's get him in our building. Let's oversee his rehab from Achilles, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll a year from now when he's good to go. He's going back to the Portland Trailblazers.
It's cool, man. It's really cool to see because I think, especially with like Twitter not helping in the matter, or just social media in general not helping with how much fans obsess over ring culture and how much it matters for a guy to win a championship, and just like everyone's incessant need as soon as the final buzzer rang on the finals to be like, Shea now has 1 championship. He's better than this guy and this guy. And it just engulfs the game in a way that I really do not enjoy. So for Dame to go, you know what, man, I could go try and win a championship somewhere else. And like, I'm a big time competitor, but I can just go to the place where I'm a legend. I'm beloved. My family's there. I spent a couple years away from them. I didn't like that experience. I got burned pretty bad by what happened in Milwaukee. Let me just go where I'm happy. And by the way, Portland is on the upswing. So to act like he'll have 0 chance at competing for a championship.
But you know what I meant. I mean, like among the Western Conference elite, yeah.
I'm agreeing with you for sure that he would have had a far better chance at a championship going elsewhere. But instead he doesn't. And Portland takes like this really interesting full turn now where they made the Drew Holiday trade, which was one that they were burned for a lot. A lot of people, a lot of smart NBA people looked at that and weren't really sure what the Blazers were doing. I love the Drew Holiday trade for them. Drew's one of my favorite players to watch in the league, so I'm maybe a bit biased here. But in the way that we saw Ricky Rubio help the Suns a handful of years ago, he is going to do that for their young core. He fits immediately into their defense-first identity, which really took a turn a couple of months into the season where they were one of the best defensive teams in the league. And now you get to talk about Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe being the future of your franchise the next couple of years. They get to learn from Damian Lillard and Drew Holiday. Like, how are they going to fail with veteran mentorship like that? And I get you're paying a premium for that. Those two guys can still play. And something I'll say here, too, if Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe wind up being all-stars, fantastic. Then you have Drew Holiday or Damian Lillard coming off the bench. Like, that works out pretty well, too. I get that they're in their mid-30s, but I like this for every reason that you could. I think it's an awesome story, and I actually like the basketball fit a lot as well.
It's a 3-year, $42 million contract.
Full mid-level.
Full mid-level. He'll now have a 2025-26, so this upcoming season, set salary of $70 million between his Portland and his Milwaukee deals. Again, for a season he's not going to play in, coming off the Achilles injury. And salaries of $141 million over the next 2 years before he's got an opt-out in 2027. Tore his Achilles in Game 4 of the Bucks' first-round playoff series, underwent surgery in early May, and he's going to use the entire upcoming season to rehab his injury. But, like you say, family and children and all that stuff. It's funny that you say that about the ring culture. I kind of had that moment last year with Chris Paul, where in going to San Antonio, he wasn't chasing rings in San Antonio. He got to go somewhere where his full superpowers were on display, right? Like, I am the point guard. I am here to make that big man elite and make that big man better. I'm here to hoop. I'm here to play. I'm going to a place that needs me, that's far from home, but not too far from home. You know, it's not about chasing a ring. It's not about going to a place where you win a championship. It's about going to a place that's going to pay you a fair wage, where you feel like you're able to be yourself and do what you do. And that's kind of cool that Dame did the same thing.
And NBA teams can get expensive in different ways. Obviously, when you're contending, when you're attempting to contend, but when you believe in what you're building and are willing to pay the price for that, I also think that deserves commendation. Shaedon Sharpe could agree to an extension this summer. I expect that to get done some point. Scoot Henderson is next summer. They're about to get more expensive, but when you're building in this type of way and are really coming off of a strong season last year for them that shows the potential they could have for next year, why not?
Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We're going to send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Again, text half to 620-620. That is half to 620-620. Back from his European vacation with lots of Sun news on the brain. Joining us on the Burns and Gambo show is Gambo. He'll join us next on Burns and Gambo.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high, deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus, Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. I'ma need some whiskey glasses. On sale now at livenation.com.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, this is Jared, and the Diamondbacks finally return to action tomorrow night. And during the break, have any of their players got socked in the bean or beamed in their sock? Hopefully they stayed healthy, and we'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
I was going to say this is weird, but in the 14 years Gambo and I have done the show together, this happens, like actually where we're a guest on our own show every now and then because of vacations or whatnot. So allow me to welcome to the Burns and Gambo show, back from his European vacation, Gambo himself, who joins us here on Arizona Sports.
Birdsy, what's going on?
What's going on, Gambo? How we doing,
What's
man?
going on?
Welcome back stateside. Safe travels,
Yes.
I assume. It looks like it was a fantastic trip. Welcome back.
It was. I know we have a short amount of time to talk Suns here. We'll discuss it tomorrow. But it was great. It was great, especially getting a chance to go be with my family for 5 days and dinners from till midnight every single night. It was driving me insane, but that's how they do it over there.
It looked like it was a lot of fun. I don't think it was as insane as you make it sound, but I'm sure it was a blast.
The Italians cannot eat dinner when the sun is out. It has to be completely down. It has to be dark outside for them to eat dinner. That's just the way it goes. You want to eat dinner at 6 o'clock? No. 7 o'clock? No, you cannot have dinner. 8 o'clock? Okay, maybe. 9 o'clock, more likely. Crazy.
I'm sure. Well, welcome back. We're glad to have you back. And again, you're kind of taking the day because it was a long travel and a lot of jet lag and everything. Speaking of things that were driving us crazy, waiting around for the Bradley Beal news to get done was driving us all crazy because it just took forever and a day to get done. But now that it is done, what do you look in your crystal ball? Kind of like what's next for the Phoenix Suns in the short-term future for them in terms of the fallout of this?
Yeah, we all expected that Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal were going to be gone from this team. Well, we expect a lot of people thought Beal was going to be really hard to do, but they had to move on. Addition by subtraction, they had to move on. So, now they open up a lot of things, right? I mean, they get under these two aprons. They open up a lot of avenues for them to be more aggressive and do more things. I do expect they're going to sign a guard, Bernsey, and I've said this, it's either going to be a point guard or a combo guard. I think that is one of the things they're going to do. But I've ruled out a lot of the guys that people are asking about. Ben Simmons was a popular name yesterday. I'm ruling him out. I've ruled out Chris Paul. I've ruled out Russell Westbrook. I've ruled out Malcolm Brogdon. There's a few guys they're looking at, so I'm not going to say, I don't know exactly who they're going to sign. I don't know. But there are a few guys they're going to look at it. But it's not Chris Paul. It's not Russell Westbrook. It's not Malcolm Brogdon. It's not Ben Simmons. But they are looking for a guard, either a point guard or a combo guard. The other thing that's interesting that's out there is the Kuminga thing. Now, I don't think it's going to happen. I still think it's likely not going to happen. But the Suns have always had some interest in Kuminga. From back when they were going to trade Durant at the deadline to Golden State, Kuminga was going to be a big piece coming back. So I'm not going to say no, they don't like him. But it's low chance. It's a low chance that they would be able to do a deal like that.
Along the Bradley Beal lines, and if you don't know the answer to this, it's cool. But I'm just curious. There was an anticipation that this was going to be well done and over, at some point when you were in Italy, not when you were in Germany and not when you were in Austria, but it still took that long to get it done. Was the holdup just Brad trying to figure out where he wanted to go?
Yeah. Mark Stein has never been more wrong than and he tweeted me today, grateful for the seal of approval. Now perhaps you can amend yesterday's statement about the advance payment having nothing to do with the holdup since they cut Beal a check on July 15th. It was done on July 1st. Like, it was already done on July 1st. There's nothing the Suns could do. They're going to have to, July 15th, he was going to have to get paid no matter what. So it doesn't matter. Like, that date had nothing to do with the holdup. And I know Mark Stein was speculating or even reporting that date was, that's the reason why there was a holdup. That had nothing to do with it. Once July 1st came, I was done on July 1st. I mean, if Beal had agreed to a deal on July 12th, they were going to have to pay it by the 15th. If he agreed to do a deal on the 7th, they were going to have to pay it by the 15th. They were going to have to pay him no matter what. So that had zero to do with the delay. The delay had everything to do with Brad just really taking his time and trying to make the right decision for him and his family and looking at the options and trying to see, different teams had different money, right? The Clippers had less money, but other teams had more money, and just weighing the options and going over with it. I'm sure the Suns felt like it was going to get done quicker, like a week to 10 days quicker, but it didn't, and it dragged itself out a little bit. I don't think there was any harm or intent by Brad to drag it out anymore, and it absolutely had nothing to do with this Mark Stein date of July 15th, because like I said, it was already done on July 1st. The NBA already had, that's the rules. Once July 1st came around, they had to pay him. So it wasn't going to matter what day they agreed to a buyout. So I think it was just him taking his time and trying to make the right decision for him and his family. It didn't affect the Suns in any way. It didn't prevent them from doing anything or signing anybody.
No, it was just annoying.
No, it was just annoying.
It was annoying. It was annoying every single day, wondering if today was Bradley Beal Day or not. That's all. It didn't really have anything to do with the price of tea in China. It was really annoying. That's all.
Yeah.
Kellen?
No, it was. Oh, hi, Kellen.
Hi, buddy. Keeping the seat nice and warm for you for tomorrow. I hope I did
That's
a
good.
good
I'm
job
ready.
in
I'm
your
ready to
stead.
get back. I am. I'm ready to get back. I need a little break. I needed to recharge the batteries, get a step away from it a little bit, and but you know me, I'm always even when I say I'm not going to work on vacation, I always find myself working.
Of course, that's the
We're
most predictable
so
thing
surprised that you're on the show today. Yeah, we are absolutely flummoxed by this development. Gambo, when you look at the state of the roster right now, it's a bit imbalanced. There's a lot of similarly sized perimeter players, and there's 4 centers on the roster as well. Do you get the sense, though, that the Suns are content if this is their roster going forward, or do you expect them to be more active on the trade market with this newfound flexibility?
That's a great question. Like I said, the one thing that I do know is expect a guard to be added soon. I told you the guys it's not going to be. There are some guys I think it could be, but we'll wait on that. But I can tell you who it's not going to be. The thing at the center position, Kellen, I know me and you have talked about that too. Like, they like Williams, but Richards is a good security blanket in case Williams' injury history creeps up again. So I do think that they've gotten calls on Nick Richards. Now the Kuminga thing is interesting because, like I said, they've had their eye on Kuminga. They've liked Kuminga. It's well known that they liked Kuminga. I reported, back at the trade deadline that he would have been a part of the big package for Kevin Durant going to Golden State, in that deal that KD basically nixed. So they like him. They've always liked him. If there was a way to get him, I think that they would try. But I think there's a low chance that they'll do it. So I think they're keeping their eyes out to see if they can improve the roster. But I think that they actually like the roster the way it is right now. They like their players. They needed to move on from Kevin. They need to move on from Brad. I still think that they like Royce and Grayson Allen. Would they trade one for the right guy? Sure, they would. But they like those guys. So they're good players, and they're the type of people that they want in the organization. They play hard, they work hard, they do everything right.
The Kuminga thing, Gambo joining us from home. He is backstage side here on Arizona Sports. He'll be back in tomorrow for the full 4-hour show with me tomorrow from 2 until 6.
4 hours?
Yeah, I know. I mean, you got to pace yourself, Gambo. It's going to be.
I'll do 2.
No, you're going to do 4, and you're going to like it, and that's how that's going to be. Yeah, it's I hate to be the jerk in the room, but that's how it's going to be. The Kuminga thing, I gotta think it's just they don't have very many draft picks right now to be able to entice Golden State. I mean, that's got to be part of it, right? They don't have a lot left to be able to move in such a deal.
No, they really don't. That's why. Look, they've been talking about Kuminga for a while, but I think there's a low chance because I do think that, they're limited in what they could offer. Golden State, if you want draft picks back, it's still not a great spot. Even after all the Kevin Durant trade was done, I believe, and Kellen, you could back me up on this, I still think that they had 1 first and 1 second round pick was all that they had left after that Durant trade. From everything that they had acquired, including like the Utah trade and everything like that, after all the trades they made, I think they were still left with 1 first round pick and then 1 second round pick. So inventory-wise, they don't have a lot for a trade like that.
All right. Well, 4 hours, come hell or high water, Gambo. That's what we're expecting out of you. So I hope you're rested and ready to go because we're going to have you back in tomorrow for that. Okay.
All right. Looking forward to it. Yeah, we'll have some. We'll definitely have some more information on the Suns and some Diamondback information as well. We're going to get into tomorrow. I got some good stuff on that.
I hope a certain person's hand is doing A-OK, Gambo. You know what I'm saying?
We'll let you know. But there'll be. I will tell you this: there's going to be a couple roster moves tomorrow. They're going to bring up 2 guys. One's going to be a relief pitcher, and one's going to be a position player. There's your little hint right there. A little D-backs news. They'll be bringing up
look at you.
2 players. One will be a relief pitcher. One will be a position player.
Well, they did send Murillo down already, so there was a roster spot to begin with. But look at Gambo, expertly, adroitly baiting the hook for tomorrow. Yes, Kellen?
Sounds like someone working on their vacation.
I
Gambo, you got a couple hours left here. Let's put the phone down, bud.
Seriously, it's the biggest lie ever told to mankind. Yep, this vacation, I'm not working. Nope, there's no working going on here. No tweeting. I'm just going to enjoy my vacation.
I just have to retire.
It's the annual Gambo lie. We're used to it every single year. All right, Gambo, enjoy what hours you
Boys,
got
I'll see you
left.
tomorrow.
See you tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Bye.
John Gambadoro joining us live here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, what biggest questions on the defense do we have when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals when training camp begins in 1 week from today? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in here on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The next man up philosophy to me is really fascinating when you think about it. The teams that say it are the teams that have been faced with injuries, and they have somebody come in and do the job to an excellent level. There was a year where the Cardinals, you couldn't talk to a member of the Cardinals coaching staff or player without hearing next man up, because the guys that they were elevating were doing the job. When you elevate guys or you get hit with a rash of injuries and your replacements don't perform, nobody's talking about next man up. And nobody's talking about that now with the Diamondbacks.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
It isn't just any Ford dealer, it is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and 0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Do the Arizona Cardinals, even with roster upgrades, have enough to compete in the NFC West? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, back here on Burns and Gambo with Kellen, continuing his fill-in duty for Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Tomorrow, Kellen will be filling in on the Wolf and Luke show. With
That's right.
Luke, right, for the vacationing Ron Wolfley. He'll be paired with Luke midday.
Do you think I've got more Wolf or Gambo in me? What do you think?
Wolf. I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I hadn't really thought of it that way before.
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm asking the right guy.
You've got the intensity of Wolf.
Ooh.
You know, there are some days you're a very intense guy, like Wolf is. Like Wolf walks the halls and he's smoldering. Like you can right. Like you
the temperature is oozing off.
You know how sometimes you can like see gas coming off a gas grill, right? Like the wavy kind of almost lines of gas coming. Sometimes that's Wolf. He just walks around. He's got like this very, very intense aura about him. I would say not to the same level, but you have that same sort of intensity from time to time.
Nicest thing anyone could have said to me.
Really?
Today.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm glad I'm.
Thank you.
Glad I'm saying
Out
the
of
right
this
things.
segment. Thank you, especially.
Cardinals.
Yeah.
I believe the first day that we're going to be doing shows live from camp is 1 week from today. It's here. It's time. It's ready. And we've got questions. And so we've split this up into two segments. We'll do the defensive questions. Now, invariably, there's going to be some bleed over between offense and defense. It's kind of unavoidable. But our biggest questions about the Arizona Cardinals going into this year's training camp, and I mean, it's cliche, but it's cliche because it's true. It all starts with number one and whether this is the year, take 5 or 4.
Yeah, it's a lot of that, right? It's a lot of that for sure. My main question for the defense, when we're looking at them specifically, is we're on the defense, right?
Oh,
am I crazy? You did a Kyler thing there, and I got really confused. And I was like,
I thought we were going offense here. My apologies. Let's do defense. So, see, look at this. I failed you, Kellen. I failed you. Defense. Let's go defense.
Even the best drivers in the world.
Let's go
think
defense.
You're the best driver in the world. You follow all the rules on the highway. Even the best in the world, sometimes you get a little too close to the other lane and you need to lock in a little bit. It's okay.
The lane warning I just got.
If there was ever an example of it happens to the best of them. It happens to the best of them.
Yeah, man.
See, I turned that into a compliment for you.
You did. Okay, defense.
Okay.
Let's do defense.
I'll reel you back in. You ready?
Thank you, yeah.
Here's my number one question for the Arizona Cardinals for the entire season, not even the defense.
For the whole season. Okay.
Is Nick Rawls a head coach next year? Because if Nick Rawls is a head coach next year, that means this defense met its potential, and that means the Arizona Cardinals are a playoff team.
That's a good one. That's a great one.
You look at all of the young talent that they have. It is not a matter of talent anymore with this defense. For 2 straight years, it was like 2 years ago, it was like, this is not even NFL caliber talent. Let's be honest. Let's call it for what it is. It's not. Last year, an improvement, but still a lot of room to go. This year, while it is dependent on youth in a couple of different areas we'll talk about here in a second, there is enough talent here. And the guy that is going to be able to mold that better than anyone alongside Jonathan Gannon, a defensive-minded guy as well, is Nick Rawls. I've said this for a while. I think Nick Rawls is like the worst. I would never hire him as a head coach, to be clear. I think he sucks at his job. But I think that if this year goes well enough for the Arizona Cardinals, it's going to mean that their defense is great. And that means Nick Rawls is great, and that means he's getting a lot of interviews, and that means someone is hiring him.
Narrator Kellen doesn't think Nick Rawls sucks. You're just trying to jinx him from taking the job.
He sucks.
It's a great way of putting it because I thought last year, like a lot of people thought, that Drew Petzing did less with more. Nick Rawls did more with less. Now more is more, and they've every single transaction this offseason, save for 2, was on the defensive side of the football. They've given him all the toys, they've given him all the tools, they've given him all the parts. Albeit some of them are younger than others, and I think the secondary is still a huge question mark defensively with their overall youth and kind of like who's going to stand up. But if you're just gonna get right down to the big question. The big question is, will this defense take a giant leap given the talent that they've acquired? And is Nick Rawls the one who stands to benefit the most because of how he can, no one's rooting for Nick Rawls to take another job, but I loved the work that Nick Rawls did, which is funny to say it because statistically to look at their defense a year ago, it wasn't great, but there was a real eye test kind of filter to it where you just saw it and you saw it play and you thought, man, he knows what he's doing and he knows how to mix it up. And you heard other coaches time and time again talk about how creative and how different the Cardinals defense is and how they experiment with this and they do that and it's hard to prepare for. And it's a real testament to Nick Rawls. And you got to think with the talent that they added, I'll counter that kind of my biggest question now for the organization is how to sift through and prioritize all that talent. Defensive line is loaded. Edge rusher, I don't know if I'd use the word loaded, but there's a lot of bodies there that they have to sort through. The secondary, while young, is loaded. They've just coming up with a rudimentary depth chart. Not the official one that they give us in the media that is, usually a lot of BS anyway. But I mean, like the actual depth chart that they use, I think is going to be one of the major challenges of training camp is trying to come up with a pecking order. Who's your top 5 defensive linemen and who you're using in what rotation and percentages of snaps? Who's your middle linebacker? Is Davis Gaither ready to go, or is Cody Simon ready to take his job? All the young cornerbacks. I think it's one thing to say the defense should be great. How they get to great is going to be the story of August, I think, for this team.
So we've talked about year 2 guys a lot, and we're going to continue to talk about year 2 guys a lot. I got a question for you. It's going to be a little bit of a game, too. Need you locked in here, Burnsy. Back on the road. Come on now.
Offense. Kyler Murray. Oh, okay. Wait. All right. I'm here. I'm ready.
Okay. Year 2 for Darius Robinson. It's year 2 for Max Melton. And it is year 2 for one Rabbit Taylor Demerson. If you could pick one guy to make the Pro Bowl next year, like I'm telling you, I'm going to give you the ability to touch this guy and he turns into a Pro Bowler next year. Who do you think would be the most important out of those 3 at that level?
So who would I want? Who's the most important?
Who would you want to make the huge year 2 jump out of those 3 guys the most? Like you get a Pro Bowl year from Max Melton or Darius Robinson or Rabbit, which I think that safety thing isn't being talked about enough, by the way.
No, I don't think so either. It's like there's a little part of me that's surprised that Jalen Thompson's still on the roster, to be honest with you. And I'm not saying I'm like trying to predict his demise, but I just wonder if he will be on this roster. I'm going to choose Darius Robinson because I believe that somebody who can impact the game from that particular position, everything else kind of falls off of that and is like that's like the square root of what you want to do defensively is what you can do there in that position. So if I'm choosing one guy and I could go up and touch him on the shoulder pad and say, you're going to be a Pro Bowler in year 2, I would choose Darius Robinson over Max Melton, and Rabbit would be not a distant third, but he'd be a solid third. He is a clear and definitive third for me.
Do you think Melton and Will Johnson are the 2 primary starting corners by the end of the year, or do you think that changes?
No, I don't. I think it changes. I think Star Thomas could start the year, and there could be a little switch halfway through.
Elijah Jones quietly missed all of his rookie
I think
year
Elijah Jones is in trouble
with a 3rd round pick.
He
might get cut.
I don't know that, but I just there's again, and that's what I was getting to
just
earlier.
Just a 3rd round pick last year.
All the bodies in the room.
Yep.
There are so many bodies. It's like defensive line. You're gonna have to make some really hard decisions there, and I think the same
Clark,
goes
Denzel
for
Burke. They just drafted this
young
year.
corners that they drafted. I think you're gonna have to. Who would you, if you could touch one and make him a Pro Bowler? Who would you touch?
I think it's Melton.
Melton?
I think it's Melton. The one thing that I really worry about is we talked about this recipe last year, like they're not going to get to the quarterback, and the quarterback's going to have a lot of guys open. I think that they weren't able to get to the quarterback last year, but guys weren't as open as I expected them to be. I thought the secondary overperformed, and I think that that's a good sign going into next year. Don't get me wrong, but you're going to need that to keep up, and that's going to have a lot to do with him who – remember, it was a delicate, slow process. They didn't immediately make him a starter and kind of go from there. It was like his snaps gradually went up as the year went on.
If we're talking about rookies we haven't even mentioned Walter Nolan's name, which just feels like the slight of all slights. I don't even know how to rectify that. I guess part of the reason why I bring it up that way is I've just been fixated on Cody Simon as a rookie. And it probably like almost in an unhealthy way, just wondering – can he take this? It's like a massive ×2 leap, massive enough to think that he could get significant playing time and snaps as a rookie. But at that position, green dotting it, calling out the play, like doing all that stuff, like it seems like it's asking a lot. I can't get it out of my head, wondering if he is the immediate impact defensive rookie on this team over Will Johnson and over Walter Nolan. As crazy as those words coming out of my mouth feel, I wonder that a lot.
Can I call my shot?
Call it.
Breakout player, double-digit sacks for Baron Browning.
That's an interesting one because it calls into question B.J. Ojulari, and he's the great unknown, right? Zaven Collins, I think he's very much the great known. I think he is a known quantity out there. Baron Browning really picked up the production late last year, right?
I think Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, these guys are here to make the young guys better. And I would lump Baron Browning into there. I know he's one of the older guys in the room, but I would lump him in there. And I think he's going to be the guy that benefits the most from all of this talent being here.
Okay. Other than me getting offense and defense confused, I think that was a really good Cardinals conversation here on Burns and Gambo. Take us wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, the ArizonaSports.com website, or wherever you download your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, and it is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. How should we feel about the Suns if they're on the other ends of a team's heist or a bargain? Because that's where we are today. That's next. Burns and Gambo.
The Beal deal is done.
Three-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns and plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks absolutely have to sweep the St. Louis Cardinals this weekend to stay in the race? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
There was a line in Brian Windhorst's story this morning. If you missed it, Brian Windhorst wrote a tell-all today about how the Bradley Beal and Phoenix Suns finalized their contentious divorce. We'll have more on this a little later on the show. But just full disclosure, he led off the article talking about the awkwardness of the Bartelstein family being in the middle of this, with Josh, running in part running the Suns, and Mark, of course, the agent of Bradley Beal, and how, isn't it funny they have a Bartelstein family wedding this weekend? And hey, isn't it funny they've got a 36th birthday planned for Josh this weekend, and they've all got to be together, and how awkward that might be within that story. And there's a lot in there. Windhorst describes Beal to the Clippers for $5.4 million is, and I quote, an unmitigated success story, close quote. There was another line. Kevin Pelton graded Bradley Beal to the Clippers. He gave it a B+, and he basically said something similar. He's like, Beal at that price point, you can't say no to that. You can't. And I'm paraphrasing because we know Kevin, but it's a steal. It's a bargain. Between that and the basic reviews, for the most part, of what the Suns got in exchange for Kevin Durant, and maybe more importantly, what the Rockets didn't have to give up for Kevin Durant, how should we feel being on the wrong end of that? How does it feel being on the wrong end of that?
It's just a strange fact of the matter that you look at the price that Durant went for, and it was like a lot of the conversation around. It was funny watching so many different podcasts and reading so many articles that weren't directly from a Houston perspective and more from a national perspective, where like someone would quickly say for like 30, 45 seconds, like, this is a steal for the Rockets. This is awesome for the Rockets. Meanwhile, here's why it didn't work in Phoenix and Kevin Durant and his legacy and all that kind of stuff. But it was kind of mentioned to the side. And I think the way that it was described on the Hoop Collective podcast, and the guys kind of did the exercise and kind of went through it. That's Brian Windhorst, Tim McMahon, Tim Bontemps. They do an awesome job on that pod. They kind of went through and they were like, okay, let's rank the top 10 assets that the Rockets have, and let's see if any of them were included in this deal. And they had concluded no, which is a crazy fact of that
Not even
deal.
the 10th pick was considered one of their top 10 assets?
You'd rather have 27 and 29, wouldn't you? The future first for the Suns?
Yes, I would have, yes. I was just curious if the 10th made it to the top 10.
And then there's a lot of players in there as well. The number 10 pick might be like 8th, 9th, or 10th if you want to kind of pick and choose a little bit, but there's a lot of players that are ahead as well that were certainly not going to be a part of this deal as well. The way that I feel about it specifically is just more so that this is the price that you get and can be on the good side of when a player is entering their quote-unquote final chapter. I don't know if it's going to be for Brad. He's 32 years old. He's probably, what's going to happen is he's going to play pretty well. Even if he's hurt all the time, he's going to be worth way more than $5 million. He's got a player option for that second year. He's going to decline that, and he's going to make probably 3 times that much, if not more, in free agency the next season. Kevin, however, this is probably his final stop. Now, maybe he goes somewhere else, but all indications are he's going to end his career in Houston. We've been there before. We know how that can switch quickly.
There's your disclaimer voice again, by the way. Go ahead.
I'm using it a lot. It's just interesting that is the stop that both of them are at, and yet we can agree the price that they went for is like just so insignificant. It's just so small.
It's no brainer-ish is what it is. I mean, it's the Rockets going, I can have Kevin Durant for what? Yeah, okay, sure. I can have Bradley Beal for $5.4 million if I'm the Clippers? Yeah, sure. Okay. I guess, and we overuse this metaphor all the time, so I'm going to apologize in advance for this, but it's sort of like the garage sale idea. I'm not that bent about the idea that Kevin Durant was a heist or Bradley Beal was a steal for the Rockets and the Clippers, because quite honestly, my expectations for what the Suns were going to be able to do in this situation was pretty low to begin with. You know what I mean? Like I put the old crib in the garage and I put a price tag of $15 on it during the garage sale, and I got 10. Maybe I got a little less than what I expected, but I really wasn't expecting to get a whole lot. So I'm not, good for the Rockets for getting a heist, good for the Clippers for getting Bradley Beal at $5.5 million. That's really kind of what I expected. It just wasn't much of a surprise in terms of how this played out. The Suns had no leverage in both situations. They didn't have any with Kevin Durant. Bradley held all the cards in their conversations, all of them. He had the no trade clause. He had the ability to choose not to give back any money. So am I surprised that these two organizations got these two players for steal? No. I mean, I don't think anybody should be surprised, frankly.
Dave Burns, lifelong Phoenix Suns fan.
Yep.
Let's say Kevin Durant wins a championship next year.
Okay.
How will you feel? Will you be able to feel happy for him? I'll put it that way.
Will I be happy for Kevin Durant?
Will you be pissed? Will you be closer to pissed or happy? Let's put it that way.
I'll shade a little closer to pissed than happy.
Yeah?
But only by a hair.
You're mostly indifferent is what you're saying.
Like if we're talking about, like the brightness factor on my phone, it's a little, only because.
What if Bradley Beal wins Sixth Man of the Year and the Clippers win a championship? Will you be closer to pissed or happy for him?
That one I'll probably be a little closer to pissed about, only because it suggests to me that there was more of a willingness by Brad to play the role that he needs to play on the Clippers than the one he's playing here. Hey, it's no different. What he's being asked to do in LA is no different than what he's being asked to do here, right? Like it's like, I know you think you're going to be like the starting guard. You're not. You're going to come off the bench. That's what's best for us. That's how this is going to be. You're going to have to complement these other guys. You're not going to be the main dude. If he embraces that role better there than he did here, oh yeah, I'm a couple more shades of pissed about
I think
that.
You're going to move even further over if he stays healthy too. Like, come on.
Well, you know what?
Okay, stays healthy.
But that one, that's chance.
Not pissed at him, but pissed
at
fate.
At the universe. Yeah. I mean, because that's not his fault. That's just the randomness of fate and the universe and all of that stuff. But if he buys in more to basically the same role there that he kind of held at arm's length here or didn't fully embrace here, whatever level of blame you want to put on Brad. Oh yeah. That's going to be like, well, come on, dude, really? For you're going to do it there for $5.5 million. You wouldn't do it here for 50. I mean, come on, Kevin. I don't know. I don't. I'm so tired of thinking about Kevin that I don't even know what to think of Kevin. Does that make sense? Like
I get what you're saying.
I've put so much brain power thinking about Kevin. His fault, not his fault. What went wrong? What didn't? Is he great? Is he not? Like I'm tired, man. I'm tired of thinking about Kevin Durant and what it all means. I really am.
I retweeted something he tweeted today, which was like something along the lines of like he made like comic book comparisons for him. He's like, I'm Magneto on Twitter, but I'm Captain America in real life. Does that help make sense of this to you? And I've had so many people ask me how Kevin is because never covered someone who people are more infatuated with in terms of like the person that they are because of how he is on Twitter than him. And he described it better than I ever could, which is like accurate. Yeah, like everyone loves him around the team. He's a great guy to be around in that sense as well. But on Twitter, he comes across a certain way like a guy who bends metal and murders people with it.
in a metaphorical sense, of course.
Metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, as well. See, there you go. You're channeling your inner wolf. That's something that Ron Wolfe would say 1,000 times over the course of the show.
Is that a good Magneto description there? Did I nail that?
Yeah, he bends metals and he kills people with it. That's pretty
underrated
much.
trilogy, by the way. Those original X-Men. It's pretty solid.
3 was a little weak, but the first 2 were pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
I thought. Yeah, I'm cringy at how these new Marvel movies reincorporate the original.
I don't need this Fantastic Four. I don't need it.
But I mean, like the original X-Men, they're all going to be in this new Avengers movie they're putting together. Patrick Stewart's in it. Ian McKellen's in it. Kelsey Grammer, I think, the guy who played Cyclops, James Marsden's in it. It's like, really? But then I'm a little skittish about anything Marvel's doing these days. I kind of
get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's when we come
Team
back.
DC, you heard it. Get mad if you're a Marvel person.
You're Team DC now. Is that how this is going to work?
No, I was saying you were.
Oh, me? Oh, I don't know if I am or not. I haven't seen it.
I think you and
yet.
I just don't care.
Whatever. I mean, I'll go see Fantastic Four, but I'm not going to be first in line IMAX tickets kind of thing. I'll see it when I see it.
We're going to go
I'm
see Superman.
curious.
We're going to have a couple laughs, and that's it.
Yeah. What are some of the key Cardinal camp storylines to watch that have nothing to do with the DC or the Marvel universes? We'll check in with our guy Tyler Drake. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in.
Cards Camp. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and my fiduciary, Stuart Willis. Are you worried about volatility in the market? We've seen a lot of it lately. Or how about tariffs and how it can affect your investment and your future income? Well, that's why I want you to know about a great local company that I have been using for many years in asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley: Gilbert, Goodyear, Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe, and they can help you with all of your financial needs. Whether you're doing a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan, they can even help you with tax services. So if you're looking for a financial advisor that you can have a real relationship with that can help you through this tough time, all you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN and set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online for more information at assetpreservationwealth.com.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. What's the thought process behind that?
They don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person, looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list.
You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How can Marvin Harrison Jr. be a top 10 receiver in the NFL by the end of the 2025 season? We'll discuss it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
1 week from today, a lot of the shows here in Arizona Sports are going to be live out there at State Farm Stadium for training camp practice numero uno. Of course, our guy from ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, is going to be out there every day, all the time. I hope he has kissed his lovely wife goodbye, that he's kissed his lovely children goodbye, because Tyler Drake, you are about to be immersed in the world of Cardinals training camp yet again. Joining us right now, our Cardinals insider from ArizonaSports.com, Tyler Drake, here on the Burns and Gambo Show. What's going on, TD? How we doing?
What is up, guys? Yes, and honestly, can't wait to be fully immersed, and I think it's just perfect that Brady's birthday is actually on the 15th of July, so quick happy birthday to her. So that's kind of our going out party of we're not going to see you for the rest of the year.
Bye. See ya. Football season. It's time to go. Biggest question that you want answered over the next 30 days or so. And do you think you'll get an answer to your biggest question over the next 30 days?
Well, I think one of them, and I think this has been one of the biggest questions throughout the offseason, just given what the roster looks like, is right guard. Is it Isaiah Adams' job to lose? And I think in 30 days, there should be a definite yes or no. And I think if there's no additions, maybe a Will Hernandez, I'm just going to throw it out there. Maybe, you never know. But if that doesn't happen, I think we all can assume that it's his job. And I think he is very much ready to take that next step in year two. We talked to him yesterday, actually, and he had a lot of good things to say and how he didn't get that success that he saw in college last year. But at the same time, feels like it just added more fuel to the fire. So he's really ready to go. So I'm really interested there. And obviously, I think what everybody's going to be talking about, Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler Murray, what's their connection going to look like in training camp? Yes, it's still training camp, but there is going to be a little bit more added friction from Jonathan Gannon. That's what he said. So I'm going to assume these one-on-one battles, these team, parts of training camp are going to be a little more heated and a little more exciting for the fans and for the players as well. And I don't know if we're going to get an answer there. I think we've got to go into the regular season before we can really put it down if they've really hit that next stride. But from all indications right now, it looks like it. And one more, defensive line. There's a logjam there. There's a lot of good players. There's a lot of big names that probably won't be on this roster through training camp, given the revitalization on this unit. So that's going to be another one where there has to be some answers because there's just not enough roster spots.
Tyler, you mentioned defensive line. Corner is another room as well where it feels like some, maybe potentially high draft picks are not going to be on the roster here in 6 weeks, 8 weeks. How much of that do you think is going to be determined by what happens over the next 30 days? And how much of an open mind do you think that this Cardinals staff will have for guys emerging that maybe weren't in the conversation at the start of camp?
Yeah, I think for Jonathan Gannon and this whole crew, they're going to want the best player competing. Whoever's coming out of that battle, they want out there. They are very big on competing. But when you do look at this room, I think the Sean Murphy-Bunting injury, I think maybe some people might be a little iffy on just the fact that the veteranness isn't really there, and it's not going to be there all year. They've really got to turn to guys like Garrett Williams to really take the mantle and really lead this charge with young guys like Will Johnson and Max Melton, Starling Thomas. Elijah Jones is coming back up from injury. So there's a lot of youth that could get thrown into the fire, and rightfully so. I think if Will Johnson can stay healthy through training camp, everybody's going to be watching that. That's another storyline. If he can stay healthy, he's very much in the conversation to start come week one or very early into the year. Same with Starling. Max Melton, I would expect he's taking that next step into year two and should be right into that starting conversation. So yeah, there could be some guys who maybe it's just going to get iffy. It's going to be a numbers game at a lot of these positions that we haven't seen in recent years. I feel like a couple of years ago, we're just saying fill up cornerbacks with whoever you got. Now it's, all right, let's see who can play the best ball and roll them out there. So I think injuries, if people can stay healthy, this is going to be a very fun cornerbacks room to watch moving forward.
All right, put on your best Vegas handicapper odds maker hat for me here, and handicap in your mind the odds that the Arizona Cardinals take one of these free agents that are still out there unsigned and add them at some point in time. And it can be any position. It could be one of the wide receivers still out there. You hinted at Will Hernandez. And I know this is a guess, but just give me your best guess that there's still a body or two out there that they could add at a position that we have some question marks about.
Yeah, and I think I'm just going to stick with Will Hernandez because that would be the most logical move. You know, they have added some pieces at right guard, but really, like I said, it's Isaiah Adams and everybody else. So bring back Will Hernandez. You don't necessarily give him the job right away. You got to go compete for it. You got to see where he is health-wise. But if I'm going to pick anybody free agent-wise, I think it would be him. When I'm looking at the wide receivers room right now, I'm really interested to see what a guy like Xavier Weaver can do in year two. He's bulked up. Jonathan Gannon's talked about how he's really impressed with how he can go after contested balls. He's already seeing it minicamp, OTAs. So seeing him take that next step and maybe being that speedster that they're missing on this team could really do wonders. And I just don't necessarily see a free agent ad coming in that department. But if there was coming, I think it's going to be along the defensive or offensive line, like I said, with Will Hernandez, because as we've seen this offseason, that's been really the focal point is make sure the line of scrimmage is set.
Tyler, what are you expecting from the running back room? Because James Conner's consistent. We know what he's going to bring, but Trey Benson could really be on tap for a year two breakout with how much he got better in year one. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you saw from him last year where he wasn't really involved that much and then really showed an understanding for what was going on by the end of the year?
Yeah, and I think it comes down to really like what we saw in Marvin Harrison Jr. a little bit of just not thinking so much and going. I thought he got a lot more comfortable towards the end of the year and really started showing that he can be that home run hit that a lot of people expected him to be coming out of the gate. And I think Rabbit said it best. We talked to him, I think, a couple weeks ago, and he said that he was talking to Trey and said he's starting to run more like James Conner. And I think that's only good news for the Cardinals because if you can limit James Conner's touches at all, whether it be 5 touches, 3 touches, whatever, what have you, and save him for later on in the season, that could do wonders for this running game that they definitely want to lean on. This is the bread and butter of this offense. So I would love to see Trey get more involved as a pass catcher, though. I think that's really where he could really turn the tide for this team. But giving James Conner some spells there more than he has could really set him up long term and give Trey the necessary reps to keep continuing his progression too.
All right, Tyler, best guess this one for me again. The player that you think we'll be talking about the most in the early days of camp is fill in the blank.
Ooh. Well, the easy answer is Marvin Harrison, but I think I'm really excited to see Xavier Weaver, and I think Will Johnson. I really do think we're going to see his hands right away, his pick six ability, his takeaway ability right away, given if he can get out there and he's fully good to go. So I'm hoping that's the case. But yeah, some of the standouts there. Cody Simon as well. I think we could see a lot from him at middle inside linebacker because they need a guy. They need an heir apparent. They've got Mac Wilson, but there's no Kaiser. So that's another guy who I think could really start turning some heads. And again, another guy like Trey Benson. I think he very much could be a guy where it's like, all right, you better go at him on your fantasy teams because this guy could very well just break one open and help you win a game or help you win a week. So those are some of the guys early on that I'm watching for sure.
Tyler, that's a long fill-in-the-blank answer you gave me just there. But
I'm sorry.
I didn't give you that long.
I'm ready to go.
Okay,
He gets it from me. He gets it from me. All these web guys, me rambling everywhere.
Yeah, you web guys. It was a really short fill-in-the-blank line I was giving you there. I wasn't asking for a paragraph, man. I was asking for a name. But
Shout out Brady, baby. Shout out Brady.
I'm just teasing you.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Give the wife and the kids a kiss from us and tell them goodbye from us because you're off to camp and who knows when you'll be back home. So thanks, Tyler. We appreciate the hard work very much. All right, we'll see you out at camp.
Absolutely. Hey, real quick, though, I got Big Red on Pulling Cards, so I know everybody on YouTube has been missing Big Red, so go check him out on Pulling Cards. Cardinals Corner. I got you guys.
Thank you for the reminder. The Cardinals Corner podcast available. No, I'm seriously, I didn't mean to mention that, so thank you for the reminder. The Cardinals Corner podcast hosted by Tyler Drake, and when she's not sipping wine on the beaches of San Diego, Lauren Koval. But that's a vacation that we'll talk about another day. Thanks, TD. We appreciate it.
Sounds boring.
Tyler Drake, our Cardinals insider from ArizonaSports.com and co-host of Cardinals Corner podcast. When we come back, 4 o'clock, Jamal rolls in with the 4 o'clock reset. That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or from the comfort of your living room. You don't have to go anywhere. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC makes the best trucks, the best SUVs, and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. They've got all the best deals. They've got all the best inventories, 4th of July savings. They're not over just because the 4th of July is over. They're lasting all month long. You can get a 7-passenger 2025 Acadia right now, $4,250 off. Popular Yukon and Yukon XLSs are arriving daily. Amazing truck deals right now, $12,500 in savings on a new 2025 Sierra 1500. Again, they've got a lot of inventory they're looking to move this month. There's only one place to go if you want the best deal, and that is Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Rates are Berkelot. Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and get unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and an Arizona sports legend received an award. Phoenix Mercury legend Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed in the Summer League, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, here's Jamal with today's 4 o'clock reset. Hi, Jamal.
Hey, boys.
How you doing?
I'm fabulous. How are you guys?
Fantastic. It's already 4 o'clock. Day is flying. Show is flying. It's been popping.
It is. High flying.
And now you've got the 4 o'clock reset. Tell us what's going on in sports.
The Arizona Diamondbacks return to action for the second half tomorrow night against the St. Louis Cardinals. They are hosting tomorrow. With just 12 games remaining before the trade deadline, how many of the 4 guys in Gino, Josh Naylor, Merrill Kelly, and Zach Gallen, right now at this moment, would you be willing to trade?
Right now? Would I be willing to trade?
If the price is met and it's met in a way where it like satisfies the needs, I'll put it that way. Like what the Diamondbacks are looking for in return from those guys is met. I would say all 4. I really would.
I'd be willing to go 3, I think. Probably just keeping one of the pitchers because I just don't know how you're going to replace those innings without turning every single game into just an absolute you-know-what show. So 3 is the most I'd be willing to trade.
You know what? The second part of that, I want to ask you guys real quick. Of the next 12 games, how many do they need to win in order to become buyers at the trade deadline?
In order to not, I'll look at it a little differently, but I think that the answer is the same. In order to not sell, I think they have to win 8 of the next 12.
I think they need to win at least 10, and they need to sweep this series because this is one of the teams that is ahead of them. Right now, you sweep the Cardinals coming out of the break. They drop to 500 all of a sudden. They're one of the teams that going into the season, like before they became the success story they were the Diamondbacks. They were like this is the team everyone's going to be calling in July to see about Helsley, to see about Arenado, to see about all these guys that they could be moving. And instead, they've been successful enough to avoid that fate so far.
So 10-2, piece of cake.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's simple.
Easy, no problem.
Pittsburgh Steelers edge rusher TJ Watt signed a 3-year, $123 million extension with $108 million guaranteed today with the Pittsburgh Steelers. That makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
The Steelers are really one of, I mean, I hate to say it because I really don't like Aaron Rodgers. Man, it is going to be an interesting year for them. And not because they re-signed TJ Watt. I mean, I think we all knew they were going to. It was like the last little bit of business they had to get done. But there's very much at least I get the sense from the Steelers, we're kind of tired of just winning 9 games every single year. And yeah, we're above 500. And yeah, we make the playoffs. But we never get anywhere when we do it. I feel like there's an extra layer of urgency on the Steelers sandwich this year to do things they haven't done in a while.
It feels like Tomlin forces them into relevancy. Does that make sense? Like, They shouldn't have been relevant last year at all. Let's be honest. They should not have at all, and yet they were relevant by the end of the year, despite everything that was going on at quarterback and across their whole team. They were relevant.
But I don't think relevant is good enough anymore.
No.
In Pittsburgh. I think everybody is sort of agreeing, and it's probably more a symptom of the Aaron Rodgers thing, relevant is no longer good enough for Pittsburgh. Relevant is kind of boring after a while if you don't follow it up with anything significant.
Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath in the AFC North, more than usual.
Just cut right to it, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bloodbath. It's just going to be blood and guts and splatter all over the place.
According to Shams Charania, point guard Damian Lillard has agreed to a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trailblazers.
Kellen?
It's awesome. I think Dame has been like one of the just coolest, best guys to follow around the league for the last decade or so. Like, obviously, he's had some iconic moments. The game winner against Houston, the game winner against OKC. That was the wave goodbye to Paul George shot. He's had so much that he's accomplished in Portland, and so for his career to go to Milwaukee, to have this injury, and then like sign with like a contender as a last shot kind of thing. It was one of those things where I didn't like the direction his career was taking, but like as a fan of his game and who he's been in the league for a decade, this feels right. Like this feels like the right move for him.
I do wonder what the market was, and I'm not saying he didn't have choices. In fact, I'm suggesting just the opposite. I wonder how many choices Dame Lillard had, because the way the national reports were making it sound, he had a lot of really interesting suitors who, despite the fact that he's going to be out next year, they didn't care. They wanted him in. They wanted him signed. They wanted him rehabbing in their facilities. I wonder who he said no to say yes.
That's a really good question.
To the Portland Trailblazers. You know, yeah. I'm sure at some point we'll get a Windhorst or Shams deep dive into it, and we'll find out exactly who he said no to. But I'd be curious to know who that is. Yeah.
Dame goes back home. Training camp begins for the Cardinals next week, and you guys have discussed some questions you guys have for the defense. We will talk about the offense here in a little bit. Right now, after the offseason moves that the Cardinals made, who do you have more confidence in, the offense or the defense going into the season?
Defense.
Defense, which is crazy to say, but
yeah.
But look at all the resources they spent on defense this offseason. The talent, it's just... I had question marks to begin with on offense, and they really didn't do anything over there other than sign a backup quarterback and draft a guard in the 6th round. Everything else is almost exactly the same from a year ago. Yeah, defense. I think we're going through a little bit of an identity shift when it comes to our local football team, which is cool. I like that.
Yeah, I hate to sound so dismissive of Kyler, but I'm just ready to see it and just not take it until I see it now.
Wow, that's pretty dismissive.
I know. I couldn't think of a way to say less dismissive in the 30 seconds I thought of that thought to put it off. But I just want to see it now.
Don't sugarcoat it,
Kyler's been slammed.
Still think he's like a top 15 quarterback in the league, but you know.
Dismissed. I'm kidding.
Just want to see it.
With Bradley Beal finally gone from the Phoenix Suns and the new reports of the interest that the Suns have in Jonathan Kuminga, now we talked about that with Gambo here earlier in the show, is there someone out there that you would like the Suns to go out and get?
Honestly, no. I mean, like, some of that I want to see them go get. I'm not going to sit here and pound the table for. I mean, okay. I know it's not going to happen. I wouldn't be terribly bothered if Chris came back here to help define culture. You know, like, not so much because of the minutes or like any of that stuff, but if you're really trying to define culture and develop big guys, who better?
Well, and more so, how does this all fit together? He would be playing a big part in helping figure out how that all fits together.
Yeah.
Like, Chris would be a guy to figure that out. So
change my mind, Chris.
I think it's him, but he's not coming, I guess. So, oh well.
Yeah, he might be also another reunion going back to the Clippers. So.
Potentially, yeah. That's the rumor anyway.
All right, so I teased this in the pre-show meeting.
Oh, here comes Kellen. You ready? Here it comes.
I'm stealing this from Jesse Morrison, or Rick, as we call him in the Wolf and Luke show. College football is very, very, very near, just like the pro is. I want to ask you, who wins the national championship and who wins the Heisman?
So Heisman right now, Arch is the favorite right now, right? In Texas.
Yep.
Arch is the favorite. But there are like a lot of names below him, right, that are sort of like cluttered up together.
Klubnik and...
Yeah. I'm not going to be a homer and say love it. I'm just not going to do it. I apologize, ASU fans. I'm just not going to do it. Where's your mind going for Natty?
My mind was going to Cape Klubnik. Actually.
Oh, that's where you're going for Heisman?
That's where I was going for Heisman.
No Jeremiah Smith? Just no?
No.
Sorry.
Is that the only reason why you asked this question? You were looking for a little Ohio State validation? You wanted us to pat you on the back and tell you how great you won a championship. You're good, man. You're fine. You need us for. You're fine in there. As far as the championship goes,
give me Penn State for the national championship. And then with Allard back, but give me, I want to go like off the grid a bit for the Heisman pick. Give me Lenora Sellers in South Carolina.
I regret asking the question after you said Penn State.
Tough, buddy. Deal with it. Did I know what I was doing by saying that? A little bit.
Cade Klubnik and Georgia.
Yeah.
Cade Klubnik and Georgia.
I said DJ Lagway, the quarterback of Florida, for Heisman, and then Clemson to win it all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Although it makes me think if I'm taking Cade Klubnik for Heisman, maybe that means Clemson's going to win the national championship.
I did think about that too.
But I should, if I'm really following my own logic, I should use logic. But no, put me down for Georgia and Cade Klubnik.
I did really want to say Ryan Williams for fun too, because I can't wait to see what he looks like this year. Yeah. Can't wait.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
But the Sam Levitt thing, and I'll apologize to ASU fans for not picking Sam Levitt. There's no question he's going to have a lot of eyes on him, and it's very possible that and I'm saying that to smooch butt a little bit here, but it's very possible it could happen. So
100%.
Yeah.
That is your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Jamal. Appreciate
Thanks,
that.
man.
Yeah, you got it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you about the Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We're going to send you a link to get lower level tickets for half off. Again, that's half to 620-620, half to 620-620. It's the question we've kind of flirted around for the last couple of days or so, and we're just going to get into the conversation now. Are the Diamondbacks going to keep their high-spending ways when this season is done and over? That's next. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Gino Suarez, there he was minding his own business, having the time of his life, right? Here I am at the All-Star game, living my best life. Life is good, and then BAM!
I don't know if they know if they're going to move him or not. Just the fact the option could have been taken away from him and the Diamondbacks because he gets hit in the hand in the All-Star game and breaks something in the All-Star game. Thank goodness, Basinonians. The X-rays were negative.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Global Credit Union, 10 branches across the valley, an easy-to-use mobile app that puts all of your finances, all of your checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, everything right there in the palm of your hand. You think you need the power of a bank? A bank is shareholders and stockholders in Wall Street. Global Credit Union offers everything a bank does, everything. Their strength is in their membership. It's one of the largest memberships of any credit union in America. And because of that power, because of all the members that belong to Global Credit Union, they're answering to you. They're answering to the members. They're not answering to somebody on Wall Street who's trading stock. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Global members get better interest rates than they can at a bank. Global Credit Union members collectively saved $195 million last year. It's a different, better way to bank, and you're going to love it. I love it. It's why you should be a member. So explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from models like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Hey, this is Jared, and the Diamondbacks finally return to action tomorrow night. And during the break, have any of their players got socked in the bean or beaned in their sock? Hopefully they stayed healthy, and we'll talk about it tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley Emirado Mornings.
Kellen in for Gambo. Final day of Kellen's guest appearance on the Burns and Gambo show this week, as always, if I don't say so at the end. Outstanding work, young man. Always
Thank you, sir.
working with you.
Genuinely a pleasure, as always.
You will be filling in on the midday show tomorrow along with Luke. Gambo will be back tomorrow for 4 hours with me, and then I'm on a jet plane headed to Maine for the week. So one show with me and Gambo, and then I'm gone. I think Ring is filling in. Tim Ring is filling in on the Burns and Gambo show next week. A conversation about the Diamondbacks that we haven't, like a lot of conversations we're having today, we've kind of flirted around this idea, but we haven't taken a real deep dive. We're trying to have all of these conversations about the D-backs and what they're going to do at the trade deadline, and can they fashion a deal or two that keeps them in contention next year. And at the core of the conversation, and I'll just admit it, I don't think either one of us have the answer. In fact, I know we don't have the definitive answer to this. But part of the equation, no doubt, is what's their payroll next year? How much money is Ken Kendrick, who deserves all the credit in the world for putting up the way he has the last couple of years to keep this thing rolling? Is there another year to that, or will the lower expectations equal a lower payroll, and will he downshift? And I think in many ways, Kellen, that's almost the conversation you have to have about this, more than are they sellers, are they buyers, or what are they going to add at the deadline? What's their level of go for it next year when they come to November, not in December? We don't know the answer to that question.
It's the X factor to what they're going to be doing at the trade deadline, because if they believe that they have the budget to compete with any Josh Naylor offer and re-sign him, then they shouldn't trade him. They should bring him back, because he could be a part of the next great Diamondbacks team whenever it may come next year, the year after, or the year after that. I think they would love to have Merrill Kelly back. I'm sure Merrill Kelly would love to be back, but if they anticipate not being able to compete for him on the open market, then they should trade him. And it's one of these situations where we just don't know how much money they are going to be able to use. For reference, in 2023, before they made the World Series, it was $119 million was their number. It jumped to $178 last year and then $189 this year. I don't think they're going to be at 189 next year. I don't think they're going to be at 178 next year. I think they're going to be lower than that. They've got some other salaries going up, but they have a lot of money coming off the books. A lot.
Yeah, the numbers, and I appreciate our friends over at D-Back Stats and Info for putting this out there, and for Jack Summers over at SI for kind of supplementing it as well on Twitter. And again, I'm not going to beat you over the head with the number stick today, but I'll just, in general, they've got about $73 million coming off the books next year between Suarez, Gallen, Naylor, Kelly, others. If you even add in, like if Lourdes Gurriel exercises his player option and opts out, which I don't think he would, but if he does, and there are also mutual options declined on Randall Grichuk and Kendall Graveman, that total could bump up to $91 million coming off the books. So how much of that do they reinvest? How much of that do they spend? I mean, obviously Jordan Montgomery, we don't even talk about him. He's got a big number coming off the books next year because of that. But I got to think you're right in that if Ken has already, and again, I don't know this, if Ken has already given the green light to Mike Hazen, hey, like, we're going to take a dip, but we're not going to take a big dip, like, we'll go down a little bit, but I still plan on maintaining a fairly healthy payroll, then I think Mike can be a little more, it puts Mike in the position of not being desperate at the trade deadline, right? Like, of not jumping at a deal that, well, I have to do this deal because I know there's no way in hell I can re-sign this guy next year. If you think there is a way you can re-sign that guy next year, because if you got the budget to do it, if nothing else, it allows Mike to drive a really hard bargain with probably almost any of these guys except for Zach Gallen, I would think.
Well, how about what else he would want to accomplish in free agency as well? We had an outfield conversation earlier in the year. Trent Grisham's having an outstanding year for the Yankees this year, career best year. What if they want to go after a center fielder in free agency? What if they want to go after another starting pitcher in free agency? They've got their own free agents to worry about. I would assume they're going to be aggressive in seeking out other guys as well. But again, how much is the budget going to allow for that? Like, when we were going through 2 years ago, when we were going through, like, okay, who were the starting pitchers that they could sign? I think you and I agreed, like, okay, it's probably below, like, the Montgomery Erod tier in terms of, like, the amount of money we would expect for them to spend. Never anticipated them signing one of those guys, let alone two of them, that were up there with, like, 4 or the 5 best starting pitchers that were available at that time. Are they going to be able to still be not big game hunters, but pursue some of the better guys available at their position? Like, Grisham is a perfect example. Has an 817 OPS this year, has played fairly average defense, but that amount of pop in center field is something that could really change the lineup for the Diamondbacks next year. Would they be able to pursue someone like him or someone else? Or are they going to be in a position where they're worried about their own guys, and then everything else on the outside will be about margin hunting more than anything?
Yeah, and again, we're asking questions that we don't know answers to. We're just trying to get ahead of it a little bit to try to predict what they're going to do, or at least look for clues as to what they're going to do. I think a lot of it depends, and this is where, this is where I understand them not wanting to field the Reno Aces for the rest of the year and trade everybody off. Because if you field the Reno Aces for the rest of the year and attendance plummets because of it, Ken Kendrick has been a lot about, reinvesting what has been made on the team back into the team. And the money that was made in the 23 World Series run, the money that was made in tickets being renewed and tickets being sold is what is cited as reason number one that has allowed Ken to reinvest in the team the way that he has. If you have a big hit at the gate because you're fielding a less than competitive team, that might be this kind of circular detrimental impact on your ability to go out and spend next year. So they might want to stay competitive just so they can continue to be competitive. Bottom line for me, and this is just my best guess, I agree with you the payroll is not going to be as high. This is my guess. It's not going to be as high as it was this year. I think the dip is going to be real, but also certainly not to 2023 levels. Because I think
I'm going 150, 160.
I'm going to guess that both Mike and Ken have had a real good taste of being competitive, and they don't want to plunge back to those levels of having to nickel and dime this thing to a certain extent. You know what I mean? Like I think they like this status that they've sort of achieved the last couple of years. And I would just bet that they'd be unwilling to see that completely dissolve and go back to the way things were. I think they'll keep it going, just not at the level that we've grown accustomed to this year. But that's a guess. I don't know.
The last part of this equation we should mention is that let's say the number is like 150. It's a little bit lower than we're expecting. Let's say it's 150. over a third of that will be being paid to Corbin Burns, who probably isn't going to pitch next year, and Eduardo Rodriguez, who has an ERA just under 6 this year. Those big swings.
Yeah.
Those big swings, they can come back to get you.
It's a lesson for the Suns and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yep. It's coming back to haunt the Diamondbacks a little differently, but yeah, which is why, man, you could argue one of the most important things for the Arizona Diamondbacks in the second half of the season whether they're contending for a playoff spot or not is Eduardo Rodriguez.
I really think it is.
And just figuring out a way to make that work, because if it doesn't, you're talking about some sunk cost. Like if you can make him work, and you've got a rotation headlined around Erod, Brandon Pfaadt, Ryan Nelson, maybe you bring back Merrill Kelly. It's not a bad place to start if Eduardo Rodriguez is kind of working. When we come back, a messy divorce between the Suns and Bradley Beal. Another messy divorce in L.A. coming. We'll talk NBA from a national perspective next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Bradley Beal had a lot of leverage. He gives up $13.9 million basically to get the Suns under the waive and stretch threshold. This was the best of a bad situation. Instead of feeling the crunch of Bradley Beal for 3 years, he will have an effect on this team for 7 years. He's going to get heat and hatred and vitriol from Suns fans moving forward for the next 5 years. I don't think it's that deserved. He shouldn't have waived the no-trade clause. Why should he have? Something he earned. I'm not bending over backwards to help out a team that wanted to get rid of me either.
Andy Bickley and Murata. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card, allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and an Arizona sports legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on the Mercury Legends Award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the D-backs season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Burns and Gambo and the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports. Happy Thursday to you. Kellen Olson, lead Suns reporter for ArizonaSports.com, co-host of Arizona Sports Tonight, filling in for Gambo today. I'm Dave Burns, and joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. It has been a minute since we've had her on. We're looking forward to talking to her for a few minutes about the NBA, the Phoenix Suns in general. Ramona Shelburne from ESPN, our guest here on Arizona Sports. Welcome back to the show, Ramona. How we doing today?
Good. How's it going?
Good. I mean, busy. Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, trying to sift through everything that's gone down, but good. From your perspective, how do you think people around the league think the Suns did trying to navigate all of this craziness that was self-induced the last few weeks?
Oh man. Look, it took a while, right? I mean, I thought the Beal thing, I don't know why it was taking so long. I know Mark Stein was going on and on about some deadline and this and that. It just felt like it was dragging out so long into the summer, and it was kind of holding up other business, right? Like there's other things that the Suns want to do, and that other teams around the league, and these sort of veteran point guards that are out there still. But it's finally done. I think the Kevin Durant trade, we'll see. Let's see what he gives Houston. I think he's a really good addition for them. They clearly could have gotten more had he not had any leverage in this, but they did right by him and letting him have some influence over where he wanted to go. And I think that actually probably will help them in the long run, because when they talked about trading him in February and they didn't work with him or his representatives to do that, it kind of backfired. I think that's why they ended up in the spot where they were. But it's good that they worked with him this time, even though they got a little less return. And I think there was an important point in Brian Windhorst's story today that was, talking about the offer from Minnesota, that option. I think that's what the Suns asked for. I don't know that Minnesota would have done that exact deal. And so I think I think they got about as much as they could get under the circumstances for KD. They could have traded him someplace he didn't want to be or he wouldn't be on board with, but they did right by him in the end. I think that's probably good.
Ramona, I was curious with your time covering the teams in LA, specifically the Lakers and
Mhm.
Clippers as a franchise have had a ton of ups and downs where they've been the talk of the town and then they've been the laughing stocks sometimes. And the Suns are in this position where they were the talk of the town 5 years ago, and they are certainly taking a lot of jabs for how the last year or two have gone. In your experience covering those situations, what goes into those up and downs and remaining more consistent as an organization?
Well, look, I never fault an owner for going for it. You know, like if I was a fan, you know, of any organization, I would appreciate an owner that goes for it. Like I, you know, they gave up a whole heck of a lot for Kevin Durant, and you know, probably they could have, you know, gotten, you know, put less into that deal. But I remember writing about it at the time, and it was like, I think I called it a pocket listing, right? It was Kevin wanted to go to Phoenix. They weren't going to open that up to anybody else until, you know, at that point, until, you know, they had sort of an exclusive negotiating window, but that was Brooklyn's leverage. And they said, this is yours to negotiate, but after a certain point, we'll open it up to everybody else. And I thought that was a really brilliant strategy from the Nets, and it paid off by getting a pretty healthy return for it. But I like that Matt Ishbia went for it with that trade. The one that really backfired on them is the Bradley Beal signing, right? I mean, there's a reason why a lot of teams didn't want to take on that contract, even though Brad's a good player. That no trade clause just really hamstrung them, you know, and clearly, like, you know, the Mike Budenholzer wasn't the right coach for that team, and they lost a lot of depth in that transaction. But I don't want to. I know a lot of people are going to, you know, say bad things about the Suns and being overzealous for Durant and going for him. I wouldn't do that. I like owners that go for it. You know, that's not the trade that killed him. It's the signing of Beal and how much that hamstrung them in terms of the second apron and their ability to maneuver last year.
Ramona Shelburne is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show, which in your comments a second ago kind of pops a question into my mind about, do you think the next time they do go for it, and clearly Matt is an owner who is wired to go for it, do you think the next time they go for it, they'll do it, for lack of a better word, more responsibly? Like they'll do it with a little bit more caution, or I guess a weird way of saying, do you think Matt Ishbia has learned a lesson about how to go for it based off of how the last 2 years have gone down?
Maybe, you know, I mean, look, I just think Beal was the wrong fit. Like, I mean, when I look back on on everything with them, I think the Booker KD thing could have worked. I really do. I think they just didn't have enough depth. The Nurkic signing didn't work out in the long run. He didn't quite have it anymore, or at least how they needed it. But how much of the Nurkic falling apart was the relationship with Bud and the way he was used? I mean, it's kind of hard to pull things, to extricate one thing from the other, right? So yeah, of course he's learned from things. He's a really smart guy. You know, he came in with a head of steam. I think he still has a whole lot of steam behind him. I don't think he's really going to change as a person. This is how he lives his life. This is a new business for him to learn, but he's still the same guy, you know? And so I think he'll operate in a similar way. But I just think certain things that you go for, like that no trade clause, I think was one of the most damaging things in, you know, that it's almost a poison pill at this point, right? I mean, you guys lived through that. It was such a giant number, and it was such a albatross around their neck, you know, and some of it's on them for not making it work, right? It was on Bud for not making that work, and it was on, you know, the rest of the team for not making it work, and it's on Brad for not making it work. I mean, when you have a contract like that and people, you know, take that on, that responsibility, it's on you to make it work too. And so I think that one, when we look back on everything, you know, it's weird. I've covered a couple of these, you know, quote unquote super teams that have been broken up, or that didn't work out or that didn't pan out. It's hard for me to really, you know, look back. Like the Brooklyn Nets didn't work out with Kevin Durant and James Harden, Kyrie. You know, some of that's on those guys, of course. A lot of that's on those guys. But some of it was also just like COVID happened, and bad things happened during COVID, and Kyrie didn't take the vaccine, and, you know, and then he was suspended, and it started this whole change. I mean, that was a sort of act of God, right? I mean, you know, that COVID happened in the way it did, and it affected the league the way it did, right? I mean, it's kind of hard to look back. Look, the Bucks when they went for it by getting Damian Lillard. I mean, in retrospect, I think they would have probably not done that, right? It really was bad for them to lose Drew Holiday and their defensive identity. And then obviously Dame and Giannis never really gelled, and now Dame's hurt, and they had to do that. But I still think when you look back on this era of Suns basketball, I think there's a couple of things that really stand out. The Beal signing and taking on that contract with the no trade clause and how poorly it worked out, but also in I think the way that team was coached last year and trying to make last year and the year before, right? And trying to make those three pieces fit. That really didn't work at all. I mean, I from one year to the next, it was kind of the same story. And so how much is on the team for going for it, and how much is it on the players themselves?
Yeah.
And the coaching staff.
Just real quick, how do you think Bradley will do in LA?
I don't know. I don't know. Like he's, part of the problem was that he was playing with, two guys who were kind of ISO guys, right? And they didn't really have a great offensive identity. Tyus Jones was supposed to help fix that. That totally did not work. And now you're going to a team with two ISO guys, right? That's James Harden and Kawhi. I mean, they're not that. I would have. Part of it, I was interested. I think the Golden State Warriors made a pretty strong pitch for Brad at one point. I would have liked to see him in more of an offense like that. That's more of a system where he could fit in. But James Harden makes a lot of people look good. He's a fantastic point guard and facilitator. Brad should thrive if he can adjust to that sort of catch and shoot role. He's been in that role before in his career. I think at least he won't be asked to play point guard and be in that kind of shot creation role. So we'll see. I think I would have liked to see him in a different system, but I like anyone next to James Harden in that kind of role.
Yeah. Well, Ramona, we appreciate the time as always. It's great to hear your voice. Great to have you on. Appreciate the time. We'll catch up with you very soon.
How are you guys, by the way? You were asking me all the questions. How are you guys feeling about all this? I'm curious.
We had really low. I'm just speak for myself. I had really low expectations for what the Suns were going to be able to do in the Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal trades, the situations. So I'm not shocked by how they did because it mostly matches those expectations. I'm worried we're in for a little bit of a 2-year slog here with this team.
Feels like it.
Just how they're trying to figure things out. That I can't speak for Kellen on this one. That's kind of my 30,000-foot view on it. Kellen?
I'm just honestly ready for a new era of Suns basketball. It was time. It was time to move on, and it might be rough here for 2 years, but it'll be a different kind of rough that I think will be easier to take on than what the last 2 years were.
Yeah. Boy, when that went south last year, that went south fast, didn't it?
Sure did.
I caught the Suns early in the preseason, and I caught them early in the season. I was like, wow, these guys, this feels great in here. This locker room is different. Everybody's happy again. And then by Christmas, I think I saw you on Christmas, right? When Kellen, I saw you out here, and I was like, whoa, what happened in this locker room? What's going on?
And I think I told you, how
this
much
was just
time.
a couple of months later. It was different.
I didn't want to keep you in the media room for 4 hours to explain everything to you, Ramona. But
it
was quite the turnaround, to say the least.
Took on some water really, really quickly, for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Ooh, so I'm happy for you guys. You got new vibes.
Yes. We're vibing right now, Ramona. We're vibing. Yes, we are. Thank you, Ramona. We'll catch up with you soon, all right? Yeah, you got it. Ramona Shelburne from ESPN. We always enjoy having her on the show. She's a good laugh, and she's got a lot of knowledge and a lot of stuff to tell, so that's good. When we come back, the damage from the Bradley Beal trade, we're kind of sifting through it right now, and there's another part of it that's not going to make you feel that great about it either. Good news on a Thursday. Yeah, no, I'll tell you what it is next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here for the attorneys at Berg Simpson in a world filled with choices out there when it comes to injury lawyers. And you know it because you're on those freeways right now and you're seeing all the buses and you're seeing all the billboards and all the options. Berg Simpson is just cut from a different cloth than the rest. Hopefully you're not in an accident. Hopefully you don't need to do this. But if you do need to do your homework and do your research, you'll very quickly find that Berg Simpson is just different in terms of the lawyers and the quality of the lawyers and how those lawyers are nationally received and nationally thought of. It's a different sort of deal. Look, my wife and I got involved in an accident many years ago. We made such a mistake in not calling Berg Simpson, and it's not a mistake we'll ever repeat again. Now, hopefully we're not in that situation. Hopefully you're not in that situation. But if you are, I know who I'm calling. And I'm calling the law firm at Berg Simpson because I'm going to want them and that trust and that experience on my side. If you're ever in need, give Berg Simpson a call. Let them represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Jamal with today's poll question update for us. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. Social media, we're all out there, all across the board. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Facebook. Hi, Facebook crew. Good to see you. Sorry I haven't interacted with you in a while. It's nothing personal. I haven't.
You have a vendetta against
the
Facebook?
The little chat box. The what?
Against the Facebook or YouTube chat?
No, the YouTube. The YouTube chat on the side. Yeah, I need to go check that out every now and then because
it gets chaotic every once in a while.
Every now and then, yeah. The first flying a little bit over there. I haven't checked it in a while, so I'll need to go. But thank you for watching us on YouTube, either by subscribing to us on YouTube.com or at ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app. If you're watching, hello, thank you. We appreciate it. Jamal? Poll question? What you got?
Now that the significant offseason moves are done for the Suns, do you feel better, worse, or the same about the Suns this year?
Same.
Just about the same.
Yeah. It like I just told Ramona a second ago, it went about the way I expected to go. I had very low expectations for it.
And I think 3 months into the year, we're going to feel better or worse. It will not be the same again.
Oh, you think like after the season?
3 months into the year, our answer will change.
Oh.
We'll be better or worse.
Ooh.
how's Jalen Green look? Is Mark Williams healthy? How are the young guys contributing? How's Green and Booker work together?
Yeah.
Is this 6'5" guys a problem? Is this four centers thing a problem? How's Jordan not doing?
Okay, you know what? It's funny. I hadn't thought about it. You're absolutely right. I think 3 months into the season,
Might be less than that. Maybe 6 weeks.
We'll have a pretty strong feeling about how this is going or not. Okay, what's the audience say on this one?
So leading right now is better with 55.3% of the vote. Next is same with 30, and last is worse with 14.7% of the vote.
Okay, get there and vote on that on the X page. Follow us on X. And again, all the social media channels we want. That's where we're giving you all the content here on the Burns and Gamble Show. Kellen is obviously filling in. I promise you, we're just about done talking about this Bradley Beal thing because this really is the other than. The Kuminga thing is interesting, Gambo brought up, but for the most part, the business of the offseason is done. They still have a player or two to add, and who knows, maybe they do make a push for Jonathan Kuminga. But as we are kind of sifting through the mess, I think there's a tendency, Kellen, to look at it and say, man, 19 point whatever it is, $1 million per year.
Contract,
against the cap
trade
for the
clause,
next
all
5.
that stuff.
Yeah, you look at it and go, they're going to be paying for this for years, and they are going to be paying for this for years. But not just because he's going to be chewing up nearly $20 million in salary cap space for the next year. You are still swapped out with picks with the Wizards because of this. And that's something that every single year you have a pick. Sure, you have a pick. But it's swapped to the extreme, and you're kind of painted into a corner at nearly the end of the first round every year.
Yeah, the story of how much this comes back to bite the Suns, both with the Durant trades and the Beal trades, is going to basically come down to if they can dodge enough lottery landmines. Like, that is going to be, I think, the story of the next couple of years is, and again, like maybe they're not in the lottery as much as I think they will be over the next couple of years, but if they are in the lottery, like you imagine, you were pretty nervous on lottery night, were you not? And it was not even a pick that the Suns had necessarily, but you were fairly nervous because you didn't want to see them come up in the top 4 and have this KD trade come back to bite them even more. It's a similar thing here. Their 2026 first round.
You're saying I have to go through that every year for the next half decade of my life? You are saying that, aren't you? Yeah.
If you believe they're going to be out of the playoffs that whole time. I don't know if they're going to be out of the playoffs that whole time, but for the next 2 years, I think they will be at least now. Next year, they actually do not have their first-round pick. That is Charlotte's now. Charlotte owns one of these swapped-out picks. That's a Yusuf Nurkic trade. Remember what they paid to get rid of Yusuf Nurkic? They gave up a first-round pick in that. That is this one. Charlotte has it, and basically it is swapped with them, the Wizards, and the Grizzlies. Because remember, they not only did swaps with the Wizards, and then they double-swapped it with the Grizzlies as well. The Wizards have first dibs, so the Wizards will go into the lottery with their own lottery odds, and the Suns' own lottery odds as well, and maybe Memphis's too if they don't make the playoffs. So you want to talk about these swaps working out well. That's where it's at. 2028, the Suns do have their pick, but they will get the least favorable pick between Brooklyn, Philadelphia, Washington, and themselves as well. Again, Washington has dibs on that pick, and then in 2030, it's just Washington can swap with the Suns or Memphis can swap with the Suns. So again, like if you just pick 11th or 14th or 23rd, these swaps are all good. Everything's fine. It worked out. But if you land in that top 4 any of the next 5 years, you're in quite the trouble because in 26 through all the way to 2032 being the first year you have control of your drafts back. 2031, of course, was the unprotected one they sent to Utah.
Yeah.
So for these next 6 years, can you dodge these lottery landmines and get as lucky as you didn't get lucky. Like it was the probable outcome that happened in landing at 10.
You got lucky that it wasn't 3, that it wasn't 2.
But if you avoid it for 5 more years in a row, you are kind of going to get lucky, honestly.
Yeah, and can they? And at this point, who knows? That's why I'm very nervous about these next couple of years. I'm very nervous that they're gonna be a lottery team, and there's just no avoiding that, given kind of where they are and how they need to dig themselves out of this. I don't know how aggressive they want to be. I don't know how aggressive they can be. I do know this. I do really believe this, that this is not going to be a situation where Matt Ishbia, because he's punting right now, is going to fall into a pattern of punting. I don't believe that's him or who he is or how he's wired. Now, I hope they don't get themselves in as much trouble as they did this time around with how they aggressively they went for it and how much of a mess they had to clean up to get themselves out of it. But I don't think Suns fans feel I don't think they disagree. I think they feel that when given the chance to go for it again, they're not concerned that Matt Ishbia would be gun shy or not do it. And the fact that he wants to stay out of the lottery is yet another reason to drive him to be aggressive, right? Like, he doesn't want to see a lottery pick go to the Washington Wizards or the Charlotte Hornets or anybody else like that, does he?
One consequence I think that we will see is a rule change coming up in the league, because whether it's called the Ishbia rule, whether it's not, I think swaps are no longer going to be a thing within the next 5 years. I think the league is going to abolish it because some of these have gotten completely outrageous. To wit, here's the 2028 first-round draft pick owed by the Phoenix Suns and the layers of protections that follow on it. If Philadelphia's 2028 first-round pick, which would be protected for selections 1 through 8, and otherwise conveyable to Brooklyn if Philadelphia conveys a first-round pick to Oklahoma City in 2026, is conveyed to Brooklyn and is the third most favorable of Philadelphia, Brooklyn's 2028 first-round pick, Phoenix's 2028 first-round pick, and New York's 2028 first-round pick, and New York is the second most of the favorable of the four. Then Brooklyn will receive the third most favorable of the four. In all of the scenarios, Brooklyn will receive the two most favorable of these. If Philadelphia is conveyed and or New York is less favorable between Brooklyn and Phoenix, then New York will receive the least favorable of New York, Brooklyn, and Phoenix. In all other scenarios, New York will receive the second most favorable of the three. Washington will receive the more favorable of its 2028 first-round pick and the least less favorable of Phoenix, Brooklyn, and Philadelphia. If conveyed, and Phoenix will receive the less favorable of 1 and 2. Washington may swap the pick if it receives Phoenix or Portland. See Washington incoming via Brooklyn's right to swap with Brooklyn or Philadelphia for Phoenix, via Brooklyn's right to swap for Brooklyn or Phoenix for New York, via Washington's right to swap for Phoenix, Brooklyn, or Philadelphia.
Is that actually how it's written? Wow.
That's what it says.
You good? You need an oxygen tank?
I'm good.
You all right? Okay, good.
That went better than expected.
It went fine? All right.
Yeah, so no more swaps. I think that is kind of difficult to understand, and it's kind of pointless at a certain point, and I think the league is going to get rid of that.
No more swaps. All right. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Brian Windhorst took a deep, deep dive into the breakup between the Phoenix Suns and Bradley Beal, and within that, we found some interesting things to come out of it, including just how messy it might have been. That's coming up next on Burns and Gambo.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. More often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100s instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers can also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. You don't need those right now. Take care of all of that. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Still getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. So if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and 0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in LA, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed in the Summer League, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors, The Window Depot has the lowest prices and biggest inventory, all available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com today.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks absolutely have to sweep the St. Louis Cardinals this weekend to stay in the race? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, stay with us, too, along those lines. Diamondbacks are off tonight, back at it tomorrow, as Luke just mentioned. There is a workout going on right now at Chase Field for the team coming off the All-Star break, and there's a Torey Lovello media availability. I believe it's going on right now. So I know Gambo had hinted earlier at a couple of roster moves, a reliever, a position player. If we get any more news on that, we'll let you know. If we hear anything else on Eugenio Suarez, how he feels coming out of the All-Star break, et cetera, we will let you know. In other words, just keep it right here on Arizona Sports and the Burns and Gambo Show, and we will let you know here on Arizona Sports. Kellen's in for Gambo today. In the meantime, as we've said a couple times the last couple of days, the Suns news is gonna really start to wind down here in a couple of days. That there's still a couple of other outstanding pending items to go. What they do with their last roster spot? Do they go out and add 2 players? I know this Jonathan Kuminga stuff is kind of moving the needle a little bit. Gambo gave an update and said it's possible. He wouldn't rule it out, but he doesn't think it's going to happen because the Suns just might not have the assets for it. There was, though, a very eye-catching article this morning on ESPN.com from Brian Windhorst that kind of took the deep dive 30 for 30 look into the Bradley Beal situation and how things went down. And it was a fascinating read, right? Like you put it in your email to me, I put it in my email to you, Kellen. Was there something in particular that grabbed you the most about it?
I think it was just it's funny because of the world that we live in now with how things are reported. And what I mean by that is sometimes we will get all the tea, sometimes we will get a little bit of the tea, and sometimes we get the tea where you can tell there is more tea, but we are not going to get the tea. And every little story like this that comes out about Brad over the last 24 hours, like, you can tell that there was some animosity here from both sides going in the direction. You do not need to be a great all-time deducer of emojis to see Brad's post today leaving and take that as he's leaving on great terms or good terms or even fine terms. And then there was a little bit in there that noted that the buyout negotiations did get heated at a certain point. I wrote my story on ArizonaSports.com. You know what probably pissed the Suns off is when Bradley Beal's laughing when Stephen Curry gets him with a classic relocation, and Brad's laughing and like, you got me with your move, Steph.
You got me, Steph. Boy, you're good at what you do.
The team is in complete disarray and turmoil. Brad can still like take a moment to laugh. They can agree, disagree, whatever. Like, I'm sure it made a lot of Suns fans mad. I know it did, in fact.
It did.
But with all of that being said, with the Jimmy Butler stuff, with the no trade clause stuff, with benching him, moving him to the bench, there was a lot here in both directions with how unavailable he was, for how accommodating or unaccommodating that he was with some of these role changes and how the backcourt worked with Devin Booker. Like, there's a lot of speculation left for us to chew on here, but what we can agree on for sure is that these two sides, there was some animosity. Not like hatred and like we're not going that far, everyone, relax, but we're just saying that there were some negative feelings that were reciprocal, I imagine.
Yeah, and specifically to the story, just so I don't leave anybody hanging on there, the line that Kellen is referring to, the Suns, according to the report, the Suns had hoped to get Bradley Beal to leave more money on the table than the 13.9 that he did. 13.9 was the bare minimum threshold that had to be crossed. He had to give that back in order to make this buyout happen. And according to the story from Windhorst, the hope was that Bradley Beal was going to give even more back than that. And yes, the word heated was used in the article. The words intense conversation. And that was a quote, not from an anonymous source, but from Mark Bartelstein, the agent of Bradley Beal, the father of Suns president and CEO Josh Bartelstein, who called it intense conversations that we were having about the buyout and the money and things like that. And so, yeah, it didn't end pleasantly.
Gambo had that reporting too, right? With like how the frustration at the end of the year and just like wanting to move on from him and like, just, he's not going to be back next year.
And I'm going to, in relaying this conversation from Gambo and kind of going through it in my own memory, basically the day after the season ended, Gambo's like, there's a 0% chance he's coming back. He's not coming back. Bradley Beal is not coming back. Then later, a few weeks later, month later, I can't remember exactly what it was. I'm not going to say Gambo backtracked because he didn't. He just kind of amended it in which he said, look, everybody agrees there was like an emotional response at the end of the season, and that's where kind of the 0% came from. Gambo said, I still don't think he's going to be back, but there was very much an emotional sort of feeling at the end of the season. And it's just obvious, whether it's the laughing at Steph, whether it's the fact that he's always hurt. You pointed out in your story today on ArizonaSports.com the reminder about how he liked to kind of flaunt, hey, I hold the cards. You know, I'm the captain now. I'm in control of this. And while it was the truth, because he had the no trade clause, it also was seen by many as him kind of waving that in everybody's face and flaunting it a little bit like, hey, you're not doing anything without my permission. Now, at no point do we believe was Bradley Beal ever presented with a trade that he said no to, but it was just enough to flaunt that he had the power to say no to it that irked a lot of people. So clearly, this was not some cold, emotionless business transaction that was going down here. There was some fire involved in this conversation, clearly.
Think about how Kevin left, too. Like, he got burned by them at the deadline.
Yeah.
They did not work through him when they were talking about potentially trading him. He found out through back channels, and it was the reported story, I believe, from, I want to say Windhorst and Ramona Shelber. I'm not remembering exactly who on ESPN.com wrote about it, but it was one of those things where a Sun source told them, like, Yeah, with hindsight, like, we probably should have had him looped in, and we're going to have him loop in now. But as you say, toothpaste tube, it was out.
Yeah, and when we had Ramona Shelburne on earlier, even she mostly complimented the organization for making absolutely sure they bent to the will of Kevin Durant this time around to make up for what they didn't do the last time around. And she said on a couple of occasions when she was on with us, it was important for them to do that. It was important for them to make sure he controlled this process because it really, it was wrong from Kevin's perspective for them to do him like that the last time around, and almost as if they needed to make amends for it. And I made this observation to you, and it's nothing more than an observation. It does seem like this has happened a lot with players in the Suns the last few years. And what's odd about it is that it's not one guy on the Suns side. It's Monty and Ayton. It's Monty and Crowder. It's
Budenholzer and Nurk.
Thank you. It's Ishbia and Paul. It's the front office and Durant. Now it's been this. And I don't know if it's like this everywhere.
Exactly.
Is it like this for every player in every organization where things just kind of end
And it's
salty?
not a one or the other. Like, the personalities of those players and the personalities of the people with the Suns, like, they're both contributing factors.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying who's right or who's wrong. I just wonder, is this more prevalent here than it is in other places?
Exactly. And does this just keep happening, and does this pattern continue? Because at a certain point, if the pattern continues, like, we know who the party is that is the most responsible. It's the organization. And that is when you really get into dangerous waters right now. We'll see, though. This is the era that's going to decide that or not, for sure.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, let me make sure I've got the position right, the side of the football correct that we're going to talk about. Yes, offensive questions going into training. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Offensive questions for the Arizona Cardinals going into training camp. That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Cards Camp. In 5 days. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling. ReadyServices.com. Ready.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning to the Arizona Cardinals, even with roster upgrades, have enough to compete in the NFC West. That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, you can tell we're definitely starting to gear up our Cardinals coverage here as training camp is inching closer. They report next week. The first practice that most of the shows are going to be broadcasting from is a week from today out at State Farm Stadium. Obviously, a highly anticipated season of Cardinals football. A lot of curiosity about this team, the additions they made, in particular on the defensive side of the football. Kellen, who's filling in for Gambo, and I, we previewed, and I got it screwed up a little earlier in the show. I thought we were doing offense first, defense second. We talked about some of the defensive questions earlier on in the show. Now it's time for some of the offensive questions. And, of course, they're not all centered around Kyler, but they're mostly all centered around Kyler. I just wonder, Kellen, how many of our questions about Kyler Murray can possibly get answered in a training camp? You know, like it doesn't seem like the environment for us to know what we need to know about Kyler Murray.
And we've done the song and dance before, and I'm not trying to be pessimistic here or dismissive again, as I phrased it earlier in the show. I'm just telling you what I've watched for the last couple of years, and we're going to see a lot of quotes come in about how this is a new Kyler, and he's more mature than ever, and he's been able to work harder than ever, and there's just going to be more signs of progress from his peers that they are noticing and that they are picking up on as well. But again, we have heard this a lot, and it has led to some improvement for Kyler. Like, there's been some tangible links there. Don't get me wrong, but that whole part of this equation is done now, and this is the. It feels like we've said it so many times, and I know we're the radio people doing hyperbole and everything, but this really does feel like the make or break year for him. He's 27 years old. He's going to turn 28 here in a couple of weeks' time, and the way his contract is designed, a lot of that money guaranteed comes up in 2026 where it becomes non-guaranteed. There is a pathway to making him not your quarterback next year if you choose to do so, and it's ultimately going to be on him. Both him to prove a level of consistency that we haven't seen from him yet, that he is a certified top 10, top 15 quarterback in the league, however high you want to rank him, or he's just more of the same, which is 2 to 3 games, he looks like an MVP candidate, maybe 4. 2 to 3 to 4 games, he's not very good at all and quite bad, in fact, and then the other ones, he's just kind of okay. And if the Cardinals are okay with that, they're okay with that. If they're not, they're going to look elsewhere.
But no answers to any of those questions come when the first practice is held next Thursday. No answers to those. And I'm not trying to, diffuse camp or anything. I'm just saying specifically, if those are the questions that we've got about the Arizona Cardinals and Kyler Murray, it's not going to, you'll start to get those answers on the first Sunday of the season when they play, who do they open up? Oh, the Saints, when they're at the New Orleans Saints. we're going to have to wait until then until we start to get those answers. But I think we all agree this is it for Kyler Murray. This is like, I would even go so far as to say Kyler Murray has to win a playoff game this year. I mean, I know that's setting the bar really, really high. I think most people would be satisfied with just him getting to a playoff game. But goodness, he's gone 82 starts without winning one, for goodness sakes. It's a long time. So non-Kyler questions. And then, of course, you immediately downshift to Marvin Harrison Jr. as question number 2 on the offense. And I kind of, I don't know about you, I combine the Marvin Harrison Jr. question with the Drew Petzing question. I think the two were very linked in terms of, okay, he's got to be better. Drew's got to figure out a better way to use him. You know, it's almost like the three of them, including Kyler, that triangle needs to figure out a way to improve how Marvin Harrison Jr. is used. And I just don't think it's just Marvin Harrison Jr.
No, it's not. There has to be a level of dynamic play and ability from this. Just the threat of it, I'll put it that way. There has to be a dynamic threat on the field for the Cardinals, because if they become one-dimensional, defenses will really tunnel in on Trey McBride, and then you run out of reliable answers elsewhere. So whether that is Marvin Harrison Jr. making the jump that we're expecting from him, whether that is the running game getting back to where it was 2 years ago, which was one of the 3 or 4 best in football. It was still pretty darn good last year, but it wasn't an elite group like it was 2 years ago. That is the situation where you can really open up and expand and make up for, let's call it like it is, like a lack of high-end quality, or just a lack of quality in your skill position group once you get past the first couple of names. And that is where, like, I'm really intrigued to see Michael Wilson this year in year 3, because back-to-back years, it's 38 catches and 47, it's 565 yards and 548. We believe he has the talent to be much more than that, and the Cardinals, maybe not by choice, but operated in a way in the offseason that suggested they have a whole lot of faith in him to hold that number 2 spot and show a lot in his 3rd season. So I think that is really, like, the key for me is I'm done talking about Kyler running the ball as like one of these versatile options and like designed runs. I'm just done talking about it. I'm gonna have to talk about it a lot over the next couple of months. I understand that, but for right now,
so you're resting up, is what you're saying. You're resting up your muscles when it comes to that.
I'm resting up for those kinds of conversations. Okay. Mitch and I had a bit on the show where it was just like me and him yelled for 9 minutes, and then we just stopped talking about it the rest of the season.
Okay.
But what I will say is, where does like the dynamic, versatile part of this offense come from? And again, it could just be a really, really, really good rushing attack again. It could be Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. leading up to where they're starting, or it becomes a really difficult uphill task, because I just don't want to see teams be able to game plan for Trey McBride the way they're going to this year.
Yeah.
That is going to change.
And that's something, and I'll be curious to see how they practice this. Because there has been a lot of conversation going into this camp about a renewed emphasis on Kyler Murray and the offense being better off schedule when things break down. And there was a lot of talk going into camp about how they weren't very good at that last year, and they need to be better at that last year. I'm kind of with you on the Kyler running the football thing. Like, okay, we all know he needs to run the football more. We've been banging our heads up against that wall for a while now. But they have been talking about Kyler and the offense needing to be better when things break down. And that speaks to his ability to run just in a different way, like to buy himself time in the backfield until something opens up down the field. That's something, will I be able to tell watching a training camp practice, hey, they're working on that. They're trying different things on when things break down, do this or do that. I'll be curious to see how much they run that in camp and how much they practice that in camp and how much they try to perfect that in camp, given that they've expressed how important that is for them moving forward. Other camp issues, we had Tyler Drake on earlier. Who's your starting right guard? Okay, obviously, is there, I think the question of, is there a last-minute signing before camp coming almost specifically applies to the offense. Is there a wide receiver coming? Is there a right guard coming? Is Will Hernandez coming? I think that will be a really interesting question in the next week or so. It doesn't have to come before camp, but it's got to come pretty close at the beginning of camp for it to really matter. So that's something to kind of keep an eye out on. The health of Jonah Williams is something I'll be watching.
Yeah, and if I could expand on that for a second, I think the offensive line specifically, I think has another level to go up. Like, they were pretty darn good last year. They were much better than we expected 2 years ago. Paris Johnson is a younger player who should be better next year. Isaiah Adams should be much better and has more potential than anyone that they've had play guard in the last couple of years. And then, as you mentioned, if Jonah Williams is fully healthy, you get him for a full year. We know what Evan Brown's going to bring. We know what Yelda Froholt is going to be. Can that be an even better unit than it has been in the last year or two, which has been really the most underrated part of the team back-to-back years, without a shadow of a doubt?
All right, Kellen Olson, I will ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay. We've both stated that one of the most important things for the Arizona Cardinals this season is players in year one making the jump in year two. On what side of the ball is that especially important for the Cardinals this year? The players making the year one to year two jump on defense that include Darius Robinson and Max Melton, or the players on offense that include Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey Benson, and Isaiah Adams?
I really don't think that it's that far off, even with all the weight that Marvin holds, but he holds a lot of weight. They picked him in the top 5 of the draft.
Okay. He swings the pendulum, right? Like
he really has.
It was kind of I think it was a fairly obvious question, but I think he's the deciding factor. I guess
But if Max Melton stagnates, like, that corner room is in trouble in a hurry. Like, he has to be better next year. He really does.
He does. And Darius Robinson, I mean, it's maybe not as pertinent for him, but yeah, Max Melton has to take a jump, no doubt about it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you about our podcast, you can take us with you wherever you go. If you cannot catch us live from 2 to 6, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast, and it's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Somewhere out there, there's this alternate timeline in which the Suns traded Kevin Durant to Minnesota instead of Houston. In that universe, is Bradley Beal still on the Suns or not? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Beal deal is done.
This is it. We've all been waiting for this.
He's on his way to the Clippers. The fact that he signed for a paltry 2 years, $11 million. Yes, he wanted to go to LA, reportedly.
Yeah.
That's where his family was before then eventually moved him here to the PHX, but now they're going back to LA, so I'm guessing that was his first, second, and third choice all along.
Reaction to the Suns parting ways with guard Bradley Beal on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage. If you're renting right now, this is a great time to buy. So many homes on the market. That means that buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying another home. What does that mean for you? Home prices are dropping. That's a good thing. You don't want to play the waiting game. You may miss out. Once it turns, there's a lot more competition. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market. Take advantage of seller concessions, and don't worry about interest rates. You can always negotiate a better interest rate. But right now, a lot of houses on the market. That means it's a good time for you to make an offer and get your choice of house at the right price. Remember, this is a home, not a stock. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Why'd I go to the doctor?
My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The ESPYs went down last night in Los Angeles, and a Phoenix Mercury legend received an award. Diana Taurasi shared the Icon Award with soccer legend Alex Morgan. For more on Taurasi's award, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Phoenix Suns Summer League wrapped up yesterday with the Suns losing 89-85 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For analysis of how Phoenix's first-round pick Kaman Malawach performed, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And the second half of the Arizona Diamondbacks season begins tomorrow. They host a 3-game series at Chase Field against the St. Louis Cardinals. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Luke. How can Marvin Harrison Jr. be a top 10 receiver in the NFL by the end of the 2025 season? We'll discuss it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Every conversation Kellen and I have had off the air is about what movies I'm going to watch on the plane to Maine. Every single one. 4 slots available. Well, 3 slots available.
You were looking for some reaffirmation of like this big project for you, potentially just ending you in rewatching movies as opposed to seeing new movies. And you know what, buddy? That's okay. You do what you want with your time.
I'm struggling with that a little bit because as my wife and some of my best friends will tell you, I and Gambo too, because he knows I rewatch movies a bunch. I rewatch movies too often. You know, I just fall in that trap of that comfort. Like this movie is comfort food to me. But there are some like legitimately good movies that I've only watched once that are worthy of more than that. And so I'm thinking about giving up one of my coveted. I've got 5 hours to Maine, 6 hours back, or maybe it's the other way around. I'm not sure. So I've got slots for 4 movies to bang out on the plane when we're flying there and back.
Sinners has one.
Sinners has a spot. I'm thinking Everybody Wants Some probably has one based off of your recommendation.
Thank you.
I'm thinking a rewatch of Dune Part 2 is going to be in there somewhere because I can't believe I only saw that movie one time. But again, I'm just in my head.
I had the same thing where I was thinking about what I was going to do on the trip over, and I'm probably going to play. If anyone follows Jared Bourget on Twitter, all he's been doing is tweeting about how excited he is about this new Donkey Kong video game, and I'm going to be playing the Donkey Kong video game as well.
On the plane.
But yeah, on the plane for sure. Might be just saving it for that trip next week in general. But I'm also like, I kind of haven't seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood in like 6 months, and like I love that movie and we rewatch it all the time. So you're not alone.
Yeah, and I still have episodes of Andor to watch. There's
you know what's
stuff.
cool?
There's just
options.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give myself. I'm gonna just load them all up on my devices and just give myself options.
They're going to look over at you and you're just going to be like scrolling back and forth for 20 minutes. Just pick one.
Just pick something for the love. Just pick something. Brian Windhorst, we've mentioned this a couple times today, did a deep dive on kind of what went down between Bradley Beal and the Phoenix Suns. And it was a very interesting read. It was almost kind of pulpy to read it a little bit, like a real like inside baseball kind of thing about what went down, right down to the detail of how this weekend there's a big Bartelstein family wedding, I think in Chicago. There's a party for Josh this weekend, and how like all sides were quoted on it. Josh is saying, yeah, it might be a little awkward, being me there with my dad and everything that went, because Mark Bartelstein is Bradley Beal's agent. Josh is obviously the president and CEO of the Suns, et cetera, et cetera. There was a lot that stood out, but one of them in particular was Jordan Ott, when he got the job, according to the report, met with Bradley Beal and presented a plan for how I might use you. Here's how we could potentially use you. Beal decided it was time to move on if the opportunity to move on presented itself after that meeting, okay? The killer in this was, had the Suns traded Kevin Durant to Minnesota in a deal that Gambo and I talked about for a couple of weeks leading up to all of it. Had the Suns traded Kevin Durant to Minnesota instead of Houston, that based on the package coming back from Minnesota, it might have, if not necessitated a return of Bradley Beal, left an open door for a return of Bradley Beal, and that they might have been much more of the mindset to keep Bradley Beal based on the return they were getting from Minnesota, because it wouldn't have had so much redundancy at shooting guard. But because Durant said no to Minnesota, then it became about Jalen Green in Houston. And once Jalen Green came over, it was like, that was that. There's no reason for us to have 8 shooting guards on the roster. Let's have 7 instead. Mm-hmm. And that's what made them want to trade Bradley Beal. It's an interesting thing to think about.
It is, and I think the Minnesota offer, something Ramona Shelburne clarified on the air with us about an hour ago, is that she wasn't sure if that was offered by Minnesota per se, but it was like the discussions were around that type of offer. The one included was Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, Terrence Shannon Jr., and the number 17 overall pick. And it kind of opens up my mind in reading that. Kind of goes back to a couple of months ago when the Suns, if they had it their way, they would have Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, and some picks right now if they had gotten the trade that they wanted to get done at the deadline as well. And kind of makes me think like, okay, there were 3 separate outcomes that we at least know about that were possible with how this Kevin Durant thing was going to end. Mm-hmm. Did they get the best outcome? Did they get the worst outcome? Which one kind of sort of lands there? You and I both did not like the Butler trade at all, just because of how much it prioritized the now instead of what should be prioritizing the future instead. I think that's more of the Minnesota deal as well. So I really have to say, I think the Houston trade is my favorite of the 3.
Because of the 10th pick?
I didn't like it because of the 10th pick and because Jalen Green is 23 and because Dillon Brooks is movable as well if any contenders come calling here in a couple of months' time and the Sun season doesn't go the way that they hope it will. I think because of the number 10 pick and because of just that future asset and Kaman Malawach, when you compare him to like 17 and Terrence Shannon Jr., or compare him to Kuminga and the picks they would have gotten from Golden State. I think the Golden State like package in terms of what it is worth was obviously the best, but I didn't just see a reason to like bring Jimmy Butler here. They needed to restart.
I didn't see a reason to bring Jimmy Butler here if it didn't include Kevin Durant staying here. I just didn't understand the point.
Right.
I mean, I just didn't see it. I couldn't comprehend it. So for me, that was, a deal for Butler where Beal goes out. Sure, I could see that every day that ends in Y. But a deal, no, I just couldn't see the other. The deal was, and we'll have Gambo. He'll be back tomorrow, and I imagine we'll kind of get his perspective on this. But as I understood it, that was very, very close to the deal that was kind of being discussed if one was going to go down. Now, Ramona said what she said, and that was interesting that maybe that's what the Suns wanted. Who knows if that's what Minnesota was going to give up. But I thought, based off my conversation with Gambo, that was a pretty good idea that a Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, Terrence Shannon or Rob Dillingham, one of the two in the 17th pick was kind of what we were talking about with that one. Boy, of the 3, which deal would I have liked the best? I agree with you. The pick is probably the tiebreaker in all of this. I really don't like the Jalen Green and Devin Booker.
Sure.
It just feels. we did that. I watched that movie. I know it's different. Every situation is different, but I feel like we did the thing where it's two shooting guards back there and you're trying to figure out how it works. And I kind of feel like it failed miserably. And I maybe this one will be different, but I think I agree with you. The pick probably is the tiebreaker. I think for me, it's closer than it is for you. It's that Minnesota offer, because you avoid that really obscene positional redundancy.
Yeah.
I think the Minnesota deal is a lot higher in my mind than maybe it is in yours.
If I was told that they were flipping Gobert after that, I would like the Minnesota deal a lot more, but they were going to keep Gobert, I think, if they were going to get Gobert. They were very interested, and as we can tell by the summer they had, they're very interested
Obsessed with centers.
Upgrading, let me know if that sounds familiar. Yeah, upgrading for center for sure. 17-10 pick, that's a discernible difference, but not just like a gigantic leap. But like either way, you were headed for this kind of situation no matter what, right? You were headed for this sort of position where there was not going to be a perfect trade. And again, you can be the person that says the Suns got the best that they could. You could be me, who said they were the ones that put themselves in that position, and for that they deserve a whole lot of blame for the lack of a great return that they got, and being in that position where that was only the best return they could get anyway.
Yeah.
But it is crazy to sort of think about like 6 months ago, 9 months ago, when we were talking about like, yeah, you can probably get Jalen Green, Jabari Smith Jr., 2 or 3 firsts. Like what we were talking about, the potential of this trade looking like 6 months ago, and then once all the leverage got into play, it wound up just being this.
I think what's equally is like interesting to be is to think that up until about 48 hours before the trade deadline, 72 hours before the trade deadline, that it was all Bradley Beal, it was no Kevin Durant, and then just thinking about how that flip in negotiations of, okay, well, how about if we give you Kevin Durant instead? And just and you talk about a pivot point, sliding door moment for an organization, for them to, and again, I don't remember exactly what the time frame was, but at some point 2 or 3 or a week before, 2 or 3 days or a week before that trade deadline, when the Suns pivoted off of offering Bradley Beal and started talking to teams about Kevin Durant, the Warriors, what a hinge moment that was for the Suns in like their short-term kind of organizational history. And the other thing I can't stop thinking about too was if you had made the deal with Minnesota instead and Kevin Durant chooses to go there and you make that trade, how sure are you that Bradley Beal would have been convinced that he could have stayed anyway? Like you're saying, the article is saying, well, you make the deal and it's Gobert and it's DiVincenzo and it's Shannon and it's the 17th pick. Hey, there's a path to keeping Bradley Beal. Yeah, if he wants to be here, and if he doesn't, or he's going to be a grump about it, you really can't, right? Like, so is it a guarantee you would have been able to keep Bradley Beal in that circumstance? I don't know.
I'm not sure, but it's not something that we have to think about for much longer, thank goodness, because every permutation of this and like every sort of potential outcome we were looking at, we have the outcomes in front of us now. It is time to move on and watch some Suns basketball. But to your point and what's pertinent to that conversation and what you had mentioned about what if we include Kevin Durant, you wonder what this front office starts to think whenever that big new shiny toy becomes available on the trade market here in a couple of months, because the Suns now have some young pieces that teams wouldn't mind hearing about if those types of talks materialize.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Gambo earlier, when he was a guest on his own show, hinted at a Diamondbacks roster move. And it looks like we got it. We'll tell you who might very well be up next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Kevin Durant's in Houston. Bradley Beal's going to the Clippers. That era officially ends the second Bradley Beal's leaving for another team.
Yes.
So how do you remember that era? Collectively.
We're going to look and say that it was nice to have Kevin Durant, but we didn't achieve more with him than we did without him before?
No. Which is going to be the great mystery to me.
Yeah, because it's going to be the whole what could have been, right?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, and Sanderson Ford is America's most awarded Ford dealership. I've been shopping Sanderson Ford ever since I moved to the Valley. The late, great Al McCoy first told me about Sanderson Ford. I've been shopping there ever since. My good friend Luis Gonzalez, Gonzo, also shops at Sanderson Ford. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, they've got a great selection with about 700 vehicles on the lot right now. You'll always find what you're looking for at Sanderson Ford. Whether you want an Edge, a Bronco Sport, or how about the best-selling truck in America, the F-150, Sanderson Ford is going to have what you're looking for. You can go online at sandersonford.com and comb through the inventory and see what you like, or just head on down to Sanderson Ford. Again, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Once again, outside of a few summer league games, I don't believe there's anything for you to watch tonight. I don't even think is there a WNBA game on tonight? I think they shut it down for the All-Star break, which, by the way, too bad. Satu Sabali saw on her socials that she opted out of the All-Star game. We had her on yesterday, day before yesterday, And she said she was hopeful that she was going to be able to make it work, but she was not able to make it work, so she's not going to play in the All-Star game.
Yeah, round one of the Open was
earlier
earlier
of course, that was
today.
earlier today, yes.
And then Summer League basketball still underway. The Suns are going to play their final game on Saturday or Sunday. Wouldn't expect guys like Kaman Malawach, Ryan Dunn, Oso Ighodaro to play. Maybe that's a good one for Rasheer Fleming to play in, but that's where like the last couple of guys on the roster, you give them the opportunity they earned by helping you out.
What with the Open this year, I didn't watch any of it today. Shame on me. I should have. Is that one of those ones where it literally starts like at 3 o'clock in the morning our time? Do we know? What time, Jamal, will you find that? Not that I'm going to set an alarm and get up to watch the Open, but I am an early riser. And if I know that there's actual live good sports on that early in the morning, I will put it on while I'm working. I just forgot to do it this morning. I just don't know what time they tee off.
I believe so. I'm scrolling through like tip times and such, and it looks like it's an early morning situation.
Okay. Well, good. I'll watch it then.
Tee off times, excuse me.
Tee times.
People,
What did you say? What did you say?
I said tip time.
Oh,
Basketball thing. First pitch time, whatever. Kickoff time.
Okay. So that's what's on tonight. Yeah? I thought you looked it up. No, never mind. Okay, all fine. We're at the end of the show, folks. So Gambo earlier today hinted at a position player and a reliever being called up. Now, Torey Lovello was supposed to do a media session at like 5 or 5:15. He pushed it back to 6:10. So we're not going to get anything like official until that happens. But our own Alex Weiner, who is down covering the optional workout for the Diamondbacks right now, which is going on at Chase Field, has reported about a half hour ago that there are 2 lockers in the clubhouse that are now occupied. Trevor Richards has a locker in the clubhouse. Adrian Del Castillo has a locker in the Diamondbacks clubhouse, which would suggest that the power-hitting lefty bat is here to play what role and at whose expense, we don't know, but it would appear that he's got a roster spot now.
He was so good offensively in like a limited slate, by the way. Like it was 80 at-bats, don't get me wrong. But he was so good offensively where it was like you found yourself later in those games talking about like, okay, like does he play first base? Can you play him at DH? Like you wanted to find a way to get him into the lineup this year. He started the year in AAA and then just had a couple of injuries pop up. So in the minors this year between 2 teams, he's only played in 28 games. He's only got 107 at-bats. Of course, his OPS is north of 1. He's been great this year offensively. And the question with him, of course, has always been defense, his improvement, calling games, the arm, things like that. But I don't know if that's particularly relevant right now, Dave Burns, because they've quietly had a DH problem here for the last couple of months with how Pavin Smith's production has dipped down. And there are absolutely some at-bats that he can take there because I wouldn't think that this is a move to replace James McCann with the job that he has done in Gabby's stead as well. But this is to give you another bat that you can work in there. And ADC in a DH role might be the best use of him going forward. And this is like an absolute sort of no-brainer move that probably would have happened 6-8 weeks ago if he was healthy. But now he is healthy.
Yeah, because Pavin Smith, it's been. I mean, honestly, I know Christian Walker's not having a great year, and obviously Jock Peterson has had a miserable year with the Texas Rangers, and I believe he's hurt right now too. And initially there was hey, look, Pavin Smith is great. Everything's fine for the left-handed designated hitter. Mike Hazen knew exactly what he was doing. Pavin Smith's numbers have gone through. Now, he's hurt with the oblique injury, I believe, that he's got, or maybe it's something else. I can't remember. But there is an injury that's got him out. But even before that injury, the production among left-handed designated, it was, to your point, it was really getting thin. And Pavin Smith was plummeting down the batting order on an almost nightly basis. This is, look, is it a save the season kind of move? I don't know. But Adrian Del Castillo as a left-handed designated hitter in this lineup with just pure power, yeah, bring it. Let's go. And I think you're right. It couldn't have happened earlier because of the injury. If not for the injury, I think this is something we would have seen a while ago for them.
And I know everyone destroys pitching in AAA, but in 28 games, he had 8 doubles, 7 homers, and 2 triples. So he had 17 extra base hits in 28 games at that level. I think he is very clearly a major league caliber bat.
Yep.
And it's just about the long-term picture of figuring out, because you'll remember that the mindset going into spring training was he's a catcher still. We want him to keep improving as a catcher. We want him to get better there. You know Gabby's going to need some games off. That's how catcher works in the modern baseball era right now. That is where he could get plugged in and find some at-bats there. But they have a need right now elsewhere in the lineup, and that's, I assume, where he will fill in for now.
Yeah. As far as Trevor Richards, he was signed to a minor league contract by the Diamondbacks a month ago, a little less than a month ago. He's 32 years old. He's had some major league success. He has not pitched well for the better part of the last year or so. Blue Jays traded him to the Twins at last year's deadline. He was outrighted off the roster. Every move they make in the bullpen is just sort of a roll of the dice at the craps table to see if this guy works out or that guy works out. And I can't imagine that he's any different in that regard, given all the injuries and all the holes they've had to fill down there. Juan Murillo, it's been a struggle for him. He's down in the minors. So we'll see. We'll find out more information. We're going to have Troy Lovello on the show tomorrow at 2:30. Hopefully we get some more information about Eugenio Suarez, just a nice reconfirmation that he's okay after getting hit in the hand and the x-rays were negative. And off we go. You say it's 10-2 for the Diamondbacks in the last 12. I say it's 8-4 to keep them kind of in the race. If they're even capable of that, I don't know. Kellen?
We'll see.
Great job filling in.
Thank you, buddy. Had a blast.
Gambo's back tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the Burns and Gambo Show. Big Red Rage Folk Tales edition is next.
You're still here? It's over.